The sky was purple. It seemed to be spewing flames. The tower fell to pieces. The land they considered their home was slowly disintegrating. Everyone felt as if they had lost. No one dared to say these words, but when they were spoken, everyone realized that it was true. The 10 gods gathered and began to discuss what had happened. They could not believe that this was the end. No one could believe that they would have to part in this way. They thought about how to part so that it would be less painful, since the end was inevitable. While the gods were talking, someone struck the ground with a staff. It was unexpected. A gray-haired old man stood nearby with a long staff in his hands. It was Song Ohun, who held the title of Great Sage Equal to Heaven. He claimed that it wasn't over yet. After all, he was still alive. A man with a club dressed in a lion's skin came out to meet him. It was Hercules, the great hero of Olympus, who had won the war against the Titans. Hercules asked Sun Ohun if he could behave like an immortal when he met the outer god. After all, this place would soon be discovered. Everyone raised their heads and saw beings flying high in the sky. They were gods from another world, outer gods. Such beings tore worlds apart. Suddenly a voice sounded, and a white mass flew by, and then a man appeared out of nowhere. The gods looked at him. It was Kim Yu-won. He threw the mass to the ground. The gods surrounded him. He said that he didn't hope to meet anyone alive. Yu-won sat down on a tree trunk. He looked devastated and tired. He was covered in blood. Yu-won told him that he was the only one who survived. The gods who left with Yu-won couldn't come back. It was impossible to believe. Merlin, Asura, Vishnu, all of them had probably been swallowed by beings from outside. Yu-won sat with his head bowed. He confirmed that everyone with him was dead. The gods surrounding Yu-won noticed the white mass he threw on the ground. Yu-won was asked what the white mass on the ground was. He replied that it was reckless chaos. The gods were shocked by Yu-won's answer. They couldn't believe that it was the same one of the outer gods. Yu-won realized that he had just realized an important, hard truth. He realized that the inner gods could never defeat the outer gods. They were called the inner ones, those who lived in the tower like Yu-won. They were beings who had ascended to the top floor of the tower and created their own myth, their own divinity, and their own name. But they could not be compared to the outer gods of the other world. They knew from the beginning that there was no way to defeat the outer gods. The old man who was sitting silently in the corner said that this was the case for now. Yu-won looked at him. He realized that the old man knew something. The old man extended his hand and showed the clock in his palm. It was the clockwork of Kronos. Kronos was a being who could control time. The old man said there was only one way to go back to the old world line and start over. But it was possible that he would not exist in the new world. That was the price of turning back time. But it was the only way. Yu-won wanted the story to end here. It had to be decided who would go to the past. All eyes were on Yu-won. It was already decided who it would be. All that was left was for Yu-won to decide. There were 2 main candidates. They were Yu-won and Sung Ohun. But why did they choose Yu-won? He was the last one to enter the tower. However, he adapted to this world and climbed the tower faster than the others. He was equal to them and received divine life. But the beings from the upper floors had a restriction on entering the lower floors. Hercules told Yu-won to change the tower from the lower floors and then climb to the top. The clockwork continued to advance time. The gods warned Yu-won that if he went back in time, they might not recognize him. He wouldn't have a relationship with them like he had now. Sung Ohun told him that he might even kill someone who couldn't understand the situation. Each of the gods said goodbye to Yu-won. They no longer held back their emotions. Yu-won reached out and took the Kronos clockwork. He took one last look at his companions. The clockwork began to move backwards, taking Yu-won further and further into the past. Something unusual and amazing began to happen to his body. It became unusually light, and the mana and statistics that kept him physically fit disappeared. It turned out that it wasn't Yu-won's body that had traveled back in time, but time itself. Everything would have to start all over again. Yu-won wondered how far back in time he was. Suddenly he felt a strong kick. It was a tough guy. Yu-won saw the emblem of Jeonseol University on his jacket. He remembered that he had studied there once. He desperately tried to remember the guy's name. The guy didn't stop, and a fight broke out. Yu-One wanted to know what year it was and asked the guy. The guy thought that Yu-One was laughing at him and started hitting him even harder. Yu-One didn't feel any pain. The beating was weak for him. It was Seoul, Hongdae District, December 31st, 2019. Yu-One remembered going to college with a guy named Kim Myung-hoon. Kim Myung-hoon was known as a man-trash. On December 31st, 2019, he was having dinner with his friends. He barely came to when Yu-One hit him hard during the fight. He felt dizzy. His friends had already gathered at the cafe and he couldn't call them. When he came to them. They said he was an hour late and offered to pay a fine for the delay. The friends had been drinking for an hour. Kim Myung-hoon also poured himself a glass and drank. No one could understand what was wrong with Kim Myung-hoon. He was upset about something. He wanted to get drunk. They poured him another glass of beer and asked him what he had done to Kim Yu-Won. Kim Myung-hoon smiled crookedly and replied that he had slapped Yu-Won so hard that he had to go to the hospital. Kim Myung-hoon was happy that he had fooled everyone so well. The bad memory began to fade. The boys told him to go easy on Yu-Won or he might kill himself. But then they all decided that if Yu-Won died, it would still be his fault, and no one would be able to prove anything. They liked that idea. They continued drinking and decided to have some more expensive liquor. It was almost midnight. There were many people around. It was a holiday weekend. The boys left the cafe and thought about where else to go for a drink. No one wanted to end the evening. Kim Myung-hoon started to sober up. They all decided to go out for a drink. Suddenly, they saw a man carrying a black suitcase. It was Yu-Won. Kim Myung-hoon froze when he saw Yu-Won. He didn't look beaten or sick at all. The boys decided to go up to Yu-Won to greet him. Kim Myung-hoon was shaking with anger while Yu-Won walked calmly down the street with his suitcase. Yu-Won looked back. 6 men, including Kim Myung-hoon, approached him and asked him what he was doing here. People on the street began to avoid them to avoid trouble. A fight could break out at any moment. Yu-Won looked at his watch. It was almost midnight. He took the watch off his wrist and threw it on the ground. Yu-Won said that in 3 minutes all hell would break loose. The boys didn't understand what he meant. Kim Myung-hoon approached Yu-Won in a threatening manner. A suitcase opened and Kim Myung-hoon saw its contents. Kim Myung-hoon took a few steps back in horror. The suitcase contained knives, a machete, an axe, and a bag with unknown contents. The boys began to tell Kim Myung-hoon that he should apologize to Yu-Won. After all, he was the one who drove Yu-Won to the point of carrying around a suitcase full of weapons. A crowd gathered around them. Yu-Won grabbed an axe. Some people started calling the police. Then he grabbed a knife. They started to calm him down and told him to drop the weapon. Yu-Won took a bag from his suitcase and put it on his shoulder. There wasn't much time left. Yu-Won looked around. There were enough people here. The electronic clock showed midnight without a second. It was about to start. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. Some people fainted from the sound. The landscape around them began to change. The ground split open and plants never seen before grew out of the crack. Hundreds of thousands of people in the streets of Honda covered their ears. As soon as the horrible ringing stopped, people heard a terrible roar. The tutorial had begun. It was a zombie invasion. The more people in the area, the higher the difficulty. Since there were more people to cooperate with, there should be a large number of monsters. The tutorial was fair. Everywhere you looked, there were zombies. Soon all the streets would be drenched in blood. Yu-Won's mission wasn't much different from the previous ones. Yu-Won watched in horror as people ran away from the zombies. But there was too little space on the streets to escape the zombies. There was only one way out. If you couldn't run, you had to fight. Everyone was given a weapon. Yu-Won was given a simple weapon, an old knife. It was impossible to kill a zombie with this knife. Yu-Won took a small bottle from his pocket. He poured the contents of the bottle onto the knife. After finishing his preparations, Yu-Won looked around. He dove into the crowd of zombies. They weren't easy to kill. They weren't sensitive to pain. Yu-Won's knife easily split the heads of the zombies. His arms and legs became stronger and stronger. His body became lighter and lighter. He was gaining experience. Yu-Won's body moved faster due to the increase in strength. The zombies seemed to be slower than before. He struck one blow after another, and the zombies fell one by one. His level increased with each zombie he killed. Yu-Won cut off the heads of the zombies with the speed he was capable of. People who saw Yu Wan chopping off zombie heads by himself thought that the zombies were not that strong. The most fearless people also began to join the battle. Some of them would probably make it to the upper floors of the tower. After all, the rewards from the early stages of the tutorial were priceless. However, the zombies did not die as easily as before. The blades of their knives and axes had become dull. Some of the humans had been bitten by the zombies. The poison from those bites could be fatal to humans. Yu Wan noticed that the effect of the stabbing was not as strong as before. He continued to cut the zombies, but they were insensitive to pain. Yu Wan took another bottle from his bag. He smashed it with his sword. The contents of the bottle moistened the blade. Yu Wan smelled a salty odor. He remembered the distant past when he first entered the tower. One of his companions had told him that he had only survived on the first floor of the anti-zombie tower because of the salt water. Salt is the zombies' weakness. They can't stand the touch of salt and die. Again, Yu Wan's knife started to cut the heads of the zombies thanks to the salt water he moistened the blade with. A great result was achieved. 100 zombies were destroyed in 10 minutes. Yu Wan received 3 unassigned stat points. It was incredible luck. He hadn't expected such a reward. He decided not to use them now, but to save them for later, even though many people who had earned points were using them now to increase their strength. The streets were filled with dead zombies and humans. Yu Wan walked through the chaos. The number of zombies could increase at any moment. Yu Wan searched for the right place and thought he had found it. Kim Myung-hoon tried in vain to cut off the zombie's head. He failed, but at the same time Yu Wan killed the zombies one by one. The zombie with its head cut off made a horrible sound. The stench of the zombies was unbearable. Kim Myung-hoon saw Yu Wan's skill in dealing with the zombies and wished for the same weapon that Yu Wan used. After falling down, the zombie got up and attacked Kim Myung-hoon. Kim Myung-hoon and his friends were surrounded by zombies. They remembered Yu Wan. They could only survive by his side. The number of zombies increased, and the boys couldn't fight them off. Kim Myung-hoon rushed at one of them and swung his knife. Myung-hoon's knife broke in 2. Now he had nothing to defend himself against the zombies. Meng Hong realized that the moment of his death had come. The zombies were at arm's length from Kim Myung-hoon. They were about to tear him apart with their rotten teeth. This was the end. Myung-hoon could already smell the stench coming from the zombies' disgusting mouths. Suddenly, a white powder fell from the sky. The zombies began to fall and melt. It had a salty taste. It was ordinary salt. The zombies began to fall. The levels were rising. Yu Wan climbed onto a roof and threw salt on the zombies, jumping from roof to roof. He got the last bag of salt. The zombies squirmed, their bodies and heads began to disintegrate into pieces. The first tutorial was over. Rewards were given according to the number of enemies killed. Yu Wan received rewards for killing zombies. Increased strength, stamina, his level increased. In a while, the second tutorial would start. There was no time to rest. There were many survivors. Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. It was the voice of a real person. People began to listen to the voice. Yu Wan realized whose voice it was. The voice belonged to the lackey of the tutorial administrator. He started talking about ways to return home. With points, one could return home or become a god. It was time for another battle. It was time to fight for points. The administrator's lackey told everyone that a safe zone would be created in the center of each district. Everyone had to get to that zone. People gathered in the oval zone that appeared on the ground. Meng Hong and his friends went to the safe zone. They ended up near the center. There was one guy who wasn't with them. Chan Ho. He must have died fighting the zombies. Many people gathered in the area. They started looking for Yu Wan, but he was nowhere to be seen. Kim Myung-hoon and his friends wanted to be close to Yu Wan. They hoped to be safe with him because he was fighting the zombies like a real beast. At that moment, Kim Myung-hoon saw Yu Wan walking away in the distance. Myung-hoon called out to him. When Yu Wan heard his name, he stopped. Myung-hoon told Yu Wan not to leave the safe zone. He spoke in a friendly tone because he knew nothing good would come out of the fight. Kim Myung-hoon thought it would be safest to stay with Yu Wan. Fortunately for him, Yu Wan was not in a bad mood. Meng-hoon had already extended his hand to him, but there was no handshake. Yu Wan patted him on the shoulder and told him that there was no need to ingratiate himself with him. If Meng-hoon wanted to survive, he had to go back to the safe zone. Yu Wan walked away in the opposite direction of the safe zone without looking back. Kim Myung-hoon was angry because he wanted to feel protected next to Yu-won. Myung-hoon thought that the place where Yu-won went couldn't be safer than the safe zone, so he went back to the safe zone. At that moment, the person walking behind Meng-hong hit something invisible and flew away. Meng-hong looked back and saw that the people had hit the invisible wall and could not enter the safe zone. At that moment, an inscription about the capacity of the zone appeared on the wall. It had a capacity of 2,038 people. That was exactly half of the survivors. Meng-hong was one of the last to enter the safe zone. The others had been cut off. Kim Meng-hoon was deep in thought, but his thoughts were interrupted by strange noises. It had become very dangerous outside the safe zone. Giant bugs with huge mouths appeared from the underground. Meng-hong trembled with fear. The giant bugs with monstrous mouths were eating the people outside the wall. Yu-won heard cries for help and quickened his pace. He realized that the second tutorial had begun. It awarded 100 points every 3 hours. Yu-won threw the knife into the ground and immediately heard a muffled scream. He was the first to kill an earthworm and rejoiced when he saw the message. The earthworms appeared from underground, so it was hard to see them in time. Yu-won thought that the safe zone was only to protect against such worms, and he was outside the zone. He closed his eyes and tuned into his other senses. He listened and lifted his foot to the place where he heard the sound. The earthworm had been crushed by Yu-won. He swung the knife and cut the worm. Yu-won trampled the worms with his feet and swung the knife from side to side. His level rose again, his strength and agility increased. The earthworm was killed. The level of only 2 killed creatures increased. Yu-won continued to descend the stairs. He was already quite deep. He searched for the earthworm's nest. Yu-won ended up in a subway station. It was the Hongdae station. It was a nest of earthworms whose mission was to devour people who couldn't get to the safe zone. The crunching and gnashing of teeth could be heard from all sides. The earthworms surrounded Yu-won on all sides. They crawled closer and closer to Yu-won. They opened their vile mouths, ready to devour Yu-won. Yu-won swung his knife and stabbed the worm several times. He slashed and stabbed these disgusting creatures that couldn't even be called monsters. Now that Yu-won had found their nest, they were nothing but giant bugs with disgusting mouths. The earthworms continued to crawl towards Yu-won. He slaughtered another worm. Yu-won wanted to kill them all, one by one. But suddenly, a small shiny ball rolled out of the mouth of one of the worms. Yu-won quickly ran over and grabbed the ball. He smiled at the unexpected surprise. It was a small balloon. What it was for was unclear, and Yu-won put the balloon in his pocket. Meanwhile, the streets were a living hell. There were human remains and corpses everywhere. The worms continued to eat people. Those who were in the safe zone looked on in horror. Kim Myung-hoon and his friends were given 100 points each for the next 3 hours. They were interested in the points because before they had only 2 or 3 points, and they couldn't buy anything with them. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The area of the safe zone began to shrink, and those who remained behind the line were attacked again. The capacity of the zone was reduced again. Those outside the line were pushed out by an unknown force to be eaten by worms. Suddenly, the number of people in the safe zone decreased again. Those who were not inside, as well as those sitting on the edge, were attacked by the worms. No one knew how much further the safe zone would shrink. Everyone tried to get closer to the center. Kim Myung-hoon made his way to the center of the area, pushing everyone with his fists. He ran with his friends, ignoring the other people who fell from his thrusts. When Meng-hoon reached the center, he shouted for everyone to be quiet, and silence fell around him. Kim Meng-hoon looked around and thought of a plan to survive. In order to survive on his own, he had to kill someone else instead of himself. Meng-hoon said that he had to decide who would die. He pointed at the old man standing next to him. It was cruel, but in order to live, you have to kill someone else. This was the main goal of the second tutorial. Meanwhile, Yu-won continued to fight the earthworms. The cracking of the skulls of these monsters could be heard. Yu-won swung his knife while running after a fleeing worm. Suddenly, he turned around and saw more worms approaching. Yu-won cut off the heads of 2 more worms. Yu-won saw a shiny ball fall to the ground. He picked it up and put it in his pocket. He had reached level 20. His stats improved greatly. His strength and agility increased. Thanks to his new stats, his body was light. Yu-won received 3 random points from hunting worms. It wasn't exactly what he expected, but it wasn't bad. He decided to use his unallocated points. He invested all of them and increased his magic power. It was the most important attribute. Yu-Wan closed his eyes and felt his mana increase. Even the small number of people who had received the Tower Blessing had 12 points of mana. This was a very good start for Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan now had 18 mana points. Yu-Wan stood at the subway station deciding what to do next. Suddenly Yu-Wan heard someone greeting him. He looked around to see where the voice was coming from. Someone was watching him from a hole in the ceiling. Yu-Wan recognized him. It was Piero, the steward's lackey. Piero was very surprised to see that Yu-Wan had already reached level 20. Yu-Wan replied that he was just lucky, but Piero just laughed. Yu-Wan asked Piero to open a shop because he wanted to buy a new skill. Piero was very surprised. He thought that Yu-Wan wanted to buy an item. An endless catalog appeared in front of Yu-Wan. There was nothing in the world that wasn't sold in the shop. There was everything. Weapons and equipment that could be bought for 100, 200 points. Yu-Wan flipped through the very long list, looking for the skill he wanted. Yu-Wan wondered if there were more skills. He chose a 2,000-point skill called Monkey Eyes. Yu-Wan's eyes turned golden. The footman was surprised by Yu-Wan's choice. Yu-Wan replied that he liked the name. Yu-Wan quickly chose another low-skill mana sword for 1,500 points. The inferior magic sword makes up for the lack of strength of the attacker. Yu-Wan decided to leave. The footman wished him good luck and said that he had high hopes for him. This meant that Yu-Wan stood out from the other participants in the tutorial and was constantly being watched. Yu-Wan thought that he was legitimately successful and didn't care if he was being watched or not. The only thing he was worried about was the return. The clockwork mechanism for the return was created by Kronos. He was the being who had fought against the outer gods whose attack had caused the destruction of the tower. Yu-Wan knew that he now had monkey eyes that expanded his field of vision and enhanced all 5 senses. As he walked deep into the station, he saw a large group of earthworms. There was one giant worm that was many times larger than normal earthworms. It was feasting on the human bodies brought to it by other earthworms. It was the mother of earthworms. She carried many eggs from which the earthworms would hatch. They brought food for her. The earthworm mother walked toward Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan drew his inferior magic sword. The speed at which the mother worm was crawling towards Yu-Wan was senseless. She wanted to swallow him with one bite. Yu-Wan swung his sword at its head. The mother worm howled in pain. Yu-Wan thought that the mother of worms was not like a monster that devoured people. The mother of worms was very attached to her children, but she didn't have much of a brain either. Clumsily, she turned around and crushed them with her body. Yu-Wan took advantage of this moment and climbed onto her back. When she felt someone on her back, she turned around and exposed her weak spot. The blue light of Yu-Wan's machete shone brightly. At that moment, Yu-Wan's axe and machete pierced the mother of worm's abdomen. As long as her stomach was open, this was Yu-Wan's chance. Yu-Wan swung his weapon ruthlessly, and a fountain of blood erupted from the mother of worm's stomach. Yu-Wan decided to topple the body of the mother of worms. She tried her best to swallow it with her last strength. Yu-Wan wondered how the mother of worms was still alive after so many wounds. She wriggled under Yu-Wan's blows, her belly torn to shreds. Moaning in pain, the mother of worms bared her fangs at Yu-Wan once again. Yu-Wan delivered a crushing blow that cut her head in half. With the help of magic power, the blow was so strong that the mother of worms let out her breath. The old man whom Kim Myung-hoon had thrown out of the safe zone begged to be spared. Kim Myung-hoon pulled out a knife and ordered everyone to be quiet. The people who had been chased out of the safe zone begged to be let back in. But Kim Myung-hoon, waving the knife, said that everyone had agreed to choose those who would die. Kim's face was contorted with rage as he shouted that he would kill anyone who tried to enter the safe zone. There were 30 seconds before the earthworms would come out and eat everyone outside the safety zone. The old man and the other people behind the safety line watched in horror as the timer counted down the seconds until the monsters appeared. Suddenly, earthworms began to emerge from the ground and crawl toward the safety zone. There were 3 seconds left before the safe zone was reduced. Kim Myung-hoon and the others didn't realize what was happening. The timer stopped. The safe zone was no longer being reduced. It was not clear why, but everyone survived. Yu-Wan took out a jar of ointment to treat the wounds he had received in the battle with the earthworm mother. He crouched down on the corpse of the earthworm mother. There were mountains of earthworm corpses all around. Yu-Wan saw the administrator's lackey approaching him. The lackey was very surprised that an ordinary person had come here in only 2 tutorials. Yu-Wan sat for 30 minutes. The lackey should have come sooner. Yu-Wan had a reward for killing the mother of worms. And the tutorial administrators were discussing what to offer Yu-Wan. The administrator's job was to manage the tutorials. They rewarded or punished people who passed the tutorials. In the tutorial system, there was no reward for killing the mother worm, but the lackey agreed to give Yu-Wan a reward. He offered him a choice of 3 rewards. The first was the right to go directly to the 5th tutorial, which would contain the rewards and information for the 3rd and 4th tutorials. The second was points. Points are money, and money is power. The 3rd reward was a link to Olympus. The lackey said that the tutorial was the starting point of this world. Olympus is one of the authorities in the tower. If you get her support, you can be safe in the tower. Yu-Wan chose the second point. The lackey couldn't believe that Yu-Wan gave up Olympus's support. He suggested that Yu-Wan choose again. Yu-Wan thanked the footman and refused. But seeing how nervous the lackey was, Yu-Wan thought of a way to use his points. Yu-Wan asked for an appointment with the administrator, which was worth 1,000 points. Suddenly, the subway station shook. It seemed like the world was falling apart. The administrator agreed to meet with Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan decided to meet the administrator for the sake of his future goal. The administrator was surprised by such a request. It was possible to meet him in the tower, but not here in the tutorial, especially for only 1,000 points. The administrator went to see Yu-Wan. He had a lot of questions for this guy who knew about his existence from somewhere. He asked Yu-Wan if it was true that he had killed 1,000 zombies in the first tutorial. The administrator told Yu-Wan that he had heard a lot about him. The lackey told the administrator that Yu-Wan killed over 1,000 zombies during the first tutorial. The administrator asked Yu-Wan how he knew he existed, and how he knew how to ask for a private conversation with the administrator. The footman signaled Yu-Wan not to tell the administrator about Olympus. Yu-Wan knew that all the information about the tutorial was for the participant to find out on his own without the help of the administrator. The administrator had the ability to distinguish truth from lies in all words spoken. Yu-Wan said that there was an intervention, that he was helped by Lucky. The administrator realized that Yu-Wan was not lying to him. Yu-Wan told the administrator that Lucky contacted Olympus because Lucky offered sponsorship from Olympus as a reward. Lucky tried to tell the administrator that he had said nothing of the sort, but the administrator was furious. The administrator swung his hand and the footman's body shattered. The administrator shook the drops of the footman's blood from his hand. The administrator thanked Yu-Wan for getting rid of the traitorous footman with his help. He said that all the achievements of the participants should be compensated with a reward proportional to the merit. Yu-Wan said that he spent all his points to summon the administrator, and with his help, the administrator got rid of the traitor. When the administrator heard Yu-Wan's words, he couldn't say anything and laughed. He stroked his beard and said that Yu-Wan was right again, and that he was the first member to kill Lucky. He sat on the floor, crossed his legs, and thought about it. He offered Yu-Wan a reward for his incredible achievement. The administrator extended his hand to Yu-Wan. Touching hands was a common method of bargaining in the tutorials. It was a magic hand. This ability could come in handy for Yu-Wan. Not understanding his intention, Yu-Wan grabbed the administrator's outstretched hand. At that moment, Yu-Wan had received the Mana Master skill. Yu-Wan's magic power increased by 5 points. A blue light surrounded his body. The administrator smiled and asked Yu-Wan if he liked this reward. He said that it was time for him to go back and teach the delinquent lace-davers a lesson. The administrator told Yu-Wan that they would meet again after the 3rd tutorial. The interior of the station rumbled again. With the same sound, the administrator tore the fabric of space and disappeared. Yu-Wan looked at his hand. His Mana Master skill in S-level had appeared. He felt the magic power in his hand. This was the strongest skill that determined who was strong or weak. To control mana, one had to learn it. A blue ball appeared in his hand and it kept changing. This was proof that he couldn't control mana yet. Yu-Wan looked at the ball in his hand. It couldn't maintain the right shape yet, but it was undoubtedly an explosion of mana. For the art of controlling mana, the magic power index should be 40. Yu-Wan's magic power index barely reached 26. Yu-Wan began to practice his magic power. The power within him exploded, damaging the ground. Yu-Wan realized that he still didn't have full mana mastery, but it was already much better. When Yu-Wan received his reward, there were almost 14 hours left to complete the second tutorial. His goal was to regain the power he had before the time rewind. The earthworms weren't just in the subway station, they inhabited every subway room. Yu-Wan cleared one passage after another. He had no choice, as the earthworms were the only monsters in the second tutorial. There were 10 minutes left before the end of the second tutorial. The people gathered in the safe zone discussed whether there would be a third or fourth tutorial. Yu-Wan decided to return to the surface. He saw a safe zone in the distance. Inside the circle, the people were still arguing. They wanted to split into two groups, those who accepted this world and those who didn't. It was a confrontation between the strong and the weak. Kim Myung-hun had already gathered a group of people to rob shops and restaurants to get more food so that they wouldn't starve. Those who were destined to die would meet their end. Those who were destined to live would survive. This was the basic rule of the second tutorial. Suddenly they noticed a man walking down the street toward the safe zone. People were surprised to see a daredevil or crazy person walking outside the safe zone. It was Yu-Wan. Suddenly the ground shifted behind him. It was earthworms. One of them jumped out to bite Yu-Wan. It had already opened its mouth. Yu-Wan didn't even bother to use his knife to kill the worm. He crushed its head with his magic power. People were shocked at what they saw. They had never seen a man crush an earthworm with his foot. There were 5 minutes left before the end of the second tutorial. Yu-Wan told them not to pay attention to him. After killing the worm, Yu-Wan's magic power reached level 33, and he had over 1,000 points. Yu-Wan slowly entered the safe zone. He said that he just wanted to collect his reward. People whispered to each other after seeing how Yu-Wan handled the worm. It turned out that worms could be killed, and then thousands of people could survive. Kim Myung-hun called out to Yu-Wan and said that he had been looking for him for a long time. Yu-Wan didn't answer Myung-hun, but walked over to an invisible wall with a sign that said the safe zone could hold 1,500 people. The Lulis were carrying bags of food from grocery stores and fast food restaurants. The nearest store was 20 yards from the safety zone. Myung-hun forced the people who were to die to bring food from there. Myung-hun told Yu-Wan that since they were going to die, they should at least bring food for the people in the safe zone. Yu-Wan was surprised at Kim Myung-hun's calculation. Myung-hun said that one had to be cruel and selfish to survive here. Yu-Wan looked at the supply train. Some people nodded in agreement, confirming Myung-hun's words. Yu-Wan looked at Myung-hun with disdain. He didn't understand how one could adjust to such a situation. The second tutorial was over. All participants received 500 points and an inventory. At this time, small bags started falling on people's heads. Yu-Wan, before picking up the bag, advised people not to cross the line. Kim Myung-hun, like the others, didn't understand the line. The third tutorial began. There was no time to clarify what line Yu-Wan was talking about. A sign appeared saying that they had to hunt monsters and collect 50 essences. They had 72 hours to do it all. After that time, the neighborhood is destroyed. Monsters, zombies, giant spiders appeared on the street again. There was a sign that said the gate would activate in 70 hours. The street was crawling with all kinds of evil things. Pigs with spiky hair, giant spiders, worms. People looked at them in horror, thinking that all the monsters had disappeared after the second tutorial. Kim Myung-hun even thought it was some kind of game to kill monsters and collect essences. He saw some kind of passage. What do you have to do to survive? You need essences. Yu-Wan picked up his old bag and mana essences began to fall out. It was mana essence. There were 132 essences. Yu-Wan collected them in the new bag that he and the others had received at the beginning of the third tutorial. Yu-Wan threw his old bag away, slung the new one over his shoulder and left. He went down to the subway again. There was a new dungeon. He encountered new monsters. Giant centipedes, giant rats. Yu-Wan saw zombies coming towards him. Yu-Wan's mana concentration reached level 30. All the monsters rushed at Yu-Wan. He realized that he had to try again. He raised his hand and all the mana began to gather in his palm. The mana concentration was 100%. The unstable ball of mana slowly began to stabilize. The mana concentration registered as a skill. A bright blue light flashed. Yu-1 created a real mana explosion this time. All the monsters were shattered by the mana explosion. Yu-1 felt that he had succeeded this time. He had used all of his mana in a single concentration. The mana flowed out of him like a deflated balloon. Two beings rolled out of the monsters onto the ground. Pieces of the monsters' bodies, torn apart by the mana, lay on the ground. The stairs were destroyed. Yu-1 picked up an essence from the ground and put it in his pocket. Noticing that the remaining monsters were approaching again, Yu-1 grabbed his knife. 2 days had passed since the start of the third tutorial. 2 guys and a girl entered the subway station. They wanted to hide from the monsters here, since 400 of the 1,400 people outside were still alive. With them was a girl named Im Ju-yeon. All 3 of them were very hungry. They were very happy when they saw a grocery store. It was an opportunity to stock up on food by filling their bags. They thought there must be ramen noodles, but they didn't have any boiling water. Suddenly, a huge spider fell on the head of one of the boys. The man let out a terrible scream and fell down dead. His head seemed to melt away. The boy and girl watched in horror. One by one, monsters man-eating rats, zombies, and giant spiders emerged from the cellar. The girl pulled out a knife from somewhere and the guy swung a hammer, but there were too many monsters. Would they be able to resist the monsters? 2 rats jumped on the girl. Ju-young fought the rat. Although she was bitten by a rat, the girl managed to kill one of them. Sung-chan saw the girl being attacked by the rats and rushed to help her. 2 against 6 monsters, it was an unequal battle. If only there were 3 of them, but her companion was killed. Another rat attacked the girl. While she was fighting the rat, Song-chan saw a zombie approaching. Its head was very close, and a terrible stench came out of its mouth. Song-chan let out a terrible scream as he was bitten by the zombie. The guy was already being attacked by 3 monsters, a spider, a zombie, and a rat. At that moment, one of the rats jumped right into Ju-young's face. She desperately wanted to survive, but she would die from the cannibal rat's teeth. At that moment, something flew through the air, and the ogre rat's body exploded. The girl was covered in the rat's blood, but she couldn't understand what had happened. Yu-1 came out of the shop holding a glass and said that they woke him up. Ju-young's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't understand how it was possible to kill such horrible monsters with a glass. Yu-1 had a can of soda from the store. He felt his power activated, his senses sharpened. He raised his hand and threw the can with all his might. Then he threw the second can. The zombie that was biting the man lost its head. Another tin flew into the head of a moss spider. Another spider was crushed by Yu-1's boot. Ju-young stared at the tin, speechless. She could not even express her gratitude to her savior. The boy and the girl went over to Yu-1. They were bitten by the monsters. They started to thank him, but the bites they received from the monsters prevented them from doing so. Sung-chan couldn't even finish his sentence because the zombie bites hurt so much. Yu-1 rummaged through his bag and gave them some ointment. By anointing his arm, there was a chance that Sung-chan wouldn't die, but he might not be able to use his arm anymore. They quickly dabbed the bite marks and gave the ointment back to Yu-1. Yu-1 said that he went to sleep for the first time in 3 days because he was really overworked. He used a powder that removes all odors, and the monsters that hunt their prey by smell couldn't find him. Yu-1 turned around and started to leave, but the girl asked him if he hunts here all the time. Yu-1 joked that he has a rest area and a cafe here, and his hunting grounds are somewhere else. Ju-young and Sung-chan followed Yu-1's lead. Yu-1 said that there was another dungeon 1 floor down. He asked them why they came here if they knew it was dangerous. The girl replied that it was chaos upstairs. Everyone is fighting over essences. People are killing each other over tiny balls. Yu-1 assumed that the guy and the girl were being attacked up there, so they ran away. But here in the dungeon they almost died, but survived thanks to Yu-1. Yu-1 turned around and asked where the guarantee was that he wouldn't kill them and take their essences. The girl assumed that Yu-1 already had enough essences and wouldn't kill for them. Yu-1 replied that even if he didn't kill her, she would still die. And that was true. The girl realized that Yu-1 wanted something from them and asked what it was. Yu-1 offered them a deal. If they did a good job, he would give them some essence. Her eyes lit up with joy. Yu-1 shouted for them to run. A big snake approached. It was a monster that could swallow a monster in 1 bite. Sung Chan ran away with all his legs, but the snake was faster. Sung Chan thought that this was just the sentence. The snake was right behind him. Sung Chan ran as fast as he could, but the snake's mouth was already open above him. Yuan rushed to Sung Chan's aid and pulled out his knife. Yuan's knife went straight into the snake's open mouth. The snake blinked a few times and collapsed on its side. Its blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly, Yuan saw a 2-meter-tall red lizard. It was heading straight for Yuan. Yuan jumped into the air, and the red mouth of the red lizard opened wide in front of him. As soon as their bodies touched, a shiver ran through the lizard. Yuan's knife glowed with blue flames. He sliced it from head to toe with one blow. Seo-chan stared in surprise at the speed with which Yuan killed the lizard. The slain monsters lay on the ground. Essences began to fall from them. 5 essences from 15 monsters fell to the ground. If Yuan had hunted upstairs, he would have earned much less. Yuan quickly collected the falling essences. The last monster dropped another essence. In 2 hours of hunting, they had collected 50 essences. Yuan quickly picked up the last essence and put it in his bag. Sung Chan looked at Yuan and thought that he was superhuman for killing monsters so easily. Yuan gave an essence to Sung Chan. It was his share. Yuan kept the other 5 essences for himself. They stood and waited for Ju Young, who was late for some reason. Sung Chan asked what Yuan's level was and was shocked by his answer. The level was so high that it wouldn't go up in this tutorial. Yuan said that it was unnecessary to ask and answer such questions because it was personal information. In this world, phone numbers didn't matter. The most important information was about levels. At that time, there was a cry for help. It was Ju Young's voice. Ju Young was running towards the boys and the monsters were chasing her. There wasn't much time left. It was time to continue the hunt. Yuan took the hammer into the rivers and started hunting the snake. With one blow, he smashed the head of the underground snake. Sung Chan helped Yuan to kill the snake. He saw that his level had increased. An essence fell out of the underground snake's mouth. Ju Young and Sung Chan caught the snake. Yuan helped them kill it. It was their essence. They had honestly earned it. Yuan decided to give them the essence since they were only 1 essence short. Yuan picked up another essence from the ground and gave it to Ju Young. Now they each had 50 essences needed to complete the tutorial. Before they met Yuan, they only had 20 each. They thanked Yuan for the opportunity to collect the essences. Yuan asked everyone to leave the dungeon. There wasn't much time left until the end of the tutorial. Only 2 hours and 57 minutes. When exactly 2 hours were left, the gate to the next tutorial would be activated. We had to hurry and get out before then. The guy and the girl were very excited when they found out that they were all going upstairs. Yuan started to walk up the stairs. He walked and thought about what was going on upstairs. It must have gotten even worse up there. The gate to the next tutorial slowly activated and started to turn red. There wasn't much time before the next tutorial started. As soon as the gate turned bright red, the entrance to the next tutorial would open. However, only those who met the requirements and collected 50 essences would be able to enter. Everyone stood there as if nothing had happened, but everyone had a knife hidden behind their backs. Those who lacked essences hoped to take them from others, even if they had to kill. A large number of people gathered in the center of the safe zone. They were all thinking about the same thing, how to take essence from others. The people were divided into 2 groups. As soon as the gate opened, they planned to steal other people's essence and run to the gate. The leader of one group approached the other group. It was Meng Hong. He was the leader of the largest group. There were about 50 people in his group, and he was the most influential. He told the leader of the second group that a bloodbath was about to begin. Meng Hong asked the leader of the second group how much essence they all had. The leader of the smaller group replied that they had 800 entities. Meng Hong replied that his group needed 700 more. This was a lot, but Meng Hong said he would only give him 400, and then there would be no conflict between them. The conflict was about to begin, but at that moment someone entered the safe zone. It was a man carrying a large box. It was Yuan. His appearance silenced everyone. The first person to greet Yuan upon his return was Meng Hoon. Yuan went to the center and put the box on the ground. Meng Hoon asked Yuan where he had been for so long. Inside the box that Yu-Wan put on the ground were a huge number of beings. Meng-Hun went over to Yu-Wan and greeted him. He was curious about how many essences Yu-Wan had collected, so he asked Yu-Wan. Meng-Hun's face was distorted with anger. He couldn't understand how Yu-Wan could collect so many essences. There were 50 people behind Meng-Hong's back, and they were all dreaming of getting essences. No matter how strong Yu-Wan was, he couldn't handle such a crowd on his own. Yu-Wan told Meng-Hong to look down. Out of nowhere, a line appeared. Yu-Wan said that he didn't need any more entities because he had too many. People started shouting at him to give them the essences. Everyone wanted more essences. A circle formed around Yu-Wan, and a line was drawn around him. Yu-Wan said that he was willing to sell the essences for 100 points each. But only those who wanted to buy the essences could enter the circle. People were upset because 100 points was a high price. Not many people had the 100 points. Meng-Hong and his group approached Yu-Wan. Their attitude was aggressive. Meng-Hong asked what would happen if he didn't have 100 points. Yu-Wan replied that it was a voluntary matter and he didn't force anyone to buy the essences. Most people didn't have enough points. They used up their points in the third tutorial. Yu-Wan said that they could sell their items to lacquey in the store. However, they would have to pay in advance. People were surprised that it was possible to sell their things and get points. None of them had thought of this before. Meng-Hong was furious. He told Yu-Wan that Yu-Wan probably stole those essences from someone and now wanted to sell them. But then, Zhu-Yung and her friend ran up to them. They recognized Meng-Hun because he was the one they escaped from in the dungeon, and he was the one who killed their comrade. The 50 men approached Yu-Wan. They surrounded him, Zhu-Yung-Se and Sung-Chan. Meng-Hong thought that no matter how good Yu-Wan was with the knife, he wouldn't be able to do anything on his own. Meng-Hong ordered his men to kill all 3 of them. The men swung their knives at Yu-Wan, but they forgot what he had warned them about. There was a line on the ground that could be crossed with Yu-Wan's permission to buy essences. The people ran with the intention of killing Yu-Wan and the 2 with him, and taking their essences. Yu-Wan got up from his seat. He said that they had forgotten the trait. Meng-Hun just laughed. His men crossed the boundary. They swung their knives and tried to reach Yu-Wan. Suddenly something unexpected happened. All those who crossed the border were beheaded. A fountain of blood erupted. Yu-Wan stood up and activated his lower sword. Others rushed at him, waving their knives and trying to kill Yu-Wan. Meng-Hun shouted at them to kill Yu-Wan once and for all. As long as these people didn't cross the line, they were alive. But as soon as they crossed the line, Yu-Wan's sword hit them. This was enough to scare the others, including Meng-Hong. Meng-Hong gritted his teeth in anger. How could so many people, including him, be intimidated? He shouted again with all his might, calling for his men to massacre Yu-Wan while he himself rushed to escape. Yu-Wan caught up with Meng-Hun with a jump. Yu-Wan swung his sword and Meng-Hun's head rolled on the ground, bleeding. The moment his head was severed, his essence bag disappeared. Meng-Hun's men started to hesitate. They realized that they wouldn't be able to defeat Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan took the essence bag. There was chaos in the circle. Yu-Wan took the box out of the circle and said that it was possible to get the essence under the same conditions as before. People began to approach Yu-Wan. They wondered how he could handle so many people by himself. There wasn't much time left. Suddenly a man approached him and said that he wanted to buy an essence. The other man offered Lucky his sword, for which he had received 500 points, to buy the essences. Meanwhile, the gate was getting more and more red. The man asked Yu-Wan for 7 essences and gave him 700 points. He held out his hand for a handshake because that was how points were transferred. Yu-Wan received 700 points from the handshake. People realized that you could just buy an essence and enter the gate to go to the next level. The person who had already bought an essence from Yu-Wan went to the gate. Lackeys appeared, who took back to the store things that people had bought before. The lackeys were doing business at people's expense, buying from them cheaply what they had sold to them at the beginning of the tutorial. And people kept coming up to Yu-Wan and buying essences from him, paying with handshakes. Yu-Wan received another 100 points from the man who bought 10 entities from him. Yu-Wan had sold 160000 points worth of essences. He thought that this amount was enough. Zhu-Yung, who was standing nearby, asked him if he was going to leave. Yu-Wan looked at Sung-Chan and Zhu-Yung, who were standing nearby. They said that they wanted to go with Yu-Wan, But Yu-1 wasn't going to make allies. They suggested using them for bait, like with the snake. Yu-1 smiled. Indeed, his hunting had gotten better with these guys. But he refused them, saying that he wasn't going anywhere, and that they should only rely on themselves. Yu-1 didn't have a single essence left in his bag. He flipped over his inventory bag and said that he couldn't enter the gate since he didn't have any essence. Ju-young and Sung-chan stood there at a loss. They thought that Yu-1 had left the essences for himself. They told Yu-1 that he should have set aside 50 essences for himself. Yu-1 reiterated once again that he wasn't going anywhere and suggested that the guys go to the gate because chaos was about to break out here. They hesitated for a moment longer, but then they did enter the gate. After finishing all the business, Yu-1 went the other way from the gate. The tutorial was called Preparation for a reason. The first was survival. The second was competition. The third was hunting. The fourth was defense. A middle-aged man approached Yu-1 and asked if he had any more essences. Yu-1 replied that he had sold everything, and the man sank to the ground in despair. Yu-1 decided to leave this place, as this place would soon become a battlefield where the remaining people would try to take essences from each other. Yu-1 left so that he wouldn't be involved and decide which of the people to die and which to stay alive and enter the gate. There was about an hour left to complete the tutorial. He needed the store. Yu-1 called out to the footman. At that time, there was a strange sound that Yu-1 had heard once before. Out of nowhere, a familiar tall hobo, the tutorial administrator, came out. He told Yu-1 that he had come at his call. Yu-1 was surprised that he had called for a lackey, and the master himself had come. The ranks of the lackey had thinned considerably. Many were found to be involved with Olympus and bribery. The administrator told Yu-1 that many lackey were in this sector because of him, and so progress in other sectors had slowed. Yu-1 didn't understand why it was because of him, but the administrator explained to him that it was because of his trade. Yu-1 was surprised that the administrator had so few luckies left that even his store was able to take on almost all the luckies. The administrator warned Yu-1 that he had gained 160000 points, and now had so much power that he could bring down the entire tutorial ecosystem. Yu-1 replied that this is exactly what he wants and is moving in that direction, and that he wants to use the store. The administrator was surprised at Yu-1's assertiveness, but agreed to open the store for him. The receptionist held out his hand to Yu-1 and a catalog opened in his palm. Yu-1 began to look through the catalog carefully. To begin with, he bought himself an inventory for 10000 points. It was an invisible pocket where items could be stored. For 50,000 points he bought an Arctic steel sword. A white sword appeared in Yu-1's hands. Yu-1 hurriedly put it into the new pocket, and the sword immediately dissolved. Yu-1 then bought a fire spell cloak for 60000 points. Then he bought another shield of nullifying magic for 20,000 points. Yu-1 slipped the cloak over his shoulders and picked up the shield. He bought 4 more ice crystals for 20,000 points. And he also bought himself a well-sharpened sword for 2,000 points. It was an ordinary sword with no special properties other than being perfectly sharpened. This sword was incompatible with other products infused with magic. Yu-1 was ready for anything. No human would be able to touch him now. Suddenly there was a ticking sound. There were only 10 seconds left. Yu-1 looked up and saw the timer that was counting down the last few moments. The 4th tutorial had begun. The 4th tutorial was starting. Everything had changed around them. The monsters and bizarre plants had disappeared, but most of all the sky had changed. A huge invisible barrier separated the sectors. The destruction of the neighborhood began. The sky turned scarlet in color and the temperature suddenly rose dramatically. Yu-1 walked down the street. He wasn't too hot thanks to the robe he was wearing. His robe was made of a special material. It had an increased resistance to fire. Yu-1 was getting hotter and hotter. He wrapped himself tightly in the robe to protect his body from the fire. Yu-1 heard screaming and crying somewhere nearby. It was the 3 survivors who were dying from the heat. Yu-1 approached them, and they were very surprised to see Yu-1 here. They thought that he had crossed the gate with the others. Yu-1 looked at their faces. They were dousing themselves with sweat, their bodies unable to cope with the heat. The ground was heated to the extreme. It trembled and began to crack. Flames began to rise from the cracks. The temperature began to rise rapidly. The 3 begged Yu-1 to save them. Yu-1 thought of the ice crystals from his inventory, But suddenly the man, followed by the woman, burst into flames and burned. It was already too late. Everything was on fire. There was nowhere to run. Suddenly there was a sign that 176 giant appeared. Yu-Wan looked into the distance. He saw the world changed in an instant. From a crack in the ground, a long, skinny arm appeared. It was burning. It had no skin on it, only bones. The owner of the hand climbed out of the ground. It was a skeleton. Its clothes were made of flames. It was a demon named Skull. He held a torch in his hand. Along with the flames, hundreds of thousands of skulls began to pop out of the ground. Yu-Wan looked at the size of the demon horde and was horrified. There were so many of them. These demons were not full-fledged demons. Rather, they were the servants of the demon. There was a rumbling sound, and all the skulls bowed their heads. Something appeared. It was a Sarutra low-grade demon that appeared. Yu-Wan remembered him. It was indeed a 176th giant, but in the previous time it was the size of a mountain. Right now it was the size of a large house. A giant hand made up of flames appeared from the ground. Sarutra had a skull-shaped face and a body as red as magma. In his hands he held a flaming sword. He was Sarutra's 176th child, one of the weakest. Sarutra lowered his head and noticed Yu-Wan. When Sarutra looked at Yu-Wan carefully, he was surprised that Yu-Wan had eyes like the monkey from Huagu Mountain. Sarutra was smiling devilishly. He was most likely reminiscing about the old days. The ground rose up, forming a gigantic fiery throne. Sarutra sat on it and looked at Yu-Wan. All the skulls that were standing nearby and watching began to approach Yu-Wan. Once they were close enough, Yu-Wan slashed one of them in the head with his well-sharpened steel sword. At the same time, there was an explosion as Skull's body exploded. Sarutra praised Yu-Wan, who had split the skull with a single blow. The smoke from the explosion cleared, and Yu-Wan emerged from the black cloud, unharmed. It was the robe that protected Yu-Wan from the explosion. This meant that demons like Skull couldn't harm Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan told Sarutra that he was well prepared to fight back. Sarutra smirked back and asked Yu-Wan how he was going to get to him. Yu-Wan laughed and said that Sarutra couldn't get up from his seat because his ass was too heavy. Yu-Wan decided it was time to take action. He jumped to the center of the crowd and turned sharply. The sharp turn created momentum on the end of his sword, and Yu-Wan swung it. Yu-Wan shattered 6 skulls in an instant and raised his level. Explosions rang out again, and a cloud of thick smoke enveloped Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan decided to use the inventory he had bought for this purpose, as the explosions were too strong. He jumped out of the smoke while holding the magic nullification shield in his hands. Fortunately, the skull's explosions didn't prove to be that dangerous to Yu-Wan. The shield and mantle protected him reliably. Yu-Wan's agility, stamina, and physique increased by 1 level again. Despite the robe, Yu-Wan was still hot because he had been breathing hot air for 2 hours. Although exploding skulls are not very painful because there were so many of them, Yu-Wan's body overheated and ached. To protect himself, Yu-Wan had to use too much magic power. For a long battle, this method was not suitable. In the past 2 hours, Yu-Wan had killed over 1,000 skulls. Now he decided to call out to Sarutra. Yu-Wan told him to stop sending his skulls to fight and go out on his own. After Yu-Wan said that, the ground trembled. Sarutra finally stopped resting his chin in his hand and stood up. Sarutra told Yu-Wan that he had a good chance of going up to the tower and becoming a ranker. Yu-Wan replied that he has a different goal. He is going to defeat Sarutra. Sarutra, hearing what he said, laughed loudly in response. He raised his sword to the sky. Yu-Wan looked at the sword and thought that it had already gotten very hot being next to Sarutra. Sarutra's sword was hot enough to burn everything around it to the ground. When Sarutra's sword began to descend, Yu-Wan thought that this was the end. His shield gave many cracks. The shield broke, and the sword fell right on top of Yu-Wan, crushing him to the ground. Unable to withstand the pressure, the ground failed, and a huge hole formed in the center of the Honda. But Yu-Wan still had his monkey eyes. Sarutra looked down into the hole. Fire was blazing from there. Sarutra pondered while looking into the middle of the crater. Sarutra thought, what did Yu-Wan do this on purpose? Why did Yu-Wan take the attack instead of dodging it? Of course, Yu-Wan didn't fall under the ground because he was weak. He did it on purpose. For such an act, Yu-Wan had his own reasons. Suddenly, Sarutra saw something that really surprised him. Yu-Wan was slowly walking outward from the fire pit. It was the Chintawun cloud, capable of striking lightning and reaching the end of the universe in an instant. Yu-Wan's magic power appeared boundless. It was now impossible to fight him, but most importantly, his eyes turned scarlet. In his eyes, everything looked new now. His monkey eyes had evolved and became one level higher. Yu-Wan's eyes had become flame eyes. The only way to get flame eyes was to swallow the demon's fire. They can tell the difference between truth and lies, good and evil. They have a strong resistance to fire. When Yu-Wan came out of the fire pit, his body was covered in burns. Yu-Wan stuck his hand into his invisible pocket and took out a sword and an ice crystal. He swallowed the crystal. The burns began to calm down, and the temperature began to drop. The ice aura that had penetrated his body collided with the fire aura that had accumulated in Yu-Wan's body, and they neutralized each other. Yu-Wan swallowed 2 ice crystals, and he was beginning to freeze. His body temperature was dropping drastically. It was an energy completely opposite to Sarutra's energy. Yu-Wan began to exhale the frost. Although he was still surrounded by a sea of fire, Yu-Wan no longer felt hot. This was thanks to the swallowed ice crystals and the Arctic steel sword, which possessed a powerful ice aura. Sarutra's flames were gradually being absorbed by the cold. The temperature was steadily decreasing. Sarutra realized that the aura emanating from Yu-Wan and the sword could destroy him. Suddenly, a huge flame engulfed Yu-Wan, but instead of dodging, he struck the flames with his sword. Flaming eyes, ice crystals, and the Arctic steel sword helped Yu-Wan break through Sarutra's flames. Yu-Wan cut his way through the flames and came very close to the demon. He landed a blow on Sarutra's torso. At this time, the Flame Eye's skill triggered and predicted the outcome of the fight to Yu-Wan. Sarutra's body slowly turned black. Suddenly, a scarlet-black infernal flame burst out from his hand. This flame posed a threat, and Yu-Wan preferred to dodge. Sarutra's black flame was melting the ground. The Arctic steel sword couldn't handle it. Yu-Wan was not yet strong enough to fight the demon on an equal footing. Yu-Wan took out the 2 remaining ice crystals from his pocket and swallowed them. His body temperature began to drop drastically. Frostbite was beginning to set in. It was necessary to finish this as soon as possible. There was no longer any way to save magic power. Yu-Wan jumped up and struck Sarutra's leg with his sword. Losing his footing, the demon fell to his knees with a clatter. A white ball of icy mana flew straight into Sarutra's face. A blast of mana, amplified by the effect of the ice crystals, struck directly at Sarutra's head. His head instantly froze and turned blue. He couldn't keep his balance and staggered. But after a moment, flames began to burst from his head again. He was somewhat defenseless against the ice, but Yu-Wan's strength couldn't compare to that of a demon. But Yu-Wan saw that Sarutra had lost his balance for a moment. That was enough for him. Even though Sarutra's body was huge, Yu-Wan managed to climb on top of him and land on his neck. When he felt Yu-Wan standing on his neck, Sarutra became enraged. Flames raged through his body. It was fire mixed with hellfire, capable of destroying this tutorial. Yu-Wan had not yet reached the level to resist it. Yu-Wan used all the means he had against the fire. He used Flame Eyes, which helped him resist the destructive fire, but it wasn't enough. Yu-Wan received 2nd and then 3rd-degree burns. His flame resistance increased by 1 level. Yu-Wan managed to climb onto Sarutra's head. He swung the Arctic steel sword. The sword landed on the demon and plunged deep into his head. Sarutra let out a terrible scream. The sword forged from pure ice shattered. The ice sword managed to extinguish the flames on Sarutra's body and disperse the ice aura inside his body. Yu-Wan's sword was almost melted by Sarutra's flames. Yu-Wan couldn't believe that he had done the impossible. He had stopped the destruction of the tutorial. Because he had done the impossible, the calculation of his reward was delayed. This was just the beginning. His level was raised again. Yu-Wan began to faint, but the pleasant news of his level increase was still ringing in his head. It took a long time for Yu-Wan to regain consciousness. Seeing that the burns had not healed and his body was still aching, Yu-Wan thought that he had not been unconscious for long. But the burns weren't the most important thing. After the icy aura of the Arctic steel sword and the ice crystals, his body felt like it was frozen. Yu-Wan's body was shattered. He was on the verge of death, but now he was halfway to the golden flame eyes. But this was not the end. This was the 3rd stage. He still had a long way to go. Yu-Wan climbed onto Sarutra's body. After death, his body was not frightening at all. Yu-Wan put his hand inside the corpse and began to dig into the chest. Suddenly he found a bright red crystal. It was the demon giant's heart, the source of his power. Yu-1 wanted to swallow it right away to get the giant's power, but the giant's heart was quite dangerous. It would change a person's entire musculoskeletal system. Suddenly, the administrator appeared and asked Yu-1 if he was ready. Yu-1 put the giant's heart into his inventory. Yu-1 hinted to the administrator that it was time to receive the reward. Yu-1 gave him a lot of trouble. The balance of this tutorial was completely broken. The administrator rubbed his forehead. He didn't understand where the person who gave him so much trouble came from. The administrator wanted to send Yu-1 to the final zone. It was the end of the 4th tutorial. There were 4 hours left before the end of the tutorial. Yu-1 agreed to go. The administrator said that it took a long time to decide on the reward. Through a handshake with the administrator, Yu-1 received 10,000 points. Yu-1 received the Heavenly Fatuma skill. His stats have increased by 3 levels. Yu-1 received the skill Destroy Heaven. From now on, his fate changes according to the value of the life he kills. His stats will increase based on the number of enemies he kills. The administrator asked Yu-1 if he needed anything else. Yu-1 asked for a small pill. The small pill is worth 10,000 points. This miracle medicine increases magic power and stamina. The administrator gave Yu-1 the small pill and said that he had to leave. Yu-1 put the pill in his mouth and started to chew it. It tasted very bitter. The pill helped Yu-1 regain his strength and stamina quickly. The wounds on his body started to heal quickly. Time moved on inexorably. Yu-1 closed his eyes as he waited for the 4th tutorial to end. Yu-1 rose from his seat, and at that moment the air around him began to vibrate. His body separated from the ground. Yu-1 floated high in the air. He separated from this world and connected to another world. Suddenly, another world of different shades appeared. It smelled like the sea. Many people appeared around Yu-1. This was the place where tutorial participants from different worlds would gather. This was the beginning of the 5th tutorial. Baraganda Island was slowly sinking into the sea. You must escape from the island by first killing the boss who lives on the island. Points are awarded according to your contribution to the boss hunt. Time limit, 30 days. After this time, the island will be submerged. Until now, the tutorial had lasted no more than 3 days, but this one would last a whole month. Yu-1 thought that there was no need to pick up a weapon now since there was enough time, but this month was for killing the boss. In other words, that was how long it would take to fight him. In 1 month, you had to become stronger and tougher to kill the boss. Most people didn't even know how strong he could be. Someone suggested forming groups to get to know each other better. People were excited about the possibility and began to discuss the idea. Suddenly, someone said in an authoritative voice that he refused to take allies. Everyone looked in the direction from which the voice had come. It was a man dressed in white. The man standing next to him took a step toward the stranger, shouting that he was insolent. He was a blond man with golden eyes named Hargan. A moment later there was a deafening crackling sound. It was a powerful electrical attack that destroyed everyone within a radius of 5 meters. All the people standing around Hargan were thrown into the air by the electric shock. Around Hargan, a powerful electric field created by a huge amount of magical power continued to vibrate. Hargan was an unusual participant in the tutorial. He was a being of a different class than the other participants in the tutorial. He was a descendant of Zeus. People were shocked at what they saw. Hargan possessed magical abilities that were impossible for an ordinary person. Yu-1 remembered who he was. Hargan was present in his past life, but Yu-1 decided not to make him aware of it. Beings born in the tower, like Hargan, were called purebloods. They quickly absorbed the secrets of the tower. Hargan was not only a pureblood, but he was also a descendant of Zeus, inheriting the power of thunder. He was the one who'd done the most to defeat the boss in Yu-1's past life. Hargan walked over to Yu-1 and stood right in front of him. Hargan asked Yu-1 where he got the fire spell cape. He knew that this cape couldn't be obtained in the tutorial. Yu-1 replied that he bought the cape with points. Hargan was surprised. He knew that it was very expensive. Such an item was beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Hargan suggested that Yu-1 form a team with him, but Yu-1 refused. Hargan stood there stunned. He couldn't imagine that someone would refuse his offer after demonstrating his skills. He thought it was because Yu-Wan didn't know who Hargan was. Hargan's pride was hurt by being ignored. Hargan poured thunder power into his legs and ran after Yu-Wan in a rage. He ran after Yu-Wan for a while, but was attacked by a monster. Hargan destroyed them in an instant with his magic. The monsters attacked again and again, but Hargan dealt with them instantly. In the end, Hargan decided not to go after Yu-Wan anymore, but to rest and catch his breath. The distance between them had grown so much that Hargan could no longer see Yu-Wan, so far away had he run. Hargan was stunned. He ran as hard as he could, but he couldn't catch up with Yu-Wan. This meant that Yu-Wan was running with the power of his indicators. Hargan smiled and let out an electric current. He thought that he definitely wouldn't get bored. Yu-Wan looked back and saw that Hargan was no longer following him. He decided to stop. Hargan's advantage seemed to be brute force with electrical abilities rather than running speed. Yu-Wan realized that the balance of the 5th tutorial was completely out of whack. And it wasn't just him. Yu-Wan found a cave in the forest. It was inhabited by Norals, monsters with wolf heads. Yu-Wan fought the Norals. There were dozens of them. Yu-Wan killed some of them. More monsters came out of the cave and attacked Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan killed dozens of Norlans, but his level hardly increased. Then he decided that he needed to kill higher-level creatures to raise his level. However, Yu-Wan didn't find this cave to hunt monsters. He took the odorless powder he had bought earlier and scattered it. Yu-Wan scattered the powder at the entrance of the cave and in the depth of the cave. He did this so that other monsters couldn't hear his scent and enter the cave. Yu-Wan drank the pill and regained his body. In addition, the ice aura of the ice crystals disappeared. Yu-Wan finished his preparations. He reached into his pocket and took out a bright red crystal. It was the giant's heart that had to be swallowed before the end of the tutorial. Yu-Wan put the crystal in his mouth and swallowed it. The demon's blood began to seep into Yu-Wan's blood. The giant's blood began to fight with the human blood in his body. It was very hot. So hot that Yu-Wan thought he would go crazy. He felt as if his internal organs were melting. In this case, even the cloak of fire spell didn't help. Only the fiery eyes gave Yu-Wan some relief. Yu-Wan began to feel as if his bones and muscles were twisted and his blood was flowing in the opposite direction. Yu-Wan rolled on the ground, writhing in pain. There was no way to dull it, only to endure it. Yu-Wan remembered Hercules' words that the blood of giants should be used to coat the body, not to eat it. But Yu-Wan endured, and all of his stats increased by 1 level. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he noticed that he felt better. Yu-Wan received the giant fire. His body began to rebuild and his skeletal structure changed. The pain was unbearable, but Yu-Wan's stats kept increasing. The increase in stats didn't please Yu-Wan as much as before. He waited for more. A new skill would appear any moment. Yu-Wan could not stand the terrible pain anymore. His vision darkened and he lost consciousness. It had already been half a day since the tutorial started, and the skill he needed still hadn't appeared. Yu-Wan couldn't remember how long he had been unconscious, but finally a message came through that the giant's heart had been completely absorbed. When Yu-Wan opened his eyes, he realized that all the conditions had been met and the giant's blood had been completely absorbed. A long time had passed. Yu-Wan had acquired a new skill, gigantization. He had fainted twice during the exercises. Looking at his watch, Yu-Wan realized that he had spent about half a day unconscious. He had to finish this as soon as possible. The fastest record for the final stage was 1 week and belonged to the greatest magic fighter, the leader of the Asgard Giants faction. Yu-Wan didn't want to lose to him. In the 5th tutorial, everyone was a competitor. Points were awarded for all actions and everyone took their place in the rankings. Hargan was in 1st place, followed by Yolchi in 2nd, then Paladinti. In 4th place was Lee Sung-yoon. Yu-Wan wasn't even on the list. The siblings Elidor and Paladint both ranked from a world of advanced magic and swordsmanship. Yolchi was 2nd on the list. Yu-Wan had never heard of her before. 4th on the list was Lee Sung-yoon, who, judging by his name, was from the same world as Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan decided not to think about them anymore because he didn't want to team up with any of them. Yu-Wan carefully checked his condition and noticed that the effect of absorbing the giant heart was a significant increase in strength and agility. As for giant fire, The new skill he had acquired, the skill was at level 0. Yu-1 stepped out of the cave. The sun was directly above him. He closed his eyes against the bright light, which seemed even brighter after being in darkness for so long. Yu-1 activated the flame eyes and began to look at the forest. He began to see what was previously invisible. With Yu-1's will, the flame eyes could make visible what could not be seen before. Yu-1 walked forward and saw a horde of monsters with pig heads and green skin. They were orcs. The orcs noticed Yu-1. They decided that he was a good prey for them. Yu-1 thought that the orc settlement would be a good testing ground for the giant fire. With a single movement of his hand, the flames spread in different directions. The flames instantly engulfed the orcs, robbing them of their ability to escape. Some of them fell to the ground, burning and writhing in pain. Yu-1 jumped into the fire he had created and began to hunt down the orc tribe. He quickly took care of the entire tribe. It wasn't difficult for him anymore. With the help of killing the orcs, Yu-1's ranking had increased greatly and he had entered the tutorial ranking. Kim Yu-1's name was now on the 2nd position. Hargan saw Yu-1's name on the list. He immediately realized that this was the guy he couldn't catch up with. Hargan told Lee Sung-yoon that he wanted to recruit someone for the team. Lee Sung-yoon was from Hargan's team and immediately guessed that he wanted to recruit Yu-1. Lee Sung-yoon didn't know Yu-1, but they were both from a world called Earth, and Sung-yoon also had many talents, the most important of which was controlling magic power. The difference in points between Hargan and Yu-1 was rapidly decreasing. Hargan wanted to form a team of 10, but the last spot was still empty. He decided that Kim Yu-1 should take that spot. He wouldn't miss it next time. The hunt would begin. Hargan knew that there was a hole in the forest here, but it was hard to find. It might take all day to find it. A half-breed elf came to the rescue and found the hole right away. Paladin was a mixture of a dark elf and an elf native to Panthemium. Hargan struck the ground where Paladin pointed, and the ground rose up. A huge hole opened in it. Hargan ordered everyone to stand back to avoid being electrocuted. Putting on his golden gloves, Hargan clenched his fists tightly, raised them high, and shone a light into the hole. Without thinking, he rushed into the hole and climbed down the walls. At the bottom, everything was spacious, and the ceiling was covered with colorful stones. It took him half a day to find this place. It was one of the entrances to the central area. Hargan ordered his companions to descend into the hole. It would have taken several days to find the entrance if it wasn't for Paladin. Everyone went down into the cave. It was quite large. Paladin ordered his spirits to look around and examine the cave before moving on. Hargan, who had been smiling broadly before, suddenly became pensive. He sensed that something was wrong here. He kept waiting for a message about the discovery of the cave, but it was silent. The message never came. This could only mean one thing. Someone had found it before Hargan. Sung-yoon called to him to check the ranking. Hargan was confused but decided to check anyway. In first place was Kim Yu-1. Hargan had moved to second place, and in a short time their positions had changed. There was thunder and a volley of electric shocks that shook the cave. Hargan was furious. He threw thunderbolts and lightning bolts, and the multi-legged monsters that lurked in the cave were torn to shreds. Paladin and Elidor walked hand in hand, watching Hargan's electric attacks, which were staggering in their power. Even though they were not the target of his attacks, they still felt the lightning strike them. Elidor thought that Hargan was so angry because of his wounded ego. After all, he considered Yu-1 a rival. Yolcha suggested splitting the team in two to be able to hunt successfully. She was a woman with closed eyes and long black hair down to her waist. The road split into two directions. In each team, Elidor and Paladin were responsible for finding the road and communicating. Yolchi, Lee Sung-yoon, Elidor, Fipe, and Typhoon were all on the same team. Hargan, who had calmed down and was back in command, told them to go to the right. Yolchi was the second most powerful person after Hargan. She could be trusted. She specialized in magic. When Hargan had attacked, Yolchi had held back, but now she was free to hunt monsters with her magic power. Yolchi bared her two swords. The concentration of magic power increased. She swooped between the monsters. Yolchi swung her sword and dozens of centipedes screamed at the same time. The magic power began to concentrate, and a huge explosion was formed, destroying everything around it. It took a lot of magic power to create, but the result exceeded all expectations. In an instant, the herd of centipedes was destroyed. They had used up a lot of magic power hunting for hours, and Song Yun thought that they should conserve their magic power. Suddenly, a huge, massive door appeared in front of them. It was probably the door to the boss's room. Sung Yun looked at the door and said that in the world where he lived, there were bosses behind similar doors. They decided not to relax, as they could be attacked by new monsters at any time, and the obscure door was no place to let their guard down. Sung Yun continued to watch the rankings. Yu-Won was still in first place, but the gap between him and Hargon had stopped growing. Suddenly the ground inside the cave shook as if something heavy had fallen. It happened outside the door. Yolche ordered everyone to stand by and told Song Yun to take cover in the back. The door was ajar and the group stood near it, expecting an attack at any moment. Yolche, Sung Yun, and the rest of the group entered the boss's room. What they saw stunned them. A mountain of centipede corpses as well as the boss's corpse, tens of meters long. Yu-Won's rating skyrocketed to 10000. After all, he was the one who killed the boss single-handedly. The sweep was complete. Yu-Won, who was sitting on top of the boss, looked dissatisfied. The monster with hundreds of legs was called the parasite dragon. Although it looked like a giant insect, it was very difficult to kill. However, because of this, Yu-Won was able to increase his level. His strength and agility increased by 1 level. Yu-Won gained a lot from defeating the boss. Aside from the level increase, he was able to utilize his entire arsenal of skills, allowing him to properly assess his current fighting strength. The speed of the task increased very slowly. Yu-Won thought that he needed to kill higher-class monsters to increase the speed of the task. Yu-Won was sitting on the corpse of a giant centipede when the door suddenly opened and a group of members entered the cave. They were shocked to see the condition of the boss room. There were hundreds of dead centipedes, not to mention the corpse of the giant boss that resembled a dragon parasite. The group members noticed Yu-Won sitting on the monster's back when he told them that they were a little late. The boss was already dead. Sung Yun thought that Yu-Won might be dangerous since he had the power to kill the boss by himself. He suggested that Yu-Won join their team. The other members also wanted Yu-Won to join their team. After all, there was a reason why Hargon had left a place for him in the team and wanted Yu-Won to join the team at all costs. Yu-Won continued to sit on the back of the monster he had killed and thought. He thought that this was a pretty good team. All the members were strong and had a lot of potential. He thanked Sung Yun for the offer but refused to become a member of the team. Yu-Won was already strong enough to not need the team, and all the members realized that, but they were still upset by his refusal. Yolche said that the 5th tutorial was a team effort. The boss could not be defeated alone, and 1 month was a month to bond and become a team. Yu-Won thought that Yolche was probably right. This was the stage where the team had to defeat the boss who couldn't be killed alone. Sung Yun decided to tell Hargon that they had found Kim Yu-Won. There was thunder and the ground shook. Hargon immediately appeared and started throwing lightning bolts. They jumped up and flew straight at Yu-Won. The thunderbolts flew in all directions. Hargon shouted that he had finally captured Yu-Won. At that moment, Yu-Won's eyes went black and he flew backwards from a strong blow to his head. Yu-Won had used Hargon's momentum against himself. The participants' eyes widened in surprise. Yu-Won asked Yolche what they wanted, to survive or to become rankers. She wondered how someone who wasn't a sanguinarian could know about the rankers. The people who went through all the trials of the tower and cleared all the floors were rankers. Every player wanted to become a ranker to gain strength, power, and eternal life. But Yu-Won said that he wasn't interested in that. Yolche thought that Yu-Won was not like the other players in the tutorial. Oh, should be a pureblood like her. Maybe he wants to be a high ranker? Yu-Won replied that his ultimate goal is not to reach the top of the tower. He wants to break through the ceiling of the tower. At that moment, Hargon got up from where he had fallen and attacked Yu-Won, growling like an animal. He showed his fangs while holding back from attacking Yu-Won. At the beginning of the 5th tutorial, he failed to catch Yu-Won. This left a lasting impression on him. But Yu-Won didn't care. They calmed down a bit and started talking. Hargan said that his father had told him that there was more power outside the tower than inside, and that Hargan's father was the great Zeus. Kim Yu-won again refused to join Hargan's team. Hargan said that he would be the king of Olympus one day. The surprise of such a statement was reflected on the faces of the participants because they knew what Olympus was. Yu-won looked at Hargan, whose face radiated confidence. Yu-won said that Hargan was very ambitious. Hargan proposed a bet to prove his point. Whoever kills the boss first wins. Yu-won can form his own team. Hargan's team will still have the same 9 people. It was a very attractive offer. If Hargan wins, Yu-won should join his team. If Yu-won wins, Hargan promised to treat him like a big brother. But Yu-won said it's better for Hargan to come to his rescue once if he needs it. Hargan asked if once would be enough. Hargan agreed and also promised to give Yu-won his item. Yu-won was very happy. They shook hands and made a bet. Hargan was very happy because he was sure he would win. Hargan said that they would see each other later on the first floor, said goodbye and left. Yu-won could feel the energy flowing out of him like a fountain. Hargan was very satisfied. He was glowing from the effort. He realized that with the current team, he had enough power to defeat the boss. He pushed his team. Yu-won checked the time and shouted to Hargan that there was no need to be in such a hurry. Hargan, who was about to leave, stopped and asked what that meant. Yu-won said that maybe Baraganda is not an island, but a mythical sacred beast, and they are inside it. And all the centipede monsters are parasites that live in the beast's body and torture it. Baraganda couldn't stand them anymore, so he wanted to go underwater. The seawater will kill all the parasites. And the boss that Yu-won killed was something like a parasite king. He produced and cultivated them. Hargan wasn't sure if he should trust Yu-won's words. It was unclear how a mere participant of the tutorial could know about it when even Olympus didn't know about it. Yu-won saw that the time had stopped. The time limit would no longer work until the administrator restored the system to its original state. The 5th tutorial is a race against time. The question is how many maximum bosses can be killed with as much time as possible. If enough time passes, the administrator or lackey might intervene because they don't want the tutorial to last forever. Yu-won stood up and thought about how to use the time wisely as it continued its course. The countdown had stopped. The clock that showed how much time was left until the end of the tutorial froze. The participants decided to use this time to quickly increase their score. They rushed forward to hunt. Meanwhile, the lackeys were discussing the news that Yu-won had single-handedly killed the boss, causing the entire tutorial to stop. The minions were in complete chaos. They tried their best to fix the mistake and restart the tutorial, but they failed miserably. The timeline stopped. A violent noise shook the forest. The ground began to crack from the heat that engulfed the area. A huge red orc emerged from the forest. An unbearable heat came from him. Suddenly, the giant orc fell to the ground. Yu-won plunged his sword into its back. The horde of red orcs backed away, trying to retreat. They were gripped by fear. Their leader, a 4-meter-tall orc, was defeated. Yu-won pulled his sword from the orc's head and looked at the remaining monsters. The few surviving orcs started to run away, trying to avoid Yu-won's sword. As Yu-won chased after the leader of the red orcs, time ran forward again. Apparently, the minions had figured it out and started the countdown clock again. Yu-won had gained 3 days. Yu-won started walking towards the top of the mountain. He decided to go to the tower where the gods live. At the top of the mountain, there was a deep crater. At the bottom of the mountain, the participants of the tutorial began to gather. With the destruction of the boss, the level of the participants increased. Those who had some skills would join the hunt. Yolche and Sung-yoon decided that the participants who arrived here should have a level of at least 20. Since they had arrived here, they were strong enough. This level would be the level to enter the tower. A group of participants climbed up the mountain. They were led by Hargan, who stood out with his golden hair. They were a little late. Everyone was wondering if Kim Yu-won was coming. When Sung-yoon turned his head, he saw Yu-won slowly climbing up the mountain. Yu-won felt that the flow of magic power coming from Elidor and Lee Sung-yoon had changed. They had become stronger, and their levels had increased quite nicely. Hargan smiled when he saw Yu-won, and asked if he would hunt the boss by himself again. The point difference between Yuan and Hargan was about 7,000. Hargan hoped to get Yuan on his team. He desperately wanted to defeat the boss before Yuan to catch up with him in points. Several competitors approached Yuan and offered him to take them on his team. But none of them looked experienced enough. There was a crackling sound of an electric charge. It was Hargan emitting electricity. The people rushed away from Yuan. Hargan was furious. He couldn't accept Yuan joining another team. The participants, who had faced his anger several times, hurriedly backed away from Yuan. Thanks to Hargan clearing the way in front of him, Yuan decided to move forward. Time is very precious in the tutorial. Realizing that Yuan was heading towards the boss crater, Hargan followed him. Sung-Yoon and the other members of the tutorial followed, but Hargan made them stop with a single glance. Yuan found himself in front of the crater. As soon as he stepped inside, his body was sucked into the depths of the crater. A deep cavern opened up in front of Yuan. This was the room of the first boss. To find the real boss, Yuan had to overcome several obstacles. Various monsters, acid snakes, orc troops, goblin troops, and lizards emerged from the cave. The goblins and orcs raised their shields, blocking the path and reinforcing the defensive formation. These monsters were like a well-trained army. Yuan thought that the boss was somewhere nearby. There are several checkpoints to pass in order to meet him. The monsters gathered here were individually dangerous, but together they seemed to be an invincible force. Yuan took out his sword from his inventory and decided to break through to where he thought the boss would be. Yuan decided to use his two skills, Giant Flame and Magic Sword. The tutorial participants standing behind Yuan were happy to see him in action, and to find out if he was as strong as his scores indicated. Hargan also stood and watched Yuan. He wanted to see how Yuan would deal with this army of monsters. A purple stream pulsed from Yuan's sword. Heat emanated from it and a razor-sharp aura surrounded him. Only a few seconds had passed. Yuan disappeared from sight and suddenly landed on the heads of the monsters, who howled in pain. The fiery heat burned the monsters, their heads falling from the sword blows that cut a passageway between them. Sung-Yoon and the others were shocked by what they saw. Yuan had proven to be stronger than their captain, Hargan. Yuan flew through the air like an arrow and struck the orc and goblin troops one by one with his sword. He chopped off the heads of the orcs, his sword piercing their bodies, and the monsters fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Electricity began to gather around Hargan. He couldn't just stand there and watch. His fists filled with electricity and he stepped forward. With one blow, the orcs' shields shattered, and the acid snakes that crawled across the ground were ripped to shreds. That was the power of Hargan's electric attack. Yuan ran through the cave like an arrow, killing the remaining monsters. Sung-Yoon, Yolchi, and the other participants joined the fight. If you don't do anything, you will fall behind. That was the rule of the New World. Yolka bared her double sword and urged the participants to remain vigilant as there were still traps. She used her sword to cut down flying arrows and spears. Elidor and Paladinth stopped the flow of poison with water and fire. Sung-Yoon used concentrated magic power to blow up all the large obstacles blocking their path. He shouted for the participants to duck and channeled magic power to remove the obstacles. Although the other participants were quite strong, Yuan was afraid that they would follow him and die. Meanwhile, Hargan, who had gone the farthest, saw a steel door at least 10 meters high. Hargan stopped in front of the door and waited for the others. There were many drawings on the door: orcs, goblins, snakes, lizards. Yuan went over and brushed the dust off the door. In the middle, between the drawings of monsters, a round object was drawn. Yuan guessed that it was a war. Hargan looked around and saw that his team members had also come to the door. They all wanted to go inside. Yuan opened the door. He wanted to go in alone. When Yuan took a step to enter the open door, a terrible scream came from there that made his body go numb. All the participants trembled at the sound. It was the scream of the boss. No one knew what a monster that made such horrible sounds looked like. Hargan gathered some electricity in his hands to illuminate the room, and they entered. It was a long cave whose walls formed a dome at the top, and under the dome, chained behind thick bars, was the boss. His body was 10 meters high. He screamed again, and from that one scream their bodies seemed to go numb. It was a mixture of different monsters called chimera. All of them entered the third boss's room. It was necessary to kill the boss to break the chimera's seal. This was the final boss of the tutorial. A person who broke the chimera's seal could subdue it, become its master, and control it. Next to the chamber where the chimera was, there was a staff with a crystal on it. This was the chimera's seal. You had to get the crystal before the other competitors to become its master. The chimera's master gets extra points based on the number of competitors killed by the chimera. This is a test where, in addition to killing the chimera, it is important to protect the crystal from people who are considered allies. Yu-1 took a step toward the crystal. Hargan snuck up behind him and grabbed his shoulder. Hargan reminded Yu-1 of their argument. He asked Yu-1 if he would betray everyone. Yu-1 replied that he would win the argument and finish the tutorial. Hargan realized that Yu-1 was about to break the chimera crystal and grabbed his hand, but Yu-1 quickly pulled out his sword from his inventory. Yu-1 swung his sword and shattered the sealing crystal in the distance. The crystal shattered into small pieces. There was a rumbling sound and the chimera was freed from its chains. The steel rods surrounding the monster disappeared. Yu-1 had become the chimera's master. Tutorial offered to kill the chimera now that it was free of its chains. Hargan felt betrayed, but Yu-1's next action wasn't what Hargan had expected. Yu-1 ordered the chimera to destroy the wall. After freeing herself from the chains, Chimera ran to the wall. As she threw herself against the wall, the entire cave shook. The wall collapsed. Behind the collapsed wall, another cavern opened. Hargan was still holding Yu-1's shoulder. He still didn't trust him because he couldn't understand Yu-1's plans. Yu-1 explained that the chimera wouldn't attack the participants while he was controlling it, because the chimera would only move on Yu-1's orders. But they have a completely different enemy. The chimera is a monster created from various monsters on the island, but it's unknown who created it. Hargan listened to Yu-1 with his eyes wide open. It was not clear who created the chimera. The message clearly said that the chimera must be killed, but it looked like chimera wasn't the real boss. Yu-1 decided to continue. After the wall was destroyed, a dark tunnel opened and Yu-1 went into it. Hargan and the rest of the team followed Yu-1. Inside the tunnel, they saw something horrible. What looked like human body parts were scattered and hanging everywhere. Soon they entered a cave with many torches inside. This made it appear red. This was the fourth room of the tutorial that was not announced in advance. There were human body parts hanging inside. Yu-1 felt that this was the location of the new boss they were supposed to kill. It was the creator of the chimera. It was an old man with a very bony and pale face who hadn't seen the sun for a long time. The chimera let out a scream that was a mixture of pain and anger. The old man was surprised that Yu-1, who had gained the right to control the chimera, had not betrayed the other participants and had come to this room instead. He smiled as he looked at both Yu-1 and Hargan. The old man looked at Hargan and said that he had the blood of Zeus in him, and even though he was a half-breed, he could be useful. Hargan hated being called a half-breed. He asked Yu-1 who the old man was. Yu-1 replied that he was the dark mage child, Rancor, who had disappeared from the tower long ago. Hargan was stunned. He had heard that this Rancor had used the players in the trial as test material. By mixing various monsters, he had created a chimera. Yu-1 said that there was nothing to be afraid of because he had shamefully lost to a player, and because he broke the rules, he was sent to the boss creation tutorial. But he won't get his power back. Child felt uncomfortable listening to someone talk about him. He asked Yu-1 how he knew him. Yu-1 smiled and pointed at his eyes. They had turned red. They were monkey eyes that see everything that is hidden. The child was furious. A black magic power began to form around him. Yu-1 put his hand forward to defend himself with fire. Hargan asked Yu-1 how could the child have such a huge magic power if he lost it. Yu-1 replied that if it was full power, they would have died by now. Child yelled at Yu-1 that his eyes were like a monkey's. That's what he called the Great Sage. Yu-1 said that he wouldn't answer his questions because he came here for something else. After saying these words, black magic flooded the ground and the corpses lying on the ground began to move. Their heads, arms, and legs were sewn together. Yu-Wan ordered his chimera to get ready. Human-type chimeras created from the body parts of the tutorial participants rose from the ground. Fortunately, Child hadn't had time to perfect them yet. Hargon was ready to attack them and urged the other participants to deal with these monsters. Yu-Wan ordered his chimera to deal with the human-type chimeras, and it stomped and tore them apart. Hargon's teammates began to fight the chimeras. Yu-Wan thought that his chimera would fight the human-type chimeras while he fought Child. But thanks to Hargon and his team, he had time to deal with Child. Yu-Wan calmly approached Child. The black magic power rippled around him. Yu-Wan resisted it by turning on his flaming eyes. Suddenly, a coffin appeared out of nowhere and swallowed Yu-Wan whole. It was a coffin of absolute strength. Even the chimeras once inside couldn't get out. Child pointed an ebony staff at the coffin. Black, shining magic power flowed from the staff. He wanted to turn Yu-Wan into the chimera inside the coffin, but suddenly the coffin began to crack. The child could not believe his eyes. There was a bang from the coffin, and the coffin shattered into pieces. After beating the coffin with his bare hands, Yu-Wan emerged from the shards. Yu-Wan clenched and unclenched his fist furiously after emerging from the coffin. His right hand had doubled in size. The child was furious. For the first time, the coffin was destroyed. It was impossible, but it had happened. The child asked Yu-Wan if he was related to Olympus. In his eyes, Yu-Wan looked like the ruler of Olympus, the son of Zeus, the holder of the title Slayer of Giants, the great player Hercules. Ruthless in punishing evil, yet kind to the weak. He was the strongest in the tower. Yu-Wan used the skill, giantization. The giant's power gradually entered his arm, but the skill level was still low. Stamina was temporarily replaced by strength. Stamina became low. Gigantization took place. His arm became like a giant's arm. Even after eating a giant's heart and increasing his strength and endurance, Yu-Wan realized that he had reached his limit. Only his right hand had the strength of a giant. The child raised his staff above his head and shouted that he would tear Yu-Wan to pieces. Waves of black magic flew towards Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan stretched out his arm, which had the power of a giant, in front of him. He cut the threads of magic power, causing them to lose power and dissipate. Suddenly, 3 coffins of darkness rose from the ground and swallowed up Yu-Wan, but they were easily dispersed by the powerful blow of Yu-Wan's fist. Anticipating this, Child used another skill. He didn't want to kill Yu-Wan right away. He still had a lot to learn from him. Dozens of poison fangs appeared around Yu-Wan. Each of them could easily pierce through steel. The fangs flew towards Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan had to become gigantic. But if he couldn't control it, he'd better give up on killing the Chimera creator. Yu-Wan didn't try to dodge the fangs flying towards him. One of them shattered into pieces. Yu-Wan continued to destroy the fangs one by one. Finally, all the poison fangs were destroyed. The child thought that this was impossible. He felt a flow of magic power in Yu-Wan's hand. The red color in Yu-Wan's eyes became even more vivid. Gigantization was turning one's body into a deadly weapon. Then Child decided to use the next skill, Wall of Black Spikes. It was Child's strongest defensive skill, and it was impossible to break through. But there was a terrible cracking sound. Child, who thought he was safe, was terrified. Yu-Wan had punched a hole in the wall with his power, and a crack began to form. The blows came one after the other. The wall continued to shake, and the crack widened. For a moment, Yu-Wan's blows stopped. The child cheered. In an attempt to break the wall, Yu-Wan slapped his hands in blood. But the break didn't last long. The wall began to collapse, and an arm slipped through the opening. Then Yu-Wan's torso appeared. He jumped up to Child and grabbed him by the neck. Child gasped as Yu-Wan lifted him high into the air. After lifting Child up, Yu-Wan immediately slammed his head into the ground, then poured more magic power into his fist and began to punch Child in the face with his fist. The ground shook as Yu-Wan drove Child's head deep into the ground. But his body was so strong, strengthened with magic power, that it couldn't be damaged. Yu-Wan had 2 main skills in fighting Child: plasma eyes and gigantization. Without them, it was impossible to defeat Child. On Mount Olympus, the great sage and the other gods were watching the tutorial. Earlier, Heracles had already killed the creator of the chimeras. If you had one of the skills, you had little chance of fighting the chimera creator. If you had 2 skills, You could definitely kill him. Yu-One continued to desperately fight Child, but Child seemed to be immortal. Yu-One dealt him terrible blows, but all he got was a broken nose and a broken tooth. Thousands of years of experimenting on himself had made his body stronger than steel. Yu-One thought that Child was made up of different parts because he had attached body parts of countless contestants to himself. So he must have weak points where those body parts were attached. Yu-One grabbed his arm and tore it off with incredible force. Child fell to the ground and howled wildly in pain. Yu-One tore off his arm. Child had grabbed the spot where his arm was so easily torn off. Yu-One's fiery eyes allowed him to see the lines that connected Child's body. After all parts of his body were sewn together like toys. Yu-One grabbed Child's other arm, but he begged for mercy. Yu-One was merciless. He grabbed Child's leg. Child was killed. How many people had he torn apart? Yu-One used the skills he had learned in the tutorial. Flaming eyes helped him see the hidden and find the weak points on the Chimera creator's body. With his gigantic strength, he tore Child to pieces. Yu-One remembered how in his past life he was told to fight Sutra and get the flaming eyes, then absorbed his heart and got gigantization. At the end of the tutorial meeting, Yu-One said that an incredible person was about to be born. At that time, he couldn't imagine that this incredible person would be him. The Chimera Maker has been destroyed, an incredible achievement. Due to the incredible nature of the achievement, the reward count will be delayed. Tutorial completed. Yu-One's level has increased, strength and agility have increased. Yu-One's level has increased by 2, his stats have increased. The Chimera creator was recognized as a boss like Surutra, because Yu-One's stats increased so much after killing it. As a result, the completion rate of Heavenly Star had increased dramatically, which was good news for Yu-One. Yu-One thought that the effect would be quite weak for his level, but it turned out to be quite good. Yu-One heard sounds and looked around. The human-type chimeras that the other participants were still fighting with suddenly started dropping dead. This was because the child controlling them had died. Team Hargon and the unsealed chimera stayed behind to guard the fallen chimeras. He was afraid that the chimeras would come back to life. Elidor and Paladin began tending to their comrades, checking to see if any of them were injured. They used their healing abilities. If it weren't for Hargon, who used his golden lightning to fight the chimeras, there would have been more wounded and most of the participants would have died. It turned out that Yolchi and many members of the team were injured. Hargon asked to take care of Yolchi and the others. Seeing that the reward was delayed, Hargon suggested that Yu-One step aside to talk. Yu-One guessed what Hargon would say. It was a tutorial in which it was easy to kill a sealed chimera. Hargon didn't understand why it was necessary to kill the chimera creator if you could just kill the chimera. Yu-One replied that this was usually the case. Hargon couldn't believe Yu-One's words. After all, he could set a record without going that far. Hargon told Yu-One that he would only calm down when he and his comrades were dead. Yu-One wondered. How far did he have to go? Yu-One imagined it. Gods from another world outside the tower. Despair that reached the sky, foolish chaos, unborn, fallen into the maelstrom of despair. The purple sky had taken the lives of many rankers. Yu-One remembered the battle with stupid chaos. To defeat him, Asura, Vishnu, and the other rankers gave their lives. No one knows how many are still out there. Therefore, Yu-One must become even stronger. He must cut out the rotten parts of the world so that this world doesn't end. In order for the world to become stronger, Yu-One has to take it with him. How far will he have to go? Hargon is looking for a team to work with. Yu-One isn't looking for a team for the same reason. Hargon said that Yu-One needs an ally anyway. But Yu-One wanted to have comrades who were strong enough to face extreme danger. Suddenly, a tall man appeared behind Yu-One's back. Everyone thought it was some kind of beggar. In reality, it was the administrator of the tutorial. Hargon exclaimed in surprise when he saw the administrator. Administrators were not easy to meet. They rarely showed their faces. All the work was usually done by the minions. Hargon thanked the administrator for his presence. As a descendant of Olympus, he knew a lot about administrators and showed the proper respect. The administrator touched his head. The Chimera creator had a 1,000-year contract. He was preparing a replacement for sealed Chimera, but he was killed without preparing the next boss. Yuan asked the administrator for a well-deserved reward. The administrator extended his hand to Yuan and opened it. There was a flash of bright light. It was a black onyx crystal that emitted a bright light, a dark divine crystal. But it needed to be treated by an excellent master. The administrator said that Yuan would have to decide how to use it and how to protect it. Its other name is the Helmet Shard of Hades, one of the 3 great gods of Olympus. His helmet is one of the most powerful items in Olympus. If you collect the Sea God Stone and the Lightning Shard, you'll have a complete set of rewards. But the Black Divine Crystal was also a reward that Yuan didn't expect. Hargan had contributed the second most to the boss hunt after Yuan. The administrator told Yuan and Hargan that all the requirements had been met and that he would send them to the tower. Hargan and the other participants will also receive rewards based on their contributions to the tutorial. The administrator tells Yuan that this is their last meeting and he hopes that Yuan won't be so angry upstairs. Yuan smiled mischievously and said that he wasn't sure. The manager replied that with a thing like crystal, Yuan could make a bigger mess. The manager laughed and looked at Yuan. Suddenly the room they were standing in shook. Yuan thought he had experienced this before. His body floated as if in weightlessness and there was a sound in his ears. The administrator looked up. Yuan's ranking was the highest. He had received extra points. The clock showed the time of the tutorial. Yuan put his hand into his inventory and felt an egg-like object the size of his fist. It was an extra reward, but Yuan didn't know what to do with it. Yuan reached the first floor of the tower. The ceiling of the first floor was as high as the sky. It was a world apart. Yuan thought that the egg reward came to him while he was moving. He saw that it was possible to choose another reward that didn't even have a name. Hargan also reached the first floor of the tower. It was a place on the first floor of the tower called the Step of Beginnings. Tens of thousands of participants who had earned the title of player gathered around Yuan. The former players who lived on the first floor looked at the newcomers with astonishment. It was still a long time until the end of the tutorial, and they had already arrived. Various guilds were here to recruit new players, but they were surprised by the early arrival of the newcomers. The representatives from Olympus were here as well. Yuan had no intention of joining any of the guilds. Hargan wasn't surprised since Yuan hadn't even joined any of the teams in the tutorial. But he had promised Yuan to keep his word since he had lost the bet with him. Hargan reminded Yuan of their conversation with the administrator. He wanted to know what had happened between Olympus and the administrator. The administrator had said that he would have pulled out Zeus's beard if he could. Yuan told Hargan that Olympus is no longer the righteous place that keeps order in the tower. Hargan must see the true face of Olympus for himself. Otherwise he won't believe Yuan. Yuan followed the signs and left. Hargan asked him to register as a player so he could stay in touch. Finally, Hargan told Yuan to be careful of the jackals. After Yuan left, Hargan hesitated for a while. People were waiting for him. It was Agamemnon of Olympus, a man in gilded armor and helmet who led the group. He was a follower of Ares, a fighter from Olympus, known on Olympus for his bad temper. Agamemnon began to speak hurtful words to Hargan, telling him that he was not of pure blood because he did not know who his mother was. Hargan's body began to spark with anger. He tried to control himself, but he was not very good at it. Then Agamemnon bowed respectfully to Hargan. He said that lineage is something we create for ourselves, and that he hoped that one day Hargan would have a family of his own. Having said that, Hargan calmed down a bit. If he inadvertently went too far and offended the people of Ares, it could ruin the relationship with Olympus. Hargan said they could go. Agamemnon bowed and said goodbye to Hargan. But before he left, he asked who the man was who was with Hargan the other day. He asked about Yuan. Hargan replied that the man was almost like a friend to him. Jackals. This nickname was given to those who didn't want to go to the next floor and just waited for the end of each tutorial. They wear wolf masks. Jackals attack and rob new players who have not joined a guild. Their favorite prey is those who go solo, like Yuan. They call it harvest time. Yuan felt that there were about 20 of them after him. The Dark Divine Crystal holds the magical power of infinite darkness, but it has to be processed because it has not been refined yet. The jackals ambushed Yuan. It was lucky that he was wearing the cape, and more importantly, he was alone. Their eyes gleamed in anticipation of easy prey. Fatayo, their leader, was especially excited. Some of the jackals still smelled something bad and suggested not to attack Yuan. But most of them persuaded Fatayo to attack Yuan. Yuan decided to test the dark divine crystal and picked it up. At that moment, it disappeared. The jackals took out their weapons, swords, spears, bows, and prepared to fight. But the man who had just walked down the street disappeared. He was nowhere to be found. Fatayo gritted his teeth. He had already heard the screams of his men. One by one, the jackals in the ambush fell dead. Fatayo used the falcon eyes skill, and for a second he saw Yuan's red robe and face disappear again. This player was not a decoy, as the jackals had initially thought. This was a top-class player who would kill all the jackals. He caught up with Fatayo and knocked him down. Yuan leaned over the lying Fatayo and said that if he answered the question honestly, he would let him go. Fatayo shouted for his men to kill Yuan. Yuan put his foot on Fatayo's shoulder, and Fatayo screamed in pain. He shouted that he would tell Yuan everything. Yuan asked Fatayo where the man called Cloudless was now. Fatayo was shocked by Yuan's question. He was unable to answer. The sudden change in his face made Yuan smile. It was a jackpot at the first attempt. Yuan arrived in the city. It was the central area of the first floor where many players lived. Yuan went to a restaurant where players paid for their food with their points. Yuan ordered fried meat. The owner of the restaurant brought the food to him. Yuan had not eaten for decades, but now he ate with appetite and relaxed. He sat in the restaurant and felt comfortable. He looked out the window and saw the city. People were going about their peaceful lives. They went to the market to buy food. This world seemed to be very peaceful and beautiful. Yuan went to a cafe and ordered some tea. The tension was gone. He drank his tea without thinking about anything. When Yuan finished his tea, he took a piece of Hades's helmet out of his pocket. Yes, it worked on people like jackals, but it was far from perfect. Yuan thought that he didn't have enough ability to control the helmet, and there was no master who could process it. What kind of power it contained was unknown, but it had to be purified first. Zeus was able to become the ruler of Mount Olympus because he obtained the lightning shard. Yuan remembered someone he hadn't seen in a long time. There was a blacksmith in the city, and Yuan thought that he could get help there. A blacksmith whom Yuan once knew worked there and was not a bad craftsman. After his break, Yuan registered as a player at the Rating Registration Bureau. Now it was possible to contact him. The player's equipment was a crystal that could be used by infusing it with mana. The property of mana was unique to each person like fingerprints. Yuan walked around the city, vaguely remembering where he wanted to go. He didn't know the exact coordinates and there was no one to ask. Suddenly he saw a man asking for a few points to feed a hungry child. Beggars who could not get higher gathered here. Yu felt a knife being held to his chest. The man begging for money jumped on him and demanded that Yuan give him everything he had. There were 5 of them, but Yuan quickly scattered them in different directions. Yuan said that if they couldn't stand living like this, they should go upstairs instead of looting. He broke the arm and leg of every player who attacked him. It was not customary to show mercy here. At the end of the street, Yuan saw a sign with a hammer painted on it. He realized that he had found what he was looking for. Yuan entered the old forge. He felt a strong heat coming from the furnace. It was so hot that it was like being in a steam bath. A heavily tanned man with a strong upper body came out from behind the steel doors. He immediately noticed Yuan's robe and realized that he wasn't an ordinary guy, not one of those bandits who roamed the alleys. Yuan looked at the sword hanging on the wall and asked the man if he was a blacksmith. The blacksmith asked him why he had come. The blacksmith said that if he wanted equipment, he should choose. Of course, if such simple things were useful to him. Yuan replied that the sword was so poorly made that it had no blade. The smith's expression changed. He was puzzled by the direct and honest answer. Yuan put down the sword and called the blacksmith by name. Vulcaro, that was the blacksmith's name, was very surprised how this guy knew him. Vulcaro wanted to know where the young man came from. Yuan told the blacksmith that he shouldn't be so suspicious of him. Yuan showed him his jersey and told him that he was a newcomer who had just reached the first floor. Vulcaro saw the number 1 on the crystal and thought that it couldn't be a lie. This guy in the robe couldn't be a beggar or a bandit who hadn't made it to the second floor. So he's a beginner. Yu-Wan thought that he had to be careful because Volcaro was very fiery. He took the Hades helmet shard out of his pocket. The crystal glowed and emitted a black light. Volcaro wanted to take a closer look at the crystal. He looked at it with undisguised pleasure. The blacksmith immediately guessed its extraordinary value. Yu-Wan asked if Volcaro could work with it. The smith wondered where he could get such a thing. Yu-Wan replied that he got the crystal from a tutorial. Volcaro couldn't believe that such a crystal could be obtained from a tutorial. Besides, the tutorial was still running. Volcaro asked how long it took to complete the tutorial. Yu-Wan answered that it took 5 days. This was a record, and Volcaro realized why the guy didn't seem to be an easy one. Yu-Wan asked if he could process the crystal. But even though Volcaro was the best craftsman, he didn't have any good tools, and using the ones he had would only cause damage. The blacksmith said he could only refine the crystal a little. He looked around his workshop and asked Yu-Wan if he trusted such a valuable item. After all, he made terrible items. The smith also asked if Yu-Wan was afraid that Yu-Wan would take the crystal for himself. Yu-Wan replied that he sees people well and that he doesn't see any greed in him, only joy for the crystal. Yu-Wan was sure that Volker wouldn't break the crystal and steal it. He was the most talented blacksmith Yu-Wan knew. Although this sword was poorly forged and had blunt edges, it had a perfect weight balance. This was the result of the blacksmith's experience and skill. Yu-Wan said that Volcaro had forgotten to break the weight balance when making such a blunt sword. Volcaro immediately realized that this guy was very knowledgeable about weapons. The blacksmith laughed. He realized that the weapons he had hung on the walls to fool the common people had not fooled Yu-Wan. He realized the true nature of the talented blacksmith. Volcaro thought that this guy belonged to the purebloods and asked who he was related to. Yu-Wan replied that he was not related to anyone, and Volcaro accepted his order. The crystal would be ready in a few days. The smith gave Yu-Wan one condition to fulfill. Yu-Wan had to keep secret not only who the order was from, but also the fact that the order existed at all. Yu-Wan promised to fulfill the condition. Yu-Wan gave his number to Volcaro and found a hotel. He had to stay somewhere for 10 days until the job was done. Now all he had to do was wait. Due to the influx of players, all the hotels were full. But luckily, Yu-Wan found a decent hotel with good food. Yu-Wan sat in the restaurant and thought about his plans. He learned from the jackals he caught that the meeting would take place in 2 days. He wanted to kill all the jackals, but it was impossible to do it alone. Suddenly, a man with broad shoulders and golden hair sat down in the chair across from him. It was Hargan. He had found Yu-Wan through his connections. Yu-Wan thought that it wasn't very difficult for a relative of Zeus. Hargan asked Yu-Wan for the player's number. As they exchanged numbers, the waiter brought Hargan's food. Yu-Wan asked when Hargan planned to climb the tower. Hargan replied that in 5 days. Yu-Wan asked Hargan to help him kill the jackals on the first floor. Hargan was surprised because it was difficult to see them in the crowd. But the 10 of them, along with the team, could try. Yu-Wan replied that there was no need for anyone. It would be just the 2 of them, him and Hargan. Hargan asked for more details, but Yu-Wan didn't explain and just told him to come back the day after tomorrow. Realizing that he wouldn't learn anything today, Hargan said goodbye to Yu-Wan and left. Yu-Wan thought that Hargan really liked the team he had put together during the tutorial and wanted to develop it. Yu-Wan watched Hargan leave. But a man who had been sitting at a neighboring table with his back to him the whole time spoke to him. It was Agamemnon, the representative of Olympus. He sat down next to Yu-Wan and smiled broadly. It wasn't a very pleasant smile. Agamemnon had come to this restaurant to meet Yu-Wan. They had coffee and talked. Agamemnon asked Yu-Wan if it was true that he won first place in the tutorial. He also told Yu-Wan that there were rumors that a monster had entered the first floor. Agamemnon said that Hargan called Yu-Wan something like a friend. It was strange. But Yu-Wan thought that Hargan said that because he wanted to be friends with him. Agamemnon said that it was good that Yu-Wan hadn't joined Hargan's team yet. He suggested that Yu-Wan should join Olympus. Mr. Ares is willing to provide Yu-Wan with whatever he wants. Yu-Wan drank his coffee. He already knew what his answer would be. Agamemnon told Yu-Wan that Ares is the legitimate son of Zeus and Hera, who has already become a ranker. He convinced Yu-Wan that it was better to become a follower of Ari's than to work with a mudblood. Yu-Wan asked him to stop saying mean things about Hargan. Yu-Wan finished his coffee and Agamemnon sat waiting for an answer. Yu-Wan thanked him for the coffee and said goodbye. Agamemnon could not believe that Yu-Wan had refused to cooperate with Olympus. Yu-Wan reminded him of all the hurtful words he had called Hargan. Hargan was furious at Yu-Wan's behavior. Yu-Wan told him that he wouldn't work with such unworthy people and left. The restaurant quickly emptied as the customers felt Agamemnon's rage and anger and quickly left the restaurant. Agamemnon's subordinates approached him. They searched the entire city for him. Agamemnon asked how many jackals they could mobilize. The subordinates said that they could mobilize jackals in a few days, since they were now robbing the new players. He advised Agamemnon to think carefully because Yu-Wan had set a record in the tutorial, and he couldn't break it with a small number of jackals. Agamemnon agreed with the advisor and ordered to gather 100 men. As soon as the harvest season is over, they must kill Yu-Wan. 2 days later, Yu-Wan met with Hargan again. Hargan was very curious about how Yu-Wan was going to exterminate the jackals. Yu-Wan said that there was someone he had to meet first and suggested that Hargan follow him. Hargan didn't understand why they had come to the market since most of the shops were already closed. Hargan kept looking into Yu-Wan's eyes and thought that Yu-Wan might be related to Monkey. Monkey was called Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. He was the highest-ranking person in the tower, a fighter with the best natural qualities. But Kim Yu-Wan not only used flame eyes, he also controlled the same fire as Apollo. It's unclear who he is. He doesn't join any guilds, doesn't join Olympus. He also possessed the ability of gigantization. Only Hercules, who killed 10,000 giants, had such an ability in Olympus. But the descendants of the giant lineage all have this ability. Hargan thought that maybe Yu-Wan was from the giant race. Suddenly, Yu-Wan stopped at the door of a shop. Hargan followed Yu-Wan into the shop. A young man came out and said that the shop was closed today. The shopkeeper said that if they needed anything, they could leave a number and he would call them tomorrow. The young man took out a pen and a notepad. Yu-Wan said that they were looking for a man named Mu Woon Cheon. Suddenly, the young man jumped up and ran to the door. Kim Yu-Wan quickly grabbed him by the neck. When the shopkeeper stepped back, he swung his hand and grazed Yu-Wan's cheek. He was holding a small knife. A moment later, the young man's body was on the ground, a terrifying force pressing down on him. He couldn't break free from Yu-Wan's tight grip. It was Mu Woon Cheon, the Jackal King, the player who refused to be lifted to the tower. Yu-Wan tied Mu Woon Cheon with a strong rope. He claimed that they were wrong. Hargan watched with a confused look on his face. The guy was crying, and Hargan thought it was too categorical to claim that he was the king of jackals just because he tried to run away. Then Yu-Wan showed Hargan the knife with which Mu Woon Cheon had stabbed him. It looked like an ordinary knife, but the marble floor on which the knife lay melted. It was the strongest poison that couldn't be found on the first floor. It was the poison from the upper floors. It was very strange that such an item was in the sleeve of an ordinary shopkeeper. Woon Cheon's face began to change. He seemed to have aged in a matter of seconds. His voice changed as well. Hargan now fully believed Yu-Wan that this man was the king of jackals. Woon Cheon began to threaten and said that Yu-Wan didn't realize what kind of people were behind him. He looked at Hargan and the color of his hair and called him by name. It turned out that he knew Hargan, the son of Zeus. Hargan remembered that Yu-Wan had asked him to react properly before entering. He raised his hand, and after a second, electricity began to accumulate in his hand. Seeing this, Woon Cheon began to mutter that Olympus had betrayed them. Hargan couldn't believe his ears. He stared at Yu-Wan in utter confusion. At that moment, Yu-Wan approached Woon Cheon and asked him if it was true that he took orders from Agamemnon. Yu-Wan told him that the ruler of heaven was interested in the affairs of the first floor and that his son had just finished a tutorial. Yu-Wan spoke convincingly and asked if Woon Cheon wanted to continue serving Agamemnon like a dog. Yu-Wan said that if everything went well, the Lord of Heaven Zeus would personally take care of the pack of jackals. If Woon Cheon followed Yu-Wan's instructions, the non could be given an important role on Mount Olympus. Woon Cheon immediately agreed to fulfill Yu-Wan's request. Yu-Wan wanted to know how many jackals there were on the first floor. Woon Cheon replied that there were about 1,000. Yu-Wan gave Woon Cheon a note and told him to gather everyone at the designated place by midnight. Everything must be kept secret. Agamemnon's men must not find out. Yu-1 touched Hargan's shoulder with his hand and they left the shop. Hargan asked Yu-1 for an explanation. Hargan was furious. He could hardly contain his anger. He was angry that Yu-1 had used his father's name to trap the jackals. Yu-1 looked Hargan straight in the eye and said that Olympus was working with the jackals. Yu-1 said that Hargan should take off his rose-colored glasses and see the real Olympus. Hargan remembered that the tutorial administrator had said bad things about Zeus and that the relationship between Olympus and the administrators had become very bad. Yu-1 told him to see for himself. The next day, as night fell, Yu-1 waited for Hargan on the outskirts of the central city. Hargan arrived a minute before the appointed time. Yu-1 wanted to go alone. He asked Hargan if he had thought about it and what his decision was. Hargan replied that he was born and raised on Olympus, that it was his home and family, and that his father was his idol. Although Hargan did not remember his mother well, he remembered her voice and what she had once said to him. Hargan's mother had asked him to remember the pride of Olympus. Hargan was faced with the choice of going with Yu-1 and betraying Olympus, or leaving things as they were and still being proud of Olympus. Hargan made his choice. The jackals on the first floor must disappear. They are like vermin, disturbing the normal life of the tower. If this was a shameful defect of Olympus, Hargan vowed to cut out the jackals with his own hands. The great cave was damp and dark. It had once been home to a tribe of human-like lizards, but they had long since disappeared. Suddenly, many torches lit up the cave. A group of people gathered here. They were gamblers wearing jackal masks. They were making money by robbing the players on the first floor. At that moment, at least 1,000 jackals had gathered in the cave. This was the first time they had gathered in one place. Before, they were all scattered. There was a silence. A man with a red mask stepped into the middle. It was the king of the jackals. The jackals started whispering to each other. No one had ever seen the king of jackals before. All the jackals got down on their knees and bowed their heads to their king. After enjoying the cheers, the jackal king ordered everyone to stand. The crowd rose and roared. The king of the jackals, who was known as Woon Cheon, raised his hand with his sword and told everyone to be quiet. Woon Cheon lowered his sword and said that they had a very important task to do, a task so difficult that it would require the strength of all the jackals. The Jackal King raised his hands above his head and said that after today all the jackals would rise to the sky. The crowd murmured in agreement. The Jackal King introduced two men wearing the same red masks to his subordinates. They were Yu-1 and Hargan, introduced by the Jackal King as their supporters and benefactors. Woon Cheon bowed to them and thanked them for their presence. He held out a thick envelope filled with bills. This was the Asgard currency, which could be used like real money. Each bill was worth 1,000 points, and there were a lot of them. This was the money the jackals had looted the last time. Yu-1 thought that if it was the Asgard currency, then it was a reliable currency. So Woon Cheon had decided to side with Yu-1 completely by giving him all the money that Agamemnon was waiting for. Yu-1 took the money as if nothing had happened and put it in his inventory. It was time to say goodbye. Woon Cheon was ready to fulfill any of their orders. Yu-1 raised his hand and magic power began to gather at his fingertips. He flicked his fingers lightly and fire suddenly appeared. Yu-1 used the skill of colossal fire. The flames began to spread throughout the cave. The jackals ran around the cave trying to escape the fire. They couldn't understand anything. The cave was in chaos. The ground was wet. Woon Cheon thought it was water, but it was oil, which helped the fire to spread even faster. The jackals ran for the exit, but Hargan blocked their way. Yu-1 and Hargan stood at the exit of the cave and prevented the jackals from escaping the flames. Hargan took off his mask, and Yu-1 took off his as well. Woon Cheon realized that their goal was not to cooperate at all. The Jackal King was furious. He attacked Yu-1 and Hargan with his last strength. He shouted that they weren't from Olympus, but Hargan said that Woon Cheon was wrong. Hargan is from Olympus and the jackals are dishonoring him. Then Woon Cheon shouted to the jackals that he was wrong and that these people wanted to kill them. The only one who could help the jackals was Agamemnon. Woon Cheon took out his playing equipment. It was impossible to send a message. Woon Cheon tried again and again to contact Agamemnon, but it was all in vain. More than half of the jackals were already burned alive. The fire was getting hotter and hotter. Yu-Wan laughed. No device would work in such a fire show. Wu Qian realized that the player's equipment wouldn't help him. The fire was getting closer and closer. With no other choice, Wu Qian drew his sword and lunged at Yu-Wan. In order to survive, he had to fight. Yu-Wan turned his head and they hit each other. For a second, Wu Qian's body was frozen, unable to move. With one swing of his sword, Yu-Wan cut Wu Qian's body in half. A red streak appeared on the jackal's body. Before he died, he heard Yu-Wan say that he would use the money Wu Qian gave him to his advantage. Suddenly there was a rumbling and cracking sound. The cave collapsed from the fire. Yu-Wan and Hargan, who had been guarding the exit, ran out. Hargan crouched on a rock. Yu-Wan didn't look tired at all, unlike Hargan. He thought Hargan wasn't tired. He had never killed so many people before. Hargan had never been in a war, so he wasn't used to killing people. He couldn't understand how Yu-Wan could be so calm after everything. Yu-Wan said that killing and robbing was the main occupation of jackals. Killing just one jackal could save dozens or even hundreds of people. Yu-Wan told Hargan that it would be more comfortable for him to wallow in guilt. A second ago, Hargan was filled with guilt, but now, after the exchange, he was smiling. Hargan perked up quickly after Yu-Wan's words. Hargan told Yu-Wan that he really was a very fair person. Not everyone is able to be the first to take on a case that doesn't promise any benefits. Hargan remembered that Yu-Wan had also acted while looking far ahead during the tutorial. Yu-Wan was even slightly embarrassed by Hargan's words. He took out a bundle of money from his inventory and said that there was a benefit after all. Yu-Wan offered the money to Hargan since he had contributed a lot to the fight against the jackals. Hargan bowed his head at the difficult decision, but took half of the money from Yu-Wan anyway. Yu-Wan told Hargan that he was second in the tutorial. Hargan confirmed it. What kind of award Hargan got for coming second in the tutorial was what Yu-Wan was interested in. Agamemnon pounded his fist on the table in anger. He had no way to contact Wu Qian. He wondered why there was no communication. The jackals wouldn't dare run away after taking all the money. The money the jackals gave to Olympus was an impressive amount. They helped the Ares Guild a lot. Agamemnon's aide came and said that they had found the jackals. But it was better to see for oneself. Agamemnon came and saw a collapsed cave with dead jackals inside. There were many of them. Agamemnon was shocked. So many dead, and most importantly, Wu Qian was dead. Where was the money that had been collected? Agamemnon wanted to know the fate of the money. Agamemnon shouted with all his lungs. When Yu-Wan counted the money, it was 384,000 points. This was after he split the money with Hargan. Thanks to this, Yu-Wan did not have to worry about food and lodging. Yu-Wan wanted to exchange the money for points, but then the Olympians would immediately know that he was the one who exterminated the jackals. Yu-Wan put the money back into his inventory. Maybe it would be enough to create an item containing the Dark Divine Crystal. This stone was already the most valuable item in Yu-Wan's inventory. Meanwhile, in the hands of the tower's best blacksmith, it would take shape and show its true power. Yu-Wan lay on his bed and thought. He reached into his inventory and took out an egg. This was his second reward for the tutorial. Whose egg it was and what would hatch from it was unclear. Yu-Wan had never seen such an object before. It was unclear what the egg was for. Hargan received the Lightning King's glove for second place. That's a very valuable item even for ranked ones. In that case, there must be something unusual in the egg. But Yu-Wan couldn't even guess what it was. He took a closer look at the egg and noticed that a purple pattern had appeared on it that wasn't there before. In Yu-Wan's mind, he had the feeling that he'd seen this pattern before. Suddenly, the egg started talking to him. Yu-Wan looked at the egg in his hand and couldn't figure out who it was. For several days, the mysterious egg occupied all of Yu-Wan's thoughts. Maybe it was the symbol of the outer god. Would the creature that would hatch from the egg be an ally, or would it destroy everything? Most of the creatures that would hatch from the egg would recognize the one they would first see as their mother. As a result, rankers who are able to hatch a sacred beast will take it with them wherever they go. With the proper training, a sacred beast could become a powerful ally. If only Yu-Wan knew how to hatch this egg properly. Yu-Wan entered Volcaro's workshop. There was a lot of work going on. Volcaro was working on the crystal. The crystal was indeed amazingly powerful. Volcaro told Yu-1 that he wanted to ask him something. They sat down on wooden chairs facing each other. Volcaro asked what kind of weapons Yu-1 preferred and what kind of armor he wore. Volcaro showed a bottle of black powder. He happened to have this powder after processing the crystal, and he suggested that Yu-1 make some weapons. Since the crystal has great power, this kind of powder is very valuable. Yu-1 asked what other materials were needed besides the powder. Volcaro went to the wall and said that he didn't have any material suitable for making weapons, but he would find something similar. He took an armature made of mithril, a rare material that had a good conductivity of magical power, from the wall. Yu-1 had said that mithril was an expensive metal. Usually 1/2 kilogram was enough for an item, but this was over 1.5 kilograms. If the jackal currency could be exchanged, Yu-1 would have enough money, but as it was, he would only have to buy 600 grams. Volcaro suggested that Yu-1 take the mithril on credit. Yu-1 asked if Volcaro was afraid that he would take the item and not pay for it. Volcaro replied that the value of the crystal Yu-1 entrusted to him was much higher than the mithril. That's why he trusts Yu-1. Yu-1 stopped himself from smiling. Volcaro was exactly the same as he remembered him. Volcaro was a gambler and a workaholic. He himself wanted to create a suitable item as soon as possible. Yu-1 took the sword he had bought in the tutorial from his inventory. He asked Volcaro to make a new sword based on it, something like a blade that wasn't too heavy. Volcaro smiled, for he was the best at making blades. A week later, in the Olympus Guildhouse, Agamemnon put on his heavy silver armor. He had a plan to get away with mismanaging the jackals. He thought he had completely lost his position, but he had been given the opportunity to make things right. If everything was handled well, everything would be the same, if not better, when the Lord of Heaven suddenly took notice. Agamemnon was informed that all the players from the 1st to the 10th floor were assembled. There were about 200 of them. There was good support from the tower. The army of Olympus moved forward. They set out to accomplish their mission of capturing the criminal. The giant snake fell to the ground with its belly ripped open. It bled and struggled until the life in its eyes faded. For the past few days, Yu-1 had been hunting panthers and wolves on the 1st floor. The hunting speed was incredibly fast, but Yu-1 had only managed to raise the level once. On the 1st floor, level increase was limited. Hunting was still better than being bored and wasting time in an inn. The cell phone in Yu-1's pocket rang. Only 2 people knew his number, Hargan and Volcaro. It was a message from Volcaro that everything was ready. The crystal was beautiful. After being cleaned and cut, it shone with a blue light shimmering. Volcaro could not help but admire the result of his work. The crystal emitted a magical light. It was dazzling. Volcaro felt an overwhelming desire to turn this crystal into a finished product, but he restrained himself. He put the crystal into a thick cloth and wrapped it up. The equipment on the wall vibrated slightly. Volcaro knew this would happen, but he hoped he had another day. He took the hammer and headed for the exit. The streets were in chaos. Hundreds of players marched to the beat. On a horse sat Agamemnon dressed in armor. He said he hadn't expected to find Volcaro in this shithole. That must be why he couldn't be found anywhere. Volcaro limped out of the door of the forge. He asked what had happened. Agamemnon pointed his sword at Volcaro's neck and called him Hephaestus, the criminal. The players murmured when they heard the name Hephaestus. Hephaestus was the greatest blacksmith in Olympus, and he was a ranker. How could they, mere players, capture rancor? Agamemnon reassured them by explaining that on the 1st level, rankers receive a significant limit to their power. Hephaestus struck the air with his hammer, creating a massive sonic explosion. Players standing nearby ruptured their eardrums. The players, led by Agamemnon, rushed Hephaestus. He had no equipment except his hammer. Agamemnon signaled, and a man in white stepped forward. Agamemnon said there was also a ranker on their side. It was the high ranker of Olympus Chris, and he wore a red robe. Hephaestus's eyes widened as he recognized the man. He told Chryses that he would be punished, for the Olympus rankers could not interfere in the affairs of the 1st floor. Chryses replied that he didn't care since Hephaestus was also a ranker. Hephaestus's body grew hot, and a blue light began to emanate from his eyes. Hephaestus struck his hammer and fire appeared around him. Arrows and spears were deflected by the swing of his hammer. Hephaestus swung his hammer in the opposite direction of Chrysos. The shock wave blew the players' heads off. The hammer blows came one after the other. The players writhed in agony. Chris looked at Hephaestus and said that he had always respected him. Even though Hephaestus had become rancor a millennium ago, he did not seek greater power but continued to do what he loved. Hephaestus swung and his hammer made another terrible sound. It was a vibration that shook the air. Hephaestus's eyes burned with red fire. This attack could have been the climax of the duel. Chris told Hercules that he had attacked players much lower than himself and that he would be severely punished by the tower. Chryses reiterated that he respected Hephaestus for giving up power for principles. That was why he didn't want to fight Hephaestus. Everything around them was filled with the magical power of Chris and Hephaestus. This power burned the atmosphere around them. From their clash, all players in the vicinity were burned. Suddenly, Hephaestus's body turned gray. His arms and legs began to turn to stone. Chrysos pulled out a shield with Medusa's head with snakes instead of hair. Anyone who looked at it would be petrified. The most interesting thing was that Heracles himself had once made this shield. It was a replica, but it was enough to turn anyone who looked at it to stone. The power of Medusa's monster turned Heracles to stone. Hephaestus fell on his side because of his mangled leg. Although many died and Chryses was badly wounded, he was satisfied with the result. When Agamemnon saw Heracles fall to the ground, he trembled with joy and ordered him to be dragged away. Suddenly a voice was heard. The player who had suddenly appeared said he would not allow it. Agamemnon was furious. Who dared disobey his orders? The player jumped up to Hephaestus, who was lying on the ground. Kim Yuan stood in front of them and looked at everyone with hatred. Agamemnon looked at Yuan and clenched his fists in anger. Kim Yuan covered the body of Hephaestus on the ground with his body. Agamemnon's eyes were fixed on Yuan. He recognized Yuan as the winner of the tutorial. Chryses was angry when he saw that Yuan had interfered even by himself. He thought that Rancor had come and that he was just a player. Yuan looked at Rancor. He recognized Chris. He couldn't understand how two Rancors of that level could fight in the narrow streets of the slums. Yuan didn't move from his seat. If the fight dragged on and the administrator intervened, Olympus would lose its influence on the first floor. Agamemnon asked Yuan how long he would stand there blocking their way. Yuan replied that he would not leave until Hephaestus's petrifaction was over. Suddenly Agamemnon saw Hephaestus move faintly. Since the shield was a replica, Hephaestus's petrification should not take long. Once the petrification was over, Hephaestus would be able to move again. Agamemnon ordered his subordinates to kill Yuan and retrieve Hephaestus. His subordinates hesitated. No one wanted to kill a newcomer and be punished. Then Agamemnon announced that he would make the first one to kill Yuan the leader of the first floor. The players began to attack. Everyone wanted to be the first to kill Yuan in order to get the manager position. Yuan put the power of giant fire into his magic sword. Yuan slashed the players who attacked him with his fire-soaked sword. The players who couldn't dodge were burned to the ground. With the help of the Flame Eyes, Yuan found a way to dodge the players' attacks. The Flame Eyes helped him withstand the magic power the players used against him. The players' attacks were like a huge tsunami. Yuan had to dodge them all the time. Yuan felt a strong flow of mana coming from behind him. He extended his hand in that direction. Yuan's mana explosion engulfed the opponents. Several players were fried alive. Agamemnon ordered his players to grab Yuan, but it was impossible to even get close to him. Agamemnon was furious. After all, the players who had reached at least the 10th floor were gathered here. Yuan's flaming eyes took control of the giant fire. A huge pillar of fire rose up around Yuan. Yuan's mana explosion consumed several players. Then a sun shard was used on Yuan. The sun seemed to fly towards Yuan. The moment he let his guard down, he would be burned to ashes. Chryses came out to meet Yuan and asked how he was related to Hephaestus. Yuan said that he was here as a client of Hephaestus. Chryses guessed that Yuan had ordered Hephaestus to do something, but was perplexed as to why Yuan would get involved in a battle of this magnitude if he was only a client of Hephaestus. Yuan realized that the follower of Apollo was standing in front of him. Although the punishment reduced his strength, Yuan could feel the power of his mana. He tried not to antagonize Chrysos, hoping that he wouldn't engage in a fight. Yuan turned on his gigantization skill. He realized that he would not be able to withstand more than 5 attacks from Chrysos. His right arm started to grow. He had to be able to handle it. After all, he possessed a skill that was not available to even not badly ranked players. The flaming spear in Yuan's hand emitted an intense heat. It didn't matter that he was still a new player who had just joined the tower. All of his skills had begun to resist the sun shard. The cape protected him from the burns. Yuan waved his hand forward with all his might, but he was unable to resist the sun shard. With mere strength, it was impossible to withstand Ranker's attack. If he had ice crystals, he could increase his resistance. Yuan gathered a clump of mana around her, but when she faced the fire wave, she could only weaken its effect. The fire waves crashed directly into Yuan. He fought to protect himself with his giant arm and resisted the flames. Everything around him was burned by the fire, and the wall of the workshop cracked. Yuan connected the Flaming Eyes skill to resist, but even with it, it was very difficult to resist the sun shard. Yuan was badly burned. He felt like he was being roasted alive. Yellow electricity began to flow through Croesus's body. This was the tower's punishment. He used all his strength to stay on his feet and not fall down from the wounds he received in the fight with Hephaestus. Yuan was also exhausted. He had to endure 2 more attacks from Croesus. Suddenly, an explosion of terrible power formed at the end of Croesus's fist. The explosion caused the wall of the forge to collapse, and Yuan found himself in the workshop under the rubble. He moved slowly, his whole body aching. It seemed that Yuan had underestimated Chris. Although he was also injured and fined, Chris was fierce. Suddenly, in the middle of the rubble, Yuan saw a faint blue light. It was the crystal that Hephaestus had left on the table to give to Yuan, the true dark divine crystal that contained the mana of boundless darkness. The god Apollo had once told Chris, who had not yet been punished, that he would know when he experienced it firsthand. At the time, Chris did not know what he was talking about. Now, with the intense pressure crushing his body and the high voltage running through him, he realized that he could die. It was the will of the tower to prevent beings from the higher planes from interfering with the lower planes. Suddenly, Agamemnon approached Chrysos and bowed his head, thanking him for a job well done. He ordered his subordinates to take Hephaestus, see if there were many dead, and tend to the wounded. Agamemnon looked at the collapsed building where Yuan was buried. Chrysos said it was best to leave him alone. Shocked by Croesus's answer, Agamemnon said that Yuan could be dangerous in the future. But Chris said firmly that the work is over and they have already violated the rule of the tower. Therefore, he wants to avoid unnecessary killing. A cloud of dust rose from inside and a person came out of it. It was Yuan with a sword in his hand. He was holding a crystal in his other hand. Agamemnon told Chrysos that Yuan was clearly trying to fight them. Chrysos shook his head. He realized now that Yuan was dangerous and could not be left alive. Yuan's hand was shimmering with an unusual object, the dark divine crystal. Chrysos sensed the danger of Yuan. But Agamemnon wanted to capture Yuan as soon as possible and told Chrysos not to interfere. They would deal with him themselves. But Yuan, who had just emerged from the pile of rubble, suddenly disappeared. There was an explosion in the direction where Hephaestus was lying. Yuan was next to Hephaestus again. Hephaestus's body began to shed the petrification. His mind was unaffected. Soon the petrification effect would disappear. Agamemnon shouted in anger for his subordinates to kill Hephaestus. The surviving players rushed to where Yuan and Hephaestus were. Yuan was holding the dark divine crystal. The mana emanating from Yuan covered the approaching players. It cut off their heads, and their arms and torsos shriveled. Their exhausted screams could be heard everywhere. Chrysos was the only one to notice the unusual object in Yuan's hand. He told Agamemnon that Yuan had an incredible object. The tower produced a monster. Chrysos spoke calmly, saying that he had done his job to stop Hephaestus, and Yuan would be dealt with by Agamemnon alone. Chris decided to try. He could barely walk, exhausted from his wounds, and could fall at any moment. They stood facing each other. Yuan swung the hand that held the crystal, and a huge pillar of flame formed. The players fell backwards, away from the fire. The only one who made it through the fire was Chris. Without paying attention, he took some of Yuan's flame into his hand. He looked at the fire in his hand and thought, controlling the mana of 2 attributes at the same time was difficult even for a ranked character. And Yuan was very good at it. That was if such a personality was on the side of Olympus. Chris approached Yuan with a proposal to join Olympus. Yuan replied that it was never his goal. Yu-1 had received a similar offer from Agamemnon before, but he turned it down. Chrysis's fire consumed Yu-1 and the black flames around him turned red. Chrysis's body continued to suffer from the punishment, and Yu-1 asked him if he could still fight. Chris didn't expect to hear such words from a rookie. It was a shameful incident that he wouldn't tell anyone about. All the flames gathered around Chris. The fire swirled quickly and formed the shape of a sun. Chris attacked again. Yu-1 realized that Chris was willing to die by going all the way. Yu-1 used his gigantization skill because he realized that Chris had decided to take Hephaestus after all. To prevent this from happening, B1 had to protect Hephaestus now. Two huge energies were fighting each other. The small sun Chris had created descended, obeying his will. It was on its way to Yu-1. Despite the powerful punishment the tower had given him, Chris gathered all his strength. Yu-1 hadn't expected that attacks of this magnitude were still possible. It was as if the whole world was howling from the collision of mana with mana. The entire environment was scorched. Agamemnon thought that using this level of power was unacceptable, and it would be a miracle if the tower didn't destroy Chris with punishments. Yu-1 and Chrysis lay unconscious on the floor. Their fight had ended in a draw. Only the twitching of their bodies showed that they were still alive. After seeing the results, Agamemnon realized that they had won. Yu-1 was defeated. Agamemnon rejoiced, already anticipating how he would celebrate his victory on Olympus. He was about to deliver a final blow to the unconscious Yu-1 to finish him off. But suddenly he heard the sound of a hammer tearing through the air. It was Hephaestus, freed from his petrification, swinging the hammer with incredible power. The players began to retreat. Hephaestus's body grew redder and redder. It gave the impression that he was a giant creature. He ignored the penalty the tower gave him for each swing of the hammer. Hephaestus swung the hammer at Agamemnon. The attack traveled through the air and he was in its path. Hephaestus raised the hammer over Agamemnon's head, intending to kill him. He was ready to die a nice death, but he was ready to do away with Agamemnon. The hammer was ready to fall on Agamemnon's head. He already felt his death, for he could not withstand such pressure. But the blow didn't come, and Agamemnon heard someone's voice say that they were getting too wild. Someone stood between Hephaestus and Agamemnon. It was a huge man over 10 feet tall. It was the steward. The steward said that he was tired of seeing the giant Olympus Guild making a mess on the first floor. There should be a real fight on the upper floors. Hephaestus said that it was a misunderstanding. He was attacked and had to defend himself. The steward asked Agamemnon if he was an Olympian. Agamemnon confirmed that he was an Olympian. The steward told him to tell Zeus that if he arranged anything like this again, he would pull off his entire beard. The steward put a black mark on Agamemnon's forehead as a reminder. Hephaestus, who was familiar with the mark, laughed. At that time, Yu-1 gradually regained consciousness. Suddenly he received a message that the egg had bared its fangs. This was a strange thing. How could a creature that hadn't hatched yet show its teeth? Could it be that it wanted to devour Yu-1 while he was unconscious? Or was it trying to protect him? Yu-1 was thinking about this when another message came in saying that the egg had gone back into hibernation. Yu-1 realized that he had regained full consciousness. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Standing in front of him was a smiling Hephaestus who had reawakened from petrification. Yu-1, who had not yet regained full consciousness, called him uncle and asked him when he would get rid of his petrification. Hephaestus was surprised that Yu-1 called him uncle and asked him how he felt. Yu-1 replied that he was more or less okay. His burns were starting to heal. However, Hephaestus didn't understand why Yu-1 called him uncle, and Yu-1 replied that he couldn't call him aunt. But since Hephaestus survived because of Yu-1, he could call him whatever he wanted. Hephaestus thanked Yu-1 for saving him. He said that his real name was not Volcaro, but Hephaestus, the blacksmith from Olympus. Yu-1 pretended to be surprised, but Hephaestus realized that he was pretending to be 100 and that Yu-1 knew his real name. Hephaestus thought that Yu-1 had known who he really was for a long time, and that was why he had come to him with an order. Hephaestus had already suspected that this guy was also from Olympus, but now he finally realized that he wasn't. It was thought that the Olympians would lay low for a while after this incident, so Hephaestus decided to rent a good forge since his had been destroyed. He said he wanted to finish the job and asked Yu-1 to wait a few days. Hephaestus promised Yu-1 to make a great blade, and Yu-1 would use this time to regain his strength. Hephaestus left the medicine for Yu-1 and left. Yu-1 began to recover quickly with the medicine. Yu-1 put on his robe and left the house. He spent the whole day there. Suddenly, some monsters appeared. The mana from the dark divine crystal quickly destroyed their bodies. Yu-1 assumed that he would have a battle with Olympus after he reached the 10th floor, but it happened much sooner. Yu-1 received great support in the form of Hephaestus. Their relationship became like before. Yu-1 put on his robe again, which he kept in his inventory. Everything that had happened would greatly affect the next gigantization. Yu-1 looked at the crystal in the palm of his hand. It was difficult for him to control the power of the crystal. The difference in power with the Hades helmet was monumental. If the Hades helmet was the sun, then the crystal was a firefly. But no matter how different it was from the helmet, there were 3 differences after processing. The description that the crystal wasn't refined disappeared, and the percentage of resistance, the rate of amplification, was increased. The word hell symbolized Hades, and that was also the source of its power. A crystal wasn't so much an item that stored power as it was an item that summoned power. However, due to the restriction, it was impossible to fully utilize the power of the dark divine crystal. At that time, a message from Hephaestus came to the player's set for Yu-1 to come over. Yu-1 found Hephaestus's new forge. It was a beautiful workshop with high ceilings. It was filled with warmth. Yu-1 thought that it must have cost Hephaestus a lot of money. Hephaestus might have been a rich man, but that wasn't surprising. The things he made were worth a lot of money. Hephaestus received a portion of the proceeds from the sale of his items on Mount Olympus. He was one of the first in terms of wealth. Yu-1 entered the workshop and greeted Hephaestus. Judging by the silence in the workshop, the work was finished. Hephaestus was impatient as usual. He immediately handed Yu-1 a small box and a sword wrapped in a piece of cloth. Yu-1 looked at the box. He didn't know what was inside. They had agreed on a blade, and here was a sword and an obscure box. Yu-1 realized that the cloth was wrapped with the blade, but when he opened the box, there was nothing inside. He thought it was a surprise box. Hephaestus told him to take a closer look. When he put his hand into the box, he felt something smooth. It was an invisible glove. Thin gloves made of a special transparent material, with increased mana permeability. It was not easy to make transparent items. Yu-1 put on the glove. He couldn't feel anything. There was a small indentation on the back of the glove. Yu-1 put the crystal inside. Hephaestus didn't explain to Yu-1 how the glove worked. Apparently, he had made the glove to make it more comfortable for Yu-1 to wear the crystal. The crystal attached itself to the glove and disappeared. Yu-1 unrolled the cloth. On the table was a magnificent blade. Its shape and length were the same as the well-sharpened sword Yu-1 had asked for. Yu-1 pulled the sword out of its sheath. It was an amazing blade. Just by holding it, one could feel how sharp it was. Hephaestus suggested that Yu-1 choose a name for the blade. Yu-1 carefully examined the blade. He wanted to name it not only by its appearance but also by its characteristics. Yu-1 named the blade the Sword of Dark Night. It was the Sword of Dark Night, a creation of the blacksmith Hephaestus. Because of its properties, it could sustain a fight in the dark almost indefinitely. With such a sword, one could fight endlessly and tirelessly. The reality exceeded Yu-1's wildest expectations. Hephaestus was overwhelmed with pride and joy when he saw Yu-1's endless satisfaction. Hephaestus asked Yu-1 about his future plans. Yu-1 said that he would continue to climb. Hephaestus nodded his head to show that he thought so. Hephaestus was also curious about what Yu-1 was going to do with Olympus. Yu-1 had a ready answer. He was going to bring Olympus down from here. Hephaestus felt sorry for him because he was the reason why Yu-1 got to Olympus, and that was too high for a beginner. But Yu-1 didn't seem worried at all. He was determined to bring down Mount Olympus. They said goodbye. Hephaestus looked at Yu-1 as he left and thought that he was an amazing guy, without fear or hesitation. As they left the workshop, Yu-1 looked at the door. The goodbye was dry. but Yu-Wan knew that Hephaestus remained the same as before. The bond between them had begun a long time ago. Back then, Yu-Wan had fought against the outer gods and lost his sword. He came to Hephaestus without a sword, and Hephaestus forged him a new one out of adamantium. But it was hard to find even a single piece of this material in the tower, and Hephaestus made a great sword of it. When Hephaestus handed him the sword, Yu-Wan noticed that Hephaestus's fist was bandaged and covered in blood. Yu-Wan realized that Hephaestus melted his adamantium hammer to make a sword and used his fist instead of a hammer. Yu-Wan realized that it was as if Hephaestus ripped his heart out of his chest and gave it to Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan grabbed the hilt of the sword on his belt. Yu-Wan bowed to the workshop and mentally thanked Hephaestus once again. The Colosseum was the stage where the first floor trials were regularly held. It was also famous for its indestructibility. In the tower there were many tests that had to be performed. On the first floor the test was always the same. There were many information boards in the room. There was a lamp on the table. There was an elfin woman with long hair sitting at the table, the director of the Shuri Colosseum test. She was eating chocolate and watching the players. She saw Kim Yu-Wan. His recording of the tutorial, the best in history, arrived on the first floor 12 days ago. Shuri looked at Yu-Wan's picture and thought that there were a lot of good newcomers this time. It was a beautiful female ranker. She thought that Hargan also had good skills and it was interesting, but Yu-Wan beat him. Yu-Wan came alone to the test that the team was going through. There didn't seem to be anyone on this floor who was his equal. Shuri thought that he definitely couldn't pass this test even if he was a ranker. So let him try as hard as he wanted. The test room on the first floor of the Colosseum was quite solid. Even players from the higher floors would come down here to duel. The purpose of the trials on the first floor was simple. It was to defeat the opponent. It was clear to Yu-Wan that he would pass this test. Yu-Wan looked at the ranking of the Colosseum. Sun Wukong had the highest ranking, Hercules had the second highest ranking, and Odin had the third highest ranking. Yu-Wan remembered that his previous record was in the 12th round. Yu-Wan noticed a familiar name. Hargan had gone 16 rounds. Players who wanted to be ranked higher would defeat their opponents and move up to the next level, and so on. Yu-Wan thought that Hargan got a higher rank because of the thunder hand he got for finishing second in the tutorial. Yu-Wan thought that no matter what floor Hargan was on, he would catch up with him soon. The trial had begun. The first opponent had to be defeated. With that, the doors of the Colosseum opened. A huge orc with heavy armor and a spear stepped out to meet Yu-Wan. Standing over 2 meters tall, he didn't look like an ordinary orc. His body resembled that of a well-trained soldier. He saw Yu-Wan and prepared to attack. When he saw the sword in Yu-Wan's hand, the orc showed his bloodlust by baring his fangs. Yu-Wan used the Sword of Mana skill. A mana-emitting light began to gather around the sword. In an instant, the sword sliced through the orc's body from top to bottom, including his armor. The orc's body fell to the ground. A message appeared for Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan had passed the test on the first floor. However, this was just a checkpoint to pass through. His mission had just begun. The next challenge begins. The second round began. Shuri, who watched the trial, wasn't surprised that Yu-Wan had passed the first round so easily. After all, even Hargan could easily handle the orcs. Yu-Wan was faster than Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. Yu-Wan passed the second test with ease. He slaughtered a few more orcs. Then he chose the third trial. Yu-Wan passed trial after trial. He hadn't used any of his skills yet. Yu-Wan fought non-stop. He survived the 9th and 10th rounds. The 11th and 12th rounds were over. It was as if Yu-Wan couldn't even see the trials he was going through. When Yu-Wan passed the 15th round, he was asked again if he would accept one more round. Without hesitation, Yu-Wan replied that he agreed. Yu-Wan's flaming eyes took control of the giant fire. He fought against the great beings of the tower. Yu-Wan released a bright red flame from his hands. The two swords collided. The opponent's blade was about to be destroyed. Yu-Wan thought that he shouldn't prolong the fight too long. The flames roared. Yu-Wan's powerful attack shattered his opponent's armor. It was a crushing defeat for the opponent. The helmet flew off his head and Yu-Wan saw his face. It was a man, his face covered in wrinkles, one eye. This was his second defeat. According to Yu Wan's memories, his opponent had only been defeated once by the great wage equal to heaven. Yu Wan said that if the opponent's sword had been better, he would have had a harder time. The opponent said that because of Yu Wan, he was able to fight with joy again and died with his eyes open. Yu Wan stretched out his hand and closed his eyes. All of Yu Wan's statistics increased by 1 level. He again received the message that he had passed the 19th level. He had reached the same record as Sun Wukong. There was still the 20th level that no one could pass. A message appeared asking him to pass the last challenge. The answer had to be given within 30 seconds or Yu Wan would be automatically moved to the next level. This challenge didn't give anyone time to rest. Yu Wan agreed to do it. He realized that if there was enough time to rest, the Colosseum test would be meaningless. The last, 20th test had begun. As soon as this announcement was made, there was a rumbling sound. The floor of the Colosseum shook. The door swung wide open and a faint scream could be heard from inside. Yu Wan sensed murderous intent in the scream. Tense, Yu Wan let the giant's power flow into his right hand. He grasped the sword with both hands. The sound came closer and closer, and the ground trembled more and more. Finally, the head of the final trial appeared. The head that came out of the door immediately towered over Yu Wan. Yu Wan was surprised. This creature was moving so fast that it was hard to see its shape. It slammed its head into Yu Wan's sword. The impact threw Yu Wan backwards. If he hadn't held his sword tighter, it would have flown out of his hands. The brute force overwhelmed him even with the use of gigantization. Yu Wan, who had shown incredible strength on the first floor, was now thrown backwards and could barely stay on his feet. He hooked his hands to the ground to stop his backward movement and prepared for another strike. Sun Wukong had fought this monster before, but he had fainted from the impact of its tail and lost the challenge. It was only because of his survivability that Sun Wukong stayed alive. For others, it would have been an imminent death. Only a head and a tail, but it was definitely him. Even though this is the last trial, would such a creature be in the Colosseum? Maybe Sun Wukong was mistaken and it's just a similar creature. Yu Wan realized that this snake was a shard of the outer god. It was a snake with 8 heads and 8 tails, so huge that it could encompass 8 mountain peaks. It was a creature that had been gripped by all the wrath of the world since its birth. Yu Wan had heard that it had been sealed in Suzanu's sword for a long time. He had not expected the snake to be here. The message to get rid of the 8th head of Yamato no Orochi appeared. It was the most dangerous monster in Yu Wan's memory. Yu Wan couldn't believe the difficulty of the challenge. It only had 1 head, and it was smaller than Yu Wan remembered. But it was still a terrifying monster. Its fangs alone were as big as Yu Wan's. Orochi started to attack Yu Wan. As it swung its tail, Yu Wan jumped aside with his hand on the ground. Although the snake only had 1 head, Yu Wan realized that if he made 1 wrong move, he would die on the spot. Yu Wan dodged countless blows with his tail. Yu Wan swung his dark divine crystal energy-filled sword wide. The snake's hard scales and tough skin protected it from Yu Wan's blows. The wounds that Orochi received from Yu Wan's sword blows were too shallow and bled easily. Yu Wan used mana to inflict wounds on Orochi 1 by 1. The number of wounds increased. The wounded Orochi began to swing his tail with more and more force. Each attack was very powerful. Yu Wan began to avoid Orochi. He realized that he had to buy some time. Orochi opened a huge mouth with fangs as big as a man's and prepared to swallow Yu Wan. Orochi stopped screaming and was overcome with rage. He chased after Yu Wan with incredible speed. Even with the Dark Knight sword forged by Hephaestus, it was impossible to cut through Orochi's strong scales to inflict a fatal wound. The scales were so strong that it was as if the blow never happened. When one acts like this, the challenge is impenetrable. But the tower never gives impenetrable tests. Therefore, he had to look for a weakness or he wouldn't be able to kill the monster. Yu Wan activated the flaming eyes and looked at a certain spot. Examiner Shuri stood up after seeing Orochi in the Colosseum. This test was so difficult that no player would be able to pass it. She saw that Yu Wan stopped attacking at one point, as if he realized his self-confidence. She watched as Yu Wan's body was thrown back by a tail punch. Shuri mentally urged Yu Wan to give up, saying that it was enough for him to wound Orochi. Yu Wan said that he had found him. Shuri didn't understand what he was talking about. Shuri saw Yu Wan's eyes turn crimson. Yu-Wan immediately jumped onto Orochi's back. Orochi fought to shake Yu-Wan off, but it was useless. He ran down his body, using his scales as stepping stones. When Yu-Wan was in the middle of his body, he grabbed his sword in a different way. Finally, Shuri realized what Yu-Wan was doing. On Orochi's body, near the heart, there was an area that was not covered with scales. It had been made by Susanoo during his fight with the snake. It was Orochi's only weak spot. Yu-Wan aimed his sword at that spot. Yu-Wan gathered all his mana and struck a decisive blow. Yu-Wan's sword pierced Orochi's body where there were no scales. He didn't scream but stopped making any sound at all. Orochi flailed his tail in agony, causing rocks to fly off the walls of the Colosseum. His eyes grew misty. The vicious snake, whose body could encompass 8 mountain peaks and 8 valleys, was defeated. Yu-Wan delivered the final blow to Orochi's heart. It was the only way to pass the test. It seemed that Yu-Wan had straightened out the 8th head of Yamato no Orochi. Yu-Wan's level had been raised. His strength, agility, and stamina had increased. The last test had been passed. Yu-Wan's achievements were recorded in the Colosseum. He had become a legend. There were 31 levels left before the 100th level. The level increased faster than Yu-Wan expected. Yu-Wan heard his name spoken by a woman's voice. He looked over to where the voice came from. In front of him stood an elf woman with 6 blades at her waist and behind her back. She was the examiner of Shuri's first trial. She was shocked that Yu-Wan passed the test and killed Orochi. She asked Yu-Wan if he knew about the snake's weakness. Yu-Wan replied that the tower doesn't give impossible tests. The difficulty seemed unbelievable, so he took a closer look. He found the solution. Yu-Wan stood in front of Shuri, and she looked into his eyes. They were red. She asked about Yu-Wan's burning eyes. Shuri remembered seeing those eyes in the past. Flaming eyes and gigantization. A player with the skills of the highest ranks. Shuri looked at Yu-Wan carefully and assumed that Yu-Wan was the heir of the great sage equal to heaven. So he is from the heavenly realm. Yu-Wan decided not to explain the true situation to Shuri. Besides, she had no right to reveal information about the player. Shuri unbuckled one of her swords and offered it to Yu-Wan. It was an extra reward from the administrator. The sword was to be given to the player who passed all the tests, but Shuri thought that day would never come. Yu-Wan accepted the gift. Shuri said she didn't know what the sword was. Yu-Wan took the sword out of its sheath to see what it was. The sword started to emit amazing mana, but it broke in half. Shuri herself was surprised that the sword was broken. The sword even stunned the examiner. Yu-Wan looked at the sword and saw its reflection. It was a shard of the sword that Susanoo had used to seal the 8-headed snake. In order to regain its full power, one would have to put all the shards together. Shuri said that if Yu-Wan wasn't satisfied with the reward, she would talk to the administrator. Yu-Wan replied that it was fine, but the blade was just a bonus. The main reward was the 8th heart of Yamato no Orochi. It was separated after Susanoo sealed the Orochi. The powerful poison in the heart could be neutralized, and a miraculous elixir could be obtained that even high-ranking people dreamed of. Shuri congratulated Yu-Wan, for this prize is priceless. Unlike the giant's heart, it couldn't be eaten right away. Shuri advised Yu-Wan not to take the medicine rashly. After that, Yu-Wan wanted to leave the first floor, but he felt that the egg in his inventory started to react. The egg started making hungry cries. Yu-Wan didn't know what to do with it. He had never seen a hungry egg before. Shuri drew her sword and activated her mana. She prepared to attack. Darkness enveloped the Colosseum. Dozens of eyes and small teeth began to appear in the darkness. Shuri thought a monster had entered the Colosseum. She found this strange. The power of the tower protected against the intrusion of strange creatures. She wanted to hack the unknown creature, but Yu-Wan stopped her. Yu-Wan looked at its eyes and teeth. He was sure that this creature didn't come here. It was here with him. It was the egg that Yu-Wan possessed. The egg began to devour Orochi's corpse. As soon as its teeth touched Orochi's body, it became as soft as tofu. Shuri had never seen such a creature before. Orochi's body belonged to Yu-Wan, so it was up to him to decide what to do with it. Yu-Wan watched as the egg devoured the body. Shuri wondered if this was Yu-Wan's ability as well. Yu-Wan didn't know what was going on. Like Shuri, he had never seen anything like this before. When the meal was over, Yu-Wan asked the egg if it was full. The egg nodded and sang happily. It acted like a child. The egg started to fall asleep, but after eating its hatching rate increased. But whose egg it was and how to make it hatch was impossible to know. Shuri told Yu-Wan that he would become the next Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. Shuri held out her hand to Yu-Wan. He shook her hand and said it was a pleasure to meet her. Yu-Wan remembered her from her previous life. She had the same habit of saying goodbye. Shuri was beautiful and strong, unyielding but fair. He remembered how she died in the last battle. Among the first 10 floors, the Colosseum was famous for accurately determining each player's abilities. Yu-Wan looked at the rankings. Sun Wukong's record had been broken by him for the first time in 1,000 years. Some people were surprised that the new player had completely rewritten the tower's record. Some were not surprised. One thing was undeniable. An incredible man had entered the tower. He was said to be from Earth, but no one in the tower knew where Earth was. The players and guilds who hadn't been interested in him before finally recognized Yu-Wan's name, Labyrinth. This was a challenge set by the tower on the 9th floor. You had to find your way through an endless maze with hundreds of paths. There might be one right way, but there might be thousands of ways. Yu-Wan didn't look for a way. He made his own way. He cut a new path with his sword and left the labyrinth. That's how he passed the test. He might have ruined the trial for later players by punching some passages in the maze. But in any case, he would be rewarded for the challenge. Time passed. Hephaestus sensed Yu-Wan's presence in the workshop and came out to meet him. Yu-Wan was sitting next to a red-hot furnace. The workshop was very hot. Some players couldn't even stand it. It had been a month since their last meeting. In that time, Yu-Wan had climbed up to the 9th floor and passed all the tests. Yu-Wan said that he came for his mission. Hephaestus replied that he would be finished soon. Hephaestus thought it was so hot in the workshop that even he was drenched in sweat, while Yu-Wan sat there as if nothing had happened, so strong was his resistance to fire. Hercules asked why it took so long for him to be tested on the 9th floor. Yu-Wan said that it took time to make new paths. Hercules grinned and said that Yu-Wan is never like normal people. How is he going to pass the next test? What Hephaestus did this time, Yu-Wan will definitely need in the next trial. Hephaestus grabbed the sword and pulled it from its sheath. It was a blade made of several materials. It had poor mana conductivity, but a very sharp blade. Yu-Wan took the blade. The mana conductivity was low, but the resistance was high. Yu-Wan thanked Hephaestus. It wasn't so much a sword as it was a sword-like armor. Yu-Wan paid Hephaestus 1,000 points of Asgard currency. Hephaestus hadn't expected to be paid so much for his work. He tried to refuse, but Yu-Wan insisted. Yu-Wan couldn't afford to get used to free things. He said goodbye to Hephaestus. Yu-Wan left the workshop and saw a portal. For 10 coins, one could teleport to any floor. Finally, Yu-Wan went to a 2-digit floor. Yu-Wan teleported to the 10th floor, the Marima world. The martial realm opened up before his eyes, a huge continent surrounded by an ocean. Unlike the other floors, the test on the 10th floor began immediately after ascending. The test was to choose one of the many martial arts schools, learn their martial arts, and pass the test. People shouted and invited Yu-Wan, each to his own school. Thousands of people invited Yu-Wan to join their clans. Yu-Wan thought that it looked like a market. A man with a sword behind his back approached Yu-Wan and greeted him. His speech was like a salesman praising his goods. He invited Yu-Wan to join his clan. It was the Blue Blade clan, and the man raved about its benefits. Yu-Wan brushed him off. Big schools wouldn't look for players in a place like this. The players themselves were interested in the big schools, so there was no need to lure them there. Yu-Wan didn't listen to the man. He said that he was looking for another school. The representative of the Blue Blade clan got angry. How dare Yu-Wan ignore his invitation? The man drew his sword. He may not have wanted to kill Yu-Wan, but he certainly wanted to scare him. Yu-Wan was annoyed by the ridiculous situation. The man was showing off his strength by pressing down on the player who had just gotten up. Yu-Wan warned him that it would be bad for his station's reputation if he touched a player who had just gotten up. The clan representative said through clenched teeth that it was too late to beg for mercy. Yu-Wan replied that he had no intention of doing so. Yu-Wan took a step forward. The man remained silent for half a word. Yu-Wan's gaze changed. He took another step towards the man. The headmaster felt as if he had seen those eyes somewhere before. His nerves were at their limit and he swung his sword. In an instant, he found himself on the ground. He noticed the crowd watching him. He tried to get up, but his legs gave out and he fell back to the ground. He could hear the crowd whispering. He was ashamed to have fallen in front of everyone. He picked himself up, lowered his head, and tried to get out of there as fast as he could. He held a grudge against Yu-Wan. The next time they met, he would kill him. 10 days passed. After Yu-Wan arrived on the 10th floor, he was on his feet all the time and kept moving. There was no other way to move around here. In 10 days, Yu-Wan had traveled over 4,000 kilometers. Suddenly, a huge mountain and a clear blue sky appeared in front of his eyes. It was the 10th floor Heavenly Mountain. Yu-Wan began to climb up the mountain. By the time he reached the middle of the mountain, the sun had already begun to set. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Yu-Wan activated the flame eyes and saw a group of 20 people in the darkness. Yu-Wan said aloud that he was not an enemy and there was no need to be so cautious. The 20 people surrounded him. He remembered that this had happened to him before. It was like being surrounded by jackals right after entering the tower. The Heavenly Demon Clan. This was a group that had opposed the martial arts alliance for a long time. They couldn't go beyond Heavenly Mountain. Kwang Hamuk was a pureblood of this clan. He had traveled over 40 floors. He looked at Yu-Wan and decided that this guy was not easy at all. He asked if Yu-Wan wanted to join their clan. Yu-Wan shook his head. He didn't want to join them. He wanted to pass the test of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. The clan members were surprised. It had been a long time since a player had taken the Divine Clan trial. But if he had come this far, he should know why players avoided this trial. Yu-Wan suggested that the probability of passing was very low. Kwang Hamuk said that was not true. He replied that the probability is not small. It just doesn't exist. So far, no player has been able to pass the test. That's why no one comes here. Hamuk motioned for Yu-Wan to follow him. Ominous mana began to surround Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan tried to resist the mana, but his resistance was suppressed. There were dozens of paths in front of Yu-Wan, and the true path had to be found. But if he took even one wrong step, he would fall under the influence of a hallucination. The road is not like the one they have been following so far. Yu-Wan has to find the real road among dozens of others. Hamuk turned his head to warn Yu-Wan, but immediately fell silent. Yu-Wan had disappeared. He had been standing nearby a moment ago, but now he was gone. Yu-Wan walked forward. As he followed the path, another intersection appeared. Yu-Wan chose the path again and walked forward. His flame eyes helped him to see through the illusion created by the barrier. The path stretched far into the distance. Yu-Wan stopped. He had to choose a path more than 10 times. Each time he chose the real road instead of the fake one. He approached the intersection again. This intersection was different from the others. Both roads were real, not fake. Yu-Wan thought about which one he should choose. He felt a light breeze on his left cheek, so he chose the left way. Yu-Wan turned left and walked forward again. The further he went, the more the landscape changed around him. Finally, the dense forest was left behind, and Yu-Wan saw a small room in front of him. The room was simple. In the middle of the room, someone was sitting with his back to Yu-Wan, who entered the room. It was a living legend of the martial realm. The wind rushed into the room even though all the doors were closed. This was an ancient, high-ranking person who lived before the Murim world entered the tower. Heavenly Demon. Suddenly, Yu-Wan received a message that he had passed the first test of the Heavenly Demon. Yu-Wan thought as he walked around the room with the doors closed. Maybe what he sees is not what it really is, and maybe he isn't standing in a small room right now. The Heavenly Demon asked Yu-Wan when he guessed that this was part of the trial. Yu-Wan replied that it was right at the beginning. He thought that he was being watched as soon as he entered the barrier. The Heavenly Demon said that at least Yu-Wan now knew how to look for directions properly. The scenery around Yu-Wan began to change. The Sky Demon had disappeared. The narrow room disappeared, and Yu-Wan found himself at the edge of the forest. There was no message window. Yu-Wan looked around. There was a large village here. Yu-Wan couldn't believe that there was such a village deep in the mountains. There were people, chickens, pigs, and other animals coming down from the mountain, as well as martial arts masters. Hamuk who had finally broken through the barrier, saw Yu-Wan. He was very surprised to see him safe and sound. He thought that Yu-Wan had fallen victim to the barrier. Yu-Wan replied that he just got here first. Hamuk couldn't believe it. It looked like Yu-Wan got through the barrier by himself. How could he have gotten here faster if he knew the way? Yu-Wan replied that it didn't matter how he got through. Hamuk watched Yu-Wan leave for a long time. He ordered his subordinates to escort Yu-Wan out and put him up at his house for the night. Even his subordinates could not understand how the stranger could have traveled this far when they, who had lived here for 50 years, walked the same well-trodden path. A steaming hot bath was prepared for Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan immersed himself in the hot water and felt blissful. He felt the tiredness of the 10-day journey disappear. His muscles relaxed. He closed his eyes and savored the luxury. Thoughts crossed his mind. Suddenly, Yu-Wan's attention was caught by an egg. It was shaking in his inventory. Waking the egg after a long time made him remember the first-floor trial he had passed. The second floor wasn't the most comfortable place to live. Hot, not enough food, monsters. But the tower always gave a reward to those who passed the test. The harder the test, the bigger the reward. The heavenly demon appeared in the world at the very beginning of this war, even before the Chronos clockwork was created. Therefore, Yu-Wan had no information about him. He still has to meet him in person. If it was about Murim, doesn't Murim's Great War look appealing? There was no one there who hadn't won a single victory in Murim. Yu-Wan didn't know anything. Neither what the heavenly demon trial was, nor why it was so difficult compared to the others. Yu-Wan didn't understand why the trial had started, but he wasn't told anything. He didn't know anything. The other players didn't know anything either. Whatever it was, it wouldn't be something ordinary. Sun Wukong shouted so loudly that he didn't know anything either, so Yu-Wan had to believe him. Yu-Wan reminisced while sitting in the bathtub with his eyes closed. He realized that even though he didn't know anything, he hadn't worked for nothing. Since the arrival of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult in the land of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, the egg had not stood still for a moment. About a month ago, Yu-Wan entered the second-floor inn and lay down on the bed. He held the egg in his hands and noticed that its size had increased several times. An incomprehensible egg with the pattern of the outer god. After it devoured Orochi's remains, Yu-Wan was finally convinced. Dozens of eyes and sharp fangs. Maybe this was what it would look like when it hatched. But even though Yu-Wan had fought the outer gods many times, he couldn't tell what it would be like. Yu-Wan took an egg from his inventory. It had grown several times larger than the one he had received. Yu-Wan wondered if he should let the egg live or not. Should he boil it and eat it? Suddenly he noticed that the egg was nodding. As soon as he thought about whether to let the egg live or not, the egg started to react to Yu-Wan, even though it hadn't reacted at all before. Yu-Wan was annoyed. Why did it stay silent and ignore him? He grabbed his sword and swung it at the egg. The egg was terrified and trembled. Yu-Wan's sword stopped just above the egg. The egg screamed. Yu-Wan put the sword back into its scabbard, looked around and put the egg back into his inventory. Nothing happened. The egg started to shrink. Yu-Wan remembered how the egg had devoured Orochi's corpse. Probably the egg could have bitten him if he wanted to harm it, but it didn't. It probably recognizes him as its master. Yu-Wan wondered if it was he who failed to hit the egg or if he was prevented from doing so. For now, the only thing left to do was to observe the egg. Even after some time, the egg did not change. It was constantly sleeping. When Yu-Wan was steaming in the warm bathtub, he put the egg inside. The egg liked the warmth very much and said that it was comfortable. The egg said a few words and went back to sleep. Yu-Wan thought that the egg slept for a month, woke up, said a few words, and went back to sleep. The fact that it woke up had something to do with the Heavenly Demon Cult, but how exactly Yu-Wan didn't know. A guest had arrived at the Heavenly Demon Cult. The news spread within a day. The 4 leaders of the Heavenly Demon Cult gathered together. They sat around a round table. The 4 heavenly lords were Lord Spear Lord, Lord Tao Lord, Lord Blade Lord, and Lord Fist Lord. Lord Spear said that for the first time in decades, there was a new challenger for the Heavenly Demon Cult trial. Fist Lord replied that it had been 34 years. Who is this new guy whose name is Kim Yu-Wan? The lords began to blame each other for not knowing anything about him. The oldest of them, Lord Blade, asked everyone to stop arguing and tell him who Yu-Wan was. He was told that Yu-Wan was a newcomer who had risen to the top by rewriting the rankings of each floor. Lord Blade found this hard to believe, but the records in the tower didn't lie. The four lords discussed Yu-Wan for a long time, until they came to the conclusion that it would be best to see for themselves. The Spear Lord nodded in agreement and raised his hand. The thousands of kneeling martial artists raised their heads and obeyed his gesture. They clasped their hands, ready to obey his every command. Suddenly the door swung open and a man appeared in the doorway. He wasn't nervous at all in front of so many masters and lords. The masters said to each other that it seemed to be Kim Yu-Wan. He looked fearlessly at the gathered people. The masters thought that he was strong in spirit. Yu-Wan saw the lords of blade, spear, dao, and fist, the four heavenly lords who had reached the pinnacle of divine worship in their respective realms. Yu-Wan looked at the four lords as he walked down the corridor. So the heavenly demon didn't come. The lords announced the beginning of the second trial. But then a man in a black uniform with a sword stepped forward and said that he had a request. It was Zhongjia Ryong, the captain of the Black Storm Squad. He was the last player to pass the test of the heavenly demon cult 30 years ago. He asked permission to test Kim Yu-Wan first. The masters consulted and decided to let Zhongjia Ryong test Yu-Wan. Zhongjia Ryong went to see Yu-Wan. When he showed hostility to the newcomer, the punishment was suspended. This meant that the tower did not recognize the test as official. Yu-Wan told the lords that the tower would not recognize this test. The lords agreed with Yu-Wan, and the Lord of the Blade said that there would be a reward for this. The reward for this trial was one of the divine cult's medicines, the Scarlet Blood Pill. Yu-Wan said that it would be enough. The stage was recognized as a trial. Yu-Wan tightened his grip on the sword. It wasn't easy to defeat a player of Jia Ryung's level. Jia Ryung rushed towards Yu-Wan. He acted more freely now. The fine imposed on him for being hostile was cancelled because the trial was recognized as official. The Scarlet Blood Pill was the best medicine the heavenly demon divine cult had. It was of great value. Jia Ryung tried to strike with his sword, but Yu-Wan dodged it. Yu-Wan thought that since there were heavenly lord-level players against him, it must be the order of the heavenly demon. Jia Ryung asked if it was true that his opponent was Yu-Wan. He asked if it was true that he had passed the heavenly demon's test, and that the heavenly demon had recognized him. Yu-Wan replied that it was true, but apparently Jia Ren himself hadn't received the recognition. Unlike him, Kim Yu-Wan did. Yu-Wan hit the nail on the head with his words. Sometimes the truth hurts the most. Jia Ren gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes glittering with fury. Unable to hold back any longer, Jia Ren lunged at Yu-Wan. His movements were fast and he was skillful with his sword. Despite the sudden attack, Yu-Wan calmly dodged. Jia Ren shouted that the heavenly demon didn't recognize him. After all, he had sworn eternal loyalty to the heavenly devil. Jia Ren had spent his entire life going through trials. He put his life on the line and rose in the tower, trying to become a warrior who would revive the clan. He defied the trials by studying martial arts, but he was not recognized. Why should a stranger be recognized? Who is this Yu-Wan, and why was he recognized by the heavenly demon? Why wasn't it Jia Ren? Jia Ren's sword seemed to be about to cut Yu-Wan in half. Suddenly his sword made an arc and slipped away from Yu-Wan, causing him to lose his balance. Jia Ren didn't realize what had happened to his sword. Yu-Wan swung his sword. The power of the giant began to be absorbed into his fist. A powerful blow hit Jia Ren. He fell down and his body went limp. After a while he tried to get up, but his eyes rolled back and he fell down again. Yu-Wan looked at the man lying unconscious on the ground and said that there was no special reason. He wasn't recognized because he was weak. Yu-Wan turned his head and looked at the four lords. He asked them if they agreed with him. The lords laughed heartily. The sword lord, who had a serious disposition, just smiled. The lords began to talk among themselves, praising Yu-Wan. He was very good. He didn't even use his sword. They smiled as they looked at Yu-Wan. They liked him very much. The sword lord said to give Yu-Wan a reward, the Scarlet Blood Pill. As soon as Yu-Wan took the pillbox, he received a message that he had passed Jia Ren's test. The Scarlet Blood Pill was the best medicine of the heavenly demon divine cult. Since Yu-Wan didn't even try his best in battle, This reward was enough for him. The masters started telling Yu-Wan about the value of the pill. They saw that Yu-Wan acted like a child during the trial. Is this a bluff or bravery? Yu-Wan was asked what clan he belonged to since he was not bad with a sword. Yu-Wan said that he was just teasing his opponent. The Sword Lord called Lord Fist and explained the essence of the trial. The second trial would be conducted by Lord Fist's master, Poon Peng Nim. Among the four lords, he was the most insolent. Yu-Wan stood and listened. The trial would take place in 3 months. During this time, he would have to prepare well, and he would be provided with everything he needed: lodging, food, and herbal pills, Yu-Wan thought. Even though Lord Fist was considered to be the weakest of the lords and would only use 3 techniques, he was still a ranked one. Yu-Wan stood silently in front of the lords. After thinking for a while, he suggested that the lords not wait for 3 months, but start right away. The hall became noisy. Everyone discussed Yu-Wan's words. Spearlord turned to Yu-Wan and said that such a rash decision was disrespectful to the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Yu-Wan apologized and said that he had not thought of disrespecting the cult. Lord Fist was ready to jump into the fight as Yu-Wan wanted, but Lord Spear stopped him. He said that this was the test of the Heavenly Demon, and only the Heavenly Demon could change it. Yu-Wan was given Tori months to prepare. This was the time to think about how to counter Lord Fist's 3 techniques. Yu-Wan had no choice but to accept this condition. Rumors about Yu-Wan had spread throughout the sect, so hundreds of masters came to see him. Yu-Wan didn't like to be discussed and taken into consideration. The Sword Lord walked in front of Yu-Wan and accompanied him personally. Yu-Wan couldn't understand why he was so honored. The Sword Lord said that it was because he wanted Yu-Wan to win the trial. Therefore, he wanted to watch Yu-Wan personally. After a long walk, Yu-Wan finally arrived at his destination. Yu-Wan walked up to the door of the treatment center. Lord Bladelord was very surprised that Yu-Wan had come to the healing hospital. He had to visit the martial arts library to prepare for the test. Yu-Wan replied that he would go there later. Yu-Wan went to the healing center to get the miracle medicine that the masters had promised him. When the door opened, the air was immediately filled with the thick aroma of medicinal herbs. B1 entered the courtyard of the healing center. The healers took a long time to collect the order Yu-Wan had given them. He wanted to take all the medicinal herbs, pills, and all the ingredients for making various ointments and tinctures. He also wanted to bring the fruits and roots of the medicinal plants. The chief healer of the cult, Jin Il-Huan, was shocked at the amount of ingredients gathered for Yu-Wan. However, this was the order of the Heavenly Demon, and it had to be carried out. Yu-Wan thanked the head healer, put the whole pile of medicine into his inventory, and said goodbye. Yu-Wan put all the medicine into his inventory. The head healer was very upset, but he only told Yu-Wan to return the rest of the medicine after 3 months. If the medicine went bad, Yu-Wan would have to pay for it out of his own pocket. Yu-Wan said goodbye and that they would meet again in 3 months. The place where the servant took Yu-Wan was halfway to Mount. It was a cave with a narrow entrance and high ceilings. It was the Heavenly Demon Cult's training cave filled with bread balls. It was the perfect place for Yu-Wan. The doors could only be opened from the inside, and one could only enter the cave from the outside by breaking the doors. Yu-Wan began to take all the medicinal herbs he had taken from the cave out of his inventory. It was a ton of medicinal herbs that filled a part of the cave. Yu-Wan sat down on the ground and prepared himself. First he ate deer grass, and his resistance to poisons increased slightly for 24 hours. Then he ate aster root, and his resistance to poisons increased again. After that, he ate banchok flower. He had never realized that these herbs were so bitter. Yu-Wan's stomach turned. He had never eaten so many medicinal herbs before. His stomach felt like it was being cut with a knife. Some of the herbs were probably poisonous. But Yu-Wan didn't take a mixture of herbs that could kill him. So everything was limited to stomach pain. Yu-Wan did all this for the last dish he had left, the Orochi heart. The 8th Orochi heart was a red stone that contained the strongest poison. Yu-Wan kept wondering where he could get so much medicine to neutralize the poison of the Orochi heart. And then he finally got lucky. Yu-Wan noticed that the egg opened its mouth. Apparently it wanted to eat Orochi's heart as well. Yu-Wan threatened the egg that he would roast it if it even thought about it. The egg was terrified. Yuan's threat had an effect on the egg, and it fell asleep again. Yuan gnawed at Orochi's heart with his teeth. It was as if fire entered Yuan's mouth. The poison from Orochi's heart spread through his body. His poison resistance increased by 1 level. Yuan barely had time to grab a handful of grass and eat it. He felt as if his entire skin and muscles were burned. Yuan writhed in pain. He needed more medicine or his body would be poisoned. An endless stream of mana-boosting messages. The pain in his stomach was unbearable. Yuan didn't expect such an incredible mana increase. A message appeared that Yuan had become a mana master. It was as if the mana was flowing into his body by itself. Yuan once again took an armful of grass to eat and drank all the mana from Orochi's heart down to the last drop, neutralizing the poison. This went on for several days. Yuan hadn't realized that it would be so difficult. Even though blood dripped from his lips due to the internal wounds caused by the poison, Yuan smiled. A month had already passed. The cult warriors stood at the door of the cave waiting for Yuan to come out. All he had brought with him was a pile of grass. The warriors said that they had not heard a word from Yuan for a month, and it was possible that he would stay in the cave for the whole 3 months. No one who made it to the 10th floor would miss an opportunity to learn at least one secret fighting technique. But Yuan was sitting in a cave. The warriors couldn't understand why he was acting this way. Lord Fist has gone to a secluded hall and is practicing in a way that would shake the heavenly mountain. The entrance to the training cave opened. Yuan stepped out of the cave and immediately saw the 2 warriors coming to greet him. The warriors hardly recognized Yuan. He was thin and pale. From the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to withstand even 1 technique, let alone 3. Yuan was hungry. They went to a cafe, and Yuan was very hungry. It turned out that Yuan had been starving for a month. He took a huge chicken leg and started eating it with great appetite. The warriors were shocked to find out that Yuan had been eating only medicinal herbs for a whole month. Sometimes the items are useless because of the strong poison in them. Most people don't take them. But if a good antidote is found, such items can be taken. Yuan ate everything on the table, got up, thanked the warriors, and wanted to say goodbye. He was asked where he was going. Yuan asked them to accompany him to the martial arts library. The martial arts library was the most important place in every martial arts school. Yuan went to a building with a beautiful staircase. At the gate of the library, there were warriors with swords. Yuan thought that there were impressive guards here. He approached them and thought that they were players, or maybe some of them were rankers. A man in white clothes approached Yuan and said that he had been warned about Yuan's visit and would accompany him. They were in the book depository. There were huge shelves filled with books from top to bottom. Yuan had the opportunity to read all the books. Yuan had seen martial arts libraries before, but this was the first time he had seen such a huge one. He grabbed the first book he saw and looked through it. It was a picture book about fist techniques. Yuan was already somewhat familiar with this technique. He decided to try by imitating the drawings in the book. There had to be a way to stand up to Lord Fist. Yuan closed the book because he already knew the technique. Yuan was sure that the way to defeat the Lord was described in some book. But how could he read so many books in 2 months? It was an impossible task even for him. Yuan was looking for the beginning of the heavenly demon cult, the technique created by Youngmu Jin, the heavenly demon. Yuan picked up a book and began to leaf through it. His intuition told him that it must be here. Muguk listened to the subordinate's report that Yuan had spent a month in the training cave and now a month in the library reading martial arts books. When the subordinate checked on Yuan, he was sitting there reading books as if he wanted to read them all. Muguk put down the teacup and said that it's impossible to read all the books even in 3 years. Yuan is doing strange things. First he ate herbs, now he's reading books. A faint smile appeared on Muguk's face. It's impossible to understand or predict his actions, so Muguk had high hopes for Yuan. Finally, Yuan left the martial arts library. Another month had passed. Yuan had gotten everything he was looking for. After leaving the secluded training, Fistlord was told that Yuan had spent a month in the training cave, then a month in the library, and another month in the training cave. Fistlord was a large man with well-developed muscles. He was in the waiting room outside the training area preparing for a fight. Fist Lord put on a red robe and thought that perhaps he had wasted his time practicing in seclusion. He put on his martial arts gloves and left his residence. Thousands of martial artists had gathered at the drill ground. Many of them were pinning their hopes on Yuan's victory. Some came to see the master's skills, while others wanted to see how Yuan would fight. Everyone was full of anticipation. The place was buzzing with people talking to each other. The Lord of the Fist appeared on the stage. He walked with a wide stride, and the crowd roared as they saw him proudly walk down the stairs. The Lord looked at the crowd and thought that the sect had indeed become weaker, and the number of players had dwindled over time. The commotion on the field made Lord Fist's eyebrows furrow. He shouted for everyone to be quiet. This was a test from the heavenly demon himself, and respect had to be shown. Yuan had not arrived yet, but now the gate swung open. Standing on the platform was Yuan. He had arrived at exactly noon after the Fist Lord. Yuan felt that the Fist Lord was emitting a martial aura. Yuan put his sword in his inventory and pulled out the Dark Knight sword. The Fist Lord offered to get right to the point. Yuan's task was to block the Fist Lord's 3 attacks. A message appeared that the second trial of the heavenly demon divine cult had begun. Yuan thought that the lords would regret giving him 3 months. The Fist Lord swung his fist. A flash. A bright light flooded Yuan's eyes. The Fist Lord had used his first technique. Yuan looked at the spot where he had stood a second ago. The devastating heavenly lightning had destroyed everything and turned the place into a pit. If Yuan hadn't dodged it, he would have felt very bad. This was only the first technique. Being struck by lightning was very dangerous. The Fist Lord said that Yuan had made the decision to dodge the strike. If he tried to block the strike, he would be a pile of mincemeat by now. The Fist Lord used his second technique. Dozens, hundreds of fists rained down on Yuan. His strikes accelerated, the fists moving so fast that they were almost invisible. Yuan turned on his flaming eyes skill. It helped him anticipate the trajectory of the punch and get out of the way in time. Fist Lord was surprised that Yuan was able to dodge the punches. Not only did he anticipate the punch, but it was as if he could read the Lord's mind. It must be the skill that made his eyes red. The Lord laughed. Being able to read his attacks with his red eyes helped Yuan dodge the blows. The clouds above the place thickened. The Fist Lord prepared for the third technique. Yuan couldn't dodge this technique. It became dark. The spectators became excited. The Fist Lord told his assistant to prepare a protective barrier to protect the audience. The Fist Lord would hit more than just the court. Yuan thought for a moment. If even the heavenly lords were worried, then this third technique must be something special. This attack would hit the entire drill ground. It would be impossible to dodge. Yuan realized that if the attack area was large, it would be weaker. He decided to block the third attack and activated the gigantization skill. The Fist Lord realized that Yuan had decided not to dodge the attack. This might have worked with any other master, but not with the Fist Lord. An electric beam shot out of the Fist Lord's hand, sparks crackling, thick smoke filled the arena. It was the Fist Lord using his third technique. It was a monstrously destructive power. If it weren't for the Lord's protective barrier, all the spectators would have died. Finally, the dense smoke cleared. The platform was completely destroyed and a huge hole appeared in the middle. The audience was speechless. They were shocked by the strength and power of Poonpeng Nim's punch. A message appeared for Yuan that he had withstood all 3 Lord Fist techniques. The second test of the heavenly demon divine cult had been passed. Yuan rubbed the back of his hand. When he blocked the attack, the electricity he couldn't stop partially paralyzed him. This was the end. Yuan had defeated all 3 of Fist Lord's Poonpeng Nim techniques, despite Fist Lord's best efforts. Fist Lord looked at Yuan in astonishment. Not only did he block the third attack, but he also remained unharmed. Fist Lord motioned for Yuan to continue. He had gotten into the excitement and wanted a real fight more and more. Yuan felt that Poonpeng Nim was eager to fight him seriously. But this was exactly what he wanted. Poonpeng Nim smiled broadly. He looked at Yuan, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. The Fist Lord felt a faint warmth flicker around Yuan. He realized that it was mana. He was perplexed as to how Yuan could use the heavenly demon spirit. This is the original form of the heavenly demon spirit. It is also known as materialized mana. Although it's still in its basic form, it's definitely the beginning of the heavenly demon spirit. Lord Fist was lost in thought. He looked at Yuan and wondered what else this guy was capable of. Then Yu-Wan decided to make the first move himself. He could sense Punpeng Nim's instinctive fear of the heavenly demon spirit, even if it was still incomplete. When the fist and the sword collided, the blast wave and the mana flew apart. It seemed that Yu-Wan had withstood 47 techniques from Fist Lord Punpeng Nim's Fist Lord. The Fist Lord felt very uncomfortable. After all, this was supposed to be an ordinary shield, but instead he had to fight a heavenly demon martial art. Peng Nim could feel that Yu-Wan's unfinished technique was getting weaker and weaker. Yu-Wan realized that the next attack would be stronger than the previous one. He tightened his grip on the sword. A report came in that Yu-Wan had withstood 59 Fist Lord techniques. Yu-Wan felt that Pen Nim's strength was increasing. It looked like he had adapted to the heavenly demon's technique. The Fist Lord was shocked that Yu-Wan could withstand 59 techniques. It looked like he could last for a long time. It shattered his self-esteem a bit. Peng Nim was preparing his next attack. He told Yu-Wan to attack him with all his might. The Fist Lord was getting stronger. Yu-Wan had little physical strength left. Lord Fist sensed that Yu-Wan was preparing an explosion of mana. Fire rained down on Lord Fist. His body was slightly burned. Lord Fist thought that Yu-Wan was definitely abnormal. When he reached the 10th floor, he would definitely be able to compete with him, Lord Fist. He thought that both of them were abnormal to enjoy such a fight. They charged at each other with renewed vigor, attacking and retaliating at the same time. Lord Fist jumped up. Yu-Wan moved like a dancer. Lord Kulaka kicked Yu-Wan with force. Yu-Wan tried to block the attack. A message appeared saying that Yu-Wan had blocked 89 of Pen Nim's attacks. The next moment, Lord Fist attacked again, but Yu-Wan managed to dodge the blow. Lord Kulaka said that this was finally going to be fun. Yu-Wan thought that things had just become less fun for him. The spirit of the heavenly demon started to weaken, and Yu-Wan had no way to attack. He thought he was finished. Yu-Wan was constantly dodging attacks and moving faster than lightning. Lord Fist encouraged him to let Yu-Wan show what he could do. Yu-Wan wanted to close the distance between them so that he could use gigantization to immobilize Lord Fist for at least a moment. He activated the gigantization skill, and the giant's power began to concentrate in his hand. All of Yu-Wan's energy was temporarily replaced by physical strength. Yu-Wan stretched out his arm. The power of the Fist Lord's strike was absorbed by Yu-Wan's palm. With his feet on the ground, Yu-Wan was able to stop the Fist Lord's punch with his hand. The energy of the dark divine crystal was transferred from Yu-Wan's right hand to his left hand. The Fist Lord followed the path of the energy with his eyes. Yu-Wan channeled the energy and stabbed him in the chest with his sword. Blood spurted from the wound. The wound was shallow, but when the Fist Lord touched it, his entire hand was covered in blood. He took a few steps back and stared at the blood on his palm in bewilderment. It was unbelievable that a player could wound him. The Fist Lord stood there and thought, just a little more and he will be able to defeat Yu-Wan. But this was a test, not a duel. If only Yu-Wan was of a higher level. Lord Fist lowered his hands and admitted his defeat. No one had expected this. The lords were surprised. The spectators did not disperse, recounting the details of the battle over and over again. The Sword Lord said it was a true miracle. Perhaps one day he would surpass their leader. Although this trial was against the rules, the lords were only there to observe. The heavenly demon himself watched the duel. Yu-Wan received the news that he had passed the second trial of the divine test of the heavenly demon cult. He had obtained the heavenly demon spirit skill. Many masters present at the trial rushed to the library in search of the heavenly demon technique. However, not everyone was able to not only master the technique, but also find it among other similar books. The Sword Lord said that finding and mastering the heavenly demon technique was a challenge in itself. Peng Nim sat across from Lord Mecha with his foot on his leg. He said that he was honored to have such a fight with Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan was looking for a chance to counterattack, and he found it. One day he would become the highest ranked. That was the opinion of the Lord of Fists. Peng Nim smiled and said that maybe this guy would even surpass the cult chief one day. The Sword Lord said that the cult chief would have to meet Yu-Wan in person soon. Heavenly Demon, and perform the final test. Yu-Wan was lying on a bed in the treatment center. His right arm was broken. He remembered the fight with the Fist Lord and thought that if the Fist Lord didn't admit defeat, he would lose 100%. His wound should have healed in 2 days. Yu-Wan tested his new skill. The heavenly demon spirit gave him the ability to create a clone. Most ranked players could only dream of having such an ability. Yu-Wan sat down on the bed. He was thinking about the upcoming final test. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Yu-Wan was told that a heavenly demon wanted to see him. A servant escorted Yu-Wan to the heavenly demon's residence. Yu-Wan remembered that the heavenly demon was a person who didn't care about formalities and didn't like complicated things. Yu-Wan entered the residence. It was a small room with a high ceiling. He looked around but didn't see anyone. Yu-Wan walked forward. In the semi-dark hall, a gray-haired old man wearing a red robe was sitting on a high chair. Heavenly demon Chun Mu-jin looked at Yu-Wan and greeted him. Yu-Wan bowed and said that he heard the heavenly demon calling him. Chun Mu-jin asked how Yu-Wan felt and how his arm was. The Dark Knight sword activated and accelerated the healing of the wounds. As soon as darkness set in, its effect intensified. The heavenly demon noticed the sword on Yu-Wan's belt and said that he wouldn't mind using it. Yu-Wan remembered that Mu-jin had always been greedy for swords. Yu-Wan replied that it was impossible, that the person who made this sword would eat him alive if he didn't keep his weapon. Mu-jin immediately realized that the sword was made by Hephaestus because he was the only one who had the habit of saying such words. The heavenly demon stood up and asked Yu-Wan to proceed to the final test. Yu-Wan objected that he couldn't fight with a broken arm. Mu-jin said that Yu-Wan would not need his hand in this test. He turned around and walked to a blank wall with nothing on it. Yu-Wan realized that it was an illusionary barrier. Mu-jin disappeared behind the barrier with a small flicker. Yu-Wan took a step and cautiously entered the barrier. There was a sound in his ears and he felt dizzy. The barrier was so strong that he almost fainted. A large hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled him inside. Yu-Wan entered the cave of the celestial demon. He found himself in a huge cave, with Mu-jin standing not far from him. Yu-Wan made a fire to light the cave and held it in his hand like a torch. The heavenly demon said that he had enjoyed Yu-Wan's duel with the Fist Lord and wished him good luck in the future. The egg in Yu-Wan's inventory woke up, bared its fangs, and began to swallow spit. Yu-Wan saw a purple flickering light at the end of the cave. It was similar to mana, but different at the same time. Yu-Wan was sure that this power did not come from the tower, but from outside. It was absorbing the energy of the outer god. That was why the egg showed activity. The celestial demon explained that they called it the Holy Flame. The cult exists to protect this flame and to find a master for it. Both the first and second celestial demons, as well as the celestial demon standing before Yu-Wan, have dedicated their lives to preserving this flame. Before the cult was proclaimed, it was a religion, not a martial art. And like any religion, when the faith weakens, the support shakes. There are stronger factions in the tower than the cult, and there are people who are stronger than the Sky Demon. Those who wish to join the Sky Demon cult must pass a test to prove themselves worthy. Mu-jin explained to Yu-Wan that such difficult tests were created to protect the cult and the sacred flame. Yu-Wan looked at the flame floating in the distance and asked the Sky Demon if anyone had made it this far. Blade Lord Shin Mu-guk had reached this challenge, but he had failed. Now Yu-Wan faces his final test. If he can endure the holy flame, it will recognize him. Yu-Wan received the news that the third test, to endure the holy flame, had begun. Mu-jin told Yu-Wan that the son of the great sage had endured more than 40 days in the holy flame. Shin Mu-guk reached the holy flame but could not enter because of fear. Yu-Wan thought that although he had withstood Lord Fist's attacks, he was powerless in the face of such power. Mu-jin was well aware that this was a difficult test. He told Yu-Wan that this flame was growing, fueled by fear. It is a power that has taken the form of fire. Yu-Wan activated the flaming eyes to resist the holy flame. The fire spell mantle resists the holy flame. It gnaws and burns those who fear it. Yu-Wan began to walk forward. The heat became more intense and the flames more fierce. He has to pretend that he is not hot. At that time, the egg woke up and showed its fangs. But Yu-Wan warned it to stay still. After all, it had eaten Orochi's entire corpse, so the egg can physically affect the flames. Yu-Wan thought, if the egg consumes the flame, he will be in trouble. The process will stop. It had been a long time since Yu-Wan had felt that something more terrifying than death might be ahead of him. He developed a fear of the outer gods. Because of his fear, the flames grew. Yuan remembered the time when he had fought the outer gods. He decided that if he was afraid, he had no right to possess it. Yuan said that he didn't know who he was dealing with, but if it was an outer god, he was tired of looking at it. His body was weakened by the time travel, but his mind was the same as before. Leaving behind the crumbling world he clung to for survival, Yuan returned to the past to set things right. Yuan said that he came back for one reason only. He came back to defeat the outside gods. After Yuan's words, the raging fire suddenly died down. Purple flames enveloped Yuan. The holy fire swirled around him like the wind. The drop-shaped holy flame rested on Yuan's hand. The fire divided into 3 parts and followed Yuan. He received the message that the last test had been passed. Yuan received the title of Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult. His stats increased by 1 level. Acquired the skill Sacred Flame. Yuan was able to move to the 11th floor. Mujin saw the fire diminish rapidly. He thought that Yuan had given up. Mujin's eyes widened. Maybe Yuan had not given up but died. Through the purple flames, Mujin saw Yuan's silhouette. He was alive. Moreover, the holy flame no longer returned to the heavenly demon. Yuan had become its master. Yuan could not stand on his feet from the strain. He slowly collapsed forward. Yuan gained full power over the members of the heavenly demon divine cult and became the master of the sacred flame. A few days later, Mujin was sitting in his favorite chair in his home. He thought about Yuan. He had received the holy flame after all. At that moment, the door opened and Yuan entered the room. Mujin and Yuan sat in the pavilion by the lake and drank tea. Yuan asked the heavenly demon if he had to stay here. After all, he had nothing else to guard. Mujin replied that he was already used to being here. Yuan said that he was given the title of Vice Lord, but at the same time he doesn't want to join the heavenly demon cult. Mujin replied that the title is a reward for the challenge, not an obligation. Yuan can do what he wants. Heavenly Demon looked at Yuan sadly and said that things used to be different, and now the cult is the enemy of the Marine Alliance. Yuan decided that Mujin wouldn't make him the next Heavenly Demon and calmed down. He gratefully accepted the reward from the Heavenly Demon. Yuan got up and prepared to leave. Mujin asked him why so early. Yuan replied that he had to be in time for the start of the Great Murim War, in which he planned to participate. Mujin sat by himself and thought. The strong chains that bound him were gone. He wondered what he should do now that he was free. It seemed that it was high time for Mujin to do what had long been expected of him. It was time to return to Murim, the battlesphere. The test on the 11th floor was a team fight. Player Halloman sat and prayed that he had good players on his team. A screen appeared in front of him, and he saw that he had made it to Team A. There were 208 players on each team. Lars and Melly were in the same team as Halloman, but he saw the names of the other players for the first time. After going through over 100 names, he found only a few familiar ones, and all of them were pathetic and unqualified. Halloman looked up the names of the members of Team B. The first name of one participant was already familiar to him. It was a player with a rare healing ability. The entire second team consisted of players whose names everyone had heard at least once. Halloman wondered why he was so unlucky, since he had failed the test 3 times before, but this test would be the worst. He decided to take another look at the names of the players on his team. Suddenly, he saw the name of Kim Yuan. Of course, Halloman had heard that Yuan was a really cool guy, but beating a team with 200 cool players is unrealistic, even if he has Yuan on his team. A man put his hand on the hotel counter and complained that the room cost 30 points. Yuan watched the scene at the hotel counter. Because of the upcoming tournament, the hotel prices were exorbitant. Yuan looked at the team rosters. All the talented players he knew were on Team B, but for some reason he was listed on Team A. On the 11th floor, the examiner was Hypnos, one of the Olympus rankers. Yuan thought that maybe they were avenging his past. They don't just want him to fail the test, they want him to die. The hotel receptionist invited Yuan. Yuan asked if there were any rooms available. He was told that only the best room was available for 100 points. Yuan agreed to rent the room and asked if he could change the currency. Yuan wanted to exchange the Asgard money that he and Hargon had split in half after defeating the Jackal Gang. Yuan asked the hotel clerk to change all the money into points. After exchanging the Asgard money, Yu-Wan's account had 931420 points. Immediately, a message appeared offering to summon a servant. Yu-Wan agreed. The footman immediately appeared at Yu-Wan's door and asked how he could help. Yu-Wan had already entered his room and was sitting on the bed. He told the servant that he wanted to use the shop. The servant fluttered around Yu-Wan, wondering what he needed. Yu-Wan noticed that the valet had already smelled money. He told the footman that he wanted to see what the store had. Yu-Wan already knew what he needed, but pretended to check the items in the store. Yu-Wan was looking for adamantium, the only material that would help complete the dark divine crystal. Yu-Wan found adamantium. It was the strongest metal, a blacksmith's dream. He asked the footman how much adamantium was worth. The footman told Yu-Wan that adamantium was of the highest quality. The footman offered Yu-Wan ready-made items since adamantium is only a material. Yu-Wan replied that ready-made items were expensive but that the material could be used to make something worthwhile. The footman replied that adamantium itself is an expensive material. It never breaks and is capable of conducting mana. It is the only such material in the world. Yu-Wan realized that the lakai was very well informed. The lackey continued to fly around Yu-Wan. He said that adamantium can be used to make many good objects. Not all blacksmiths can work with this material. Therefore, this unpredictable material is considered the limit of dreams for blacksmiths. The footman asked Yu-Wan if he knew Hephaestus. Yu-Wan asked what it was about. The footman replied that if Hephaestus was known, he could create many first-class objects out of adamantium. The footman went on to tell Yu-Wan that it was difficult for people to find a blacksmith, and if they did, they had to pay very dearly for the work. But this is not the case with Yu-Wan, for Hephaestus will make him an object for almost nothing. Therefore, lackey thinks that the price of adamantium should be higher for Yu-Wan than for others. The lackey set the price for 1.5 kilograms of adamantium at 1.5 million points. Yu-Wan didn't have that much money, so he told the footman. The footman immediately suggested that Yu-Wan buy adamantium on credit. He was already prepared for Yu-Wan to agree to his terms. But Yu-Wan said that he had changed his mind and that he would buy adamantium elsewhere. The footman offered Yu-Wan a discount and tried to persuade him to buy. Yu-Wan replied that he could get along just fine without adamantium. He wanted to make it clear to the footman that he was not interested in buying it, so he wanted to lower the price. Yu-Wan haggled with lackey until the amount reached 85,000 points. Then Yu-Wan said that he would buy adamantium. Lackey was not satisfied with the price and tried to raise the price again. Yu-Wan said that he would not pay more than 85,000 points. Then the lackey sold him adamantium, a blacksmith's dream. Yu-Wan thought he could buy adamantium cheaper than the market price. The lackey asked if Yu-Wan needed anything else. He said he didn't need anything, and the footman disappeared. Now all that remained was to give the metal to Hephaestus. Yu-Wan looked at the dark divine crystal on the back of his invisible glove. He couldn't go to the test without it, for there was no telling what the Olympians had come up with. Yu-Wan realized that working with adamantium would not be easy even for Hephaestus. It could take 2 or 3 months. He wanted to meet the smith right after the test. But it was still a week away. So Yu-Wan decided to take a walk. Nam Gong Hong, nicknamed the Genius Player, was a purebred descendant of the Nam Gong clan. With talent and skill, the support of a large faction and hard work, Hong could easily become the leader of his group. Hong and his team entered the 11th floor dungeon, Agray's Labyrinth. Was this really the hardest dungeon? They were probably the first to finish it. It didn't seem difficult for Gong Hong's team to reach the end of the dungeon and clean it up. The captain of Nam Gong Hoon's team ordered them to hurry up because they needed to rest after the cleanup before the test. They went through a huge tunnel and talked about how they could easily handle the A-team because they were all weaklings. Of course, there's Yu-Wan. They heard that he passed the Heavenly Demon test. Gong Hong said that they must do their best under all circumstances. The captain thought of Kim Yu-Wan. He had never seen him in person, although he had heard a lot about him. He wanted to meet him at this trial. Gong Hong and his men entered a huge cave. Inside the cave, purple flames were blazing. The captain ordered everyone to stop. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of burnt spider corpses all over the cave. One of the team members pointed to the ceiling and everyone saw a huge spider the size of a house with dozens of legs. It was dead and so burnt that it appeared black. However, there were dozens of eyes on its back. It was the chief of the dungeon Agria, the queen of the spiders who could not be defeated for many years. It looked like someone had already been in the dungeon. It was clearly burned, but there was no sign of fire around it. Hong examined Agria's body carefully and saw the deep wound caused by the sword. The spider's skin had been softened by the fire, making it possible to stab it with a single blow. It is unclear who could kill such a monster with a single blow. Gong Hong could only explain everything that had happened by involving a ranker-level master. He ordered his men to return, as this dungeon had already been cleared. The Spider Queen Agria's thread. Harder than steel, it is a superconductor of mana. After checking what he had taken from the dungeon, Yu Wan placed a skein of Agria's thread in his inventory. He decided not to sell the thread and use it later. After leaving the dungeon, Yu Wan called the holy fire into his hand. He wanted to practice before the trial began. He didn't feel any burning because holy fire was a skill that only destroyed the targets Yu Wan specified. Its power depended on the strength of the opponent's emotions. As the mana and completion rate increased, the power of the skill would also increase. Yu Wan went to his room and thought that he was less than 10% away from completing Fatum of Heaven, and the growth was faster than he thought. Back at the hotel, Yu Wan saw a group of players waiting for him at the door of his room. It was Halliman and the other members of Team A. Halliman asked Yu Wan if it was true that he was Yu Wan. Yu Wan looked at them and nodded his head. Halliman told Yu Wan that they were on the same team. Half of the players on his team had already quit, and the other half hadn't quit yet. Yu Wan realized that it was because of him. Yu Wan didn't care. Each of the players had heard his name at least once. Halliman said that Team B was full of skilled players, but only Yu Wan could handle them. The players wanted to say that they believed in Yu Wan, but he stopped them. Yu Wan immediately realized that they had no points. The players had to pay for each test. The team members added that the penalty for failing a test was also not small, 1,000 points. Yu Wan said that he realized that they just want to give it to someone strong. But if they don't want to die, they should give up. Halliman was shocked by what he heard. He realized that Yu Wan did not want to surrender. Yu Wan asked them to leave and opened the door to his room. Before closing the doors, Yu Wan told the players that there was no point in them losing their lives in this ordeal, and that he should be the one to take the risk. The door closed behind Yu Wan. The players didn't leave immediately. He could hear their excited voices. What were they going to do? It didn't seem like Yu Wan was going to cooperate. Some of them decided to give up. They left, but Halliman stood there for a long time with his teeth clenched. He decided not to give up. The day of the test came. A dark forest was chosen as the place for the test. Hypnos, the examiner, looked at the list of participants. The difference between the two teams was too great. Hypnos thought he would be cursed for such an unfair test. He wondered how that Kim Yu-won could be so frustrated with Olympus. Hypnos had received a single order from the great Olympus to destroy the contestant Kim Yu-won. He was already dreaming of a reward for the order and gladly agreed to do it. Hypnos flew everywhere on a white bull. This time, too, he climbed on the back of the bull and rode to the place of the trial. At this time, Hypnos's player's kit rang. It was a message from Hera, the wife of Zeus. The trial took place in a dark forest. Eliram. Team A had 4 times fewer players than Team B, and the teams were also very different in the quality of their players. Hypnos said he expected fewer players from Team A. He was surprised to see such a large number of Team A players. They were all hoping to see Yu-won. Yu-won arrived at the last minute. He looked at the players and thought it was a pity that so many victims would fall into this trap. Hypnos addressed the participants of the trial. He said that the teams were not equal in number, but no one would change the players on the teams, so they would start the trial as is. Hypnos raised his hand and announced the start of the trial. The essence of this challenge is to capture the flags. The rules were simple. Capture as many flags as possible and connect them. Where do we get the flags? A long time ago, the dark forest was created by the stewards specifically for the trials. It is inhabited by a large number of monsters of various levels, and flags are scattered throughout the forest, on paths, on trees, in ravines, and even on monsters. All the participants had to do was to collect as many flags as possible. Hypnos narrowed his eyes and said that the team that collected the most flags would be declared the winner. But the challenge is called capturing, not collecting flags. You can take flags from your opponent, and to do so you can rob, threaten, and kill. You can do it all. The faces of the members of Team A changed at this announcement. 2 kings will be chosen for this challenge. 2 contestants will be randomly selected from each team. Finally, Hypnos said that this was not chess, and a team would not be considered a loser if a king died. He wished everyone good luck. The members of Team A looked at Yu-1. They wanted him to be the king, but the king was chosen randomly. Hypnos held out his hand and a flash appeared. The trial had begun. The view around them changed. The members of Team A were transported into a dark forest. A glowing scoreboard appeared, displaying the flags they had collected. The time limit for the challenge was 24 hours. Halaman's body began to glow. He was proclaimed king, which he was not happy about at all. Halaman did not know what to do. Yu-1 turned and walked the other way. The king ran after him, shouting that he, the king, must be guarded, and Yu-1 left. Yu-1 replied that if the king wanted to stay alive, he had to stay here and not go anywhere, and he would go and collect flags. Unlike Team A, there was not the slightest tension in Team B. They wanted to finish the challenge quickly and go to celebrate the victory. The mood of the participants was completely relaxed. Only Hong from Team B thought it was too early to be so relaxed. After all, Team A had a competitor named Kim Yu-1. A woman of stunning beauty with blonde hair called out to Hoon, saying that he was nervous. Hong knew her name. It was Roll, nicknamed Angel. She got her nickname because of her unearthly beauty and her healing abilities. A light breeze blew from her. Roel was a cheerleader. She told Hong that he shouldn't be too nervous because the difference in the number of players was really big. Hong told Roel that it was strange that there was such a big difference in the teams. Angel Roel replied that it was probably a coincidence. Hong said that his family has a saying that nothing happens by chance in the Valley of Rivers and Lakes. Roel asked who was the king of their team. None of the participants knew. Hong thought for a moment. He seemed to have seen someone with a golden glow, but now he couldn't remember his face. It was strange that he could not remember the king's face, for he remembered everything he had ever seen since he was a child. There was a golden light coming from Halaman's body because he was the king of Team A. He sat and looked at the scoreboard with his glasses. They didn't collect many flags. They collected flags while accompanying the king. The team members sat and discussed that it would be good to catch the king of Team B. Then the score would be in their favor. There was even one person in the team who could do it, Kim Yu-1, although he didn't look like he would cooperate with the team when they first met. The team members stood in the forest waiting for Yu-1's return. After all, he was the one who brought most of the flags. Suddenly, there was a crunching sound, and the members of Team A turned their heads in the direction of the sound. Team B spotted the enemy team in the forest. Team A found itself in a position where it had to defend the king. A player from Team B waved a torch and shouted that there were only 10 enemies and not to be afraid of them. A player from Team A said that the enemies were also 10 and that there was no need to give up. A player from Team A suddenly fell to the ground with his head cut off. It was a murder. The players of Team A panicked. They wanted to surrender, but surrender was not an option in this ordeal. Halaman started to run, but not very fast. He was being chased from all sides. Every opponent wanted to cut off his head, so Halaman drew his sword. Halaman felt the cold blade touch his neck and closed his eyes, expecting death. Suddenly Yu-1 appeared and ordered him to stand still. With one blow, he killed the player who had thrust the dagger into Halaman. Halaman shouted with joy when he saw Yu-1. Yu-1's appearance put an end to the chaos. The other players of Team B began to retreat after seeing Yu-1 massacre their comrade. In Team B, some members wanted to run away while others thought they could take the chance to win. Yu-1 told them that they could go, but that they should give up their flags. A player from Team B started to attack, thinking that they would win since they were outnumbered. Suddenly, a player with a black mask on his face shouted that they should kill Yu-1. A moment later, his body was cut in half by Yu-1's sword. The situation had changed. Yuwan's eyes turned red. The players of Team B who only wanted to fight Yuwan suddenly stopped talking. One of the players approached Yuwan, kneeled down and begged for mercy. He gave Yuwan his flag. There were shouts that the players also wanted to give their flags to Yuwan. They came to Yuwan one by one and gave him their flags. There were 3 players left who didn't have any flags. But they also decided to surrender rather than lose their lives. In this way, Yuwan managed to get 8 flags. King Halaman stood aside trembling. He began to apologize to Yuwan for his behavior, almost crying and begging Yuwan not to leave him. Halaman shifted his eyes to Yuwan's flags. He could not believe his eyes. Only 4 hours had passed since the ordeal. Yuwan had 27 flags that he had collected all by himself. This was almost half of the flags collected by the entire team. Their team had collected 64 flags, the B-105 team's flags. Yuwan explained to Halaman that each team already had enough flags. Therefore, the opponents would go after the players instead of the monsters. Halaman was scared and confused. Surely they will come for the king again like they did recently. From then on, Yuwan ordered Halaman not to go more than 20 meters away from him. Yuwan thought that even without the king it would be difficult for him to win. Yuwan once again reminded Halaman to stay close to him and they moved on. The real game had begun. Hong asked his comrades why they had given the flags to Yuwan and run away. A member of Team B replied to Hoon that he didn't even have time to see Yuwan expose his blade. He said that Yuwan's eyes were red like a demon's. Hong was angry that a group of 10 people ran away from one Yuwan. Suddenly, Roel came over and asked if it was true that Yuwan had met with the king. If so, he would now protect the king. Roel ordered to contact other experienced players. Hong thought for a moment. They still have enough time. Stop running after flags. They still have enough great players. He may be Kim Yuwan, but he's alone. And they have many good players, including Hong and Roel. There were no other good suggestions. The decision has been made. They will get Yuwan and the king. It was the 12th hour of the trial. Yuwan was collecting flags in the forest and the king was nearby. Halaman realized that it was no longer a competition between 2 teams, but 200 people trying to catch a monster named Kim Yuwan with their combined efforts. By this time, Yuwan had already collected 100 flags. Yuwan still didn't trust Halaman. Yuwan wanted to give the flags to the king at the last moment of the challenge and double his score. There was no problem as long as the king was under his care, but suddenly the king's flags would be stolen or he'd be killed. Then things would be bad. Nevertheless, Yuwan decided to give the flags to Halaman just before the end of the trial. Recently, the players of Team B surrendered immediately and voluntarily gave him the flags when they saw Yuwan. Yuwan asked Halaman if Team B had any information about him. He thought that the opponents had already exchanged information. It seems that everyone in Team B knows that Yuwan is now with the king. Yuwan explained to Halaman that they probably agreed among themselves to just give the flags to Yuwan and run away. Halaman couldn't understand why they would do that since they couldn't win that way. Yuwan caught an arrow right in front of the king's face. They want to kill Yuwan and the king along with him, but they want to kill the king first. Halaman fell down in surprise. The arrow flew straight at him, so he was the target. The king was killed first. Yuwan caught the arrow with his hand. So Team B chose the encirclement strategy. Yuwan looked around. A large number of players surrounded him. He thought that it was a heavenly net, a technique that had long been used in the martial realm to surround someone. It was a trap that was impossible to escape. Yuwan picked up his sword and swung it. Halaman groaned, thinking that Yuwan wanted to kill him. But Yuwan drew a circle with his sword and told Halaman not to leave it, or he would die. Halaman didn't understand Yuwan's order to stand in the open instead of hiding in the forest. He thought that Yuwan had left him in the circle to die. Yuwan told Halaman to clearly follow his order not to take a step outside the boundaries of the circle. Yuwan repeated that he had told him once before not to move anywhere, but the order was broken and they lost a team member. If Halaman steps outside the circle, death is imminent. Yuwan turned and walked towards the forest while Halaman stayed inside the circle. He was very afraid and ran after Yuwan. Yuwan turned around and pointed his sword directly at Halaman. He ordered him again not to leave the circle. More than 50 men from Team B waited in ambush for Yuwan. They saw Yu-Won leave the king and go to the forest. A player from Team A named War told everyone to stand back and prepared a spear. Var dreamed of defeating Yu-Won so that someone from a big guild would pay attention to him. He threw the spear with all his might and aimed it at the king. Var launched the spear perfectly, but before it reached its target, the spear suddenly stopped. The spear Var threw froze, floating in the air. Suddenly the spear disappeared, and a terrible sound was heard right beside Var. The head of his companion standing beside him was pierced by the spear. An unknown force lifted the players up and broke their necks. Suddenly Var saw a red cloak flash through the air. It was Yu-Won. He slowly approached Var. Yu-Won asked him where Nam-Gung-Hoon was now. Yu-Won disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. He suddenly appeared behind the back of the player with the Thousand Eyes skill. It was a complete surprise, as the players were sure that Yu-Won and the king were surrounded by the heavenly net. People started coming out of the forest. Finally, the main characters, Nam-Gun-Hoon and Rael, appeared. They asked Yu-Won why he left the king alone. Could it be that he wanted to win the battle? Hoon told Yu-Won that he was sorry for what had happened. Even though it was not his will, he formed a good team, unlike Yu-Won. Therefore, Hoon is not ashamed of the situation. Hoon suggested that Yu-Won, surrounded on all sides, should surrender voluntarily. He did not want to win this way. Yu-Won smiled and raised his sword, showing that he had no intention of surrendering. He told Hoon that he was too talkative. Hoon expected this answer. He ordered everyone to step back and prepared to fight Yu-Won himself. Yu-Won asked Hong if he wanted a one-on-one duel. He didn't care about the number of opponents. Hoon's sword made an arc. Their swords clashed. Hoon's sword was heavy, and he himself was very strong. Watching Hong, Yu-Won thought that Hong was a martial arts genius. He skillfully wielded the heavy sword and moved surprisingly fast. The sword of the Nam Gong clan is heavier than any other sword, and it can be used to deal devastating blows if you can hold it in your hands. Yu-Won had to use mana to stop the Hun's attack. Hoon's sword was deflected, and when it hit Yu-Won's sword again, he felt as if his feet were off the ground. He clearly lacked strength. Suddenly, Hong's strength began to increase unexpectedly. The angel's blessing gave him strength. It was Rael who channeled some of her power into Hoon. She said that if, even with the help of the increase, neither opponent could win, then the fight should be stopped. Purple fire appeared around Yu-Won. This fire made Hong think of Agrea's dungeon. Is it possible? So Yu-Won was there and he was the one who killed the Spider Queen Agrea? Hoon thought for a moment. The man who defeated Agrea could have easily destroyed him. Hong gritted his teeth. Yu-Won doesn't kill him for some reason. It seems that Yu-Won is giving in to Hoon. Yu-Won looks at both Hoon and Rael. Hoon has decided to stop the fight after all. Rael doesn't understand why they stopped the duel. Hoon told everyone that they were retreating. Hong asked Yu-Won if he was the one who cleared the Agrea dungeon that had not been subdued for a long time or not. Yu-Won nodded. He thought that Hong had changed his mind about fighting. The mention of the Agrea dungeon shocked the players. For many years, no one had been able to defeat Agrea. Hong's unexpected decision to leave was not supported by all the players. Some tried to convince him not to give up before the battle. After all, they still had a chance to win. Hoon asked bitterly what kind of victory they were talking about. Kim Yu-Won single-handedly closed the gap between the teams. Roel told Hoon that he was a coward. But he replied that if they wanted to continue the battle, it would be without him and his men. Hoon said she could say whatever she wanted, but he valued the lives of his comrades more than his pride. The players supported their leader's decision. After all, you can always pass the test again, but you can never get your life back. Roel turned and walked away. She couldn't bear to see Hong and his comrades leave. Yu-Won had no intention of stopping them. It was better for him if there were fewer opponents. In the future, many of them would become rankers and fight against the outer gods. It made no sense to slaughter his own army. If Hercules had been in his place, he could have come out of the battle without killing anyone. He has all the abilities of a hero. Yu-Won respected Hercules endlessly, but he couldn't be such a hero himself. Yu-Won told Rael and the other remaining players that he hoped they would leave voluntarily, but now it was unknown how it would end. Rael used the skill Divine Defense. It protected the players, making their bodies lighter and stronger. She ordered the remaining players to all attack Yu-Won together. The holy fire began to blaze around Yuan. His will made the fire burn more and more intensely. He was about to enter the battle. The players tried to fight their way through the flames, but the fire reflected all their skills. The fire became a demon to the players. Their fear created a monster out of the flames, ready to devour them with its fiery maw. Yuan realized that the fire was absorbing her fear and growing. If the flames grew too big, it would be difficult to control. Therefore, Yuan reduced the holy fire slightly. One of the players, obeying Rael's order and under her protection, tried to kill Yuan. Yuan directed the sacred flame at him, and this and other nearby players fell from the flames, unable to fight. The members of Team B, who could still stand on their feet and hold a sword, lasted so long because of the reinforcement they received from Rael. Rael used the skill Giant Wings, Yuan used the skill Giant Strength. Even though Rael has used reinforcements for the players, once they reach the flames, they are frozen with a terrible fear. Where is the talk of defeating Yuan? It's impossible to even get close to him. Rael gritted his teeth, focused his gaze, and pointed the punitive sword at Yuan. It was Angel Rael's only punishment skill, but it was considered one of the most deadly for humans. Rael swung her arms and commanded the sword to kill Yuan. A deadly golden sword appeared above Yuan's head. Yuan, who had been standing still all this time, drew his sword. He swung his sword, and Rael's sword broke into pieces. There was a bright flash of light, and small shards of the punishment sword fell to the ground. Everyone standing there was dazed and blinded by the bright light. Rael's sword was destroyed by a simple swing of Yuan's sword. Rael remembered that Hong had ordered his comrades to retreat because the battle was pointless. Angel Rael thought how right Hong had been when he gave that order. If she and her comrades did not surrender now, they would face imminent doom. Rael decided to retreat. She addressed all players telepathically and ordered them to retreat. Although she mentally gave the order, Yuan realized that they wanted to leave. He told them to hand over the flags and he would let everyone go. Rael was shocked that Yuan had understood her. Yuan said that he wouldn't let anyone go without flags, so they had no choice but to bring all the flags that Team B had and give them to him. All the players brought flags. Rael gave 8 flags. Rael went to Yuan and started talking to him, that he was alone, without a king. She said that she heard that he refused to support the big guilds and started suggesting that Yuan join Heaven's Sky. It's a different level. Yuan will be well taken care of there. Yuan refused Rael's offer. Amazing. Just now she was fighting him and now she's offering to cooperate. Rael didn't expect such a quick rejection. She asked Yuan for his player recruitment number, but Yuan refused as well. Angel told Rael that she was offering to cooperate for Yuan's future. She realized that he had a purpose. Climbing the tower alone is very difficult, and she offers the support of a large guild, comrades. Rael asked Yuan why he wanted to make this very difficult journey alone. Rael was persistent. That's why she was able to advance so quickly in the tower. Yuan replied that he could not accept help from the guilds, for they were fighting each other for the rights to the tower and might ruin everything out of pride. He must become strong on his own. Yuan said that he could climb the tower without a team or help from the guilds. He finally refused Rael's offer. He will do it alone. At this time, King Halaman stood in the circle that Yuan had drawn with his sword and hiccuped with fear. He was scared to death and could not wait for Yuan to come. Suddenly fire flew towards him and exploded just above his head. Halaman screamed in terror. 5 players from Team B came out of the bushes. They saw the king standing still in the circle, not moving. He was easy prey. Halaman wanted to run into the forest, but he remembered Yuan's words about not going anywhere outside the circle. He closed his eyes and prepared to die. He realized that if he ran, he would be captured quickly, and if he fought, he had no chance of winning. Still, Halaman decided to buy some time, believing that Yuan would surely come back for him. He drew his sword and prepared to fight. His opponents laughed, thinking he had gone mad with fear. Without leaving the circle, Halaman swung his sword with all his might. One of the players broke into the circle and began to attack Halaman. One blow and Halaman flew to the other side of the circle. His opponent's strong arm lifted him up. Halaman fought hard not to leave the circle. The player said that Halaman was just unlucky and brought up his dagger hand to deal a fatal blow. Suddenly something large blocked the way between the blade and Halaman. Everything was shrouded in smoke, but there was something that resembled a man. Halliman could understand nothing. The only thing he understood was that he was alive. The thing that had saved him was like a ghost. Yu-1 used the demon ghost skill. Yu-1 remembered Rael's words that they might end up on the same side another time. He realized that he was late because the conversation took longer than he had planned. Yu-1 left, thinking that as long as Halliman kept his word and stayed in the circle, there shouldn't be any problems. Yu-1 heard a rustling in the direction where no one was. Then a golden light appeared out of nowhere, and a voice asked how long ago Yu-1 had noticed it. It was a man in a black cloak and mask with a golden light, symbolizing the king of Team B. The masked man looked around. According to the kind of fire that was raging here, everything should be burned. But there wasn't the slightest trace of fire. Yu-1 asked what the examiner with the strange mask was doing here. The masked man was in shock. Yu-1 clearly saw his face. Yu-1 activated his flame eyes and was able to see rancor even through the mask. Hypnos was amazed at Yu-1's skill. He said that he didn't expect Yu-1 to fight Team B alone. He became king, hoping that Yu-1 would come after him. But he was wrong. A faint flicker spread from Hypnos. Yu-1's vision and mind blurred, but he tried to hold on. Hypnos was a rancor who was famous for his illusion skills. Yu-1 thought that if the administrator found out that rancor had interfered with the trials, it would be a big problem. Yu-1 drew out his mana and lit the holy fire. Hypnos looked at Yu-1 and thought that if a normal player released that much mana, he would fall asleep immediately. Yu-1, on the other hand, resisted Hypnos' mana. Just before the trials began, Hera sent a message to Hypnos, ordering him to kill Yu-1 at any cost. Finally, Hypnos activated his strongest ability, Dark Night. It causes all living things in the area to hallucinate and fall into a deep sleep. This skill was much stronger than the previous one. It became difficult for Yu-1 to fight the sleep. The sweet voice of Hypnos sounded in Yu-1's head, suggesting him to fall asleep and have a nice dream. Yu-1's eyes began to close and he fell asleep standing up. Hypnos began to approach Yu-1. Hypnos pulled out a dagger he had hidden in his clothes. Hypnos' knife glittered. He thought it was Yu-1's own fault that he had managed to mess things up with Olympus. Hypnos thought that Yu-1 would be able to brag about fighting rancor if he survived, but his dagger relentlessly approached Yu-1's neck. He had to be finished. Suddenly, Yu-1 swung his sword and a bleeding wound appeared on Hypnos' body. It was unexpected. A deep cut went all the way across his chest. Hypnos realized that Yu-1 was pretending to sleep. Yu-1 said he didn't like to brag about fights with rancors, but he could tell about the fight with the dastardly Olympic overlord for laughs. Hypnos' eyes glittered with anger. The battle had begun. Hypnos presented mirages. It was not clear where the real Hypnos was and where the illusion was, but thanks to Hypnos' skill, it was now a dark night, and Yu-1 had his sword made by Hephaestus activated, and its stats intensified. The night did not belong to Hypnos alone. Yu-1 held his dark night sword, his eyes burning with red fire. The night did not belong to Hypnos alone. Even though Yu-1 was able to wound Hypnos, he was still an Olympian. He uses the mana of darkness, which creates illusions. Yu-1 felt his power. Gigantization began to flow into his hand. He could feel the power of the sacred fire and the dark divine crystal overwhelming him. The hypno-mana that had spread around them began to move. The distance between them began to decrease. A sharp blade of Hypnos flew towards Yu-1. The problem was that Hypnos used his ability to create a mirage, and as soon as Yu-1 attacked one Hypnos, another one would immediately appear. But Yu-1 saw the real Hypnos with his fiery eyes. The two blades collided and two different manas flew everywhere. Purple holy fire raged and threatened Hypnos. Each time the fire approached him, fear surged toward him, so the flames raged around Hypnos, feeding on his fear. He had never seen purple fire before, and for some reason he was disgusted when he looked upon it. Hypnos was shocked that the fire could rise and fall with the power of fear. He slashed at the fire with his sword, but as his disgust and fear increased, the fire grew stronger. Hypnos grew hotter and hotter. The fire did not burn, but somehow it made him feel hot. But he soon realized the true nature of Yu-1's fire. The strength of the fire varied according to the strength of the fear he felt. Hypnos swung his sword and the holy fire was flung in different directions. The power was incredible. Even rocks flew towards Yu-1. Yu-1 thought he could see rancor right away. He didn't expect Hypnos to blow away the flames with such force. The two had already exchanged dozens of blows. The swords clashed, splitting the air. Hypnos had to admit that Yu-1 was very talented. If he ever became a rancor, he would be a true monster. That was something Hypnos could not allow. Hypnos used his moon sleep skill. Hypnos used it to show his opponent illusions. Even if the opponent knew it was an illusion, everything that happened seemed real. Everything was plunged into darkness. Rocks began to fall on Yu-1. Yu-1, ignoring the falling stones, asked Hypnos if he was afraid of the administrator. Hypnos replied that he only served Olympus, that Yu-1 was a green youth who could not understand the higher purpose. Yu-Wog replied that he had a very heavy burden on his shoulders. Hypnos can't even imagine what kind. Yu-Wog remembered what Kronos had said when they were choosing who would return to the past. Whoever returned would have to carry the entire tower on his shoulders. After all, there are billions, tens of billions of living beings in the tower. It is a great deed to sacrifice oneself, not someone else. Hypnos knew well that everything he did now was a crime in the tower. But he had no choice. Just like Yu-1, who went back in time only to go through all that hell again. Heaven and earth shook. An avalanche of stones began to fall from the sky. Yu-1 found himself under a pile of rocks. Hypnos laughed in his face. Let what he does be an intolerable insult to the tower. But that is all Hypnos does for the sake of Olympus. Suddenly a sword blade pierced Hypnos's body. With a sharp swing of the sword, Yu-1 struck him in the chest. Hypnos did not expect the blow. Blood gushed from his wound. Yu-1 told Hypnos to never let his guard down in battle. The rocks scattered, the landscape became the same again. The illusion was over. Hypnos couldn't understand how Yu-1 managed to get rid of the illusion that he was covered in rocks. He thought that maybe it was because of Yu-1's red eyes. Yu-1 had decided that the Flaming Eye skill was the best tool against Hypnos' illusions. That's why he was so confident about the outcome of the battle. This is the end of Hypno. Hypnos swung his sword. He still felt the strength to continue the fight, but he did not see who appeared behind him. Hypnos turned his head to see a huge man with a red face. It was the 11th floor administrator who had appointed Hypnos as an investigator. He demanded an explanation from Hypnos. Yu-1 stood and watched as Hypnos tried to say something in his defense. The administrator asked Hypnos who from Olympus had ordered him to kill Yu-1. Hypnos replied that it was his own initiative. The administrator did not believe Hypnos and said that he was trying to take the blame. Hypnos got down on his knees and began to apologize to the administrator. The administrator said that he was removing him from all authority as an examiner. In addition, he was taking back all rights to the 11th floor given to Olympus. Hypnos tried to object to the administrator. The administrator shouted in anger, "How dare Hypnos raise his voice to him?" and said he would be punished for 1,000 years of being between life and death. Hypnos whirled in a whirlwind and his body began to be pressed into the ground. He tried to rise but fell again, his face firmly pressed to the ground. An attempt on the part of a candidate is an unpardonable offense to an examiner. Hypnos's last cry was heard as he tried to call out to the administrator, but all was in vain. His body pressed harder and harder into the floor. He looked at Yu-1 as he disappeared. Yu-1 watched Hypnos disappear into the ground. That was it. There would be no rancor named Hypnos for the next 1,000 years. The steward looked at Yu-1 carefully. This was the third administrator Yu-1 had met. They didn't know each other, although the administrator already knew who Yu-1 was. He asked what Yu-1 hoped to gain by fighting rancor. Yu-1 replied that he had gotten into a lot of trouble because of the poor organization of the trial. It was risky for Yu-1. But he thought that he should not be afraid of the administrator now, because the examiner was the administrator's representative in the trial. The administrator asked Yu-1 who he thought was at fault. Yu-1 replied that it was partly the administrator's fault. The administrator laughed and thought that Yu-1 was a cocky guy, and he was right to a certain extent. He promised to give Yu-1 a good reward at the end of the challenge. Yu-1 wondered if the man would change his mind. The manager said he would keep his promise. Several players watched what was going on. Yu-1 noticed Namgun-hun. The administrator said that a great storm of change was coming to the tower. The room in front of him exploded, and he disappeared in an instant. Hong told Yu-won that they had come here because they had noticed their king and had witnessed something incredible. Was it really all arranged by Olympus? Hong was sure that such a thing was beyond the power of one man and that the top of Olympus must have been involved in the scandal. But if the public were to find out, the tower would descend into chaos. Hoon pondered how this guy named Kim Yu-won was able to fight Rancor, even so strong that he was appointed as the examiner of the trial. A player named Sun Wukong had once defeated Rancor in the same way. Hong asked Yu-won what he planned to do now. After all, this incident will shake the whole Olympus. Every Olympian will now look at him with hostility. How will Yu-won fight so many enemies by himself? Hong asked Yu-won this question, to which he replied that he would fight until he overthrew Zeus, the ruler of Olympus. Hoon asked Yu-won what problems he had with Olympus. Yu-won replied that he helped a blacksmith who didn't want to make weapons for them. Since then, they have been after his head. Hoon realized that the smith Yu-won helped was Hephaestus. He told Yu-won to take care of himself. After all, his opponents were Olympians. Hong received a message from his clan that the great tournament of Murim was about to take place. He told his companions that they were returning to the Namgung clan. Halaman finally saw Yu-won and became terribly excited. He told Yu-won that he almost died, but he did not leave the circle. Halaman could hardly stand on his feet. What he had experienced seemed like hell to him. Yu-won praised him for not giving up and persevering. It was a good job. When all the players dispersed, Yu-won continued to collect flags and ended up collecting 618 flags. Yu-won brought all the flags to the king as required by the terms of the challenge. Of course, Halaman was happy because he would also receive a prize. But what pleased him the most was the praise of Yu-won, the man who had collected all those flags. Yu-won presented all the flags to his king. Halaman accepted the flags. According to the conditions of the test, the number of flags doubled. A message came about it. Team A collected 618 flags. The number of flags doubled. There were 1236 flags. A message came in that the challenge was over. Team A wins. The number of flags collected by Team A is 1236, Team B 2 flags. Yu-won has received a message that he has scored 10000 points for unknown reasons. The 11th floor ladder has been updated. Yu-won has gained access to the 12th floor. Yu-won received a message that he can teleport to the 12th floor. The updated player ladder for the 11th floor has opened. Kim Yu-won was in first place. A new record was set on the 11th floor. Yu-won sat in a small hotel on the 12th floor and looked at the leaderboard. He had over 20,000 points. It was a large amount. The extra points were probably given by the administrator. The king of Team A, Halaman, was ranked 36th. He risked his life to fulfill his role, so the award was well-deserved. The 11th place was Sun Wukong, but it was quite low for his level. But that was because he wasn't suited for team tests like this. Hargan was ranked 6th. After the match with Yu-won, Hargan had steadily improved his ranking, and the point difference between 6th and 4th place was minimal. Hargan showed a lot of promise at the beginning, but as he climbed the tower, he became stronger and stronger. Yu-won thought that he would like to see Hargan. He probably wasn't the same now as he was when they first met. The Namgung clan was the center of the world on the 10th floor, run by the Martial Guild. It was the second largest organization in the martial world after the Heavenly Demon Cult. It was an elite clan that produced many glorious rankers, including the highest rankers, Namgung Ji-wung-hoon's father, a man with a pointed beard and sharp eyes. He led the once-endangered clan to prosperity and glory. Hong entered his father's study and bowed in supplication. His father said he had heard that the trial on the 11th floor had ended in scandal. Hong replied that even the steward had intervened in the matter. Hong did not want to inform his father through the player's kit, so he came in person before the appointed time. Hoon briefly told his father that the Olympians had found Hephaestus and wanted to recruit him, but Yu-won had prevented them, and told what had happened during the trial. Ji-woon realized that Yu-won was fighting Olympus alone. He asked his son if he had a man named Gibbons in his team who was sponsored by Asgard. Hoon replied that he did. Then it is only a matter of time before Asgard finds out everything. Rising star Kim Yu-won is about to find himself in the middle of a big storm. Ji-woon thought that this time the big tournament in Murima would cause a stir. A fireball quickly flew down the line and smashed the target. Yu-won threw fire spears at the targets. It was a test where 100 targets had to be hit. They were spinning and accelerating, and it was very difficult to hit them. A flaming spear flew from Yu-won's hands and pierced the target. The spectators were ecstatic. They hadn't seen anyone hit so many targets at once. It was a new record. Yu-won was told that he had destroyed 1,000 targets. He was good at spear-throwing techniques, but making spears out of flames was something he had never done before. Yu-won passed the test on the 19th floor and was allowed to go to the next floor. All of his stats increased by 1 level. Yu-won received 50,000 points, destroyed 10 times more targets than required by the test, and received a rather modest reward. Yu-won got the right to live on the 20th floor. He didn't go up yet. He sat in his hotel room, and immediately a servant appeared and opened a shop in front of him. Yu-won walked down the street and thought. He would have to climb to the 20th floor or higher to get the honors he deserved. But he decided to keep climbing for now. He decided that now was the best time to increase his mana to triple digits. The most effective way to add a mana level is to get the highest level elixir. The Great Pill is an elixir that is made in Murima every 3 years. It can be obtained from the Great Martial Arts Tournament. The Grand Tournament was only a few days away. It was the biggest event on the 10th floor, attracting the attention of countless rankers. The day before the Murima Martial Arts Grand Tournament began. As the time for the tournament approached, Martial Arts City was filled with people. The streets were filled with merchants, and it was impossible to rent an apartment in the city. People were in a festive mood. Everyone was looking at the table of contestants. The town discussed the list of contestants, betting on the winner. Hargan was the favorite. News reached the city that Yu-won would be participating in the tournament. People wondered why someone who refused to join the guild would participate in a tournament that everyone went to just to get the guild's attention. People wondered why Yu-won would enter the tournament and bet on how many guilds would invite him. It got to the point where representatives came to Yu-won's inn to invite him to join their guilds. Even ranker Brunil came in person to offer his guild's support. Yu-won refused all offers, tired of chasing away guild representatives. Even ranker was no exception. Brunil was stunned by Yu-won's refusal. He expected to be invited for a cup of tea. Yu-won silently pointed his chin behind ranker's back. There stood Sariel, the ranker of the Heavenly Guild. He saw Yu-won reject Brunil and asked Yu-won if he would accept him. Yu-won also refused Sariel, saying that he was the 13th in today's count. Sariel left Yu-won a business card and asked him to let him know if he changed his mind. Yu-won was in his style and said he wouldn't call even if he took the business card. At that moment, a new visitor appeared. Yu-won, who was about to go to his room, stopped when he heard a familiar voice. It was Hargan, a chiseled, handsome man with golden hair and piercing eyes. Hargan looked just like they said he did. Yu-won told Hargan to leave as well, hiding a smile. The rankers who came to see Yu-won were shocked. He refused even Hargan. Yu-won turned to Hargan and said he was joking and to go inside. The door closed behind Yu-won and Hargan. The rankers had no choice but to leave with nothing. Hargan looked at Yu-won's home. It was luxurious. Yu-won replied that since he had gone to the lower floor, he would at least live in comfort. There was a knock on the door. It was another guild representative who entered. Yu-won told Hargan to ignore it. Hargan thought that even though Yu-won had rented a nice room, he would not be able to rest in it. So many visitors come to see him before the grand tournament. Hargan told Yu-won that it was easy to find him because he was very famous. Yu-won said that he could have just called. Hargan replied that he wanted to surprise him, but Yu-won didn't seem surprised to see him. Yu-won asked him about the team. Hargan replied that everyone came with him. He asked Yu-won if it was true that he was the one who stopped the Olympians from taking Hephaestus. Hargan said that when he heard about it, he thought that Yu-won had gone crazy, fighting against Olympus. Yu-won was surprised that Hargan, the son of Zeus, came to him after hearing about it. Hargan replied that he did not depend on people's opinions. Yu-won asked Hargan if Zeus knew about the incident. Hargan said that Zeus was concentrating on passing the last floor of the tower and had not been on Olympus for a long time. The 100th floor of the tower is now called the last floor of the tower because no one has passed through it. Hargan warned Yu-Won to be more careful and that he would talk to his father when he could. Yu-Won offered Hargan to keep him company as he had to go to the first floor to see Hephaestus. At these words, Hargan's face changed, for he too thought that Hephaestus was a criminal like all the Olympians. The loud, deafening blows of the hammer resounded. Hephaestus was striking a red-hot piece of metal with his hammer. He had many orders. He worked passionately without ceasing. He had just forged a protective glove and put it away to cool. Hephaestus had worked for 3 days without a break and decided to rest for a while. He picked up a towel and wiped his hot face. He hadn't made weapons for a long time. All his orders were for protective armor. Hephaestus waited for Yu-Won, who had informed him that he would come by. But when? Suddenly, Hephaestus heard a familiar voice. Hephaestus was overjoyed, but hid his smile and put on a stern expression. It was Yu-Won, the only one who could enter without knocking. As Yu-Won entered, Hephaestus saw behind him another man with golden hair and the same eyes. Hephaestus asked Yu-Won, pointing to the man coming down the stairs, "Who is this?" Hargan stepped forward and introduced himself. Hephaestus looked at him with disapproval. Hargan asked Hephaestus if he wished to call him younger brother. Hephaestus replied that their family discord was too serious to call each other brothers. He thought Hargan had come for him. Hargan waved his hands in denial. Hargan said that he had only come to see him. Hephaestus looked at him in disbelief. He did not understand why the son of Zeus had come to see him. Hargan explained that he did not trust Olympus. He had been taught from birth that Hephaestus was a criminal, but his friend Yu-Won had saved Hephaestus, so he decided that he would only believe what he would see with his own eyes. And for this purpose Hargan came to Hephaestus to meet him in person. Hargan was very much like his father Zeus, whom Hephaestus used to respect more than anyone else on Olympus. Hephaestus asked Hargan for his opinion, but Hargan replied that it was difficult for him to judge from Hephaestus's appearance alone. He asked Hephaestus to tell him why he had stopped making weapons for Olympus, for formerly all the weapons on Olympus had been forged by him. Hephaestus, Yu-Won, and Hargan stood in the middle of the workshop. Hargan asked what was the reason that made Hephaestus make this decision. Hephaestus replied that it was a decision he had made after the Gigantomachy. The giants were one of the races that took the lead in the tower because of their natural strength and size. The Olympians who followed the giants owed their existence to them. The giants looked upon the Olympians as companions, even as friends. Hephaestus also regarded the giants as his friends. But one day his friends, the giants, were stabbed in the heart with a weapon with which he had bound himself. Gigantomachy is the name of the war waged by the Olympians, led by Zeus, against the giants. The causes of this war were outrageously simple. The thirst for full power, which before had to be shared. Giants of Olympus, giants of Asgard went to war against each other. So the war grew. The clash of crossed swords rang through the air like thunder. The ground around the tower was flooded with rivers of blood. The giants, friends of Hephaestus, were sacrificed. All this to raise the status of Olympus. All to wash away the shame of the Olympians' alliance with the giants. Hephaestus no longer forges weapons for the Olympians. Hephaestus could barely contain himself, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists to save face. A few years ago, the Olympians asked him again to forge weapons for them. Hargan suspected they wanted to start another war against the surviving giants. Probably still in preparation, but there is a strong possibility. Hephaestus tells Hargan that this is the end of history. Whether he believes it or not is up to Hargan. But Hephaestus will always be against Olympus. Hephaestus tells Yu-Won that his item is in the warehouse and offers to go there. Yu-Won followed Hephaestus, and Hargan, shaken by Hephaestus's story, remained alone in the workshop. He had a lot to think about. His fists clenched tighter and tighter. The pillar he had leaned on all his life was shaking. He had yet to make a decision. On the way to the camp, Hephaestus said that Hargan was a good man. He seldom complimented anyone. Hephaestus asked Yu-Won if he planned to take Hargan as a partner. Yu-Won replied that he was still thinking about it. Hephaestus still didn't trust Hargan. He is still at an age where he can easily be overpowered. So Hephaestus decided to watch Hargan and see what direction he would take. Several thick chains were released, and the massive steel door opened. Hephaestus released the last sealing chain. As soon as the door opened, mana began to flow out, giving Yu-Won goosebumps. Hephaestus said that the order was ready, but the nature of this item was complicated. Considering how Yu-1 had named the sword last time, Hephaestus decided to name the item himself. It was an adamantium object in the shape of a glove. Hephaestus named it Kani. Yu-1 thought that the helmet of Hades, created by Hephaestus in the past, was also called Kani. The glove floated in the air and emitted mana. Hephaestus used up all the adamantium Yu-1 had brought with him. He placed the crystal on the outside of the glove, but it was not visible. Yu-1 tried on the glove. It looked like a simple black cloth glove. Just like Hades's helmet looked like a simple black helmet. Hephaestus looked at Yu-1 and thought that the problem with Kani was that she didn't accept a master based on strength, but on whether he was worthy. Will he be able to compete with her? As soon as Yu-1 put on the glove, his vision changed in an instant. Everything around him turned black, but Yu-1 wasn't surprised and thought it was a test from Kani. The already dark warehouse became even darker. A space opened in front of Yu-1 and a large yellow eye appeared. The eye was much bigger than Yu-1 and it blinked several times while looking at Yu-1. Then the eye asked Yu-1 who he was. Yu-1 was shocked that the eye could speak, but it spoke in a harsh, choppy voice. He replied that his name was Kim Yu-1. The eye told Yu-1 that he had come back another time. Yu-1 couldn't believe that the eye was talking about him going back in time. The eye did not say anything else that was understandable. Apart from Kani, not much was known about the three holy treasures of Olympus. They disappeared after the invasion of the outer gods. Kani used to be the helmet of Hades. Now it has become the gauntlet. Was this creature sealed inside the crystal, or was it the crystal itself? Yu-1 wanted to learn more about Kani so he could harness its power and find the best use for it, but the conversation didn't work out. At that time, there was a movement in Yu-1's inventory. It was the egg waking up. It moved by itself for the first time in months. The egg started to cry. The eye responded to the egg with its own energy. It was a dark energy of colossal density. Mana of this level could easily tear a person's body apart. Yu-1 tried to dodge, but it was too late. He tried to block the mana with the holy flame, but the mana passed by and sank into his inventory. The incubation speed of the egg began to increase dramatically. The more black mana the egg consumed from the eye, the faster the incubation speed increased. When the incubation rate exceeded 41, the egg began to hum. It may have been tormented by hunger, but now it was satiated. Yu-1 thought that this time the incubation rate jumped higher than when the egg ate Orochi's corpse. Yu-1 thought that if the eye increased the incubation rate of the egg that much, it might know whose egg it was. He asked the eye, but the eye was silent. Yu-1 asked the eye to say something. The eye said one word: watch. The shadow of the eye began to fade and the darkness surrounding it parted. Yu-1 felt the cold energy dissipate. Yu-1 heard sounds from outside enter his consciousness. He heard the heavy sound of a hammer. Yu-1 felt that Hephaestus's hammer was about to come down on his head and screamed. It was Hephaestus who thought something bad had happened to him and started swinging his hammer. Hephaestus stopped in time. Yu-1 said that he was suddenly surrounded by dark energy. Yu-1 was on the verge of death because if Hephaestus had hit him on the head with the hammer, the matter would not have ended in injury. But Yu-1 was not angry with Hephaestus. Hephaestus asked what Yu-1 thought of the glove. Yu-1 replied that it was so good that he did not feel it. But he now thought of the words spoken by the eye: to watch. The shard of the dark god, or Kani shard, held an unexpected secret. There were a total of 3 fragments in Yu-1's memory. To learn more, 2 more would have to be obtained. Yu-1 clenched his gloved hand into a fist. He knew what he needed. Of the 2 remaining shards, Yu-1 decided to find the trident shard first. When Hephaestus and Yu-1 entered the workshop, they were met by a worried Hargan who asked what was wrong because the whole workshop was shaking. Hephaestus evasively told Hargan to ask Yu-1. He merely waved his hammer a little. Hargan noticed that Yu-1 had an unfamiliar glove on his hand. It must have been a new item Yu-1 had received. Hargan asked Yu-1 if he had fought with Hephaestus because there was such a noise. Yu-1 replied to Hargan that he had not fought with Hephaestus and that he himself did not know what had really happened. Yu-1 asked Hargan what he had decided. He replied that he had not decided anything and that he had to consult his brother Apollo and sister Artemis. Apollo and Artemis were illegitimate children of Zeus, as was Hargan. Both are among the 10 strongest of Olympus. Both took part in the Gigantomachy. Hargan decided to speak with those who had personally captured the Gigantomachy. That is, he decided to investigate this matter with special care. For now, Hargan planned to focus on the great martial arts tournament to make his name better known. To create his own faction to oppose Hargan, he must constantly prove his worth. The grand tournament was watched by the largest number of spectators, and the list of participants was impressive. Hargan told Yu-Wan that there was a rumor that a high-ranking person would attend the tournament. It's the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Hargan asked if such news would arouse Yu-Wan's competitive spirit. Yu-Wan didn't know what to say. After all, he was the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult. The problem was that the Heavenly Demon Cult was practically inactive in Marima. They were stationed on Mount Heaven because the Heavenly Demon Cult wanted to protect the sacred flame. Now the Heavenly Demon decided to take the cult out into the world, and he chose the Great War of Marima as his first step. Hargan assumed that the cult Vice Lord couldn't be an ordinary player. It had to be Rancor. But Rancor wouldn't fit the bill. A player, then? Yu-Wan said that he was the Vice Lord. Hargan looked stunned, unable to comprehend what he was hearing. Hargan's jaw dropped. Yu-Wan repeated to him again that he was the Vice Lord. Hargan knew that Yu-Wan was an amazing guy, but he didn't know it to this extent. He asked Yu-Wan if this was a reward for passing the test. Yu-Wan replied that the reward was the sacred flame and the position of Vice Lord was also a reward. Once it is known that Yu-Wan is a Vice Lord, his value to the guilds will increase. But Yu-Wan said that he has no plans to join anything. The tournament starts tomorrow. It'll be fun tomorrow. The day of the great martial arts tournament has arrived. Many spectators have gathered for the tournament, and there are even many excellent players among them. The prize is an item worth 1 million points. The spectators gathered in the stands. The qualification stage has started. 10 players had to enter the stage at the same time. The winner would go on to the final. The first 10 players entered the stage. The audience recognized Yang Wan-il, a member of the Blue Blade clan. He had climbed up to the 18th floor. They shouted insults at him, but he didn't care as long as the audience recognized him. Wan-il saw a young man in a red cape and immediately remembered Yu-Wan. It was the man who had once humiliated him. While Wan-il was thinking about Yu-Wan, one of the players shouted that Kim Yu-Wan was here. These words caused a commotion. Wan-il was furious. He had been placed in the worst possible qualifying group, but at least he would try to kill his tormentor. He shouted roughly at Yu-Wan. Wan-il grabbed the hilt of his sword and shouted at Yu-Wan that he hadn't forgotten the humiliation he had caused him. Wan-il jumped forward and pulled out the sword hanging from his belt. His sword sliced through the air. Suddenly, he felt a blow on his jaw and flew to the side. The blow wasn't very strong, and Wan-il tried to ignore it. But no matter how much he tried to gather his strength, he couldn't move. His arm weakened, and the sword fell to the stadium floor. Yu-Wan asked Wan-il who he was. He didn't even remember him. But judging from Wan-il's demeanor, they had met before. Wan-il couldn't answer because he lost consciousness. The other players stood cautiously in the distance. A player from the Seo-Moon clan also recognized Yu-Wan by his black hair and fire spell robe. Yu-Wan told the players to attack. If they didn't attack, he would. He didn't want to prolong the first stage and wanted to end it quickly. After a moment, several people were thrown aside. Another player was thrown into the air and fell to the ground screaming. Almost no one could see Yu-Wan's movements. So fast were they. Seo-Moon Chang could only see the tip of his sword, but had no way to react. It was as if Yu-Wan was flying through the air, attacking from all directions, and it was impossible to guess where he would strike. Yu-Wan's sword caught up with Chang a few strikes earlier than he could have expected. Chang tensed and thought he was already dead, but the blade of the sword only touched the tip of his nose. It was a very precise and light strike. The players defeated by Yu-Wan groaned and rolled on the floor. It was impossible to continue the fight in such a state. Some had broken ribs while others were unconscious, but all were alive. This was a tournament where people fought with weapons, so it was inevitable that someone would die. But it was no accident that Yu-Wan did not kill anyone. Kim Yu-Wan was announced as the winner of the first qualifying group. He decided to stay and watch Hargan, who was to compete in the next group. Hargan came on stage, and just like Yu-Wan, he killed all the players in the second qualification group. Hargon was declared the winner of the second group. There were still remnants of Hargon's electric attack in the arena. Even Yu-Won was impressed by how strong Hargon had become. His ranking increased at an incredible rate as he climbed to each successive floor. If the rumors were true, Hargon had already reached the 25th floor. He could already compete with high-level opponents. But he still needs to find a worthy opponent. Yu-Won saw no point in watching the rest of the matches and left. Suddenly a man with an angry face jumped out at him. Yu-Won remembered that he had just fought him. It was Won-Il. The man walking behind Won-Il grabbed his shoulder as he tried to get closer to Yu-Won. He greeted Yu-Won and said that Won-Il had been rude to Yu-Won. He introduced himself as the head of the Sapphire Sword clan named Moonju-Baek. Moonju-Baek said that he wanted to ask Yu-Won to join his clan. Yu-Won thought that if he was the head of the clan, he could be a ranker. Yu-Won refused the offer. Ju-Baek said that he was expecting this answer, that rumors had reached him that Yu-Won was refusing all guilds. Yu-Won asked why he came if he knew he would refuse. Ju-Baek tried to convince Yu-Won to join the guild. He praised his martial arts school. Yu-Won said that he had never heard of such a clan and that he was not interested. Ju-Baek put his hand on Yu-Won's shoulder and squeezed it. He said that this was not an offer. He would not accept a refusal. Yu-Won looked at his face. Ju-Baek was no longer smiling. Anger was written on his face. Yu-Won looked at the hand on his shoulder and asked Ju-Baek if he knew what would happen to someone who messed with a tournament participant. And is he not afraid of the Namgong clan? Ju-Baek immediately changed his attitude and smiled mischievously. He said that the chief of the Cheagle clan was his own brother, so he was not afraid of Namgong. Yu-Won understood why Ju-Baek was so arrogant. Although Ju-Baek was smiling, he was still acting arrogant. He said that he shouldn't be rude to Yu-Won since he had extended his hand to him. Yu-Won grabbed Ju-Baek's wrist and said that he refused his offers. Ju-Baek felt how painfully Yu-Won grabbed his wrist. Yu-Won had great strength. Yu-Won continued to hold Ju-Baek's hand and said that he only believed in himself. Ju-Baek pulled out a sword. It was the blue sword of the head of the Sapphire Sword clan. He wanted to force Yu-Won to join his clan. It seems that Yu-Won is very strong. But Ju-Baek decided that the tournament was in full swing so that no one would hear them. Yu-Won was in no hurry to fight him. He said that he had someone he could rely on. Ju-Baek felt someone approaching from behind. Ju-Baek saw a tall man approaching them. It was the Lord of Heavenly Fist. He bowed and greeted Yu-Won, calling him the Vice Lord. Ju-Baek was confused. The Lord had called Yu-Won a sub-lord, and he said that he didn't belong to any guild. So he is the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Lord Fist asked Yu-Won if Ju-Baek should be punished for being rude. Yu-Won replied that it didn't come to a fight, so let him go. Ju-Baek didn't want to become an enemy of the Heavenly Demon Cult. He lowered his sword and apologized to Yu-Won. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he apologized again and walked away. Yu-Won watched Ju-Baek walk away. Lord Fist was not happy that Yu-Won let him go so easily. Yu-Won walked ahead and Lord Kulaka followed him. Yu-Won asked him who had spread the rumor that the Vice Lord would participate in the tournament. Lord Kulaka laughed out loud. As they left, Yu-Won ordered Lord Fist to take care of the Sapphire Sword clan under the patronage of the Cheagle clan. Lord Fist invited Yu-Won to a gala dinner hosted by the Namgong family to celebrate the end of the tournament. Yu-Won said he wouldn't come because he didn't like the gatherings. He knocked on the door and heard an invitation to enter. At the most expensive house in the neighborhood, the Heavenly Demon waited for Yu-Won. They sat at a table and talked. Yu-Won asked if Heavenly Demon had seen his performance. Heavenly Demon replied that he already knew that Yu-Won would win. Mujin poured a cup of tea for Yu-Won. The weight of the cup was incredible. The flowing tea infused with Mujin's mana was like a waterfall. Yu-Won felt as if a ton had been placed on his shoulders. It was a simple yet difficult challenge. Yu-Won poured his mana into the chalice. It felt like a huge waterfall falling from a single point. A small crack appeared on Yu-Won's cup. Yu-Won thought it was impossible for it to break. From the outside, it might have looked like Mujin was just pouring tea into the cup. Manakani started flowing out of the cup. This was the most difficult thing for Yu-Won to endure. Mujin put the teapot on the table and said that he trusted Yu-Won now. He asked him why he was taking part in the children's games, Murim's Great War. Yu-Wan replied that he wanted the grand prize, a big pill. Mu-Jin turned around and looked out the window. He said that it was a good prize. Thanks to him, Murim's great war had reached such a large scale. Yu-Wan asked Mu-Jin why he and his clan came here. The heavenly demon said that it was time to strengthen their position and expand their influence, so he decided to take an active part in the life of Murim. Yu-Wan said that he wasn't suitable to be the vice chief because he didn't plan to stay anywhere for long, but Mu-Jin said that as long as he recognized Yu-Wan as the vice chief, no one would mind. Yu-Wan asked Mu-Jin if he would support Yu-Wan even if there was a risk that the cult would fall because of him. Mu-Jin showed surprise on his face. Yu-Wan said that he was an enemy of Olympus. Mu-Jin immediately guessed that Yu-Wan was talking about gigantomachy. It looks like he wants to prevent a new war. Yu-Wan further clarified that Mu-Jin was willing to risk losing the cult because of the conflict with Olympus. Mu-Jin said that you can't go out to sea for fear of a storm. Yu-Wan didn't understand why he answered like that. After all, Yu-Wan was a stranger in the cult, and Mu-Jin was agreeing to a journey that was hard even for his brothers. Mu-Jin told Yu-Wan that if he wanted to understand his motives, he should remember one thing. Everything else is irrelevant. Yu-Wan sat and listened to what the heavenly demon had to say. Mu-Jin said that from now on Yu-Wan is a member of the heavenly demon cult. After the preliminary round ended, the dinner party began. Everyone was busy talking about the tournament. The head of the Blue Blade clan sat gloomily. He drank tea in silence and listened to the talk about Yu-Wan. Suddenly he broke the silence and said that Yu-Wan was the vice lord of the heavenly demon clan. He began to tell that he had heard the clan lord call Yu-Wan by that title. He made up a story about how he went to greet a hopeful newcomer, but the clan lord pointed a sword at him and ordered him not to approach the vice lord. The head of the Blue Blade clan said that the demon cult was an enemy to the power in Murima that could shake their long-established authority. The people began to voice their discontent. The head of the Blue Blade listened intently. It was said that a representative of the heavenly demon clan could not be allowed to win. He was asked how to prevent Yu-Wan from winning, and he said that he had a plan. People came closer and listened to what the head of the Blue Blade cult had thought up. 2 days passed. During that time, the news that the rules of the tournament had suddenly changed had spread to everyone. On the morning of the tournament, Hargan showed up at Yu-Wan's house. He was shocked to see Hargan lying on his bed. Hargan asked Yu-Wan's opinion about the rule change. Instead of one-on-one fights, all players would fight at the same time. But why did Hargan leave his comrades and lie on Yu-Wan's bed? Hargan's friends went out to have fun and walk around the city. Yu-Wan asked that if they were in the finals, would they not be in the finals? Hargan replied that as soon as they found out that Yu-Wan had entered the finals, they immediately refused to participate. A message appeared on the player's dialer about the tournament starting soon. Hargan looked excited. Charges of electricity emanated from him. He suggested that they go to the stadium where the tournament would be held. Yu-Wan didn't object, and they went to the tournament grounds. Many spectators were gathered in the stands. Everyone was waiting for the final match. Hargan was silent all the way to the stadium, and Yu-Wan noticed that he was slowly getting used to the fight. Yu-Wan looked at the stands. Today it was much more crowded than the last time. Hargan also noticed that a lot of people had gathered. Suddenly a young man approached Yu-Wan and Hargan, and Yu-Wan recognized him as Nam Kun-hun. Hargan was surprised that they knew each other. Yu-Wan explained that they had recently taken a test together on the 11th floor, but as opponents. Hargan was surprised that Hun had survived being Yu-Wan's opponent. Hargan shook hands with Hong and introduced himself as the heir of the great Olympus. Hong parried that Olympus had many heirs. Hargan did not take offense at the joke. Hong overheard the cult leaders at the dinner party plotting an insidious plan to eliminate Yu-Wan. He overheard the unflattering comments about the demon cult clan and realized that all these conversations were directed against Yu-Wan. Hong thought that perhaps the sudden change in the tournament rules was meant to destroy Yu-Wan. He tried to stand up for the heavenly demon cult by asking the people present what exactly the cult had violated. Hong said that you can't reject someone just because they're not from Murim. Jegal clan member Jin Cheon told Hong to stand aside and mind his own business. Hong realized that the clan members were plotting against Yu-Wan. he decided to warn him. Yu-Wan noticed that Hong wanted to say something to him but hesitated. He asked Hoon about it. Hoon said that he had experienced Yu-Wan's skill and had nothing to worry about, but he still advised Yu-Wan to be careful. That was all he could say. All the finalists were invited to enter the arena. Hargan didn't understand what kind of caution Hong was talking about. They arrived at the stadium and saw a huge arena filled with countless contestants. When Yu-Wan saw the crowd of thousands of participants, he realized what Hoon had warned him about. He felt that about 100 participants were openly hostile to him. When Yu-Wan entered the arena, the eyes of the participants were on him. Zhuge was the head of the Zhuge clan and the master general. He had snake eyes and a sharp face. Hargan put on a gauntlet and told Yu-Wan not to let anyone defeat him, because Yu-Wan was Hargan's only rival. Yu-Wan parried that Hargan should take better care of himself. Hargan and Yu-Wan shook hands. Yu-Wan saw the rivalry in his friend's eyes. As the competitors entered the arena, a tall man in a red robe walked down the corridor. The head of the Zhuge clan told the head of the Blue Blade clan that he had come up with a great plan. Otherwise, all the glory would have gone to the heavenly demon cult. The clan leaders sat around a table in a room and agreed on how they would visit each other after they defeated the heavenly demon cult. Upon hearing this, the head of the Namgong clan realized that the guilds were rotten to the core. Now Murim was ruled not by those who were stronger with the sword, but by those who were stronger with words. The fact that the head of the Zhuge clan was now even more powerful than Namgun was Namgun's own fault. Therefore, he also decided to make some changes in the Murim. Namgung decided that he would make the Great War of Murim a turning point. The doors to the room opened. People were surprised, thinking that all the heads were already here. The room overlooking the arena was the place of the martial arts guild. A stranger couldn't enter it. The man who entered the room was less than 2 meters tall. He didn't look like an ordinary person. After looking around at those present, the man asked if he was late. He greeted everyone in the room. He said that he had come at the invitation of the chief of the Namgong clan and that his name was Mu Jin. Then he looked at the arena and saw Yu-Wan there. Mu Jin thought that now their nefarious plan would collapse. The rankers averted their eyes. The heavenly demon will not leave things as they are when he finds out what has happened. Namgong said that he was glad to welcome the heavenly demon, since he had come such a long way. The head of the Blue Blade cult instinctively grabbed the hilt of his sword. Mu Jin warned him that if he exposed the blade, he would die at the hands of the heavenly demon. From what Mu Jin had heard, he realized that the vice lord of the heavenly demon cult was still winning. Everyone's mood was ruined. The heavenly demon asked the people present what was wrong with their faces, why they were so sour. Mu Jin said that the obstacles the cult leaders had so diligently built would be destroyed. As the battle in the arena began, everything became chaotic. Suddenly, a knife flew past Yu-Wan's head. Yu-Wan turned to see a man with a sword flickering with blue light. Yu-Wan knew that it was a chi magic weapon, and someone who knew how to use it must be quite talented. In the next moment, Yu-Wan's blade blocked the spear that flew at Yu-Wan from above. One by one, the players scattered around the arena began to approach Yu-Wan. They were all aiming at Yu-Wan, as the heavenly demon cult was considered a long-time enemy of the Murima alliance. Zhuge thought that changing the conditions of the tournament was an easy and effective way to defeat Yu-Wan. When several thousand people gather at the same time, it's natural for the strongest to be mobbed. Yu-Wan activated his magic sword by filling it with mana. However, an unknown force blocked the mana. The effectiveness of the magic sword was reduced. Zhuge saw that Yu-Wan was living up to his fame. But contrary to the rumors, Yu-Wan was still far from Ranker's abilities. Zhuge thought he could be handled. Zhuge opened his fan and signaled for an attack. The players rushed towards Yu-Wan. Suddenly, an electric charge passed through Yu-Wan. The players who rushed towards Yu-Wan were thrown back and burned by the fire. It was Hargan who used his attack, but Yu-Wan was unharmed. The players kept moving as they watched Hargan. Zhuge asked him if his attack meant that he was on Yu-Wan's side. Hargan confirmed that it did. Zhuge said that his clan and Hargan's clan could have a good relationship. Hargan said that he did not know in whose mind such a foolish thought had arisen. Zhuge could not bear such an insult and rushed at Hargan. Zhu Gizing Chong shouted that he would deal with Kim Yu-won as soon as possible and that he would fight Hargan. His confidence rallied the people around him. In a moment, Hargan stood in front of Yung Chong. One blow, and Sung Chong was thrown back dozens of meters by Hargan. The participants marched in a large crowd toward Yu-won with weapons in hand. It didn't take Hargan long to see the players rushing towards Yu-won. He unleashed his electricity and struck them one by one. His attack even burned the pillars in the stadium. The players lost their morale as they watched Hargan fight Xin Chong. Xin Chong's attack made him realize how strong Hargan was. Hargan's blow landed right on his chin, causing Xin Chong's head to snap back. He never expected to be so helpless against Hargan. Xin Chong shouted at Hargan that if he hadn't intervened, they would have eliminated Yu-won. Hargan mockingly asked if they would have enough strength even if they rushed at him with the whole crowd. Yu-won decided to take care of the annoying bit players before the final battle began. He activated his sword. Mana poured out of it and struck the players. Hargan and Jin Chong clashed again, Chong's sword against Hargan's electric fist. The mighty impact of Hargan's electric attack silenced the arena. Xin Chong was again knocked aside by Hargan's powerful electric strike. After Hargan's powerful attack, the players were dejected. They thought that Hargan would also fight Yu-won, but it turned out to be the opposite. The players began to surrender. They dropped their weapons and surrendered, unable to resist Yu-won. The crowd of players fled the arena, dropping their swords just to escape Yu-won's merciless sword. Only 2 players remained in the arena, Hargan and Yu-won. Hargan had waited a long time for this encounter. His eyes burned and electricity emanated from him as if he were about to explode. Yu-won said that he wanted to ask Hargan 2 things. Hargan irritably replied that he should hurry up and ask since he was so eager to start the fight. Yu-won asked Hargan if he regretted going against Olympus by helping him. Hargan replied that he was well aware of the consequences of his decision, but that he had no regrets. Yu-won's second question asked if Hargan remembered how Yu-won knocked him down with 1 punch in the last tutorial. Hargan furrowed his brow. Of course, he hadn't forgotten how a guy who wasn't even a ranker had defeated him immediately. Hargan in turn asked Yu-won how he thought Hargan looked now. How was it then? Yu-won said that Hargan seemed even smaller. Hargan understood Yu-won. He has hidden his power, but Hargan will bring it out. Yu-won's sword and Hargan's fist were at arm's length. Yu-won didn't try to dodge Hargan's attack. He planned to fully take it on. A cracking sound resounded throughout the arena. Sword and fist collided. The lightning bolts released from Hargan's fist flew around the arena, striking those players who were nearby. Hargan's punch caused Yu-won to step back. His sword was unable to fully repel the attack. Hargan moved like golden lightning, instantly appearing next to Yu-won. Another loud clang resounded throughout the stadium. The players standing at the edge of the arena shouted for Hargan to contain his power, or else they would all die. Their weapons and themselves were struck by Hargan's lightning. They could not be here. Hong watched this battle and thought that this fight could be called a worthy finale. Hong had heard of Hargan, but he hadn't expected such power. Trying to fight him would be pointless. Hong thought that Yu-won was having a hard time right now. He was having a hard time stopping Hargan's attacks. The fist strike again. This time Yu-won deflected the blow with his sword. Hargan was emitting electricity, while Yu-won was glowing with blue mana. Light was bursting out of the 2 of them. Hargan attacked again and again. He told Yu-won that he was quite strong. Hargan stepped back, feeling the warmth on his shoulder. He was hurt, but he didn't pay attention to it. He struck again with the electric shock. An explosion erupted. There would be few people in the world who could survive such an attack. Hargan asked Yu-won if he was alive, and he said he was. Yu-won's sword cracked and fell apart after Yu-won's many electric attacks. Despite the blood gushing from his wound, Hargan was ready to fight. He grabbed the wound with his hand and saw that his hand was covered in blood. But that did not stop him. Hargan thought that Yu-won probably had much higher physical strength than him. They faced each other again in a fight. Hargan made the decision to break Yu-won's sword. Like a boxer, he threw punch after punch. Yu-won's sword shattered like shards of glass, flying in all directions. Hargan was confident of his victory. He thought he had done it. At this moment, Yu-won's mana began to repel Hargan's electricity. Hargan felt a blow to his face. He started to lose consciousness. Hargan's body flew into the air and fell to the ground. The players who were still in the arena froze. Yu-Wan said that the fight wasn't over yet. Many players were scattered around the arena. Yu-Wan decided to leave them alone. He had a great desire to finish it all quickly. Yu-Wan saw on the screen that he had been declared the winner of the tournament. His name and image was on the screen. The tournament was broadcast to sets of players not present in the stadium. All players saw the winner's name. Yu-Wan picked up the broken sword forged by Hephaestus from the ground. Yu-Wan used it to control the mana to be about the same level as Hargan. The sword's control of mana made Yu-Wan look equal to Hargan. Yu-Wan did this to deceive the rankers. The lackey appeared and announced Kim Yu-Wan as the winner of the 834th Great Martial Arts Tournament. The lackey tried to interview Yu-Wan, but Yu-Wan was speechless. He said it was fun and didn't say another word. The footman suggested moving on to the awarding. He brought out the Great Scarlet Healing Pill. This elixir cost a great deal of money and took a long time to make. It was the dream of every ranker. There was a powerful energy emanating from this pill. Yu-Wan thought it would take a long time to digest it. Yu-Wan put the pill into his inventory. The 20th floor was waiting for him. But before that, there were many things to finish. Yu-Wan decided to start by raising characteristics since the healing pill was very good at raising mana. Zhu Gezong wondered why Hargan was siding with Yu-Wan. After all, he is the son of Zeus and should have been on the side of Olympus. The heads of the cults who had been weaving intrigues against Yu-Wan not long ago were now applauding him. The heavenly demon was being congratulated on his cult's victory by those who had been slinging mud at his cult an hour ago. Zhu Gezong went to settle things with Namgong Jin-Wun, the head of the Namgong cult. He asked him why he had brought the heavenly demon to the tournament. Jin-Wun replied that he had offered him a formal alliance. Zhu Gezong didn't understand what kind of alliance there could be between Murim and heavenly demon. Jin-Wun replied that was it better to let himself be consumed by Olympus. Now, after Yu-Wan's victory, Jin-Wun held a higher moral position. Xing's shoulders slumped. He thought that it was all over. Now that the Namgong clan and the demon cult had united, it would be hard for the Zhuge clan to resist. Seeing that Zhu Gezong was not resisting, the rankers also lowered their heads. Xing thought that Jin-Wun might have already known about his connection with Olympus, and he might even have proof. Now was the era of the noble Namgong clan and the heavenly demon cult. Before leaving, the heavenly demon asked a question. He asked, after looking around the room with the rankers, which one was Moon Seobaek. Seobaek suddenly found himself standing alone in the middle of the huge room. Looking at the heavenly demon's ferocious face, he thought that it was all over for him. A few days later, Yu-Wan came to the Namgong clan's training cave. Yu-Wan rented it for 10 days. Like the training cave on Heavenly Mountain, it couldn't be opened from the outside, only from the inside. Normally you couldn't get in here, but they made an exception for the winner of the tournament. Once upon a time, in his past life, Yu-Wan had dreamed of becoming a ranker of the Namgong clan. Yu-Wan sat down on the ground and took out the scarlet healing pill he received as a reward for winning the tournament. It was an elixir created from the recipe of Shaolin monks. Yu-Wan's mana was at level 99. He wanted to raise it to 3 digits. He was only 1 level away from 100. But it wouldn't be easy. He remembered that from his past life. The benefits brought by a pill greatly depended on the person taking it. In Murima, everyone talks about breathing techniques, but Yu-Wan knew that the most important thing was concentration. He took the pill in his hands. Yu-Wan swallowed the pill. The question was exactly how much energy he could take. Yu-Wan sat down on the floor in a comfortable position. The pill had a completely different effect depending on who takes it. A very dense, transparent energy began to flow into Yu-Wan's body. Sweat was running down Yu-Wan's face. The more he strained his will, the more resistance the energy had. It seemed to him that the energy was leaving his body and flowing outward. Over time, Yu-Wan managed to hold on to the energy. The waves raging in his body began to subside. His energy was still at the same level. 20th floor. Portuga Sea Kingdom. On Neptu, one of the 12 islands, there was endless fighting. Players were threatening a tall guy and a girl. They were giants. They were no more than 10 years old if judged by human age, but they were over 2 meters tall. It was getting harder and harder for them to hide because of their size. Ever since Asgard had broken good relations with the giants, situations like this were commonplace. The muscular guys demanded that the giants tell them everything. The red-haired man was a member of the Scarlet Wolf Horang Guild. He told the giants to tell them about the legend of Portuga Stone of the Sea. There is a legend in Portuga that whoever finds the Stone of the Sea will become the god of the seas. The giant boy said it was nonsense and a child's tale. Horang drew his sword and said that he had heard that the giants were hiding the Stone of the Sea with them. He began to threaten the boy with his sword and said he would kill them both if they did not tell him where they were hiding the sea stone. Horang had already given the command to kill the giants, but they heard an unfamiliar voice and saw a cloaked man heading towards them. Horang, seeing that only one man was coming, told him to get away. The man in the red cloak came closer. Yu-Wan activated the skill Flaming Eyes battle prediction. He closed his eyes and remembered the Namgong clan's training cave. Sweat trickled down Yu-Wan's face. His senses had sharpened. Yu-Wan was sitting on the floor. An incredible amount of energy was circulating in him at a tremendous speed. The energy index reached the level of 100. Mana itself was striving towards it. By crossing the characteristic threshold, a new skill had opened up for Yu-Wan. His eyes turned red and his senses sharpened by 50%. Yu-Wan had obtained the sensory field skill. This skill helped him get information about all objects and creatures within a radius of 50 meters around him. The players who attacked the giants thought it was the vice lord of the heavenly demon cult, Kim Yu-Wan. The giants heard that the players called the man who came in as Yu-Wan. They also heard about the winner of the tournament. Horang was a player much higher than the 20th floor. Therefore he perceived Yu-Wan, even though he was the winner of the tournament, as a 20th floor player. There was a deafening cracking sound, and rocks sprinkled down the mountain. Yu-Wan, with red eyes and a sword in his hand, jumped high up. He activated the sensory field skill, which allowed him to see the intentions of the players and the outcome of the battle. Yu-Wan flew into the air above the heads of his opponents. They stood with their heads back and didn't realize what was happening. Horang furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his sword in his hands. It was just one guy, even though it was Yu-Wan, but he might have his comrades nearby. Yu-Wan flew right in front of Horang. Horang was furious. Although he was great with his sword, there was nothing he could do against Yu-Wan. He shouted at Yu-Wan to stay out of it and get out of here. When Horang examined Yu-Wan's face closer, he had no doubt that the winner of the tournament was in front of him. He spread his arms and pretended to be happy to see him. He gave a strained smile and said that it appeared that the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult himself had come to see them. The giants, a boy named Boar and a girl named Nuyar, were also surprised that Yu-Wan was here. Horang thought that he had too few men to fight Yu-Wan. He decided to retreat. His companions were against leaving, but they obeyed Horang's orders. Horang ordered everyone to leave. They left, grumbling and regretting that the giants had been lucky today and had not managed to kill them. Yu-Wan held his sword in his hands and looked at the departing players. Horang decided to urgently see the warden of the 20th floor. The giants stood back, and when everyone had left and the danger was over, they thanked Yu-Wan for saving them. Yu-Wan asked them why they didn't fight, since they were so big, and it wouldn't have been hard for them to kill a man. The giant boy replied that Yu-Wan must know the giants well. Boiri said that since Yu-Wan is a human, he wouldn't help the giants for nothing, so he needs something in return. Yu-Wan said that he needs the Stone of the Seas too. The boy replied that they don't have the stone. Unlike the others, Yu-Wan knew that the Stone of the Seas existed and knew how to find it. He knew that these giants didn't have the stone. Yu-Wan wanted to meet the other giant. When the boy and girl heard that Yu-Wan wanted to see their elder Urfa, the giants made surprised faces when they heard the name of their elder. Boar said that the elder does not receive anyone, especially people, and if Yu-Wan didn't leave, Boar would squash him like a fly. Yu-Wan realized that the giants were gifted with great power from birth, but they have to hold back because disagreements with humans could lead to a new extermination of the giants. Boiri told his sister that they had to leave, but Nuyar stopped him. She said she had contacted the elder. After all, this man saved them, and the elder must know that Yu-Wan wants to see him. Nuyar said that it is not up to them whether Yu-Wan meets with the elder or not. Urfa will make the decision himself. Yu-Wan's interest grew at the mention of the giant he was looking for. The elder was waiting for him. Boar snapped his fingers, and a pack of wolves appeared. They were very large wolves. they got on the backs of the wolves and rushed through the forest. Yu-Wan was able to easily subdue a huge wolf over 2 meters tall and over 10 meters long. The beast became as docile as a dog. Boar didn't understand why the elder wanted to meet Yu-Wan. The sister told Boar that Yu-Wan was not an ordinary person, but the brother told her that he didn't like Yu-Wan anyway. The giants galloped ahead, followed by Yu-Wan on his huge wolf. There were huge rocks ahead, but the wolves jumped off them, flying like birds. At last they came to a huge tree and stopped. When everyone got off their wolves, the wolf that Yu-Wan was riding on started licking his face. Boar even yelled at the wolf, saying that it wasn't food. They arrived at a place near a huge tree that went crown to crown into the clouds. Boire said that this was the great tree of Adam, which neither falls nor burns. Yu-Wan remembered that this tree, which was thought to be eternal, had burned to the ground during the second Gigantomachy even before his return in time. After admiring the scenery, Yu-Wan followed the giants downstairs where they were already waiting for him. His brother and sister warned Yu-Wan to watch his every move from now on or he might get trampled. Glowing crystals were embedded everywhere, as natural light no longer penetrated here. They traveled through a tunnel between the roots of a tree and found themselves in a settlement of giants. The giants they passed by were whispering as they looked at Yu-Wan. They couldn't believe they were seeing a human being. Since Yu-Wan was walking beside Boar and Nuyar, it was clear that it was a guest. Nuyar said that Yu-Wan had nothing to fear since he was a guest of the elder. At last they came to the elder's house. It was a sturdy house with a steep staircase. A blue light streamed from its windows. Yu-Wan saw a door about 10 meters high. Yu-Wan and the brother and sister stopped near the staircase. Boar asked in an unexpectedly soft voice if the elder was home and was told that Yu-Wan could enter. The door opened by itself and Boar stepped aside, letting Yu-Wan go through. Yu-Wan was greeted by the elder of the giants, a high-ranking player who lived before the first Gigantomachy. Yu-Wan looked at the giant. It was someone who was called a living legend among the giants. The elder of the giants, Urfa, sat in a chair and stroked the wolf cub lying in his lap. He said he was getting old and asked Yu-Wan to tell his name again, which he had forgotten. Yu-Wan introduced himself, and Urfa said he had heard much about him from little Hephaestus. Urfa asked if it was true that Yu-Wan was at enmity with Olympus. After all, he is not even a ranker, but a young man who has barely reached the 20th floor. The elder tells Yu-Wan to stop going against Olympus if he cares about his life. To Olympus, he is a pathetic crumb that can be swept away at any moment. Yu-Wan stood in front of the giant. He said he had heard that the elder was a pacifist. Yu-Wan smiled and said that Urfa was just afraid. Urfa's eyes flashed with anger. He asked how dare Yu-Wan mock him. The room shook and Mana squeezed Yu-Wan's shoulders. Yu-Wan replied that Olympus was busy preparing for the second Gigantomachy. Would the giants just sit around and wait to be exterminated? Warmth appeared in Urfa's eyes and his tone became soft. Urfa's energy refused to harm Yu-Wan. There was not an ounce of fear in Yu-Wan's gaze. The elder of giants said that Yu-Wan was really fearless, as they said about him. Yu-Wan felt that he had absorbed the mana of Ufra. The elder said that Yu-Wan is right, and the giants may be destroyed in the near future. Ufra stroked the sleeping wolf cub. He said he had heard from Hephaestus that Yu-Wan was searching for the Stone of the Seas. Ufra knew where it was. Yu-Wan asked why he had decided to tell about the Stone of the Seas. The elder gave 2 reasons. The first was because of Hephaestus's recommendation. He could be sure that Yu-Wan was not in league with the Olympians. The second reason is because you are the strongest player of the era. Ufra remained seated in his chair with the wolf on his lap when Yu-Wan said goodbye to him. Yu-Wan was given a room as a guest. Yu-Wan went down the stairs and decided to take a walk. Yu-Wan looked at his black-gloved hand. In the same way, Ufra looked at Kylie. Yu-Wan remembered his words about being the strongest player of the era. Suddenly, bright flashes of mana appeared around Yu-Wan. Had Ufra just conducted a test to determine if Yu-Wan was worthy of the Stone of the Seas? Either way, the location of the Stone of the Seas would soon be known. Yu-Wan climbed onto the branch of the huge tree that served as the giant's dwelling, and he wanted to test all his skills. With his current abilities, he couldn't harm the tree. It was hard to leave even a single scratch on it. Yu-Wan decided that he could go wild with his heart. Hundreds of sacred flame fireballs appeared above Yu-Wan's head. He thought that he wouldn't be able to control so many fires, Soon they would fly in different directions. Yu-1 activated the Flame Eyes skill. Then he activated the sensory field skill with obtaining information about all objects and creatures within a radius of 50 m. Inside the field, Yu-1's senses were amplified many times. Fire blazed around Yu-1, glowing with a purple color. On the only island where there was no fire, Yu-1 landed. He started practicing with the sensory field and noticed his skill increasing. The activation of the Flame Eyes gave Yu-1 a headache. Because he was using multiple skills at the same time, he felt his brain boiling. He could now use 2 skills at the same time, which was much more efficient, but it was greatly overloading his brain. Yu-1 decided that he needed to practice some more. He applied a sensory field to his flaming eyes, but it made everything around him much clearer to read. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in the silence. A young giant named Quantum and several other giants stood looking at Yu-1, talking amongst themselves. The giants began to approach Yu-1. They had intimidating faces. They wanted to fight with Yu-1. They believed that all humans were their enemies. Yu-1 only smiled. They were like children not listening to their teacher. At this time, Ufra sat in his rocking chair and dozed. He was having a nightmarish dream. He dreamed of men killing giants. The whole earth was drenched with blood. Suddenly the sea rose into the sky. It was a tsunami. A powerful wave swept over the giants and dragged their bodies into the sea. Ufra gazed far out to sea. On top of the wave that swallowed the giants, a man appeared with a trident in his hands. Ufra realized that this was Poseidon, the god of the sea. The elder awoke. He remembered every moment clearly. He was afraid. He could no longer count how many times he had had this dream. But today he saw it especially clearly. The wolf cub, sensing his master's anxiety, clung to him more tightly. Was Ufra seeing this dream so clearly because of the visit of the human child, Kim Yu-1? There were shouts that a fight was going on. Kim Yu-1 is fighting with the giants. Ufra got up from his chair and walked out. He thought that this time it would not be the way Poseidon wanted it to be. Yu-1 realized that the giants were acting like big kids, so easily provoked by his laughter. He raised his hand and stopped Quantum's fist. The size of Quantum's fist was bigger than Yu-1's head. Quantum possessed tremendous physical strength. He decided that he would crush Yu-1 like an ant. They both grabbed each other's hands. Yu-1 squeezed Quantum's hand. Quantum crumpled and screamed in pain. His bones began to break. With his arm shattered and broken, Quantum fell to his knees, screaming in pain and shame. He tried to hit Yu-1 with his other hand, but it was useless. The giants were shocked. How could a person who had only reached the 20th floor defeat a player like Quantum, who was of a much higher level? Yu-1 suggested that the giants call all of his friends. He would play with them for as long as they wanted. Yu-1 was fought by all comers. Another giant named Tulkar was lying on the floor, squirming in pain. Yu-1 repelled the attack of the giant attacking him. He activated the skill partial gigantization. The giant's power began to flow into Yu-1's arm. Yu-1 activated the Flaming Eyes skill and asked the giants to attack all at once instead of one at a time. There were about 100 giants gathered around Yu-1. They were all young giants who really wanted to fight. Boor was also eager to fight with Yu-1, but his sister kept stopping him. She was against fighting with the elder's guest, but since Yu-1 was asking for it, Yu-1 saw Boor with his sister. He thought that it's not every day that you see the descendants of the god of giants fighting. Yu-1 was approached by 2 particularly large giants. They were Boor and his sister Inviar. Boor's fists had been itching from the minute he saw Yu-1. He wanted to fight so badly. Yu-1's eyes turned fiery red. Yu-1 was electrified. He felt stronger than he expected. Boor took a few steps toward Yu-1. Yu-1 activated the sensory field skill. He could now sense even the movement of Boor and Inviar's muscles. Boor made a hand movement and his fist flew over Yu-1's head. Yu-1 tried to approach Boor but decided not to get close as Inviar was preparing to attack him from behind. Boiri tried to land a leg kick to Yu-1's jaw, but Yu-1 blocked the kick. Yu-1 felt pain in his arm and realized that the giants were much stronger than he expected. Yu-1 was sandwiched between Boiri and his sister. Inviar clenched her fist, preparing to strike. Her fist and Yu-1's sword collided. Inviar's fist remained unharmed. Yu-1's sword was thrown back. Yu-1 thought that it was unreasonable to fight them with just physical strength alone, without using mana. But if he decided to train, He would only use the skills that needed to be practiced. Boar asked Yu-Won if he knew why he never argues with his sister, because she is stronger than him. Yu-Won once again found himself sandwiched between Boire and Enviar. He had nowhere to go. Boire was preparing to strike a decisive blow. Yu-Won decided to use another of his skills. Yu-Won jumped so high that he was above the giants. He applied his new skill, Step of Hermes. With the Hermes step, the strength of the jump was increased by 50%. Yu-Won bought this skill from the store with the points earned on the 11th floor. Yu-Won wanted to practice another skill. He had already made a jump, but he had one more skill left unworked. Yu-Won swung his sword in a jump, and Enviar got a long cut on his arm. Boar became enraged at the sight of blood gushing from his sister's arm. His furious fist strike split the air again. The brother and sister became furious. They decided to crush Yu-Won. Even when the two of them fought together, they couldn't hit Yu-Won. He moved like lightning, not only dodging sideways from their blows, but also jumping up. 1330. Boar thought he was only hitting the air instead of Yu-Won. The giants had no way of knowing where Yu-Won would be heading in the next instant to strike him. Boar's rage was getting stronger and stronger. Energy began to gather around him. Noir was surprised to see that her brother's mana had become abnormal, that he was furious. She called out to Boar, but it was too late. Yu-Won watched as Boar's fist flew at him. He activated the flaming eyes again and saw Boar's attack, but decided to take it. A massive energy swooped down along with Boar's fist. A massive wave of energy was coming from Boar. Yu-Won decided not to use his mana, otherwise the training threatened to turn into a childish brawl. Using his flame eyes, Yu-Won calculated the path of Boar's fist. Now Yu-Won saw things clearer than before and had more time to make a decision. Boar saw the tip of the sword coming at him. He thought, is Yu-Won really going to attack? Yu-Won didn't use his energy but attacked with physical strength. Boar thought that Yu-Won was even more reckless than himself. It was as if Yu-Won had read his mind and thought it was true. Boar, seeing Yu-Won's sword at his throat, remained motionless. He admitted his defeat. His sister Noir, who was also fighting Yu-Won, was perplexed. Her brother had put in all the effort, and Yu-Won had just gone all out and won. Yu-Won extended his hand to Boar and said that he and his sister were better than the rest of the giants, and he had fun training with them. Boire thought that tomorrow he would take revenge on Yu-Won. They shook hands, and Yu-Won thanked Boar for the battle. 10 days passed. During that time, Yu-Won fought the giants every day. The last evening before the test came, Yu-Won sat at the table with the giants and ate meat. They discussed plans for the evening. Everyone enjoyed fighting with Yu-Won. Yu-Won said he didn't want to fight tonight because he was going to the 20th floor test tomorrow and he needed to conserve his strength. Noir remembered how the 5 of them fought against Yu-Won. But even the 5 of them couldn't defeat him. That's how strong Yu-Won was. Yu-Won asked Noir why she was so pensive. Noir replied that she remembered their fight. Yu-Won has gotten stronger in these 10 days. Yu-Won replied that he hadn't noticed anything. The giants and Yu-Won sat at a table and talked. Yu-Won said that he still hasn't tasted some skills yet. As dinner was coming to an end, Boar asked Yu-Won if he was looking for the sea stone. Yu-Won said he was going to find the sea stone before he went to the next floor. Boar's eyes widened. After all, Yu-Won had just said that he was going to the test tomorrow. Is the sea stone really that important? Why didn't the elder tell them anything about it? Yu-Won said that if his father is one of the giant gods, then he must know about the sea stone. The elder told Yu-Won about the stone because Yu-Won is the strongest player. Quantum was furious. How many times had he been hurt by people because of that stone? Several times he almost died. He was not the only one who suffered because of the stone. All the giants were attacked by humans but could not answer them. Why couldn't the stone be given to the humans? Is the stone more important than the lives of the giants? Noir said that she was attacked several times by humans. A sword was thrust in her face and she could not defend herself. Quantum's face was contorted with anger. Why does the elder think the stone is more important? Yu-Won answered them that if the stone was kept in the settlement, all the giants would have been long dead. This secret saved them from extermination. Quantum lunged at Yu-Won with his fists. Who did that boy think he was to talk like that? Yu-Won grabbed Quantum by the collar and pulled him to the ground. After all, Yu-Won was someone the 5 of them couldn't defeat. Yu-1 pinned Quantum to the ground as he tried to break free. He told the lying Quantum that Urfa was trying to protect them. Yu-1 told the giants that there was no need to blame the elder. After all, Urfa didn't tell them anything about the stone, so they wouldn't blabber anything. Yu-1 turned and silently left the room. The giants tried to calm Quantum down, but he decided to go to the elder to explain everything to him. Boar said that he did not know what the elder was hiding from them, but in any case, tomorrow they would learn the truth. Boire thought that if the stone fell into the wrong hands, all the giants would be destroyed. Yu-1 went back to his room where he had been living for all 10 days and laid down on his bed. The constant use of the flame eyes gave him a very bad headache. He wanted to get some sleep before tomorrow's test. Suddenly his right hand, wearing Kanei's glove, vibrated. Perhaps the glove was reacting to the Stone of the Seas, which was a shard of Poseidon's trident. Yu-1's glove was exuding mana more and more since Yu-1 had climbed to the 20th floor. It and the stone had the same energy. If Yu-1's speculation is correct that Kanei reacts this way to the sea stone, then the glove can be used like a radar. Yu-1 needed to learn how to control Kanei's energy. He extended his hand clenched into a fist. Yu-1 realized that Kanei's glove wanted to find the missing part. After all, the glove and the stone were once part of the same whole. Yu-1 began to summon the yellow eye that had come to him once. Yu-1 directed the sacred flame at Kanei. Yu-1 saw the yellow eye appear on the black wall. The 20th floor trial took place on a small island called Triton. The top of the island was rocky. Various monsters lived there. Huge monkeys and bears lived in the forest. By Urfa's order, Buar and his sister accompanied Yu-1 to the place of trial. They walked along, chatting merrily among themselves, and remembering how Buar had almost been eaten by a chimera in that forest. Buar and Noir walked Yu-1 to the place. It seemed to them that nothing difficult was going to happen. But Yu-1 felt that this ordeal would not be an ordinary exam. Yu-1 stood silently to the side. He didn't utter a single word. The brother and sister realized that the test would be much bigger than usual. Yu-1 realized that Ufra was keeping the secret of the stone for the safety of the giants. Now he has revealed all the cards, and Olympus will find out about everything sooner or later. The giants are under attack. A message appeared that the test would begin in 20 minutes. Yu-1 said goodbye to Boire and Nviar and went to the mountain, while his brother and sister stood and watched him go. Yu-1 said goodbye, that new times had come for the giants, since Ufra had allowed them to leave the forest in which they lived. Yu-1 wished them that they would not fail the elder. Boire replied that they would try and that they had long waited for this day. The giants looked after Yu-1, and in the meantime several men were watching them from behind the bushes. Chief among them was Horang. These men rushed after Yu-1 to seize him and prevent him from reaching the place of trial. They paid no attention to the giants, as they never put up any resistance to them. But not this time. Boire lifted Horang in his arms and threw him against the ground with force. There was a great rumbling sound, and rocks sprinkled from the mountain. Horang, lying on the ground, shouted to the giants that they were cowards. But now they could not be so called. Boire and Noir worked their fists, blows raining down generously on Horang and his team. Noir's eyes burned with the cold blue fire of hatred. Horang couldn't understand why suddenly the giants, always cowardly and weak, had changed so much. Boire pounced on Horang and grabbed him by the throat. He said that they would always fight now, and it was unlucky for Horang that he had gotten in their way. There were two men standing on top of the mountain. It was the 20th floor examiner and his assistant. His player set received a message that Kim Yu-1 has sided with the giants. This was reported by Horang of the Scarlet Wolf Guild. The examiner of the 20th floor was Theseus. The assistant told him that it had come to light that the giants had accompanied Yu-1 to the island and were protecting him. Theseus thought that Yu-1 was no match for the guys from the Scarlet Wolf Guild. After all, he had already slapped Olympus himself twice. Theseus told his aide to make sure that his men made sure that Yu-1 didn't get to the place of trial. Theseus wanted to deal with Yu-1 personally. What was strange was that the giants were helping Yu-1. After all, they should have hated humans after the gigantomachy. Theseus was the illegitimate son of Poseidon. His father ordered Theseus to find the sea stone, and then he would recognize him as his son. For this purpose, he appointed Theseus as examiner on the 20th floor. Poseidon even went against Zeus for the opportunity to possess the stone. Kim Yu-won sided with the giants. As soon as he appeared, the giants left their forest. Theseus thought it all had something to do with the stone. He could see no other reason. The message came again on the player's kit. Theseus's men had failed to stop Yu-won. Yu-won stood on top of the cliff and looked down. A message came that the trial was starting. Yu-won had a lot of interference, but he still made it in time. And the giants would be able to fight back. They had endured for so many years. There are various sea monsters living on the island. According to the terms of the challenge, for each monster killed, participants receive sea hearts. Points will be awarded according to the number of hearts. Yu-won was standing on top of a mountain. He wasn't going to just peacefully participate in the challenge. He was going to win. Yu-won tilted his body downward. The waves were hitting the rocks. Yu-won closed his eyes and jumped down. He slowly plunged into the depths of the ocean. When Yu-won talked to Ufra, the latter told him where the sea stone was. Yu-won was sinking deeper and deeper. He activated the flame eyes to see his way. Yu-won saw sea creatures with glowing eyes. He remembered Urfa's words that he would have to descend to the deepest depths of the sea. There would be the most dangerous creatures there, and defeating them would be the easiest of the trials that awaited Yu-won. With the help of his red eyes, Yu-won continued to search for what he had dived here for. In the depths of the sea lives a sea turtle whose shell is this island. The sea stone is hidden in the turtle's belly. Suddenly a huge monster several meters long appeared out of the sea. The participants of the test stood on the shore and shared their impressions. They thought the trial was easy enough. They had already collected 15 hearts, but only half of the time allotted for the challenge had passed, and they were going to earn more points by killing sea creatures. There was still time left for an additional reward. Kim Yu-won still hadn't been seen by anyone at the challenge. Orders came from Olympus to find Yu-won and stop him from winning. Theseus asked if the players had found Yu-won or not. He was told that they were looking for him everywhere but could not find him. Several hours passed, but he was nowhere to be found. The trial participants gathered on the shore and decided to split into two groups. Suddenly the ground beneath them began to shake. Huge waves came up. The team reacted quickly. Someone was approaching the shore. It was a man. He landed safely. His hair was wet and he was wearing a red cloak. The participants could not believe their eyes. In front of them stood a man who had jumped out of the sea. Yu-won raised his head and asked the participants if they were from Olympus or not. Akil was confused. How did Yu-won know their affiliation? He knew that Yu-won had a feud with Olympus. What could Yu-won do to them? All the Olympus players froze and looked at Yu-won. Yu-won turned his back and said that he wouldn't fight them. The sea became agitated and some circles appeared on the water. A monster over 20 meters long emerged from the sea. It was a sea serpent with a huge mouth and burning eyes. Akil began to count the monsters that appeared before him. How many were there? Hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands. Akil was told that the monsters were attacking from the other side as well. Akil ordered the players to leave the island immediately. Some players were afraid that they would be disqualified if they left. But something incredible happened during the trial. Yu-won said that there was nothing wrong with the trial. He changed the conditions slightly. Akil felt that Yu-won was at the center of the turmoil. Akil noticed the system message that the conditions of the test had been changed. What should he do now? Run away? By breaking the seal on the turtle can be awakened. The stone of all seas is inside the tortoise. The important thing now was to survive. Monsters were coming from all directions. A long time ago, an old giant raised this turtle himself. He made it swallow the stone of the seas and put it into a deep sleep. Yu-won fought desperately against the sea monsters. When the ordeal was over, Olympus tried to attack Yu-won and take the stone away from him. Urfa warned Yu-won of the impending danger and promised not to let the stone fall into Poseidon's hands. Yu-won had to protect the stone at all costs. The monsters sensed the power of the stone and came at its call. They only attacked Yu-won. The sea turtle woke up. The target of the trial was changed. Thousands of monsters approached Yu-won. Yu-won thought that he had broken the turtle's seal long ago and that the turtle had just awoken. A message came that the test site had been moved to the turtle's body. Theseus received a message that his men still couldn't find Yu-1. Theseus thought that Yu-1 couldn't have escaped the test, that something was wrong here. The ground continued to shake and tremble. Theseus looked into the distance and wondered what Yu-1 was up to. A message came in that Theseus had been removed from his position as examiner due to the changed conditions of the test. Theseus was so surprised that he almost dropped the player's kit. Suddenly, the rocks began to sink. The ground began to shake even more violently. The sea turtle finally woke up and began to move. The sea turtle was the ruler of the 20th floor. It was the strongest sea creature with the stone of the seas in its belly. After the turtle awoke, the challenge became more difficult and came under the control of the administrator. Theseus decided that this was all the work of Yu-1. He decided to inform his father and ask for help. Once the trial was over, Yu-1 would be torn to pieces. In the Scarlet Wolf Guild, there was a ranked player named Suktar. Theseus hadn't seen him since the Gigantomachy. Suktar was Ranker the Titan, son of the fire giant. They met unfriendly, exchanging barbs. Suktar remembered how the Scarlet Wolves had attacked the two little Titans as a pack. Theseus realized that Suktar was trying to provoke him. He pulled his dagger from its sheath. Theseus said he understood that Suktar wanted to disrupt the trial, but he didn't care who was standing before him. It was strange for Suktar to hear such accusations. He was not interested in the trial. Suktar said that he was doing Elder Urfa's will and wouldn't even let him touch Yu-1. Meanwhile, Yu-1 was already standing on the turtle's tongue. Yu-1 activated his Flaming Eyes skill. He saw Suktar on the shore and several giants with him. It looked like Ufra had decided to play big and sent support to Yu-1. Yu-1 thought that he couldn't let Urfa down. The stone of the seas must go to him. Yu-1 sank deeper and deeper. The monsters attacked him from all sides. Yu-1 reached into the stomach of a turtle. There were a huge number of sea serpents that served as his food. He didn't want to fight each one of them because he had another goal. The belly of the turtle was very dark. Under the influence of the darkness, Yu-1's mana recovery rate, stamina, and strength increased. The turtle let out a terrifying scream. Yu-1 could hear this scream even inside the turtle. Inside the turtle's body, Yu-1 could roughly locate where the sea stone was. Yu-1 fought desperately against the snakes that prevented him from reaching the sea stone. Whoever finds the sea stone will become the god of all the seas. At that moment, the turtle was the god. Yu-1 walked forward. This place was not just his stomach, but a full-fledged dungeon with its own ecosystem. Suddenly, a water dragon pounced on Yu-1. It wanted to grab Yu-1 and eat him. Judging by the turtle's size, it could hold several tons of water. Countless snakes in the turtle's stomach met Yu-1's path. The sea serpents fell from Yu-1's blows. The monsters chased after Yu-1, appearing and attacking again and again. Yu-1's sword shattered the body of a monster that was approaching him. The monster fell into two pieces before it could even scream. The deeper Yu-1 went, the more the number of monsters increased. With the help of the blade made by Hermes, Yu-1 became invisible to the monsters. For a few seconds, the monsters lost sight of Yu-1. The monsters couldn't see Yu-1, but they could smell him. Suddenly, the monsters stopped moving. Yu-1 approached the place where the turtle's heart was. Yu-1 doubted that the stone was just in the stomach. It was more likely that the stone was in the most protected place. Yu-1 was sure that the stone of all seas was in the turtle's heart. Yu-1's dagger reacted to the proximity of the stone. Yu-1 thought that the turtle's most important organ should be protected the most. Yu-1 used the Flame Eyes to navigate in the dark, thus lowering his mana level. If Yu-1 gave up the Flame Eyes, he could increase his other senses. Yu-1 activated the sensory field skill. Thousands of monsters gathered in one place. Yu-1 grabbed the blade and put all his power into it. Yu-1 thought it was like falling into a pit of snakes. There were horrible creatures standing in his way, snakes with huge teeth. A huge snake stood up on its haunches and tried to devour Yu-1. Yu-1 used his mana to cut the snake down as it was of an unbelievable size. Yu-1 found more monsters in the turtle's stomach than all 20 floors. Yu-1 was worried that he was using up mana faster than he could replenish it. He might not have enough mana when he reached the turtle's heart. He had been wandering through the turtle's stomach for over an hour, but he still couldn't find its heart. Suddenly, Yu-1 felt his dagger react to the stone of the seas. He saw a pink light emanating from the turtle's heart. It was the sea stone embedded in the turtle's heart that was glowing. Yu-1 ran forward. The stones sparkled and became as bright as daylight. The turtle's heart was guarded by thousands of new monsters. Yu-One thought that they must be having a party, but this joke didn't make him happy. In this situation, the only thing Yu-One could do was to use Kanei's power. A yellow eye appeared on the other side of the glove. The eye that opened on Yu-One's hand was like a door. Where it led to was unclear. An enormous amount of power was flowing in this room. Yu-One only had about half of his mana left, but there was no need to save more mana. The Stone of All Seas was right in front of him, and it would belong to Yu-One. Hermes' sandals, Apollo's sun chariot, these were some of the things made by Hephaestus, the greatest blacksmith of the tower. The greatest of his works, however, is the lightning of Zeus. It is a weapon that can not only wipe out an island with a single blow, but also bend the weather to the will of its wielder. Now this weapon has a rival in the form of Kanei. When Yu-One approached, the monsters turned and stared at him menacingly, but none of them came close to Yu-One. Adamantium was a unique material that could channel the power of the dark crystal, sea crystal, and heaven crystal. However, its power depended on the master who used it. One by one, the monsters began to disperse to the side. Yu-One didn't do anything. He simply used Kanei's power. The monsters bared their fangs and stared at him with yellow eyes. Yu-One stood, surrounded by monsters on all sides. His gauntlet emitted magic power that affected the monsters. Yu-One continued to move towards the sea crystal. He couldn't show the monsters that he was worried because then the monsters might attack him. Therefore, he took his time and walked between the monsters on both sides. The stream of mana that appeared from Kanei absorbed all the monsters. They disappeared at the same time. Yu-One used the Hermes sandals, which gave him the ability to jump 50% higher. He stepped into the air, and his body flew into the air. The distance was instantly shortened. The monsters were already spitting saliva as Yu-One rushed past them. Yu-One only had 5 seconds, but he used it to the maximum by flying past the monsters. His body became as light as a feather. Yu-One approached the heart of the turtle. Yu-One flew so high that the monsters stayed far below. The color of Yu-One's eyes began to change to red. Yu-One felt that his goal was near. His vision became brighter, and his flame eyes began to pave the way. Yu-One couldn't find the Stone of the Seas. It was somewhere nearby. Kanei could sense it. Yu-One saw a small blue stone wedged deep inside the turtle's heart. Kanei felt the energy of the sea stone. An eye opened on the back of her glove. Yu-One decided to break through to the crystal with his sword. He sliced into the turtle's heart with his sword. Blood gushed from the cut on the heart like a fountain. The monsters sat on the edge of the turtle's heart, forgetting their desire to protect the sea stone. Some of them were hungry, drooling from their open mouths as they looked at Yu-One. Yu-One felt his right arm start to tear. This was due to the huge flow of energy that his body couldn't handle. He was not very pleased with the great power of the gauntlet that exceeded his expectations. Yu-One was unable to handle and control this power. Yu-One thought that his situation was not good at all. He looked at his palm. He couldn't see it because of the glove, but his hand was shattered by an energy flow that was beyond his ability. Yu-One thought that he should increase his stats instead of going to the next floors of the tower. He moved the sword to his left hand since he couldn't feel his right hand at all. In his hand was a gem that glowed with a blue light. It was the Stone of All Seas. At that time, Theseus and his group were talking to Suktar on the island. Theseus did not believe that Yu-One would be able to find the Stone of All Seas. Suktar replied that if the elder believed in Yu-One, he would find the stone. Suddenly, the head of a giant turtle appeared from the depths of the ocean. The turtle's head rose above the water and fell into the water, causing a huge wave to sweep over Theseus and his men. A message arrived on Theseus's set that player Yu-One had passed the test. Theseus couldn't believe his eyes. His mouth twisted into a grimace of pain. This was impossible! Theseus ordered his men to capture Yu-One and bring him to him immediately. Suktar did not stay away and told Theseus that he would not allow that to happen. Theseus threatened Suktar that a second war with the giants might break out. A chariot of fire came out of the sea. It was covered with gold. History repeated itself. Theseus fought Suktar 3 times. Theseus reminded Suktar of their third fight when Suktar fled the battlefield. Theseus could not defeat Suktar once and for all. He suggested that Suktar withdraw, but Suktar did not agree. Suktar said that if they retreated, it would be their defeat. Suktar gritted his teeth. After all, the dastardly Theseus was the son of Poseidon. Out of the golden chariot came the rankers, who had come to help Theseus at his request. Theseus said that history was repeating itself, and now the rankers would deal with Suktar and his giants. There was an explosion, and the golden chariot shattered in the sky as the rankers disembarked. The rankers who stepped out of the golden chariot all came together to stop Suktar. They bared their swords and marched toward Suktar. Suktar did not hesitate and swung his sword. The flame that came out of the sword was as big as a house. It flew in the direction of the rankers. A monstrous scream came from the side of the turtle corpse. It was so strong that even the rankers bowed their heads. It was a gigantic wave over 10 meters high. The head of a sea dragon emerged from the ocean. It was Leviathan, a monster that had emerged from the water only a few times in history. Behind him were several thousand sea monsters of all kinds. Leviathan opened his jaws. It was a catastrophe that had never happened before. Theseus couldn't understand why all the monsters of different colors were moving here, and why Leviathan was here. Perhaps they were attracted by the stone of all seas? Theseus thought that it was not for nothing that his father Poseidon was so eager to get that stone. So the legend was true. It gave power over everything in the ocean. It was the power of the sea god. Suddenly the ocean split in two and the water broke away, exposing the bottom. Along the way, a man in a red robe appeared. Yu came out of the ocean with a sword in his left hand. On his right hand was a caney gauntlet that emitted a blue light. With his gloved hand, Yu was holding something that emitted blue light. Theseus immediately recognized Yu and realized that he was holding the stone of all seas. Theseus jumped at Yu with a scream and demanded that he give him the stone. The object that Theseus's father, Prometheus, had been searching for so long was in Yuan's hand. Yuan clenched the stone in his fist. He was wet and tired, but from the looks of it, the battle was inevitable. Yuan stood on the shore with the stone in his hand. At that time, water from the ocean began to accumulate under Theseus's feet. Theseus stood up on the resulting wave and quickly ran towards Yuan. Yuan realized that Theseus's power depended on the water, and without it, he could do little. Theseus felt that the water power he had always used was not working this time. Something was preventing it. Maybe it was because of the sea stone in Yuan's hand. Yuan felt that he had reached his limit. He activated the Flaming Eyes skill to calculate Theseus's attack path. The water began to gather around Theseus's trident. The compressed water had tremendous power. Theseus tried to hit Yuan with his trident. Yuan could clearly see the trajectory of Theseus's spear thanks to the Flame Eyes skill. He blocked the trident attack with his sword. Theseus had Poseidon's words in his mind that if he found the stone of all seas, Poseidon would recognize him as his son. Theseus's eyes glowed with rage. Theseus activated the dark spear. He was determined to obtain the stone of all seas so that Poseidon would recognize him. Due to the effects of his skill, Yuan could clearly see the trajectory of Theseus's spear. Yuan dodged the blow. Yuan used Hermes' sandals to jump high into the air. Yuan thought that Theseus's main flaw was his temper, but now Theseus was struggling to keep his composure. It looked like something very precious to him was at stake. With his spear in his hand, Theseus said that he would take care of the giants after taking care of Yuan. Theseus was confident of victory. He said that Yuan had chosen an opponent beyond his abilities. Theseus and Yuan faced each other on the shore. Yuan decided that it was time to use Caney's gauntlet. He clenched his hand into a fist and prepared. Yuan wanted to finish everything quickly and increase his stats at the same time. Theseus's trident touched Yuan's sword again. There was no way that Theseus could hit Yuan. The water bubble around the trident exploded and water spilled out in all directions. Theseus thought that Yuan was not easy to deal with. He dodged all of Theseus's attacks as if he knew where Theseus would hit next. Theseus understood that Yuan's ability to anticipate the strike might be due to the red color of his eyes. He would dodge the blow before the spear even started to move. Yuan knew that Theseus couldn't use all of his skills because he was hindered by the Stone of the Seas. But Theseus still had tremendous power left after all. He's the son of Poseidon for a reason. Theseus struck again with his trident, and the ground beneath Yuan split open. He managed to dodge the blow. Theseus again demanded the Stone of all Seas from Yuan. They faced each other, preparing for another battle. Theseus clenched his spear in his hand again and prepared to strike when suddenly one of the rankers called out to him. Theseus tried to wave him off, telling him not to be disturbed, but the ranker insisted that they must retreat as the situation was out of control. The head of one of the rankers was ripped off and thrown aside. Suktar fought 4 rankers at once. He shouted that he would leave no one alive. The rankers were defeated. The sea monsters closed in on Theseus and the remaining rankers. Something had to be done. Despite the proximity of the sea stone, Theseus made the decision to retreat. The coveted crystal was in Yuan's fist, and the thought of having it nearby drove Theseus crazy. Yuan was fine, despite a few drops of blood on his face. Ranker urged Theseus to leave the island because the monsters and the sea dragon were getting closer. Theseus gritted his teeth, his face contorted into a grimace of rage. He cast a murderous glance at Yuan. He vowed to kill Yuan one day. Theseus ordered the rankers to retreat and get into the chariot. The sun chariot reappeared in the sky. The rankers and Theseus boarded it and rode away. Suktar watched the chariot fly away and realized that they had won. Rocks fell from the wheels of the solar chariot, but Suktar paid no attention. The chariot was flying through the sky, and even the dragon's tail that hit the roof of the chariot couldn't do much damage to it. Yuan and Suktar stood on the shore of the ocean and watched as the sun chariot carried away their enemies. Suktar kept repeating that they had won. He couldn't believe it. Yuan held the precious stone of all seas in his hand. Suktar said that finally they wouldn't have to run or hide anymore. This was the first victory in the history of the giants. The day had come when the giants would defeat Olympus. Booze in wooden pitchers spilled onto the ground. The giants celebrated their victory. Tables were set up in the streets of the city, and the giants drank beer and liquor, rejoicing in their victory over Olympus. Yuan was sitting at a table in his house. He didn't go to the celebration because he didn't dare to drink with the giants. A cup from them would be like a barrel to him. Yuan thought about the last battle. He had clearly lost to Theseus, and if it wasn't for the Stone of All Seas, he wouldn't have lasted much longer. After all, Theseus had almost defeated Yuan, and even Suktar couldn't help him. If the monsters hadn't appeared, many giants would have fallen. Yuan thought that they didn't have the ability to face Olympus yet. But Yuan was getting closer to his goal faster than he expected. And now that he had the Stone of All Seas, his steps would become even faster. Yuan took out his player's kit and immediately started writing a letter. Yuan smiled in anticipation of his meeting with Hephaestus. Hephaestus was standing in his workshop near a red-hot furnace. For some reason, he felt cold even though the furnace was hot. He thought he had caught a cold because he was shivering. Suddenly, he heard a message on his player. Hephaestus wondered who was texting him at this late hour. The message was from Yuan, who wrote that he would be visiting him soon with something interesting. The Stone of All Seas that Yuan showed Hephaestus was glowing with blue light in the workshop. Hephaestus asked Yuan if he realized how valuable what he was holding was. Hephaestus said that he had been searching for this stone for 1,000 years. Yuan smiled and said that he was just very lucky to find the stone. Hephaestus laughed. Yuan spoke as if he had found the stone on the street. Theseus didn't live up to his expectations and missed the stone. Now Olympus would stay away from Yuan for a while. Yuan gave the stone to Hephaestus and said that he wanted to rest for a while. Hephaestus thought that no matter how smart Yuan was, he didn't know all of Olympus's political games. However, he managed to turn the situation in his favor. Hephaestus examined the stone in the palm of his hand. It had the same power as Zeus's thunderbolt, although their properties were different. Yuan asked Hephaestus if he could process the stone. Hephaestus said he could, but he would need adamantium again just like last time, and it's extremely hard to get. Yuan said that he would try to get adamantium even though he didn't have as much money as before. After all, he spent all his money on Caney. Hephaestus thought that Yuan didn't mean it. If he said he would get it, then he would get adamantium. Hephaestus asked Yuan if he really wanted to go against Olympus. Yuan replied that not only against Olympus, but against everyone. Hephaestus looked at Yuan with interest. What did he have in mind? Yuan said goodbye to Hephaestus and told him not to worry about the payment. Yuan walked down the street and thought about how surprised Hephaestus was, and if he knew what Yuan was up to, he would faint. The egg in the inventory shook again. The incubation percentage increased. This time the egg responded to Yuan. Yu-1 told the egg that if it was hungry, it would have a chance to eat soon. Odin told Yu-1 where to have a feast for the egg. Runker Odin, the head of the great Asgard guild, said that such a valuable item as the Stone of All Seas should not fall into the hands of Olympus. Ranker told Yu-1 that he was putting himself at great risk by possessing the stone. A retaliation of colossal force is to be expected. But as long as Zeus is the Lord of Olympus, Yu-1 doesn't have to worry about that. Zeus won't be able to fight a player who isn't even ranked to get the crystal. Hercules, the hero of Olympus, said that the three main lines of Olympus came from the same family, although their relationship wasn't very good. The three greatest gods of Olympus have an endless power struggle. The fight between Zeus and Poseidon was the most brutal. But after Zeus obtained the divine heavenly crystal and created his thunderbolts, he gained power over most of Olympus. Zeus then realized that the divine sea crystal and the divine dark crystal should never fall to his brothers. Odin told Yu-1 that all he had to do was keep the sea stone with him until Zeus and Poseidon could deal with each other. The temple shook. Poseidon smashed everything around him in anger. His third son, Orion, stood in the hall, kneeling. Poseidon's third son, Orion, had come to tell him that the sea stone had been left with Yu-1. All of Poseidon's wrath fell on Orion's head. Poseidon had already smashed all the stone benches. In vain, Orion tried to tell him that Zeus forbade direct confrontation with the giants. Poseidon, god of all the seas, shouted that the giants had nothing to do with this. It was all about this player, Yu-1. Poseidon realized that Zeus was afraid that the divine sea crystal would end up in his possession. The table shattered under Poseidon's fist. He asked what Orion was thinking, but Orion avoided a direct answer. Poseidon realized why Zeus had chosen practical interest over petty revenge. This made him even angrier, and at the thought of losing the opportunity to possess the sea stone, Zeus picked up the small table and smashed it to pieces. Word of what had happened on the 20th floor quickly spread throughout the tower. Everyone in the Asgard Guild told each other that the sea stone had been taken by the player Yu-1. Even the king of Asgard smiled at the good news. After all, the Olympians would have a very bad time. The three-faced and six-armed god of war Asura wondered if he would ever have to fight Yu-1. At that time, a small source of light shone in the marble mountains. There, bound in golden chains, was Sun Wukong. He too had learned that the sea stone had gone to Yu-1. Sun Wukong thought that Yu-1 was just a beginner, but that was not the case. He couldn't wait to find out what would happen next. The world on the first floor of the tower was huge. Therefore, the journey on foot was long and tiring. Yu-1 used the replica of the sun chariot he saw on the 20th floor to get around. He paid dearly for the trip, 1,000 points. Yu-1 was grateful for the quick delivery to the scene. Although it was only a replica, the chariot traveled through the sky very quickly. With the help of the chariot, Yu-1 quickly got to the place he wanted. He arrived at a place called the Edge of the World. In front of Yu-1 was a high black wall with no end and no edge. No one could break through it. Who would have thought that one day it would collapse by itself? Yu-1 activated the flaming eyes. He searched for a man-made dungeon. In Yu-1's inventory, the item he had bought back after passing the test on the first floor was vibrating, a fragment of the Totsuka no Tsurugi sword. A 10-fist-long sword fragment in which Susanoo sealed a snake with 8 tails. The king of Asgard, Odin, told Yu-1 about this place. He told him of a dungeon hidden at the edge of the world. Finally, Yu-1 saw a light shining from the ground. It was Susanoo's dungeon. He had built it for his 3 children. It would take 1,000 years to find it, but Yu-1 was ahead of them all. Yu-1 held the half-broken sword and searched for the place where the dungeon opened. Where the sword shard reacted, Yu-1 stabbed it into the ground. Moments later, news arrived that Yu-1 had discovered Susanoo's hidden dungeon. Nothing happened for a while. Yu-1 passed the test, but soon a message came that the doors to the dungeon were open. It was a red dungeon that could only be left after finding the key. Somewhere in the dungeon were the relics of Susanoo, but they also had to be found. Yu-1 realized that he would not be allowed to go to the relics so easily as there were already several hungry hyenas around him. The number of hyenas gathered around Yu-1 was huge. They looked like hyenas but were the size of tigers. They were the monsters of the 40th floor vampire hyenas. Yu-1 started killing the hyenas one by one, hoping to improve his stats. Yu-1's stats increased as hundreds of hyenas were killed. Yu-1 found himself in front of a 2-meter-high door covered in rust. Yu-1's stats increased significantly. He was at level 80. Yu-1 pushed the doors and saw a dungeon with high ceilings and a narrow corridor. Yu-1 entered Susanu's dungeon. Here, too, there was a test to pass. There were 100 floors, and Yu-1 thought it was a miniature version of the tower. Yu-1 had never met Susanu, but he had heard many bad things about him from his comrades. They said that there was no one in the world worse than Susanu. Yu-1's inventory suddenly opened by itself. The sword shard suddenly began to vibrate, and a red mist began to flow out of it. Yu-1 saw a small purple doll the size of his palm. It was a small samurai with a sword at his side. He opened his eyes and wondered where he was. Yu-1 couldn't recognize who it was. Meanwhile, the samurai, who had a very bad aura emanating from him, asked Yu-1 where he got Totsuka no Tsurugi. Yu-1 looked at the samurai. He had a funny appearance, but Yu-1 felt that this little guy had a strong desire to kill. Yu-1 thought that this little samurai was Susanu. Susanu's tiny body looked like a ball of smoke that could disappear at any moment. It was indeed Susanu, the swordmaster, the spirit caster. He was legendary as a bloody killer. Susanu raised his eyebrows. He didn't think that they would talk about him so badly after his death. Yu-1 knew that Susanu had died fighting a snake with 8 tails. Yu-1 was glad that Susanu died so early because he was a bloodthirsty killer who was also proud of it. Susanu flew around Yu-1, asking who he was and where he came from. When Yu-1 said that he wasn't a ranker but a simple player, Susanu's eyes were disappointed. Susanu started to ask Yu-1 how he found this place and where he got the sword fragment. Yu-1 was annoyed by these questions. He told Susanu that if he wanted to know everything, he should tell Yu-1 where to go. Susanu pointed Yu-1 in the direction where the door to the next floor was. Yu-1 had to walk in a circle until he found the door Susanu was talking about. Yu-1 found the maze big and confusing. He couldn't do without Susanu's hint because the sensory field didn't work here. Susanu asked where Yu-1 got the sword fragment. Yu-1 replied that he earned it in the first-floor trial in the Colosseum. Susanu was very surprised that the sword fragment was the reward in the first-floor trial. He knew it was because of Orochi. Yu-1 struck the wall with his sword with all his might. The wall collapsed, and in the room that Yu-1 opened, he saw monsters. They took the form of souls and surrounded Yu-1 like smoke. Yu-1's hand filled with energy, and Kani poured energy into Yu-1's sword. Yu-1 smashed one wall after another and made his way to the upper floors. The guy with the strange glove was able to defeat Orochi. Susanu thought, who is this Yu-1 really? Yu-1 continued to advance. Susanu was very curious to see if he could make it all the way through the tower. The monsters that lived here were ghosts. Yu-1 could easily deal with them by killing them with his mana sword. Yu-1 thought that all these monsters were the souls of the people that Susanu had killed. Although Susanu looked ridiculous now, he was once strong and cruel. Perhaps he had built the tower to imprison the souls of the people he had killed. Yu-1 felt that he was not climbing the tower but a mountain of corpses. The thought made him sick. Yu-1 reached the 10th floor. The condition to pass was to clear room #1 and defeat all the monsters. The door to the first room opened. A man with a white, emaciated face stood there. Yu-1 directed purple fire at the man, and divine flames engulfed the monster. Tears appeared on the man's distorted face, and he was grateful to be spared the torment. Yu-1 continued to burn the monsters with divine purple flames. Susanu confessed that they were the souls of the men he had killed. By killing them, Yu-1 freed their souls from their imprisonment in Susanu's tower. Susanu smiled mischievously. From the 6th room on, it would be much more difficult for Yu-1. Yu-1 decided that he would pass this test no matter what. As he climbed from floor to floor, Yu-1 could hear the voices of the dead asking to be killed so that they could be freed from centuries of captivity. He had already reached the 40th floor, but the voices of the dead were eating away at his mind. The dead begged him to free them by killing them. Kani's gauntlet absorbed these souls. Yu-1 absorbed the insults of the dead. A report came in that Yu-1 had completely cleared the 40th floor. Yu-1 didn't know what it meant to absorb the insult of the dead. A report came in that he had cleared the 50th floor. On the 50th floor, Yu-Wan found a chest containing the first relic of Susanoo. It was a robe of the four great elements: fire, water, lightning, and wind. The robe had a strong resistance to the manifestation of these elements. Yu-Wan took off the robe and put it into his inventory. Yu-Wan's growth rate surprised even Susanoo, and he said that Yu-Wan had become much stronger than when he first entered the tower. It was the 42nd day of Yu-Wan's stay in the tower. He began to hear voices every time he killed someone here and received mysterious messages about absorbing grudges. As Yu-Wan climbed the stairs, Susanoo whirled around beside him, chattering softly. He noticed the glove on Yu-Wan's hand and said that it's unusual. Susanoo asked why Yu-Wan didn't use it properly. Yu-Wan didn't know how else to use the glove except to increase his own energy. Yu-Wan realized that Susanoo was giving him a hint without telling him the whole story. Kani might be shaped like a glove, but it was made of the same material that Hades used. Of the three gods of Olympus, he was the most mysterious. The gauntlet seems to have other valuable properties besides mana enhancement. Yu-Wan climbed the steep dark stairs and approached the high doors. Susanoo whirled around beside him and said that it would be very difficult for Yu-Wan here. Yu-Wan opened the doors. A message came in that he had arrived on the 60th floor. Yu-Wan took a step inside. He found himself in a dark room. There was nothing in the room. It was empty. At first, Yu-Wan couldn't feel anything. Then he saw two glowing eyes. It was a knight. Yu-Wan activated the glowing eyes. The knight was also a ghost, but this was the first time that Yu-Wan felt something alive in the tower. At that moment, the message, "Defeat the Death Knight," came. Yu-Wan's eyes widened. This knight was Arthur. Arthur had long been a friend of one of Yu-Wan's allies, Merlin. He was a master swordsman, and his sense of justice was stronger than the others. Yu-Wan remembered meeting Arthur when he was still a novice. Arthur and Merlin were inseparable friends. They practiced wrestling together and read books together. Merlin liked to sit in the library with a book, while Arthur was more interested in training. Arthur was always able to persuade Merlin to do something interesting. And so Arthur, king of all knights, king of Britannia, and leader of the Knights of the Round Table, is in Susanoo Tower in spirit form. Arthur was a high-ranking man in his lifetime, similar in rank to Theseus. Yu-Wan was shocked to learn that after his death, Arthur became Susanoo's slave for 1,000 years. But Arthur's sword stayed with him even in death. It was the great Excalibur. Arthur moved towards Yu-Wan. A blue light came out of his sword. It was the mana of the ice attribute. From the impact of Arthur's sword, the air around the place where Yu-Wan stood froze. The moisture in the air turned to ice and fell to the ground. Yu-Wan activated the Hermes sandals and jumped up. Yu-Wan activated the divine flame and the dark blade. In Arthur's lifetime, Yu-Wan would never be able to defeat him. But Arthur's spirit wasn't that strong. Yu-Wan thought that since Arthur could defeat Susanoo, Arthur was not as strong as before. Yu-Wan's sword was suddenly blocked by a huge chunk of ice that suddenly appeared between him and Arthur. Yu-Wan broke through the ice and was immediately hit in the shoulder by Arthur's sword. Now Yu-Wan realized why Arthur was the only opponent on the 60th floor. Ice spears rained down on Yu-Wan from all sides. Yu-Wan's body temperature started to drop rapidly. Yu-Wan felt his body turn icy and his blood begin to cool. He activated the four great elements' clothes to resist frostbite. Yu-Wan could easily read Arthur's attack trajectory with the flame eyes, but the strikes were flawless. Yu-Wan's temperature began to drop again after another ice attack. Once again the clothes helped. The frostbite resistance was successful. Arthur tried to immobilize Yu-Wan's body with the ice aura, but failed. Yu-Wan activated the gigantization skill, and the power of the giants went into his hand. Now the course of the battle was about to change. With renewed strength, Yu-Wan aimed his sword at Arthur. Noticing the unusual change in Yu-Wan, Arthur took a defensive stance. Yu-Wan's strength, enhanced by gigantization, was such that even a living Arthur would have a hard time. Yu-Wan knocked Arthur to the ground and ignited the sacred flame. The message came back that Yu-Wan had absorbed the attack. Yu-Wan thought that Arthur could rest now. Yu-Wan said it was a pity that Merlin wouldn't be able to see Arthur again. Inside Kani, Arthur's voice rang out. Yu-Wan grabbed Kani's hand. When Yu-Wan held the glove with his hand, he heard the voice of the dead. Now he heard Arthur say that he wanted to meet Merlin because he had a message for a friend. Merlin said that Lancelot had betrayed Britain. Yu-Wan heard his words as clearly as if they had been spoken by a living person. Lancelot was an important person who made the Round Table a great guild. Yu-Wan could hear Arthur thanks to the glove, but he couldn't resurrect him. That's what Arthur really wanted. But Yu-Wan thought that since he couldn't resurrect Arthur, he could meet Merlin and tell him everything. Yu-Wan's hand rested on the gauntlet, and he could hear Arthur's voice. He decided to get Arthur's support. When Yu-Wan took his hand off the gauntlet, Arthur's soul entered Caney. A message came that Yu-Wan had accepted Arthur's offer. Yu-Wan received the soul of the King of Knights and his complete obedience. Yu-Wan didn't need Arthur's complete obedience. He wanted to help him for nothing. Yu-Wan picked up Arthur's sword from the ground. At the same time, Susanoo appeared nearby. Yu-Wan asked Susanoo if he had killed Arthur by accident. Susanoo said he would answer the question when Yu-Wan got to the top of the tower. Yu-Wan put Arthur's sword into his inventory and continued to climb the tower. Yu-Wan thought he needed to rest. Here he would climb to the top floor and take a breather. On the 50th floor of the tower was the Rating Management Bureau. A ranker suddenly burst into the office and started asking the staff about Yu-Wan. It was Sung O-Gong, or someone very similar to him. A manager with a baby face approached him, but everyone bowed to him. The manager replied that they don't give out information about players. They only showed Kim Yu-Wan's ranking, and that's public information. But even for the ranking office, Yu-Wan was a mysterious person. Not much was known about him. Nothing was known about where Yu-Wan came from. The administrator thought it was a system error. Yu-Wan had been at Susanoo Tower for 3 months. The administrator wanted to know what Yu-Wan was doing. Yu-Wan went up to the 99th floor. It was dark and inhabited by killer skeletons. He threw another skeleton aside and it crumbled into ashes. Finally, the rankings appeared. Yu-Wan had passed the 99th floor, and his level was 96. Yu-Wan was very tired, exhausted, and wanted to sleep. These 3 months in the tower had been very difficult for him. From the 90th floor, the difficulty of the challenge increased dramatically. Yu-Wan was afraid to imagine what it would be like on the 100th floor. Yu-Wan sat down on some logs and fell asleep. He slept for a whole day. When he woke up, he saw Susanoo spinning around. Susanoo said that he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen Yu-Wan on the 100th floor. Yu-Wan stood up. He had to keep climbing up the tower. He went to the door leading to the 100th floor. Susanoo hesitated for a moment. Yu-Wan looked like Ranker. Yu-Wan went to the top floor. He was uneasy. He didn't know what was in front of him. Yu-Wan felt that someone was in front of him. He could hear the screams of the dead, and a deep coldness gripped his body. Arthur spoke to Yu-Wan through a glove like a medium. Yu-Wan heard his voice in his head. Arthur said that it was his killer. It was a knight who looked like Arthur and wore dark armor. His eyes glowed with blue fire. Yu-Wan realized that it was the Death Knight Susanoo. Yu-Wan looked at Susanoo, who asked if Yu-Wan was a runner. Yu-Wan thought that Susanoo had turned into a dungeon boss. He activated the flaming eyes to reveal Susanoo's true intentions. Yu-Wan and Susanoo faced each other and talked for a while. They made a bet that the loser would answer the winner's questions honestly. Susanoo prepared to attack. Yu-Wan clearly read his intention to kill him. Susanoo drew his sword and moved towards Yu-Wan. A black murderous energy emanated from him. Yu-Wan felt the presence of a large number of evil spirits. They were the souls of all the people Susanoo had killed. Finally, Yu-Wan realized the reason why Susanoo had built this dungeon. He wanted to live even after his death. He wanted to keep fighting and killing. Yu-Wan aimed the sacred flame at Susanoo. The sacred flame, instead of going out, flared up more and more. Arthur's voice echoed in Yu-Wan's mind. He asked if Susanoo was burnt or not. But Susanoo wasn't that simple, and Yu-Wan knew it. The flames that consumed Susanoo were no longer burning, which told him that he was no longer afraid of fire. By consuming the souls that lived on the ground, Susanoo had already won part of his face. He was glad that Yu-Wan had come to his tower because it had been a long time since he had killed anyone. Yu-Wan bared his sword. Susanoo shouted that he wanted to have fun. Yu-Wan looked at the glove that held his sword. Susanoo's sword moved again. He and Yu-Wan came together in a new battle. The spirits that descended from Susanoo's sword threw themselves at Yu-Wan with ferocity. Yu-Wan's eyes followed Susanu's blade, but it was so fast that it was hard to follow. Yu-Wan activated gigantization, and the power of the giants began to penetrate his arm. There was more to this attack than what Yu-Wan could see. Thanks to his flame eyes, he could see more than one sword. Susanu attacked, and Yu-Wan parried the sword strike into empty air instead of Susanu's chest. Laughter erupted, and Susanu's mouth twisted into a horrible smile, revealing his fangs. Susanu grabbed Yu-Wan's shoulder and shouted that he was trapped. Yu-Wan aimed his holy flames at Susanu again. Yu-Wan activated his flame eyes. The holy flame, its power didn't do much damage to Susanu. Susanu laughed openly at Yu-Wan. The fire didn't hurt him. He enjoyed the whole duel. He was excited about the opportunity to kill Yu-Wan and played with him like a cat with a mouse. He remembered how a long time ago a man had also rekindled his thirst for killing. As young Susanu sat on the rocks, a man approached him. The man suggested that Susanu kill a gambler named Yu-Wan. Susanu could not understand why he should kill Yu-Wan. Susanu asked who the man was. The man did not give his name. He had no face, only a glowing spot. He was wearing a black cloak with a hood. He told Susanu to do what he most wanted to do, kill. And now, Susanu had regained the feeling of wanting to kill. Yu-Wan's glove began to activate and yellow light began to burst out. Yu-Wan did not dodge Susanu's sword blows. Susanu's hand burned with holy flame, but it did not burn him because he was no longer afraid of fire. Susanu hooked Yu-Wan's shoulder with his sword. He ordered Yu-Wan to fight. The screams of the ghosts could be heard and their shapes could be seen. Susanu was skilled with his sword. Not for nothing was his nickname the Sword Spirit. A black light shone from Yu-Wan's gauntlet. Kaini, the one Susanu had been waiting for, activated her power. The back of the gauntlet opened and yellow light spread throughout the dungeon. Susanu rejoiced and said that Yu-Wan could finally use the gauntlet for real. The yellow eye on the glove began to open. It opened very slowly. Yu-Wan realized that the reason he heard the voices of the dead was because of his glove. It had something to do with Kaini absorbing the souls of the dead. Susanu tells Yu-Wan that he has a special glove, but he doesn't use it properly. With the divine sea crystal, Yu-Wan controlled the sea monsters. With the divine heaven crystal, you can control everything in the sky. Yu-Wan realized that the dark divine crystal could control dead souls. Susano showed impatience. After all, the real battle was just beginning for him. The eye on the gauntlet finally opened completely. Yu-Wan summoned the power of hell. The spirits screamed in confusion as if they had lost their way. Yu-Wan heard the voices of the dead and looked down at them. The spirits obeyed his will. Susanu was also confused. The spirits he had used for 1,000 years to increase his power no longer obeyed his commands. Susanu realized that he was losing control of the spirits. His face began to dissolve. Yu-Wan realized that Susanu had opened his eyes to the true power of Kaini. Now Yu-Wan realized that he held the absolute power over the dead in his hands. The yellow eye flashed again. Yu-Wan stood in the center and ordered the spirits out of Susanu's control. But Susanu didn't give up. He was still quite strong and crossed his sword with Yu-Wan's sword. Susanu took the blows from Yu-Wan's sword. However, he began to retreat little by little. He tried to gather more spirits, but he failed. Yu-Wan activated gigantization again. The power began to flow into his hand. He felt that Susanu was losing his advantage, but Susanu didn't give up. He burned the souls of the ghosts like fuel. However, as the ghosts began to run out, the balance between the opponents began to collapse. Yu-Wan could see with his flame eyes that Susanu still had the intention to kill. It wasn't the end yet, but when the ghost shell around Susanu's body disappeared, he met his eye. A huge yellow eye appeared behind Yu-Wan. Susanu froze. He struggled to extinguish the flames. A searing pain pierced his body as if he were alive. Susanu experienced fear, and the flame only fed on fear, so it flared up even more. He suffered from the bursting flames, but he couldn't do anything about it. Yu-Wan was calm and smiled. This was the end of Susanu. With his last strength, Susanu tried to hit Yu-Wan with his sword. The hand holding the sword trembled. Eventually, Susanu fell to the ground. Yu-Wan's gloved hand covered his face. Kaini emitted a flash of light, and Susanu crumbled into dust. Yu-Wan stood up with a raised hand. All the ghosts vanished, and Susanu turned to ash. A message came that Yu-Wan had passed through Susanu's dungeon. It was all behind him. Yu-1 received Susanu's soul as a reward. Yu-1 also received the legacy of Susanu as a reward. He was given the title of King of the Dead. It was possible to leave the tower with the order to return. A message came that the tower would be destroyed in 30 minutes. Yu-1 was back at the first-floor wall of the tower at the edge of light. He checked the rewards, the sword of Kusanagi no Tsuruki, the title of King of the Dead, and the soul of Susanu. While he knew about the legacy, the title and soul as rewards came as a complete surprise. Yu-1 heard Arthur's voice asking if Susanu was really dead. Yu-1 replied that he was already dead. He had just severed the connection between body and spirit. Susanu's legacy, the legendary sword Kusanagi but Tsuruki, only empowered its wielder at the moment of battle. The rest of the time, it destroyed his body and mind. Yu won the sword and placed it in his inventory. The title of King of the Dead, on the other hand, gave him the ability to summon the souls of the dead, give them bodies, and empower them. Apparently he received this title after fully mastering the gauntlet. Arthur said that Yu-1 could now seal the soul he possessed into a physical shell. The dungeon began to shake. Yu-1 decided that he had to hurry because the tower was about to be destroyed. Yu-1 thanked Arthur for the tip. Kani had 2 souls, Arthur's and Susanu's. Yu-1 went to the forest and killed the orc. Then he ghosted Arthur. A message came in asking what Yu-1 would name the spirit that was placed in the orc's body. Yu-1 answered, Arthur. The system registered the name. Arthur in the orc body grabbed his head and asked for his real body back. But the tower collapsed and Arthur's body disappeared. So he must be an orc. Yu-1 regretted leaving Arthur's body in the tower. But there was nothing he could do about it. Now Yu-1 summoned the spirit of Susanu. Yu-1 reminded him of the wager. The light emanating from Kani grew stronger. Susanu's spirit, which commanded souls, now obeyed Yu-1 himself. A ghostly figure appeared and Yu-1 realized that it was Susanu. Arthur sat behind Yu-1. Susanu asked if Yu-1's question had something to do with the mute orc behind him. Yu-1 asked if Susanu knew the person who had hired him to kill Arthur. Susanu replied that he did not know who he was. Yu-1 then delved into Susanu's memories to see for himself. Yu-1 saw a young Susanu sitting on a rock. A cloaked man stood in front of him and offered to kill Arthur. Susanu didn't see the point. The man told him about the war. Yu-1 recognized the face of the man in the black cloak. It was an otherworldly being that could become anything and do anything it wanted. It was the oldest outer god the tower had ever seen. It was the belligerent chaos. It had no face, only a large glowing eye with no pupil. The man in the cloak suggested that Susanu flood the entire tower with blood. Susanu wanted to enjoy battles every day. War suited him well. Chaos stood before Susanu and convinced him that Arthur's death would sow the seeds of war that would sprout throughout the tower. For the first time in a long time, Susanu smiled. He rose from his seat and decided to do as the stranger had told him. The fog of memories lifted and Yu-1 was back against the wall with the orc Arthur sitting behind him. Susanu added that the gigantomachy had begun in the tower shortly after he had met the cloaked stranger. Arthur sat with his head bowed in sadness. He remembered the joy with which he had killed Susanu. Yu-1 remembered that chaos had killed all his friends from the future. Arthur asked what was wrong with Yu-1's face. Yu-1 replied that he knew who had ordered Arthur's murder. He would find him and finish him off. Yu-1 lay on the bed in his room. He had fallen asleep. But even in his sleep he kept thinking. It seemed that the outer gods were one step ahead, even in time. Arthur had died thousands of years ago, and the seeds the outer gods had planted were ready to bear fruit. It turned out that Lancelot, the current king of Britain, had something to do with Arthur's murder. Arthur's death was the starting point. Yu-1 thought it was necessary to continue climbing the tower. He had to change the course of events no matter what. Yu-1 had a dream where he saw Merlin and Arthur. Both Merlin and Arthur died. Only Yu-1 survived. With the help of the flame eyes, Yu-1 saw them. The outer gods approached from afar. In front of them all was the foolish chaos. Even in his dream, Yu-1 wanted to kill them. Even though it was a dream, he felt that he was fighting very hard. He swung his sword, then another and another. If Yu-1 had known everything back then, how many lives would have been saved? No matter how many times Yu-1 had to travel back in time, he would kill them again and again, all those who had died because of the outer gods. At that moment, Yu-1 woke up. It was early morning. Yu-1 was lying on the bed. He couldn't recover from such a nightmarish dream. He got up and went to the window. Even if the outer gods had carried out their plan, it didn't mean that all was lost. Yu-1 decided to visit Hephaestus before returning to the 21st floor. He had probably already finished what Yu-1 had asked him to do. Hephaestus was very angry with Yu-1. After all, he had been gone for over 3 months. Hephaestus angrily threw his hammer at Yu-1, but luckily the hammer hit his chest and not his head. Yu-1 absorbed the blow silently. Hephaestus wondered why Yu-1 didn't dodge the hammer. Yu-1 replied that Hephaestus would let off steam faster and stop being angry. Yu-1 thought that Hephaestus would be much nicer if he felt guilty. Hephaestus asked Yu-1 where he had been all this time since he hadn't passed the test. Yu-1 said he was in a hidden dungeon. It took a long time because it was very difficult. Hephaestus brought out a wooden box containing the processed stone of all seas, the true divine sea stone. It has the power of all the seas. Yu-1 thought that the difference with the divine dark crystal was small. One had power over the dead, the other over the seas and their inhabitants. Hephaestus asked for Yu-1's glove for a while to make a hole for the sea stone. Yu-1 thanked Hephaestus for everything he had done for him. Hephaestus hid a satisfied smile. Yu-1 took off his glove and gave it to Hephaestus. Hephaestus warned that it would not be possible to use 2 crystals at the same time. Yu-1 asked Hephaestus if there was another way to make Kani stronger. Hephaestus made a groove in his glove to insert the sea stone. He didn't know of any other way to make him stronger. Hephaestus thought it would be good to find such a way. He would indeed find it later. Yu-1 thought that he had given Hephaestus a good hint. He would use it later. Hephaestus said that Yu-1 paid for the work with his idea. Yu-1 laughed and said that Hephaestus called him a genius. Hephaestus got angry and attacked Yu-1 with his fists. Yu-1 laughed, said goodbye and left. Hephaestus sat in his workshop and thought about Yu-1's words. How could he improve the items he made? He had tried many ways, but so far he had failed. A wrinkle appeared on Hephaestus's forehead. The smith's gut told him it was possible. For the first time in a long time, Hephaestus felt excitement. Upstairs near the front door, someone was receiving. Hephaestus took his time opening it. The door was already being pounded as hard as it could be. Hephaestus picked up the axe. Judging by the banging on the door, it was the Olympians. When Hephaestus opened the door, Sun Ogan, the great sage equal to heaven, was standing on the threshold. Sun Ogan was a very high person. Something incredible must have happened for him to come to the first floor to see the blacksmith. That's why he sent his clone. Sun Ogan had once ordered a staff from Hephaestus, so they were familiar. Hephaestus asked where the weapon he had made for Sun Ogan had gone. Sun Ogan replied that he had thrown it away because he had something more amazing. Hephaestus was furious. Throw away his weapon? Sun Ogan said that he was here on business. He was looking for a man named Kim Yu-1. He activated the flaming eyes and immediately realized that Hephaestus knew Yu-1. It was impossible to fool him. Hephaestus thought that since it wasn't the real Sun Ogan, but his double, maybe the flaming eyes wouldn't work 100%. Hephaestus decided not to admit that he knew Yu-1, but his facial muscles trembled and Sun Ogan noticed. Sun Ogan said that he could see that Hephaestus knew Yu-1, but Hephaestus stood his ground. He claimed that he didn't know Yu-1. Sun Ogan and Hephaestus have never had a bad relationship. So Sun Ogan said that he didn't want to hurt Hephaestus. But if he didn't tell the truth, he might die. Hephaestus replied that he could repeat 100 times that he didn't know Yu-1. Even though he was Sun Ogan's double, he undoubtedly saw that Hephaestus was lying. It had been 3 months since Kim Yu-1 hadn't taken the tests. All the players on the 21st floor had heard about Yu-1. The underground cave on the 21st floor was spacious. Teams of 5 looked around and gossiped about Yu-1. One said that Yu-1 had died, while another said that he had stayed on the 20th floor. They didn't immediately notice the man in the red robe standing at the back of the cave. The man in the red robe said that they probably wanted to die if they discussed the person in front of him in his presence. The leader of the team, the elf Reinhar, realized that it was Kim Yu-1. Reinhar and his team moved away from Yu-1. the 21st floor challenge began. In this trial, they had to protect the blue crystal from the monsters and doppelgangers that would try to destroy it. The trial would end when all the doppelgangers were destroyed. The players looked around in surprise. So there are doppelgangers among them. But how to identify them? The doppelgangers were no different from the players. Yu-1 put his hand on the hilt of his sword. He said that he had to pass this test, and he did not want the other players to drag him down. At that moment, Yu-1 drew his sword from its scabbard and decapitated the man. The fallen head became viscous and began to melt as it hit the ground. All the nearby players screamed. They were convinced that Yu-1 was indeed a master swordsman, but there was one person among them who was amused by this sight. Yu-1 said that he would find all the doppelgangers himself and let the others protect the crystal. There was a rumbling sound, the walls of the cave opened up and monsters appeared. The number of monsters that appeared from behind the wall was already over 100. Players were excited to fight the monsters without worrying about the doppelgangers. After all, they had Yu-1 with them to find and destroy the doppelgangers. Once again there was a rumbling sound. The passageways on both sides opened, and a new batch of monsters poured out. Suddenly, Reinhardt saw a man who looked like 2 drops of water, just like Yu-1. The clothes he was wearing were different from those of Kim Yu-1, who had gone to look for the doppelgangers. They were standing with their backs to each other, and both were fighting monsters. The person behind Reinhardt's back was very similar to Yu-1, who was standing in the distance, except that his hair was slightly longer. The man behind Reinhardt's back said that it was strange that Yu-1 hadn't found any other doppelgangers. Reinhardt replied that it would take time. After watching the man for a while, Reinhardt lost interest in him. Meanwhile, the man dressed in black, who looked so much like Yu-1, went to the crystal. The man stood near the crystal to protect it. Kim Yu-1, who was trusted by everyone, didn't find any more monsters. It had been a day since the challenge began. Many players were exhausted. The monsters kept coming from 5 passages. Yu-1 stood by the crystal and couldn't find a single doppelganger except for the one he killed at the beginning of the test. Yu-1, standing near the crystal, said that the doppelgangers are probably hiding. They are in the crowd and plan to strangle the players. He suggested that each of the players point out anyone who looks suspicious. Yu-1 pulled out his sword and said that if they start killing one suspicious person at a time, they'll finish the inspection faster. Yu-1 said that he would kill even if he wasn't sure if it was a doppelganger. When the players heard this, they became indignant. You can't kill on suspicion without proof. In an instant, the test area turned into a pandemonium. Several people shouted that they and their team were coming from the lower floors. Yu-1 ordered everyone to divide into 2 parts, the players with teams on one side and the single players on the other. If everyone in the teams knew each other, then those who came individually would be doubles. He had already chosen one person and had already drawn his sword when someone blocked his strike. Yu-1 heard a voice behind him ordering him to stop. A man dressed in black who looked like 2 drops of water approached him. The man in black told Yu-1 that he had crossed the border. He said that he didn't want to interfere before, but things have gotten so bad that the whole test could be ruined. Therefore, he thinks it's time to stop the man in the red coat. 2 completely identical Kim Yu-1 stood face to face. The man in the black robe said that he would deal with the imposter later. He activated the flaming eyes, and at that moment unexpected things began to happen. The face of the man impersonating Kim Yu-1 began to split open. Feeling the pain in his face, the man grabbed his face with both hands. The skin of his face came off and fell to the ground. The man covered his face and fell to the ground. The doppelganger from before spread out like mud, but this man remained intact. Maybe it was an imitation. The person on the ground raised his head. He had a young, pale face. He was crying and claimed to be Kim Yu-1. Yu-1 kicked him in the head and the color disappeared from his face. There was silence. The players were standing in 2 groups. Yu-1 approached the group of players that the previous Yu-1 had tried to kill. Each player was trying to prove to Yu-1 that he wasn't a doppelganger. Yu-1 walked past the players and approached Reinhardt. Yu-1 raised his sword to Reinhardt's neck. Reinhardt remained calm and told Yu-1 that he was not a doppelganger and that his team could confirm it. All of his team members started shouting that he was real and that they hadn't split up once since the ordeal began. Yu-1 grabbed Reinhardt's neck. His breathing was labored. Reinhardt's eyes flashed. He felt that he might actually die. Yu-Wan swung around and threw a punch at Reinhardt. What followed was an incredible event. White blood began to flow from Reinhardt's head and it melted. His teammates began to scream, but Yu-Wan threw another punch at the player. A clear liquid poured out of the player's head. This player also seemed to be a doppelganger. Yu-Wan's eyes told him that the doppelgangers, after transforming into humans, made themselves forget that they were doppelgangers and thus passed the test. Several white-eyed doppelgangers ran towards the crystal. Yu-Wan activated the heavenly demon spirit and destroyed the doppelgangers. A message came in saying that the test on the 21st floor had been passed and Yu-Wan could go to the next level. The man slowly opened his eyes and looked around without moving his head. His vision was blurry, but he saw the outline of Yu-Wan. The real Kim Yu-Wan was standing right in front of him. Yu-Wan looked at him with his burning eyes. Yu-Wan leaned over the man and asked him his name. The man said his name was Mamos. Since the test was already over, it didn't seem like it was a double. Yu-Wan crouched down next to Mamos and asked him who he was. Mamos said that he was a doppelganger, but also a player. Yu-Wan's fiery eyes told him that Mamos wasn't lying. Yu-Wan thought that Mamos didn't look like an ordinary doppelganger. His father was Belial, the king of the doppelgangers, the high-ranking Belial, the monarch of lies. His name was very familiar to Yu-Wan. Behind Mamos was a pretty big demon. If Mamos was the high-ranking son of Belial, it looked like the truth. The Demon Guild could compete with Olympus in size and strength. This meant that Mamos was on the same level as Hargan. Yu-Wan asked, "What is someone like Mamos doing here?" Mamos said that he was a fan of Yu-Wan's. His eyes told Yu-Wan that Mamos was telling the truth. Mamos looked like a child of about 10 years old right now. It was hard to imagine that this was the same bloodthirsty creature that wanted to kill all the players. Yu-Wan was still supporting Flaming Eyes, and it looked like Mamos wasn't lying. He was sorry for what he had done. Yu-Wan thought that meeting Belial's son wouldn't hurt him, so he decided to spare Mamos. He told Mamos that he would give him his life, but in return he had to help him in a matter. Yu-Wan gave him his jersey and asked Mamos for his number. A month passed since Yu-Wan passed the test on the 21st floor. One morning he received a message from Mamos. Yu-Wan opened his eyes and read the message. Mamos had also applied for the next test. He seemed to be a bit pushy to Yu-Wan. Yu-Wan looked at all the remaining trial plans. To get to the 25th floor, there were 3 trials to pass. Yu-Wan planned to complete them in 10 days. If Olympus didn't interfere, it wouldn't be hard to pass these trials. Yu-Wan wondered why this Mamos had texted him out of the blue. The player's equipment vibrated again. This time it was a message from Hargan, who was now on the 22nd floor, and invited Yu-Wan to a meeting. Yu-Wan went to the meeting place. Hargan was already sitting at the table waiting for him. Hargan's coffee was already cold, and it looked like he had been waiting for Yu-Wan for quite some time. Hargan had already gone up to the 34th floor of the tower. Unlike Yu-Wan, who was trying to improve his stats, Hargan was trying to become a ranker as soon as possible. Yu-Wan asked Hargan what he was doing on such a low floor. Hargan asked Yu-Wan if it was true that he had the sea stone. Yu-Wan said yes, because Hargan was from Olympus and already knew everything, so there was no point in denying it. Hargan said that thanks to Yu-Wan, Olympus was in complete disarray right now. Thanks to Zeus and Poseidon, who are busy figuring out their relationship, Yu-Wan is safe for now. But this won't last for long. Yu-Wan has to bow down to Olympus and get the stone, or find some strong patrons. Hearing this, Yu-Wan gets up from the table and says he will leave. Hearing Yu-Wan's answer, Hargan asked him if he was really going to go all the way. Yu-Wan asked Hargan the same question. Hargan had already chosen the side opposite to Olympus. Yu-Wan's eyebrows moved. Hargan told him to be careful on the 25th floor. When Yu-Wan was about to leave, Hargan told him to be careful in the heart of England. There's a trap waiting for him. After Yu-Wan left, Hargan stayed there for a while. He received a message from Apollo, who asked how everything went. Hargan sullenly replied that everything had gone wrong. He had been unable to convince Yu-Wan. He decided to intervene in this fight after all. Hargan asked Apollo how Uncle Poseidon was doing. Apollo replied that he was thinking. He advised Hargan to climb the tower faster to become a ranker. Hargan told Apollo that he had warned Yu-Wan about Britannia, but he wouldn't listen. Apollo replied that it was foolish of Yu-1. It was the same with Chryses, Hypnos, Theseus. Who could have imagined that they would lose? But it was hard for Hargon to imagine that Yu-1 would lose. Maybe this time would be different? About a month later, the 24th floor test began. We have to stop the big cows. At each stage, the number of big cows summoned would increase. At the end of each stage, points are awarded. If a big cow is killed, the player gets 5 points. For 10 points, a cow can be summoned against any opposing team. Teams cannot leave their assigned zone. Anyone who leaves the area is eliminated from the test. When the test started, Mamos went over to Yu-1. Mamos was happy to be on the same team as Yu-1. There was a huge field with green grass, and the players, including Yu-1, were standing in the middle. Mamos wanted to stay close to Yu-1 so that they could go to the 25th floor together. Mamos asked Yu-1 what he was going to do on the 25th floor. Yu-1 replied that Mamos would quickly change his mind about being with Yu-1 when he found out what kind of job he had in store for him. A large circle appeared around Yu-1 and the other players. This was the area set aside for the challenge. Each player was given 10 points. Everyone started with the same amount of points. It was enough to summon a cow. Everyone thought that this test was easy. All the players thought that they were very lucky to have Yu-1 on their team. Yu-1 looked at the herd outside the circle. At that moment, the cow summoning messages began to pour in. Messages of summoning a large cow appeared from all directions. They were all the other players who had summoned cows against Yu-1's team. A large cow with red bloodshot eyes approached them. It was as large as an elephant. Right after the cow, Yu-1's team was attacked by angry bulls. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. Mamos realized that the other teams wanted to eliminate the team that was most likely to win. This meant a battle between Yu-1's team and all the other teams combined. Purple lights began to appear around Yu-1. He used the mana explosion skill. The mana explosions spread out in all directions. Yu-1 used his skill on the cows approaching from all directions. The large cows were instantly destroyed. Mana explosions shot out without stopping. The charred bodies of the cows lay everywhere. The members of Yu-1's team were in shock. They couldn't understand how this was possible. Yu-1 used a lot of energy when he blew mana. He told the players to hold on as long as they could. Yu-1 told his team members that they shouldn't just stand there and watch him destroy the cows, but that they should fight if they wanted to pass this test. The players decided that Yu-1 was threatening to kill them if they didn't fight. The members of Team #3 stood around and talked. They were not attacked by any big cows. Team 5 was also idle. They were thinking about how to get Yu-1's team out of the test first. Team 9 was also waiting for Yu-1's team to lose. They were ready to move on to the next stage. After 5 minutes, the 9th stage of the test began. The cows were ready to pounce on the players. Yu-1 and his team members were exhausted from fighting the cows. Neither team had been eliminated yet. At the moment, only their team was being attacked. Yu-1 asked Mamos to hold out until the 10th stage. As they talked, 5 minutes passed. Yu-1 reminded Mamos that he had said at the beginning of the test that this would be the easiest challenge. The messages about calling the big cows came again. This time there were even more than before. The messages came one after another without a break. There was no end to the onslaught of cows. It was unclear where the other players had gotten so many points. Yu-1 told everyone to take a break. From now on, he would go alone. Mamo was very worried about Yu-1, but he hoped that he would be okay. Yu-1 stood at the edge of the area set aside for the trial. There were big cows coming at them from all sides. Yu-1 had acquired the mana wielder skill. His stats had increased by 10%. Controlling mana became much easier with this skill, but it was still not enough. Purple balls began to appear around Yu-1. The 9th stage of the process had begun. The reports of defeating the cows began to arrive. The 10th, 11th, and 12th stages passed. The 13th stage began. Yu-1 received the news again. There was 0.006% left to complete the Heavenly Star. Yu-1 really hoped to get the remaining percentage before the end of the test. Yu-1's mana explosions hit one cow after another. The messages now came in a steady stream. Suddenly, there was a message about Heavenly Star's completion percentage increasing. Yu-1 continued to explode his mana. There were already more than 30 explosions that killed big cows. Yu-1 ordered Mamos to spend points to summon the cows for other teams. Yu-1 stood near the line that marked the test area. Thousands of cows towered over him. The members of his team were very worried about him. After all, he was the only one who fought against the monster cows. Mamos didn't understand where Yu-1 got so much strength from, and that strength seemed demonic to him. Reports came back that the monster cows had been defeated. This was Yu-1's mana at work. There was another message for Yu-1. The news he had been waiting for so long. He had fulfilled the condition of the heavenly star. The completion percentage was -100. Yu-1 had finally received the demonic body. A new demonic energy index was added. The demonic body gave Yu-1 the ability to control demonic energy. Unbridled energy danced around Yu-1. He now possessed mana and demonic energy at the same time. Yu-1 felt an extraordinary power within him. The demonic energy gave him the power of a demon. This power was much more destructive. Although there was a great change in Yu-1, almost no one noticed it. Only Mamos noticed it because he was a demon son himself. He immediately felt that there was a change in Yu-1. He asked Yu-1 how he got the demon energy. Yu-1 replied that he got a new ability, and that's what happened. He became more and more like a demon. Now Yu-1 had what he had been seeking for so long. It was time to complete the process. Yu-1 had accumulated over 24,000 points during the process. He summoned 2,435 large cows to the opposing teams. At that time, the members of the other team were lying on the grass and discussing Yu-1. Suddenly, a message came in that Yu-1's team had summoned a big cow to them. After that, the messages about summoning cows kept coming. Now the cows were going to attack their team. The players stood in a circle and didn't realize what was happening. The cows were running from all directions. When they realized that Kim Yu-1 was involved, they saw hundreds of cows running toward them, shaking the ground. The news came that Team 1 had been destroyed. Then Team 4 was eliminated. The teams were eliminated one by one. Yu-1 summoned 200 cows for each team. One or two teams could still withstand this attack of cows. Yu-1 thought that all the other teams would be destroyed. The players of Yu-1's team were happy to be on the same team with him. A message appeared that the test on the 24th floor had been successfully passed. A message appeared that Yu-1 had scored 50,000 points. The players in Yu-1's team jumped for joy and thanked him. Everyone was happy that the challenge was over. Some of the players came over to thank Yu-1 personally. They said that they couldn't have passed the test without him. Yu-1 received an additional 54,000 points and a new skill, Cloud Step. With Cloud Step, you could make your steps lighter and inaudible. Mamos approached Yu-1 to say goodbye. He really didn't want to part with his big brother, as he called Yu-1. Yu-1 suggested that Mamos move to the 25th floor together. Mamos was happy. Yu-1 took Mamos's hand and squeezed it tightly. They teleported to the 25th floor together. They saw the surroundings change before their eyes. On the 25th floor was Britannia. On top of an altar decorated with sculptures of knights, there were many players acting like tourists. In the center was a statue of Arthur. Yu-1 and Mamos found themselves in Britannia. They landed right next to the statue of Arthur. Arthur, the king of knights, was depicted riding a horse with a sword in his hand. Arthur's ghost in Yu-1's gauntlet also recognized himself. Arthur wanted his body back. The current king of Britain was Sir Lancelot. Mamos realized that Lancelot was the temporary king of Britain. That's why there was a statue of Arthur there. Yu-1 told Mamos that the round table he knew did not exist in silence. The clatter of hooves was heard, and 3 armored knights rode up on white horses. They seemed to be the symbols of the round table. The oldest of them was the 31st knight of the round table named Percival. He asked the players, "Have you passed the test and come up here?" The knights stood facing the players. The players called out their names, each of them desperately wanting the knights to pay attention to them. Yu-1 and Mamos stood a little apart. Yu-1 told Mamos that there was only one knight of the round table here. The knights' attention shifted to Yu-1 and Mamos. He asked them their names. Yu-1 and Mamos said their names. They stood in front of the knight. Percival also introduced himself to them. Percival smiled and said that he was happy to welcome the newcomers to Britain. The knight invited the players to visit the capital of Britannia. Mamos felt that these knights were evil. They wanted to lure Yu-1 to join them. Then Yu-1 told Mamos about some situations that came to his mind. Mamos couldn't believe that the British could be as treacherous as Yuan said about them. Yuan and Mamos followed the riders along with the rest of the players. After traveling for a few hours, they stopped at a fortress wall guarded by many knights. Percival said that behind this wall was the capital of Britain, Camelot. Looking at Mamos, Percival said that they should inspect him, since it was impossible for demons to enter Britannia without inspection. Mamos's face showed anger. He asked what century they were living in. Percival said they passed such a law after the disappearance of Britannia's first king. Mamos bowed his head and asked if they knew who his father was. Mamos shouted in anger that his father was Belial, one of the 7 demon kings, one of the 100 ranks. Hearing Mamos's angry cry, the knights looked surprised. This child was the son of Belial, the king of lies. Mamos shouted childishly that he would tell his father. Percival decided to let Mamos in since his father's information was known, so Mamos had been identified. A huge heavy gate opened. Behind the gate was Camelot. Mamos immediately sent a message to Yuan that everything had happened as Yuan had said. Mamos was let through when he called his father's name. In the message, Mamos asked Yuan how he knew. Yuan told Mamos that he had a premonition. Camelot was huge. There were many people in the streets. At that moment, the news came that the egg had shown its teeth. The egg was starving. It rang again. It had done so many times before. The messages came one after another. The egg screaming, the egg wriggling. It looked like there were remnants of the outer god here as well. Among the buildings, a tall castle with beautiful towers stood out, looking like a king's palace. Yuan was walking through the king's palace, where he had been invited, when a message came that the egg was urging Yuan to hurry. In the courtyard of the palace, the paths were paved with beautiful tiles, the trees were neatly trimmed, and there were fountains everywhere. Yuan asked Arthur's ghost why he had been silent since they entered Camelot. Arthur replied that this castle had not changed at all. Yuan was in a large room and talked to Arthur's ghost. Arthur said that the castle was very old, even older than himself. Arthur asked why Yuan had come here since Hargan had warned him about the trap. Yuan replied that Lancelot wanted to meet him. Yuan had separated from Mamos earlier, so he came to the castle alone. Yuan told Arthur that the reason he was here was to meet Merlin, which Arthur had asked him to do. Yuan went to the balcony. Arthur said that when Yuan gave him the body of the orc earlier, he thought that Yuan was emotionless. According to Arthur, Yuan looks like a person who has plans and strong beliefs. Arthur asked if Yuan would like to meet Merlin for him. Arthur's spirit left Yuan's gauntlet and hovered around him. He said that Yuan was too emotional. He should keep his mind as clear as calm water. Yuan replied that he came here for a reason. He came to turn Britain upside down. Outside the window, beautifully trimmed trees grew and colorful flowers bloomed. The knight walked through the park, but leaves and branches fell on his head. It was the maid who was tending the garden, who had clumsily broken a branch. The knight became angry. The knight almost cut off the maid's hands in anger, but then a man suddenly appeared to protect her. The maid was grateful to the man. He was a tall old man with a wrinkled face, white hair, and a long white beard. The maid realized that this was a man of high rank, because the knight ran away as soon as he saw the old man. The old man tended the roses in the garden, but he was no ordinary gardener. The maid offered to help him tend the garden. After all, the old man had saved her from an evil knight. The old man replied that he often walks among the beautiful flowers that grow in the garden. The old man climbed the white marble stairs leading to the palace. He mused aloud that the knights of the Round Table no longer had the decency they once had. Things were not the same in his time as they are now. Suddenly the old man saw a young man in a white suit approaching him. The young man called the old man the great magician who founded Britain with Arthur. It was the great Merlin. Merlin asked the young man who he was and what he wanted. The young man gave his name. It was Kim Yuan. Merlin said that he had heard that name somewhere before. Yuan said that he was a gambler who had recently come to this place. Merlin said that Yuan must have been invited by Lancelot. He asked what Yuan's business was with him, Merlin. Yuan said it was about King Arthur and pulled out his sword. Merlin's face froze. He immediately recognized Arthur's sword, Excalibur. Merlin asked Yuan where he got King Arthur's sword. Yuan put the sword back into its sheath and said that this was a long conversation, so it was not worth talking in such an open place. Merlin invited him into the large reception room of his palace. They sat at a table and drank tea. Merlin repeated his question. "How did Yu-1 get King Arthur's sword?" Yu-1 replied that he had found the relic by chance. Merlin thought of his old friend. He didn't know where Arthur had gone from Britain. He hadn't seen his friend in over 1,000 years. Merlin asked Yu-1 if he knew Arthur and how he found him. Yu-1 replied that he had met Arthur for the first time a few months ago. Merlin couldn't believe it. Was Arthur really alive? Suddenly, thick black smoke came out of Kiny's black glove. It seemed that Yu-1 had summoned Arthur's spirit. The black smoke gradually changed shape, transforming into the orc's body. But Merlin couldn't see it as he sat with his back to it. Merlin realized that Yu-1 had unusual abilities. Merlin saw the huge orc sitting on the ground and said that he hoped the orc wouldn't hurt him. Suddenly the orc spoke in Arthur's voice. He said that he and Merlin had not seen each other for a long time. The orc called Merlin an old man. Only Arthur could call Merlin that when he was alone with him. Tears streamed from Merlin's eyes. He realized that his friend Arthur was sitting in front of him. Merlin rushed over to Arthur. Yu-1 stood aside and watched as the two friends met for the first time in 1,000 years. Merlin asked, "Why is Arthur dressed like that?" Arthur looked at Yu-1 with anger and said that this guy found him such a body. Yu-1 thought he should give them a chance to talk privately. Merlin wanted to know who killed Arthur. He wanted to avenge the death of his friend. Arthur said he knew who killed his son. "The murderer is right here in this castle." Merlin's eyes glowed green with rage. Arthur told Merlin that Lancelot had killed his son. Merlin was ready to kill Lancelot that minute, but Yu-1 put his hands on his shoulders and asked him to calm down. Merlin couldn't stay calm after finding out who killed his friend's son. But Yu-1 said that there might be an uprising and revenge wouldn't work. Merlin thought that the reason for killing Arthur's son might be related to Lancelot's desire to take the throne. So Lancelot was Arthur's murderer? But Arthur replied that he wasn't. Lancelot could never have defeated him. Arthur, in the form of an orc, laughed and bared his fangs. Lancelot was now king of Britannia, and if you killed him, Britannia and the Round Table might fall. Fear began to rise. Lancelot must have been involved in Arthur's own death. Yu-1 said there was a way. The Round Table was to meet in 10 days. Yu-1 asked if an outsider could attend the meeting. Merlin said not normally, but with his help it was possible. Yu-1 suggested turning the tables on the first day of the meeting. A man in a red robe walked through the great hall. 2 knights escorted him to the throne. The knights asked him what was wrong. Lancelot replied that it was nothing much. Lancelot sat on the throne for the first time in a long time. The knights knelt before him. Lancelot had green hair, a small birthmark under his eye, and a sharp chin line. The 2 knights kneeling before Lancelot were knights of the Round Table named Tal and Lawlet. They said that Yu-1 had arrived at the castle. Lancelot expressed his desire to meet Yu-1 in person. Lancelot put his hand on the armrest and said that he had heard about him from Asgard. Many guilds have tried to recruit him, but to no avail. Lancelot told Tal and Lawletta that Asgard had conducted a secret investigation and found that Yu-1 was a player of unknown origin who was rising in the tower at a tremendous rate. The king said that he had heard something terrible about Yu-1, as if Yu-1 was involved in the death of King Arthur. The knights rose from their seats in surprise, which was against the rules. After all, the 1,000-year-old mystery of Arthur's death was almost solved. The knights clenched their fists and asked if the information was true. Lancelot said that since it came from Asgard, it must be reliable. Tal and Lawlet didn't understand. Then why did the king invite this Yu-1 to the palace? They were ready to kill him and asked the king to give them an order. Lancelot didn't want to give the order, saying that it might cause unrest in the country. Oh, and besides, a ranker can't fight a player. That would get him fined by the administrator. Lancelot said he couldn't leave Yu-1 alone either, and let the knights decide for themselves. The king told the knights to do everything quietly, without leaking any information. Lancelot said that Tala and Lawletta's deeds would forever be remembered by the king and the other knights. The knights left the hall, leaving Lancelot alone. He sat on his white and gilded throne, hunched over with laughter. Tal and Lawlet had been blinded by hatred for King Arthur's murderer for 1,000 years, for they had been his loyal servants. Lancelot had cleverly used this quality against Yu-1. Lancelot laughed that these loyal fools couldn't even tell friend from foe. A gloating smile creased his face. He dreamed of conquering this great land and ruling over all the rankers. Lancelot said the phrase he always said, "To the sea of Olympus." Late at night, someone knocked on the door of Yuan's room. Yuan activated his fiery eyes and felt the bloodlust of the person behind the door. The thirst for revenge, the rage was boiling up in the person behind the door. Mana was ready to explode like a volcano at any moment. Voices could be heard from behind the door. Two knights called Yuan by name and invited him to follow them. Tal and Lolette led Yuan to the training area. They said they wanted to ask Yuan a few questions. Tal, his eyes flashing, pulled his long sword from its sheath. He pointed the sword at Yuan and said that if he didn't answer or lied, his limbs would be chopped off. The knights asked Yuan who was behind King Arthur's death. Yuan wondered why he was being asked this question. Tal's sword flew past and grazed Yuan's shoulder. A ranker shouldn't attack a player, but these two didn't seem to care. They asked Yuan again, "Who killed King Arthur?" Yuan told the knights that he understood that Lancelot had sent them. Yuan's hand reached out and pulled two swords from his inventory. Tal didn't want to kill Yuan. He wanted to know the truth. But Yuan skillfully dodged Tal's sword blows. Since Ranker attacked the player, a penalty was given, but Tal paid no attention to the suffering. Yuan realized that Lancelot had made the most loyal knights want to avenge Arthur's death. Tal attacked him, not to scare him, but to cut off his legs. Yuan decided to hit one of the knights. For a moment, Yuan covered Tal's face with his glove. In the same second, Tal felt a strong blow on his arm. His eyes widened and his face was distorted with a grimace of pain. As Yuan covered Tal's face with his glove, Tal felt a slight chill and goosebumps ran down his back. Suddenly, Arthur's spirit of Caney spoke. He told Yuan not to kill the knights because they didn't know the truth and were fighting him out of loyalty to Arthur. Yuan thought for a moment. He didn't know what was the right thing to do. Maybe show them Arthur 7. They are convinced that Yuan killed Arthur. They won't believe Yuan. He decides to hide Arthur until the meeting starts. Lolette approached Yuan. His eyes glittered with a thirst for revenge. Lolette's steel boots crunched the ground beneath them. The 42nd night of the Round Table. Lolette demanded a one-on-one confrontation. The training ground began to shift. It was an empty field with only one spectator, Tal. He was not allowed to interfere with the fight. The fight would be between Yuan and Lolette. Yuan looked at Lolette and Tal in turn. It looked like Tal wouldn't interfere in the fight. Yuan grinned. "So this is what chivalry is all about? How does Lolette expect to win?" Lolette replied that they always won that way. Yuan thought it was silly to talk about ways of fighting when there had been bloody wars for thousands of years before Britain was founded. Yuan decided to prove that Lolette could never defeat him with this chivalrous method. He activated gigantization. Arthur, through the gauntlet, asked Yuan not to kill Lolette and Tal. Yuan promised not to kill them. Yuan revealed his blade and attacked Lolette. There was a strong flow of mana coming from Yuan, and there were flashes of light where he was standing. Yuan's blade hit the shield. The shield of the Round Table was extremely strong and protected Lolette. Yuan gathered all his strength and hit the shield again and again. Yuan changed his stance to strike again. But the shield safely covered Loletta. Without breaking the shield, it was impossible to defeat Lolette. So Yuan struck at the shield. Yuan held his blade in his hand, which wore a black adamantium glove. Lolette held his shield in front of him and moved forward like a tank, covered by his shield. Yuan also accelerated and charged directly at Lolette's shield. Yuan's arm continued to be filled with the power of giants. Yuan slammed his fist into Lolette's shield with great force. Tears ran down the shield. Lolette had never encountered such incredible power before. He looked at Yuan in surprise. But Yuan had more than power. His Kaini glove was made by the best master from the best material. Yuan delivered a crushing blow to the shield. Lolette's body was covered in blood and trembled from the impact. Mana gathered around Yuan as he continued to attack Lolette. Yuan struck the shield with his fist and used gigantization. Lolette fell to the ground and fled from the blows. He hid behind the shield, which still protected him from Yuan's blows. Suddenly there was a cracking sound and the shield split in half. How could a mere player, not a ranked player, have such strength? Seeing that Loletta was in danger, Tal stepped into the fray. He gave Loletta his shield and told her to defend instead of attacking so the punishment wouldn't be so severe. Dealing with one person wasn't difficult for Yuan. but now there were two opponents. Tal lunged at Yuan, shouting that he would regret his decision to fight her. Yuan took a blade out of his inventory. Tal's sword became even longer. A serious power could be felt in his body. Since Yuan didn't have a shield, he wanted to block Tal's sword with his sword. Yuan activated the Heavenly Step skill and jumped up. He activated his flame eyes to calculate the path and strengthened his sensory field. Suddenly, Yuan disappeared. Tal raised his head and saw Yuan in the air. Yuan jumped to the ground, and where he landed there was an explosion of mana and a flash of light. Tal struck Yuan with his sword, but none of the blows hit the target as Yuan blocked all the blows with his blade. The punishment was to destroy Tal's body more and more. If the fight dragged on, his body might not be able to take it anymore. Yuan wanted to end this fight as soon as possible. Tal and Lolette gathered all their strength and charged forward. The huge, long sword flew like a flash of light. Lolette was covered in blood, but not from Yuan's blows, but from the penalty for attacking a player. Yuan decided to use his demonic energy. He didn't have more than a minute. The demonic energy was activated. An impossible situation had arisen. Yuan was using mana and demonic energy at the same time. The demonic energy was looking for a way to break through the mana. Everything around him sparkled and glittered as Yuan's demonic energy searched for an outlet. Yuan decided to unleash all the energy he had accumulated. There was a deafening explosion. A flash of light lit up the night sky. The training ground was destroyed. Rocks and pieces of earth fell. Tal went over to Loletta. Because ranker Lolette had attacked a player, his body was being punished by the tower. Lolette sat leaning on his sword. His body had gone limp. It looked like he was unconscious. Tal was sure that Yuan had used demonic energy and mana at the same time. Yuan's fiery eyes glowed in the darkness. Suddenly on the training ground, Yuan saw King Lancelot of Britain. It was the Knight of Treason, Lancelot. Yuan had imagined him with exactly this face. The knights could hardly kneel before their king. They started to apologize. Lancelot said that Lolette and Tal had been sentenced to death for trying to defame Britain. Lancelot swung his sword and Lolette's head flew to the side. The same happened to Tal. Blood poured from the decapitated bodies into fountains. Lancelot said the two men had dishonored the land. Arthur's voice roared like a lion in Yuan's head. Yuan asked Arthur to back off even though he realized how angry he was. It was impossible to kill Lancelot right here as Arthur wanted. Otherwise, in the eyes of his subjects, he would be a hero who defended Britain. Suddenly, the egg that had been sitting quietly in the inventory bared its teeth. Looking at Lancelot, Yuan thought that there might be an external god in his body since the egg had started to react like that. Lancelot stood before Yuan. He apologized for the rudeness of his knights. The King of Britain had invited Yuan to a meeting at the palace to smooth over the unpleasant experience. Only Lancelot stayed at the training ground. As he watched Yuan leave, he wiped the smile off his face. Lancelot thought that he had made a mistake. He should have sent not 2 but 3 knights, or even more, to kill Yuan. Merlin watched Lancelot from a distance. There was a rumbling sound, and the ground, which had been riddled with pits after the battle, began to level out. It was Merlin who had used a skill to restore order to the ground. As Lancelot looked around, the ground was back to its usual state. The knights who used the drill ground noticed that the ground had changed. They used the drill ground every day, and immediately saw that the land was different. In the morning, Yuan was invited to the royal palace. It was a beautiful building with towers and a tall spire. Kim, Yuan, and Lancelot sat at a huge white table in a beautiful hall. The table was set for 2, and they sat facing each other. Meat and vegetables were served on platters, and wine was poured into glasses. Yuan could smell blood. Yuan sat down without touching the food. He just sat and watched Lancelot eat. Lancelot offered Yuan a taste of meat, but Yuan said that he didn't like that kind of food. The king asked how Yuan met Merlin. Since Yuan came to Camelot, Merlin started coming out of his garden more often, although no one had seen him before. Merlin even came to the drill ground yesterday when everyone had dispersed. Yuan replied that he had met Merlin by chance. Lancelot wiped his lips with a handkerchief and covered a grimace of disbelief with a smile. Lancelot began spreading some mana so they could communicate more easily. He blocked the player set with his mana so that Yuan couldn't send a message to anyone. Lancelot said that he knew that Yuan had the sea stone and that Yuan should give the stone to Poseidon. He could take the stone by force, but he wants you one to give it to him. Lancelot wanted to use Mamos, but he was stopped by the fact that Mamos was the son of Belial. They continued to sit at the table. Lancelot told Yu-1 to give the stone to Poseidon and swear allegiance to him. In return, Poseidon promised to help Yu-1. Yu-1 said that just yesterday Lancelot wanted to kill him, and now he changed his mind so abruptly. Yu-1 got up from the table and said that he wasn't interested. Hearing his words, Lancelot turned pale. A vein in his neck began to pulsate. Lancelot jumped up from the table and shouted that Yu-1 didn't know who he was dealing with. Yu-1 knew very well. Although Yu-1 came from a dinner party, he hadn't eaten anything there and was hungry. He took a piece of dry bread from his inventory. Yu-1 left the palace and thought that Poseidon must have a good reason for reaching out first. Maybe Poseidon was preparing for a war with Zeus. Yu-1 picked up the bread, so Poseidon needs his help. Yu-1 swallowed the dry bread. He thought that he couldn't fight Zeus alone. But anyway, it would be to Yu-1's advantage if Zeus and Poseidon started fighting each other. Yu-1 turned to Arthur and asked him not to be angry. A message came from Merlin that the Round Table would meet tomorrow. The next day, the meeting of the Round Table took place at the Palace of Camelot. In the huge hall, all the knights were gathered around a round table. Yu-1 sat on one of the chairs and Merlin sat next to him. The knights were happy to see Merlin, but they didn't understand why he had brought Yu-1. The first knight of the Round Table, Gawain, Arthur's right hand, thought that at least the chairs of the two missing knights would not be empty. The king said it was not customary to allow outsiders into the meeting, but since Merlin insisted, they made an exception. Lancelot asked the knights if they had any objections. The knights didn't express any displeasure at Yu-1's presence at the meeting. The king asked if Yu-1 knew whose seat he was sitting in. Yu-1 sat loosely in his chair and paid no attention to anyone. He answered the king that it was either Tala's or Lauletta's seat. There was a murmur in the hall. The knights said that Yu-1 must know where they are if he said that. Yu-1 said that Lancelot killed both of them in front of him. The knights shouted that he was lying. Lancelot said it was true. He had killed Tal and Lauletta. The reactions of the knights of the Round Table were mixed. Some didn't believe Yu-1, others demanded proof. Lancelot said that he was sure that Yu-1 knew why he made that decision. Yu-1 bluntly told Lancelot that the king should pay for his sins. Yu-1 got up from the table and told the knights that they had a guest. Many would be happy to see this guest. Everyone heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. The silhouette of a man with burning eyes appeared. Everyone turned to face the knight in heavy armor. When they saw the guest's face, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Merlin sat with burning eyes, watching everything that happened. Lancelot couldn't believe it was the real Arthur. It was some kind of double. Seeing Arthur as he was 1,000 years ago, the knights saluted him. The knights rose from their seats and approached Arthur. Arthur asked each knight something only he could know. Lancelot thought desperately about what to do. Arthur was dead, that was certain, but how to unmask the double? Lancelot remembered that Yu-1 had come to Britain with a demon that could reincarnate into anyone. Lancelot shouted for everyone to be quiet. The knights looked at him in surprise. He jumped to the center of the hall and shouted that this Arthur was an impostor. Yu-1 had come to Camelot with the demon's son of Belial. The knights immediately tensed. They all knew Belial, the demon of lies. The knights were divided. Some said it was the real Arthur. Others didn't believe it. Lancelot drew his sword. If it's a double, his head will split open and his true face will be revealed. Yu-1 looked at Lancelot with hatred and told him to drop his sword. Lancelot swung his sword as hard as he could to strike. His sword suddenly collided with Merlin's staff, and a clang of steel was heard. Merlin stopped Lancelot. His eyes glowed with green fire. Mamos appeared in Arthur's place. He nearly lost his head to Lancelot's sword and was shocked. The knights shouted with indignation. They had not expected such a deception. But Yu-1 asked Lancelot why he was 100% sure that it couldn't be Arthur. Yu-1 raised his hand with Canes. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips. Suddenly a bright light flashed behind Yu-1's back, as if mana had exploded. From there a huge orc appeared with burning eyes and an open mouth with fangs sticking out. The orc approached Lancelot and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Lancelot froze. He sensed that this was the real Arthur. Merlin ordered no one to interfere. The two men needed to talk. Arthur asked how Lancelot knew there was a double in his place. Yu-Wan unscrewed the tip of Arthur's sword. It revealed a gold ring which he gave to Arthur. It was a seal that symbolized royalty. There were only two such seals, Arthur's and his son's. The second seal belonged to Sir Lancelot. He told everyone that Arthur had given it to him and made him king. Arthur said his son had the second seal. So how did Lancelot get it? Lancelot turned pale and goosebumps ran down his back. The knight's eyes glowed in the dark. They waited for Lancelot to explain. If there are only two seals and one of them is in Arthur's possession, then the seal Lancelot had was proof that he was the one who killed Arthur's son. The knights began to realize this. Lancelot had no choice. He smashed the window and jumped out. It was a confession of his sins. Lancelot jumped off the balcony and ran across the roof of the castle. The knights, not knowing who to trust, were in shock. They finally came to their senses and rushed after Lancelot. Arthur stopped them, saying that if all the knights ran after Lancelot, it might stir up all of Britain. Lancelot suddenly found himself near the wall surrounding Camelot and ordered the knights guarding Camelot to open the gates. When the knights saw the king at the castle gate, they were shocked. They opened the gates, and Lancelot rushed out of Camelot. Lancelot could not run far. His head hit an invisible wall. When the knights saw Lancelot flailing about in a fit, they thought he had gone mad. Word spread that Lancelot was forbidden to leave the area designated as his prison. All of Camelot was surrounded by an invisible wall. Lancelot was certain it was Merlin. Lancelot felt invisible chains binding his hands and feet and would not let go. Suddenly, Merlin appeared and told the nearby knights to back away from the traitor. Lancelot was no longer king of Britain. Merlin made sure that no one at the round table would recognize Arthur's double. He enveloped Mamos in Arthur's mana. Lancelot stood in chains. Merlin asked him why he had killed Arthur. Lancelot's face began to crack with tension. He said he wanted to be king. Merlin created such a flood of mana that the ground began to crack. At the same time, lightning struck the gate and it collapsed along with part of the wall. Lancelot rushed to flee Camelot, but Merlin was not in his way. All Lancelot had to do was get out of here as fast as he could. Merlin brandished his staff and said he would not let Lancelot leave Camelot. Merlin used his magic to pick up the stones that were left after the destruction of the wall and threw them at Lancelot. The stones rained down on Lancelot in a hail. Merlin used a spell to protect his body and threw the stones relentlessly at Lancelot. Merlin protected Britannia from the lightning by building an invisible wall. Despite the stones pelting Lancelot, he managed to break through the wall. The blow was so powerful that a crack appeared in the ground near the wall. Merlin's staff emitted energy. He swung it, and the crack in the ground closed. Lancelot's face turned purple and the whites of his eyes began to fade. The mana pressure on Lancelot grew stronger, and he felt as if his body would explode. Suddenly the threads surrounding Lancelot began to tear one by one, and his sword began to move. The egg in Yu-Wan's inventory began to complain of hunger. Lancelot saw Yu-Wan coming towards him. Arthur in the body of an orc also approached Lancelot, and his thirst for revenge was immense. Arthur lunged at Lancelot. Their swords crossed. Blow followed blow. Arthur's hand began to tremble. Yu-Wan unsheathed his sword, and mana began to flow from it. Lancelot tried to break through the invisible wall that Merlin had erected to prevent Lancelot's escape. Yu-Wan used both mana and demonic power at the same time. With all his strength, he tried to cut off Lancelot's arm. At the same time, Lancelot tried to cut off Arthur's head. Suddenly, the temperature began to rise sharply. A terrible premonition seized Lancelot. A great flame consumed his body. Yu-Wan activated the divine flame. Voices in Lancelot's head told him to flee. The voices argued with each other. Another voice said that this was Ranker's body, so there was nothing to fear. And yet another voice told Lancelot that his body, his soul, would be consumed. At this point, the egg showed its teeth and drooled. There was a crunching and cracking sound. Rows of teeth devouring Lancelot's body. The egg began to devour Lancelot, starting at his arm and working its way down. A message came back that the egg had shown its form. Lancelot was terrified. The fear of being eaten alive was so strong that he screamed. It was all because of Yu-Wan. He was the one who had come to kill Lancelot. With his last ounce of strength, Lancelot activated the sword forest skill. Thousands of swords grew in an instant, ready to fall on Yu-Wan's head. Merlin wiped out the sword forest with his wand. Yu-Wan and Arthur heard Lancelot's cries for help. Arthur looked hatefully in the direction where the egg was devouring Lancelot. Arthur called out to Lancelot the names of the slain knights, including the name of his son. Lancelot fell silent. The sound of crunching bones was not pleasant. It was the sound of a monster devouring another monster. Arthur said Lancelot must die. The egg reached Lancelot's head. Moments later it disappeared. The egg looked satisfied as it devoured Lancelot. The news came back that Yu had killed Lancelot. The position of King of Britain was vacant. There were 10 days to elect a new king. Yu received a message that he had won 200,000 points. Yu thought about it. The message mentioned Lancelot with the prefix treachery and greed. The outer gods had names: stupid chaos, swamp darkness, despair to heaven, unborn. So the seed that chaos planted in Lancelot had to do with greed. The egg sent messages to Yu. Then it scratched its belly. Then it sang a song. The incubation rate of the egg was almost 100. Egg had been eating for a very long time, even longer than it had been eating orochi. Maybe there was more food. Yu looked at Merlin. He had been a spectator the whole time Yu had been dealing with Lancelot. Lancelot seemed to be a part of the outer gods as well. Yu raised his head to the sky and said that it was too early to let his guard down. Rain clouds filled the sky. Electricity and mana filled the air. Merlin and Yu stood and looked at the sky. Yu said that there would be a massive lightning strike. An angry Poseidon grabbed his servant by the neck. Poseidon entered a huge hall where Zeus was standing. Zeus told Poseidon that he had paved the way for him. Poseidon replied that he would have done it himself. Poseidon told Zeus that Lancelot had been defeated in Britannia. Zeus had golden hair and wore a white robe. He replied that he already knew. Zeus and Poseidon stood on the balcony and discussed what to do about the situation. Zeus said that there should be no communication between Olympus and Britannia, so he would erase everything. A bolt of lightning formed in Zeus's hand. While it was still in his hand, the sky shook with thunder. Zeus raised his thunderbolt hand. "If you use one of these, you can destroy more than just Britannia." Poseidon looked at the thunderbolt and said, "The administrators won't like this." Poseidon had already talked to the administrators, and they only allowed one lightning bolt. Yu and Merlin looked at the sky. It was red, and the air trembled with tension. Yu told Merlin that it was Zeus who had started the action. A message came that a new test was being created. The destruction of Camelot has begun. In 10 minutes, lightning will strike Camelot. It must be blocked. Torn clouds creep across the sky. If this was a test, then Zeus had managed to negotiate with the steward. Merlin had said that if Zeus destroyed Camelot, Olympus would be punished. A message came that lightning would strike in 5 minutes. Merlin told Yu that time was short and that urgent action was needed. The magic circles created by Merlin filled the earth. Merlin wanted to save Britain. This was the kind of magic Yu had never seen before. There was a reason why Merlin was the most powerful magician in Britain. Yu thought that wasn't enough. It wouldn't stop Zeus's lightning. He activated the flaming eyes and looked at the sky. Yu received a message that Sun Ogong was watching him. Yu was surprised and ignored the message. There would be no more ignoring. The lightning would strike in 3 minutes. Yu asked the sage equal to heaven to help them since he's watching all of this. Sun Ogong asked why he should help. Yu replied that they would all die if he didn't. Song Ogong didn't really want to get involved. Yu said that Song Ogong had followed him in vain. After all, he had spent several days looking for Yu. Song Ogong said that Yu could just run away instead of standing still. Yu replied that he couldn't leave the place. Yu again asked Song Ogong to help them just once. The clouds were already heralding the approach of the lightning. The sky was filled with red light, and the lightning in the clouds roared like an angry beast. A young man jumped down from the sky. He landed between Yu and Merlin. He was the great Sun Ogong, a man with blonde hair and golden eyes. He said he could finally see Yu. Yu asked him to hurry because there was less than a minute before the lightning struck. Sun Ogong repeated that he would only help once, but Yu said that he wouldn't ask for more. Sun Ogong smiled, and at that moment the destruction of Camelot began. The sky was filled with yellow light, and there was a roll of thunder among the clouds. The great sage, equal to the sky, raised a long staff in his hand. The staff began to grow and rose into the sky to an incredible height. Yu and Sun Ogong froze in anticipation. Zeus raised his hand and a bolt of lightning formed in his hand. He threw the lightning at Camelot with great force. There was a loud explosion. A blazing light filled the sky. Merlin used his magic, but it wasn't enough. The lightning was too powerful. Zeus's bolt and Sun Ogon's staff collided in the sky. Merlin's defensive wall was shattered by the lightning. The Great Wise One's staff was able to withstand the lightning. Yu-Wan looked at the two powers colliding in the sky. It was an incredible sight, but it was impossible to block the lightning completely. Yu-Wan's yellow eye glowed on his glove. Yu-Wan looked at Caney and decided that it was time to act. Sun Ogong looked confused. The lightning that collided with the staff was too strong. Since the staff was a copy of the real one, it couldn't completely neutralize the lightning. In an instant, Yu-Wan jumped onto the shoulders of Sun Ogong, who was holding the staff. Yu-Wan climbed up and exposed his body to the lightning. Somewhere below, Sun Ogong shouted that Yu-Wan had gone to his certain death. Sun Ogong's eyes turned red and he saw what was happening in the sky. Gradually, the lightning began to fade and gray ash began to fall from the sky. Caney reacted to the lightning. The four elements' clothing protected Yu-Wan from electricity. The lightning penetrated Yu-Wan's protective clothing. The divine dark crystal also began to respond to the lightning. Zeus's thunderbolts were forged by Hephaestus using the divine celestial crystal. It was the one that Caney responded to. Yu-Wan realized the connection between the lightning, the divine dark crystal, and the stone of all seas. They were once one and reacted to each other. Yu-Wan's black glove began to absorb the power of the lightning. Caney was saturated with the lightning. Yu-Wan received an electric shock, but the four-element robe still protected him. Yu-Wan had come a long way to become stronger, but he realized that he was still not strong enough to face Zeus alone. Yu-Wan received another electric shock, this time at a higher level. His mouth was bleeding. The four-element robe no longer protected him. Caney continued to absorb the lightning, but the electric shock had already reached level 5. Yu-Wan could no longer withstand such electrical stress and began to fall. The last thing he thought as he lost consciousness was that it was over. Yu-Wan fell at a tremendous speed. Since he was unconscious, he had no control over his body. Sun Ogong and Merlin looked at Yu-Wan in horror. They realized that he was about to fall. In an instant, Sun Ogong jumped up to where Yu-Wan was about to fall and picked him up in his arms. A message appeared that the destruction of Camelot had been stopped. Poseidon looked at the bottom of the pond. The water was completely dry. Zeus said that he had failed to destroy Camelot. He had been thwarted by the Great Wise One, equal to the heavens. Poseidon asked Zeus why the dream of Gonu would become an enemy of Olympus. Zeus replied that the Great Wise One was fearless and did not care whether he had enemies or not. Zeus told Poseidon that it was impossible to kill the son of Gonu. Therefore it was not beneficial for them to make him their enemy. Poseidon said that it was not the son of Gon himself but his clone. How did he handle the lightning? Zeus replied that it's all Kim Yu-Wan's fault. Poseidon thought for a moment. Something had to be done. After all, news of what had happened would soon reach Asgard. Poseidon asked Zeus if he had a plan. After all, it was unprecedented for a mere player to block the lightning. The Asgard would soon know all about it. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound. It was Zeus gathering lightning. Several bolts fell from the sky and landed in Zeus's hand. He pointed them at Poseidon and said, "All for the good of Olympus." There were reports of Yu-Wan's leveling up and mana increasing. It was reported that Yu-Wan made an undeniable contribution to preventing the destruction of Camelot. Yu-Wan received 1,000,000 points. Yu-Wan was rewarded with a lightning particle and electricity resistance. When it became clear that Yu-Wan was going to fall, Sun Ogon took him in his arms and carried him into the castle. Sun Ogon kept thinking, why did he help Yu-Wan? Yu-Wan talked to him like a friend. Yu-Wan's consciousness ebbed and flowed. His whole body hurt. He tried to stand up on the bed. He had been lying on the bed in complete darkness for days. Yu-Wan began to regain consciousness and remember what had happened. On his bed was the Sword of Dark Night, which helped him recover his health during the dark hours of the night. Therefore, it was dark in Yu-Wan's room. While Yu-Wan was sitting on the bed, Merlin entered the room and said that Yu-Wan had been unconscious for 5 days. He said that when Yu-Wan lost consciousness, Zeus's thunderbolts disappeared. Yu-Wan looked at his glove and said that he had acquired a new skill, lightning particles. Since Yu-1 didn't know how to use this skill properly, small lightning bolts scattered all over the room. Merlin was outraged and said that they had only saved the castle from destruction, and Yu-1 would turn it into ruins with his lightning bolts. Merlin stood by Yu-1's bed. He was glad that Yu-1 had regained consciousness and was feeling well. Merlin said that Yu-1 had a visitor who had been waiting for days for Yu-1 to regain consciousness. A happy Hephaestus appeared on the doorstep. He arrived 3 days ago and was very worried. He received a message about Yu-1's new ability. It's a lightning particle that allows you to control electricity. The statistic was updated every time it increased. Yu-1's level had increased to 97. Yu-1 and Hephaestus were sitting at the table. Merlin stood next to them. Yu-1 talked about his feelings that lightning and crystals were parts of the same whole. Hephaestus asked where Yu-1's savior had gone. Yu-1 and Merlin were curious what Hephaestus was doing here. He replied that he had come to see the sights of Camelot. Yu-1 thought that Hephaestus was worried about him, but Hephaestus slammed his fist on the table and said that he had come to see the sights, and that was it. Yu-1 hid his smile. Then Hephaestus asked him if the Stone of All Seas was with him. Merlin was surprised that Yu-1 had the sea stone with him. After all, the legend of it had traveled through the worlds of the 20th century. Hephaestus remembered that Yu-1 had asked him to improve the items. He said that he had found a decent way to do it. Hephaestus said he had been looking for a room in Camelot to set up a forge. Merlin was pleased that the best blacksmith in the tower would be working here. Merlin and Hephaestus got on well. Hephaestus brought 2 kilograms of adamantium, the best metal to increase the power of the stone. Yu-1 offered Hephaestus 125,000 points, including the cost of production. Hephaestus was very fond of money, so he resented that it was too little. Yu-1 then increased the amount to 140,000 points. Hephaestus agreed to give in, and they came to an agreement. Yu-1 gave Hephaestus the Stone of All Seas, which glowed with blue light. Hephaestus clasped the stone in his hand and said it would take about 4 days to work. A message came back that Yu-1 had spent 140,000 points. Merlin and a recovered Yu-1 walked around the garden and talked about Britain. Right now, Britain was going through bad times. Merlin said that Lancelot's influence was so strong that the Round Table didn't believe in King Arthur's return. The Round Table was split into 2 camps. Merlin said that it should have been cleared of the rot long ago to allow the new to sprout. They walked through the blooming garden, and Merlin said he was grateful to Yu-1 for the chance to finally do the right thing. Merlin was the last pillar of Britannia. Without Lancelot, he could make Britain more prosperous. Merlin said he wanted to take Yu-1 somewhere. It was a secret room in the king's castle. Merlin also summoned Arthur's spirit there. It was a place Lancelot had kept secret. Arthur's eyes glistened, and he let out a deep groan. He saw the body of his own son. It was the dead Mordred Pendragon. Mordred's body stood with his eyes closed. Merlin said he wanted to bury the body, but then he decided to show it to Yu-1 and Arthur first. Arthur fell to his knees before his son's body and held out his hands. There was no end to his grief. Suddenly, Yu-1 came up with a great idea. He suggested that Arthur leave the body of the orc and enter the body of his son. Arthur almost burst into tears. He felt that his son had died because of him. Being in his body, Arthur would feel guilty all the time. Arthur didn't want his son's spirit to wander around like he did. Yu-1 repeated his question. Did Arthur want to occupy his son's body? Arthur hesitated for a moment. If it would help Britain, he might be willing. Merlin and Yu-1 continued to convince Arthur that Britain can't get back on its feet without him. He must enter his son's body and try to restore it to its former glory. Yu-1 said that Arthur's son should have inherited the throne anyway. Arthur's eyes glistened. He thought that if his son were alive, he would support any idea he had. Mordred Pendragon truly loved Britain. He would understand if it was for the good of Britain. Yu-1 was glad that Arthur had made the right decision. Yu-1 extended his gloved hand to the body of Arthur's son, and Caney accepted Mordred's spirit. Arthur's spirit left the orc's body, which began to disintegrate before the eyes of those present. The body of Mordred Pendragon, son of King Arthur, glowed with golden light and came to life. Arthur's spirit was in his son's body. He opened his eyes and looked at Yu-1. Arthur knelt down in front of Yu-1 and pledged his loyalty to him. Arthur the Death Knight made an oath to Yu-1. Arthur said that Yu-Wan was his king now. He would never betray his king and would be loyal to him. Yu-Wan received the news that Arthur had regained his strength. Yu-Wan had won the trust of King Arthur. Dream of Gong replayed the events of the past few days in his mind. He remembered the events that happened recently when Yu-Wan blocked the lightning and lost consciousness. Sun Ogan suspected that he and Yu-Wan were once friends, so he saved him. The great sage raised his hand. He felt that Yu-Wan knew him. Sun Ogong sat on the branch of a green tree and thought. Yu-Wan acted as if he knew him intimately. Sun Ogong's golden eyes looked into the distance. He felt that he and Yu-Wan had known each other for a long time. Yu-Wan stood with Arthur in the courtyard. He asked Arthur how he felt. Arthur replied that he needed time to get used to his new body. Arthur reminded Yu-Wan that he was now King Arthur. Yu-Wan held out his hand, and Arthur's body turned into black smoke. Caney swallowed him. Yu-Wan was shocked. He never thought that King Arthur would serve him. Yu-Wan! Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind the clouds. Sun Ogong called out to him. Sun Ogong jumped down and landed right in front of Yu-Wan. He stood in front of Yu-Wan's face and looked into his eyes. Yu-Wan felt that Sun Ogong's eyes looked right into his soul and saw right through him. They stood facing each other and looked into each other's eyes. Yu-Wan had flaming eyes and Sun Ogong had golden flaming eyes. Flaming eyes were originally only found in monkeys from Mount Huago, and Yu-Wan thought that Sun Ogong had come to find out how Yu-Wan got those eyes. But Sun Ogong directly asked Yu-Wan why he thought he would help him. Do they know each other? Yu-Wan said that he knew that Sun Ogong was a great sage equal to heaven. Yu-Wan said what everybody knew. Yu-Wan's ashen eyes tried to meet Sun Ogong's golden eyes. Yu-Wan's eyes were no match for Sun Ogong's all-seeing eyes. Yu-Wan asked him what he could see. The great sage said that he could see that he and Yu-Wan were well acquainted. Another world was reflected in Sun Ogong's eyes. He said that he could see Yu-Wan standing beside him, and he sees that Yu-Wan knows him very well. Yu-Wan lowered his head and thought about what to say to Sun Ogong. If you lie, he'll know right away. It seems like a bad idea to pretend in front of Sun Ogong. Yu-Wan activated the flaming eyes again. Yu-Wan said that they were well known in his world. Sun Ogong was surprised when he heard about Yu-Wan's world. What kind of relationship did they have? They were close friends. Sun Ogong looked at Yu-Wan to see what he was thinking. He saw Yu-Wan lying on a rock and himself standing next to him. Yu-Wan and Sun Ogong were arguing about where to sleep. Suddenly a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and split the rock in half. The rock immediately disappeared. Sun Ogong said that he knew that Yu-Wan was not dead. Yu-Wan came out of the hole created by the lightning. The battle started immediately. They fought for a long time. Both of them seemed to enjoy it. Yu-Wan lost to Sun Ogong. Sun Ogong didn't kill him and they became friends. From then on, they fought all the time. Yu-Wan, who was always alone, gained a friend. Yu-Wan and Sun. Ogong's defeats and victories alternated. One or the other would win. Sun Ogong usually won more often because his level was higher than Yu-Wan's. But Yu-Wan became stronger because of this fight. Their constant confrontation turned into a strong friendship. They were always together, having fun and taking interest in each other. Yu-Wan used to be alone, but now he and Sun Ogong had become inseparable. At that time, the calm sky began to shake. The walls of the tower collapsed. The wall that had never been shaken collapsed. Everyone became aware of the outer gods. They were called by different names. The outer gods, the gods outside the tower. Their nature didn't change. They wanted to destroy and annihilate the whole world. Sun Ogong and Yu-Wan fought against these monsters. Sun Ogong asked how things ended in the world where they were together. Yu-Wan replied that they weren't the only ones who fought against the outer gods. Defeat followed defeat. Then Hercules, Odin, Kronos, Asura, Sun Ogong, and Yu-Wan got together and started thinking about how to change the situation. They had to decide which one of them would go back in time. It had to be the one who could get to the top of the tower the fastest, the one who killed the outer gods the most. After considering all the candidates, Kim Yu-Wan was chosen. The reason was simple. He had killed the most outer gods. The world reflected in the flaming eyes disappeared. The dream of Gong returned to reality. Yu-Wan's flaming eye mastery level had increased. Dream of Gong realized that Yu-Wan had come from the future. He appeared in Britain because Lancelot would be a big problem for everyone in the future. Sung O-gong asked Yu-won how he would rate the chances of winning. Yu-won replied that the chances were very small, no more than 1%. Sung O-gong was very upset. Why was everything so complicated? It was a clone of the real Sung O-gong that was imprisoned in the Marble Mountains. Since it was an immortal being and no one could defeat it, it was sealed in the mountains. He was desperate to get his real body back, so he asked Yu-won to help him get his body back. Yu-won agreed, but on the condition that Sung O-gong would help him. Sung O-gong was outraged. After all, he had helped Yu-won block lightning before. Suddenly, riders on horses descended from the sky. They were Valkyries from Asgard. The Valkyries came down to see the situation with their own eyes. It turned out that Lancelot had business with Olympus. There were good reasons. Arthur's return to the throne would bring an attack from Olympus. Yu-won understood Olympus's plans to use Lancelot to bring about the fall of Asgard. Now that Lancelot was finished, one could breathe a sigh of relief. Yu-won turned and left. He saw no point in meeting with the Asgard representatives now. The Asgard had their own principles. They would raise their swords when they were sure they would win the war. Sun O-gong asked when the war would start. Yu-won replied that the war would begin when Olympus fell. Yu-won felt uneasy. Sun O-gong's eyes saw Yu-won appear in the tower. Yu-won told him everything. But even if Yu-won came from the future, did he really control his destiny by changing its course? He still didn't think he was strong enough. He's like a diamond that needs to be cut by more than one person. Only then would Yu-won consider himself strong enough. Yu-won called the administrator. He spent 1,000 points. Sung O-gong asked why Yu-won asked for a meeting with the administrator. Yu-won replied that it was to get to the right floor where Sung O-gong's real body was. The administrator considered Yu-won's proposal for a meeting for a long time. Finally, the administrator agreed to the meeting. Yu-won stood at the edge of a high wall and looked into the distance. This was the edge of the earth, the border of Britannia. Britannia was surrounded by a boundless brick wall, beyond which was a vast expanse of rock and forest. Now comes some clarification with Professor Yu-won. It happened a long time ago, when Yu-won hadn't traveled back in time. Lancelot gave the order to attack the demon tribe. In response, the embittered demons and titans attacked the Round Table. Olympus, bound to Lancelot, could not leave the Round Table in trouble, and the peace-loving Asgardians waited for their rivals to start a war among themselves. A bloodbath ensued, here and there. In the end, the tower lost a great force. If they hadn't fought each other, they could have fought back against the real enemy. The administrator appeared. Yu-won said that he wanted to take a test and go straight to the right floor. The administrator mentioned a tidy sum of money to pay for the test. Yu-won agreed. The receptionist scheduled the test. Yu-won decided to take the test upstairs. It was the fastest way up. Yu-won paid for the test. The environment around him began to change immediately. A message appeared with the conditions of the test. You have to go through the forest and make a path for 1 year. You can accept help from the pioneers. If he completed the test quickly, Yu-won would receive additional rewards. Yu-won thought that the administrator wanted to make fun of him by setting a 1-year test. Yu-won looked at the cloud where Dream of Gong was hiding. The great sage asked him if he needed his help. Yu-won said not to worry, great sage, he would be fine. Sun O-gong warned that there would be high-level monsters there. Yu-won refused Sun O-gong's help because the administrator could fine him for helping him. Sun O-gong looked frustrated. He would have to wait a year for Yu-won to pass the test, but Yu-won said he would pass the test much faster. He jumped down from the tower and said that he would call Sung O-gong when it was over. The test began. Yu-won found himself at the bottom of the 25th floor. There was a black, unfamiliar forest. As Yu-won came down from the wall, the knights who guarded the border approached him. They saw that it was Kim Yu-won, but couldn't understand why he was here if he had just been in the capital. Yu-won told them that he was here for a test and asked the knights for their cooperation. Discoverer Warlock was a top-class player. It was advantageous for the knights to cooperate with Yu-won. The explorers planned to explore the entire forest in 3 years. Yu-won offered to do it in 15 days. 15 days was an incredible amount of time. Knight Warlock grinned. He wanted to dismiss this sentence as meaningless. After lying in bed for 5 days, Yu-Wan felt even better than before. Electricity flowed out of his body. He only looked forward. The knight stepped back to avoid being hit by the electricity. Yu-Wan went first. He felt his strength and stretched his arm forward. Yu-Wan felt a lot of energy inside of him. This was because he had greatly increased his abilities. The sorcerer was worried and asked Yu-Wan what he was doing. Suddenly, footsteps and noises could be heard among the black trees. A boundary had formed at the edge of the forest, warning them not to approach. Electric mana gathered and condensed in Yu-Wan's hand. The lightning ball gathered in his hand turned black. Yu-Wan made a lunge as if he was throwing a spear. The black thunderbolt left his hand. A black electric current rushed towards the forest. An electric explosion sounded. The trees in the forest scattered and caught fire. The nearby monsters were hit by the electric charge. Their screams were drowned out by the sound of thunder. The monsters couldn't escape as the flames raged around them and they burned in the fire. Warlock thought that when Yu-Wan said he would pass the test in 15 days, he wasn't bragging. Warlock continued to watch Yu-Wan with a worried expression on his face. The fire had burned a path in the forest to move forward. Yu-Wan said that they had to keep going. It was the 4th day of exploring the area. Yu-Wan moved forward with the pioneers, killing monsters and clearing a path for them. The knights could barely keep up with Yu-Wan and risked losing sight of him. Warlock thought there was no monster worse than Yu-Wan. He had heard many stories about the strongest player. Now he realized that it wasn't an exaggeration. Zeus, who occupies the heavenly throne and considers himself the ruler of the tower. Yu-Wan's strength may not be as great as that of a high-ranked player, but his skills are not far from those of a high-ranked player. The knights literally had to run after Yu-Wan. At that speed, they would cross the forest in less than 15 days. Suddenly, a huge snake stood beside Warlock and opened its mouth to bite his head off. The tens of meters-long snake had already bared its fangs and was moving forward rapidly. But then a man Warlock had never seen before appeared and struck the snake's head with his fist. Blood splattered for several yards. Knights rushed to Warlock and asked if he was all right. Warlock asked the stranger who he was. He asked where the engineers were. It was the Fist Lord of the celestial demon cult, Pun Peklam. The celestial Fist Lord said that he had come on the orders of the young Vice Lord and was looking for him. Warlock's eyes widened. The Fist Lord was one of the 4 leaders of the celestial demon cult. Warlock could only wonder why the Fist Lord would be looking for his Vice Lord here in the forest. To which the Lord replied that he had been instructed to come here specifically. Warlock and the other knights replied in surprise that there was no Vice Lord here, that there was no one else in the forest but them. Yu-Wan came up from behind and said that the Fist Lord had disturbed the wrong person. Peklam turned around and saw his Vice Lord. Yu-Wan said that he hoped Pun Peklam hadn't come alone. The Fist Lord said that they had come as he had ordered. The sorcerer couldn't hide his surprise. Kim Yu-Wan Vice, Lord of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. His eyes turned to Yu-Wan. He still couldn't believe it. There was the sound of many footsteps and many people appeared. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people approached Yu-Wan. The people kneeled down and swore allegiance to the cult leader. Yu-Wan raised his hand and said that enough was enough. He looked at the thousands of cult members kneeling in front of him. Yu-Wan couldn't get any help from anyone but the pioneers. Otherwise, he would have to pass the test alone. Therefore, he asked the heavenly demon to help the pioneers. Yu-Wan, as the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, ordered at that moment to help the group of pioneers to clear the path and explore the forest as soon as possible. Fist Lord Pun Peklam replied that he was listening to Yu-Wan's order. At that moment, a loud roar from a crowd of many thousands spread throughout the forest. The forest trembled at the sound of the crowd. It didn't seem as scary as before. The construction of the path was progressing at a rapid pace. The cultists were chopping down the forest to make a path. A huge monster with terrifying fangs stood in the way. It opened its huge mouth, but was immediately killed by Lord Fist. Lord Fist watched Yu-Wan. The last time he had seen him, he was a novice player who had become the best player in the tower. A huge black orc came out of the forest. Yu-Wan threw his lightning bolt at it. There was a deafening explosion and the orc's charred body fell to the ground. The path was paved. The pioneers and cultists camped in tents at the edge of the forest. Yu-Wan had received a message from Merlin at the very beginning of the challenge. Merlin asked where Yu-Wan had gone. Would he be working there? Yu-1 replied that he needed reinforcements as he wanted to finish the trial in 2 weeks. Merlin was the representative of the King of Britain, and replied that the situation in the country wasn't the best and he couldn't provide many people. Along with the Fist Lord, the Spear Lord, who commanded the cult members who were cutting down the forest on the other side, also came. They asked Yu-1 to use their skills to finish the job. Yu-1 stretched out his hand and threw lightning at them. On the 14th day, Yu-1 completed the task. The path was paved. A message came that Yu-1 had passed the test to become a world explorer. There were extra rewards for completing the test early, but the message said that they would be paid later. Yu-1 was allowed to go to the 26th floor. A message came in saying that Yu-1 had earned 50,000 points for this challenge. Yu-1 received additional points for finishing the test early. In total, he earned 150,000 points. 5,000 points Yu-1 gives to Lord Fist to share with his subordinates. 5,000 points Yu-1 also hands over to Lord of the Spear to pay for his team's work. Lord Spear says that he will gladly accept the reward from Yu-1. Yu-1 said that he had to go back to Camelot. Hephaestus had already produced the item and sent angry messages to Yu-1. Lord Fist asked Yu-1 for another reward. He really wanted to fight Yu-1 despite the title. The Spear Lord was angry about Lord Fist's ruthlessness, but Yu-1 made a gesture to calm him down and agreed to Pun Peklim's proposal. Yu-1 said that it was possible to start the fight immediately. He ordered the Spear Lord to make sure that no one came near. Lord Spear quickly organized the place for the fight. Lord Fist was happy. The message came back that the fight had started by mutual consent. There would be no punishment. Lord Kulaka prepared. A blue glow of mana emanated from Pun Peklim. He and Yu-1 stood facing each other. Yu-1 decided not to use the skills of the heavenly demon because Lord Fist had them as well. Yu-1 wondered how much his abilities had grown. A cloud of electric energy moved behind him. The two fists collided and sparks formed. 2 electric powers collided. Pun Peklim's blue electricity and Yu-1's yellow electricity collided. The Fist Lord asked Yu-1 if he would use the Divine Flame. Yu-1 replied that he would use another skill. A blue bolt of lightning shot out of Pun Peklim's hand. The fist. Lord struck Yu-1 in a straight line. This was the first fist technique used on Yu-1 during the trial of the heavenly demon cult. But this time it was much stronger. A roll of thunder sounded. Instead of dodging, Yu-1 threw his fist forward as well. The Fist Lord didn't expect Yu-1 to block such a powerful punch. It seemed that Yu-1 had grown a lot in that time. Yu-1 activated the giant's power and it entered his body. Yu-1 thought he could do his best now. Pun Peklim was hit so hard by Yu-1's fist that he thought his chin would fall off and his eyes would turn black. But he endured it and was even able to strike back. Pun Peklim's fist came forward. It collided with Yu-1's fist. Dozens of small explosions resulted from the collision of the 2 energy streams. Lord Fist could feel his bones shattering. Lord Fist thought that it would be a shock if he lost to a player who had only reached the 10th level. After all, he hadn't missed a single day of training. Lord Fist wanted to know how much stronger Yu-1 had become. Pun Peklim's wish had finally come true. He could fight at full strength. Pun Peklim received such blows from Yu-1 that his head could be shattered into pieces if Yu-1 so desired. Even though Lord Fist's face was covered in blood, he continued to fight, hoping to defeat Yu-1. It seemed that Yu-1 had become many times stronger than he was when they fought Lord Fist in the 10th floor trial. Lord Fist used his most powerful technique, the Fist of 100 bolts of lightning. Immediately, a bolt of lightning burst out of his fist, then another, and another. Looking at Yu-1, Pun Peklim saw a strange image. A stream of purple flame covered Yu-1's body and began to wriggle and move as if he were alive. The flames formed the image of the Sky Demon that the Fist Lord feared the most in his life. The Sky Demon looked at him with glowing eyes and asked if Peklim could see him. The image Peklim had just seen vanished without a trace. The fist that Pun Peklim had thrown out hit the compressed air. Pun Peklim's body tensed. He bowed his head and admitted his defeat. Yu-1 asked the Fist Lord what he had seen. After all, divine fire shows the deepest fear of man. Peklim replied that he had seen a heavenly demon. Yu-1 said that the Fist Lord feared his cult leader more than anything else. It was helpful for Peklim to confront his fear face to face. Lord Fist sat with his head bowed. He thanked Yu-Won for the opportunity to fight. Yu-Won returned to Camelot and met with Merlin. Merlin was surprised that Yu-Won had disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. He said that Yu-Won had a lot of things to do. Yu-Won asked Sun Ogan for help, and Sun Ogan took him to Camelot. Sun Ogan drove Yu-Won at a speed that Yu-Won hadn't driven in a long time. Yu-Won nearly died on the way. Yu-Won had not yet received all the rewards for the challenge he had passed. Merlin said that the Round Table was in chaos. Some knights said that they would leave the Round Table. Yu-Won sat in the palace hall, and Merlin stood next to him. Yu-Won said that it was because of Lancelot, or rather Olympus, that there was chaos at the Round Table. Yu-Won promised Merlin that he would calm everyone down. Merlin asked him to do it quickly. Merlin raised his hand, and blue mana appeared in the air. Yu-Won saw what Hephaestus had left behind. Hephaestus had not used the Stone of All Seas on weapons, but on armor. It was a black cloak made of the Stone of All Seas. Its shape was exactly like this because Hephaestus knew that Yu-Won would want comfortable clothes for himself, not armor. Yu-Won wore a cloak that fit him perfectly. It was light and comfortable and covered most of his body. Hephaestus had named the cape Triangle. It was made of adamantium using the Stone of All Seas. Kaini immediately reacted to the cape. Yu-Won grabbed the sword. Merlin asked in surprise, what was he doing? Yu-Won waved the sword in his hand. He replied that he was testing the cloak's protective power. His arm was completely intact. There wasn't even a cut.